Slayer.
And I opened up my eyes, I saw the sign. Na 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 na.
Rack up the most kills to achieve victory.
Target spotted.
Eyes on the sign.
Enemy there.
Fuck, dude. Yo, stress. Let me get your dead zones, fam. Hey, what up, Jay? Exclamation mark settings, bro.
In my sights.
Active
Eyes
camo
on the sign, and I opened up my... Yo, Boingsky with the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate you, dog. Jeez. Much love. Oh, I just named my teammate. And I opened up my eyes.
Enemy
fuck? Oh, I didn't even see that, I gotta be honest. Just fucking beat down. I just threw a beat down. We're warming up for Dallas, baby. Let's go. Getting the hands warm up at the venue. Imagine. Shout out to all those competitors. Good luck to everyone. Oh my gosh. Dude. Bottom tower. Good trade. I think he was 4 shots. Now it's only 3 shots. This guy hasn't died yet. I like to see that. My other teammate's like the reverse his stats, which is not. He's like 0 and 6. Like what?
Enemy there.
We gotta. Oh shit! Oh my gosh!
Target spotted.
I'm trying to help out. Oh no way he wins that. I was gonna, dude. If he had won that fight as well, I'd have been like, what the fuck?
Target spotted.
And I opened up my eyes.
Active camo inbound.
In my sights.
Ooh, camo.
Down there.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Active camo available.
Yeah, I'll take that, buddy.
Active camo obtained.
Target spotted.
Yo, what up, UKIV? Good day, chat. Jeez. Yeah, for some HCS. Yup. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're pissed.
Next time.
You're mad. No, I'm mad. I'm mad.
S7 sniper.
Okay, we're good. We're good. The fuck? How did he see me? I guess he was watching his teammate's death cam. Two of my A plat. Uh-oh.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Fuck it. Oh, he got chased and I'm doing the chasing. No, let's go. Good shit, bro.
Taking cover.
Wait. Who's sniping at us? What the fuck? Oh, back B.
Way to shot call.
Damn it, dude. What a Badger?
They're close.
No way. I'm pretty sure Badger's from Perth. No way. The two homies meeting. I got a lot of people from Australia, the UK that tune into my streams.
Translocator ready for pickup.
Let's go, homies. Oh my gosh, I challenged. There's another guy. Fucking A, bro. I knew it. Look at that. The homies meeting up, bro. Love to see it, dude.
Spike obtained.
my sights.
Oh, what did I get stuck on, bro? Oh my gosh, he missed a shot. He could have 3-shot beat me down so easily. No! Isn't that guy on camo? Camo on camo on camo. Yep. Help your teammate, what the hell? What the hell? That was some bad teamwork there.
Not today, Trent.
Target spotted.
Gained the lead.
Yo, camo's still up probably, I bet. Yay, we got camo, good job guys. And we killed like a lot of them right there. It's really good.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Okay.
Nearing
Oh, he chased rat
victory.
tunnel so fast and just died instantly to my teammate that was already there. It's really good.
In my sight. Another one down.
Oh my gosh.
Power items en route.
I'm dead.
Enemy there.
Dude, how the fuck does he see me there, bro? I guess because I just couldn't have gotten away anywhere else. I don't know. Nice, 2 dead. Yeah, I'm looking so nice, 3. Yeah, there's.
Standing.
In my sights.
I'm leaving that guy. I'm just trying to stay alive. Oh shit, I'm dead. This guy Nest, dude.
Target spotted. Enemy there.
Okay, we just gotta lock in for 2 kills. Gotta work together. 1 kill. Let's work together and get a trade here. Push. Oh my. Oh, I thought he hit the snipe. Guy doesn't even miss in the fucking endgame screen. Holy shit. GG, guys. Yo, great work, guys. Seriously. Absolutely fantastic job. And we're just in another game right away. Love to see it. All the way back from Warzone.
Assault.
Shout out to the Jackals,
Neutral
bro.
bomb. Get
Excuse
the
me.
objective.
Maybe I'll match some people that are warming up at Dallas. That'll be fun. I mean, every time I went to an event and warmed up, I'd play people online. I'm like, wonder if they know I'm like sitting on the main stage or like sitting on like a side, like wherever I was, you know?
Tango's closing in.
Now I want to know, dude. I want to play some people at the event. Smash some confidence, potentially, you know?
Bomb dropped.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Bomb
Arm
armed.
that shit. They're focused on me. Hella focused on me, bro. I really hope we cap because of that.
Bomb
Dumbasses.
armed. Your team
You
scored.
gonna get those drops, Badger? Day 1?
Objective incoming.
I don't know why these guys are focused on me and
Objective
bombs being
ready.
armed. That's kind of
Enemy there.
insane. Wow, I saw the snipe get picked up from my radar or whatever the fuck.
Enemy there.
My what's that called? UAV?
Double kill.
I saw the snipe disappear, so I was like, there's gonna be a guy there, and then my teammate pinged it. That was pretty sick.
Bomb taken.
Oh, he challenged super hard, bro, my bad.
Bomb taken. Double kill.
Get off elbow, let him spawn over there. Right? Oh my god. Trying to help my teammates pinch whoever's over here. There's like no one over here. One dead. I kind of want to get a touch on that bomb, but I'm in like a pretty good spot in their flag, so I'll probably just stay flanked. I don't know.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming.
Overshield inbound.
Objective ready.
Damn it. Open bracket, it's actually, I feel like it's already started, but there's just no one broadcasting it. Bro, if I was at the event, I'd literally have like an IRL phone and like you just walk around streaming that shit. I'm sure some people did that at the last event too, but I'm talking about like the times no one else is streaming or like, you know, things people don't normally get to see. Walk around the open bracket.
Enemy team scored.
Oh shit. That was another guy at our base, bro. They're just infested in this shit.
Objective ready.
No way there's a place in Australia called Cockburn, bro. Do you guys make a lot of jokes about that? Or does it get old? Or like do you still crack jokes about that to this day? Or like, is it like, ah yeah, Cockburn?
Bomb taken.
Bro, my immature ass, like, until I was fucking 80, I'd be fucking cracking jokes at the place, if there's a place called Cockburn, bro. That's funny as hell.
Power weapons now available.
Ah, I got double teamed. It's unfortunate.
Bomb taken. Bomb armed.
Yo, fuck this fucking game type, bro. Oh my gosh, I got him.
Bomb taken.
Still fuck this game type, bro. Recharge bomb pretty cool though.
In my sights.
Two dead, nice. The last two might be on our side.
Enemy there.
Oh no, one's on their side still. Oh my gosh, yeah, last guy's on our side. Rush that shit in.
Overshield inbound.
Oh, I took bullets for him. I took bullets for him.
Shield over here. Tango's.
Fuck, dude. Two of them in their basement. I'm near the bomb. Yeah.
Outstanding.
Bomb taken.
Target spotted.
Two weak their core. One's going bomb in the middle. Nice. So they guys weak their core. Probably near blue pillars. I don't even think that was him. Yeah, that's him. Blue pillar still. Weak. 3 dead, but they're spawning.
Bomb taken.
If they need that bomb, they're gonna. Oh shit, man. I gotta be quicker, boys. It's early, but I gotta be quicker. When does pool play start? I believe 1 p.m. Eastern is when the show starts. That'll be like when pool play starts, or probably around then.
Tango's closing in.
Sniping ring 2, their side.
In my sights. Enemy there.
One shot in our flag. Fuck.
Got multiple targets.
Bomb army.
I don't know, man. Well, I made the guy one shot. You just got a shield back armor, and we're shooting the wrong guy.
Bomb armed.
Power items inbound.
Yeah, we armed in the first like
Enemy
minute
team
because of
nearing
that.
victory. Objective
Both snipers.
incoming.
How long until then? 1 hour and 35 minutes.
Get the objective. Bomb taken.
Tango's closing in.
What time is it for you? Holy fuck. Yeah, right when I get shot by the other tower, I need to just not push in. You have to stay up till 1 a.m. That's crazy, bro. I'm trying to think if that was for us, and there's like a huge national tournament going on, but actually it was held in Australia, and it starts at 1 a.m. Eastern. I'd be like, what the fuck? That's just like the regular for you guys, huh? That's crazy. Bro, holy shit, man.
Target spotted.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming.
Another one put down.
Objective ready.
We've lost a teammate.
Bomb taken.
Enemy there.
That was our basement, bro.
Remaining.
Enemy there.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming.
Bro,
Ownership inbound.
holy.
Objective ready.
Getting pushed by everyone.
In my sights. Tango's. The one down.
Bomb taken.
I'm getting pushed by everybody.
Enemy there.
Plasma grenades obtained.
Bomb taken.
Ring 2 and their bomb. There we go, there we go.
Enemy there. Shields are down.
I think they still got blue pillars. Could be an arm here if we just walk in.
Outstanding.
2 dead.
Power weapons
Blue tower.
inbound.
Blue tower's 2 shot going ring 2. There we go. That was 3 dead for a second.
S7 sniper here.
Oh, nice, Badger. 3 weeks off work. All starting with HCS Dallas.
Enemy there.
Weaken their flag. 2 shots. Nice. 1 dead, and that guy's weak.
Bomb
Oh my god, she's throwing it up because he's 1. I'll grab it. I'll grab it. Fuck it.
Bomb taken.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go fast away since that's 3
In my
dead.
sights.
I'll start it. Even if I die, we should be able to get it. I'm hoping. We went 2 dead there.
Bomb taken.
I don't know how there was 2 people able to shoot me and our teammate there, because our teammate died while I was getting killed. So like, who? There's 2 people getting shot.
Today, friend. Overshield inbound.
Bomb taken.
Pop their shield.
Their basement 2 shot. Yeah, that guy's gonna throw a bomb potentially. Wait, why was I holding the bomb and it was going down the arm? Wow, look at that nade. That nade did no damage. It hit right off his head. What the hell?
Target spotted.
You would think that blast there would have done more. Oh, West guy died. Unfortunate. Good position to just rush for that bomb and get an arm, but not everyone thinks like that.
Bomb reset.
I instantly thought we were gonna get that arm when I saw us pop a West and we killed 2, but then our West guy didn't push like the bomb right away.
Objective ready.
Is what it is, boys. Is what it is. Nice, nice. Oh man, ring 2, I guess.
Target spotted.
Weak. Barbecue beef and cheese. Atomic meats. Ultra spicy. That sounds pretty good.
Enemy there.
Sounds like a meat lover's pizza.
Enemy there.
reset. Objective incoming.
In my sight.
Objective ready. Bomb taken. One minute remaining.
In my sight.
Bomb taken.
Their basement stairs.
Overshield over here.
Lots of opportunities here. Just grab the bomb.
Overshield's on the field.
Target spotted.
30 seconds remaining.
No one's doing OBJ. These guys must all be warming up at the event, bro. Like, no one's going for the OBJ, bro. There's so many times we just need to just go for the objective and just arm the bomb. I don't know, man.
10 seconds.
Why is no one ever like, you know, bro?
Defeat.
They probably have the bomb, like, in their base. Oh, man, the first thing this guy says in the game chat is something to do with, like, kills and deaths, bro. Like, oh, man, you can't even make it up, boys. We outslayed him and lost because no one knows how to play OBJ in matchmaking. GG. Like, straight up, when we had 2 dead and I saw us pick OS and I was in their base, I was like, oh, that's an arm. Right in my head, I was like, it's like solving a puzzle. It's like, all right, enough of the puzzle has been solved. This is going to be like a point for our team. It just didn't get done, bro. It's crazy. Oh, well.
Alright, listen. Who would you want to play out of everyone here in a Halo 1v1?
Probably Hex.
Hex? That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Who would you want to play in a Halo 1v1?
Anybody, bro. I'll take Scump.
Yeah. He's just lying. He said he's just lying. He has 2,000 hours. In Halo? Yeah. What number raffle are you? 306. Now it's not getting picked.
I'll keep that in mind.
See? You showed me your hand.
Huh? Yeah, that's what I played on too. 2,000 hours. I didn't like fucking my shots.
Score 3-0?
Like 5 hours. I mean, it was like so easy.
That's fair.
No freebies. No freebies.
Oh, come on! Come on!
Alright, so I gotta update my sub goal. I'm at 1 out of 3 for the day. Pretty lit.
Oh, I forgot it's first to 5 now. It's a $200 kill. Good nade.
Get the objective. Assault. Neutral bomb.
Oh my
The
god, are we
5-0.
dead ass?
The
Please tell me going back
5-0.
out. There's actually no chance.
Wait,
Thank
it's
fucking
got lagged
Lord.
out, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, not really. I mean, like, okay, fuck.
They'll think twice the next time.
Tie.
I would have loved to play that game though, I'm not gonna lie, that would have been a nice one.
But that game's been skitsy since 2018. That guy is.
Well, because I was waiting for someone else to say it before I could say it, because otherwise I'm just hating.
Capture the flag.
Yeah, I have Brady. I just have to restart my game after when that happens. Oh my gosh, there's a new one. No way there's a new one. Wait, do we have a Jug 29? We do. Do we have a Jug 30? We don't. Oh my god, there it is. Hey, what up, Kyle? Thanks, bro, for the new command.
Hey, go to our vehicles. This might be 2.
Target spotted.
What the fuck?
Our armor unit snipe. In front of our base, 1 shot. Nice.
Our basement? What up, Brady? I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
Flag return.
I'm be sweating my balls off for 12 minutes trying to get this flag, bro.
On me.
Enemy there.
The fuck?
Underneath that tower.
Not today, friend.
Where is this sniper, bro?
He lived. Come up behind you, Stress.
Oh, I didn't hit the 3rd shot.
One shot top
Oh
of my
my
tower.
god.
One shot, fucking arches over there.
Needed that 3rd shot for the beatdown.
Let's go.
Stay mobile.
They're balling 1 shot.
Our bond as well. Send me another one on the flag. Ring 2. Ring 1, I guess. I'll be 3 dead if you kill him. Last guy is shooting our teammate. Hopefully we get that re. Good job, guys.
Return.
Overshield inbound.
Oh.
The
I was trying
armor
to flank this guy. I'm caught up. You guys ready for some HCS action today?
Nice.
Should all start in about an hour. Twitch drops will get activated. Pretty sure open bracket's going on right now, but oh shit.
Ring
In
2.
my sights.
1 shot. Dead.
LBT should be streaming the open bracket at
Our train
some
should.
point. It's gonna be an early morning for you, Badger. Have a
Next
good
day,
night.
next
See you
field.
in the morning.
Enemy there.
Our wing.
They have our flag. Take it back.
Our wing's still weak.
There. An enemy flag.
What the fuck?
Perfect.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier. Power weapons incoming.
Flag runner's weak.
Hella weak.
Target
No way they
spotted.
just go for it.
Enemy captured your flag.
Happens.
2 dead.
Enemy there.
Their armory weak.
One shot, ring.
Another
Ring
one
one
put
shot.
down.
Ring one shot. That
Dead.
might have been him, yeah.
3 dead.
Tree.
There's not.
Tree.
In my sights.
This is not good for me, I think.
They're bond. One shot, ring one.
Not today, friend.
Nice. One shot, nice shot.
Overshield inbound.
Ring 2. He's playing over.
Fuck, dude. I should have just ran when I heard the nade. Damn it, we got a West. Nice. Beautiful. I'm coming, Suckaroo. We got a trade, buddy.
Top of our tower? Was that their? That's their tower.
Yeah, their tower. Yep, blue tower. Beautiful. There's one more. He's out of a West. Unfortunate. He's got ring 1 or 2. Somewhere in the middle. Oh my goodness. On their sniper. 2 on their snipe. One's 1.
Spotted.
That was the one shot. There's another guy. Maybe 2 more on their sniper. Yeah. And motherfucking ring 2.
Hurry the flag back to base.
Oh my gosh, was that him?
Keep running.
Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir.
Their bond.
I died from their bond. That'll be 2 dead.
One shot
Their
their bond.
tower. No
Dang.
way, Sweaty Eddie didn't get that guy their bond. No way. Good try though, good try.
Enemy
Ring 2.
flag returned.
Ring 2 going our side.
Underneath our tower, half shield. He's actually in the corner, maybe.
Red tower, 1 shot. Nice, dude. On their flag, I guess. Armory, their basement going backstairs. Kobe.
Stairs.
Bet that was a
3
solid
dead.
Stairs dead.
Off their tower.
Oh man.
shield. There's not.
Yeah, if no one's shooting, I can't push in, I think. That was my bad. I should have just recognized that
He's our
situation.
wing. No, he got me, bro. Half shield.
Power
I'll start
items
ring 2.
inbound.
Let's go.
Target spotted.
Is that him? That might have been the ring 2. Oh, no, it was not him. OS is
That
up.
is 3
3
dead,
dead.
no,
If I
he's up.
grab this OS and he throws it out to
Power
me,
items on the
this
field.
could literally take that, bro. I don't even have OS anymore. That is dirt.
There's not.
Sniper.
You top tower? Where they at?
Probably sniping on their snipe somewhere. If I had to guess.
No, one shot our
my
tower,
sights.
bro. He just sneaks up on me. Knock her down.
Enemy there.
Win.
Caller.
And now the
Knocking their
trophy
tower, half
for the
shield.
pile. They have our flag.
Ring 2.
Take it back.
Really.
Tango's closing in.
We can counter this.
Enemy there.
Backstairs. One shot. 2 dead. 2 dead.
Spree. 5 minutes remain.
Kill this guy and counter. Blue wing.
Great, dude.
On flag.
Look there. Enemy flag carrier.
Fuck, man.
Flag.
Nice,
Absolutely
2 dead.
flag. And sniping their tower.
In my.
The enemy carrier has
Damn
revealed
it, dude.
themselves.
Enemy Spartan.
No way.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Gotta get to our
Enemy captured your flag.
Alright.
Alright.
Target spotted.
Alright.
Blue wing.
Overshot inbound.
We weak green too.
Oh,
There's
no.
2 there. Yeah, thanks for all the new follows, guys. Grenade, Crust. Appreciate you guys following the Twitch.
Yeah, we can still do this.
100%, bro. What?
The wing.
Taken our flag.
Target spotted.
Yeah, one shot our snipe. Our armory dead. Sniper.
Our alpha.
See, I ring 1 weak. Going towards our bond. He's weak. Popping out. 2 of them are bond. Ah, boy. Damn, we're just letting.
God,
Damn. Kobe.
The enemy carrier has revealed himself.
Enemy captured your flag.
Dude.
Defeat.
What is good with that?
why is it so hard to fucking kill anything right now?
Insta games, boys.
Oddball. Double kill.
We're getting things started, ladies and gentlemen. The weekend's looking bright. Some oddball, let's go.
Round 1. Ball incoming.
Take and hold the oddball to score.
Killer. One bit.
Nice shit, dude. Oh my gosh, behind us. Oh shit.
I had to do something to him. I couldn't fucking shoot the kid.
Enemy has the ball.
Who's bitching on our team, bro? Need you to lock in. Camo's coming up. Top middle. Little
Active
weak.
camo available.
Yeah, let's push ball. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Should
Killers.
be mad kids beat the tower. Trey with a 1. Sniper's down 2 dead. They're last guy, I believe. Yep. If he could somehow throw the ball off, that'd be lit, but I don't think he can.
Enemy has the ball.
Nice movement, baby. There's a sniper down at
Ball
C.
dropped.
Probably gonna
Enemy
spawn
has the ball.
B and C. Gonna be flooded over there. Be
Ball
careful.
Enemy has the ball.
It's a dangerous way to go. I'm not gonna lie.
Enemy shields down.
Ball dropped.
That guy got
We have the
jumped.
ball. Ball dropped.
I got teammated really bad, but you know what? It's all good.
No good ball.
Ball dropped.
Oh
Ball
wow,
out of bounds.
that's a triple for him. Please don't overkill me. Let me not poke.
Ball dropped.
Bags. Another one bags.
Efficient banditry, Spartan.
That's half shield, bro. That's half shield.
3 dead. Last guy's on camo. Block the A spawn.
Camo.
Quantum translocator inbound.
Yes, sir.
I'm going for ball.
I'm going for ball. Give me
Keep
that
up
shit,
grip on
bro.
that, Spartan.
Ball dropped.
Back A.
Weak inside A. Weak inside A.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
Damn it.
dropped.
Oh man.
That camo.
Ball dropped.
And we get the dub,
Enemy
baby.
has the
That's
ball.
how we do it.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Active camo inbound.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Why are they still trying so hard, bro? They're not winning this, bro. What?
Ball dropped.
I'll fucking eat my shorts.
Way to victory.
Okay, they left.
Ball out of bounds.
Hostile carrier down.
Lose.
Victory.
All right, guys, GG's, man. That's how we do it. That's how we scare the enemy team into submission. I'm just playing. We'll take that win, though, baby. We'll take that win. Give me that chunky CSR, right? Hopefully. Yeah. Give me that CSR, baby.
Wait, standards, what did I do?
What do you do for work? Yeah? Crazy.
Aww.
I would have bought you an apple, but I don't have any.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you.
Are we all in the same class next time? Yeah, I think so.
Hey, come here. Let me holler at you.
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Did you?
King of the hill.
This guy's on one of those hoverboards as a teacher, bro. That's kind of lit. Baby, I'm on my, baby, I'm on my. Alright, we gotta lock it in. Extra hard this game. We're playing Slayer? King of the Hill? Even better.
There's a hill that needs
Everyone lock it in, alright?
Hill
Weak.
ready.
In blue.
Enemy team took the hill.
Bottom middle weak. He's already got sniper as well.
Hill control.
I go yard to
Fuck.
LR.
Oh,
I
he
got
went sniper. He went,
sniped.
yeah, he's at snipe.
What?
Yeah, he might be S4 actually.
Where from?
Ah,
took the
right
hill.
there. Oh,
In blue. Blue red.
baby, I'm
Truck,
on
truck.
my.
Drive away for some reason. Nice. Dead. One shot lift.
They're under us.
I understand it now.
plasma grenades obtained.
Was it sniper? Weak at sniper. Nice, 3 dead. Jesus Christ, someone hop it.
Hill control.
I don't even know where they're gonna spawn, to be honest. Like, we're just kind of everywhere.
Half shield at shock, bro.
Enemy there.
I'm fucking out of there.
Enemy Spartans are closing in. In my sights.
Another one down.
Two dip. Yard. One shot yard. Two in yard. When you get to
Enemy
blue
team
and shot
took the
side.
hill.
Down there.
And an upgraded version of just calling out where they are is where they're going. I'm telling you guys. The death cam into where they're going helps a
Blue
lot.
red.
Active camo available.
Blue red patch.
This guy in blue, he's going to yard it looks like. Oh my gosh, let me get this camo. I might be able to
Hotel
milk a
one shot.
shit ton of
Hotel one
time
shot.
here. It's 2 dead. And I have
Stay blue,
camo.
stay blue, thumb.
Enemy there.
Oh my gosh, bro, what the fuck was that?
Target spotted. In my sights.
Your team about to score. Enemy
In
team
hill,
took
half
the
shield.
hill.
One shot hill.
In my sights.
Outstanding.
No, weak and shot. One shot.
Double kill.
In my sights.
Hill control.
One shot.
Dude, behind me? Oh, I'm gonna vomit. There's a guy on blue ramp.
Dip.
No way. Oh my gosh, that was huge.
Enemy about
Should be able to get this, to be
score.
honest, if everyone just takes their time here.
Shot.
Yep, 3 dead. Come on, someone hop that.
Hill control.
One shot on shot. No yard. Yeah,
Your
yeah,
team
yeah.
scored.
Beautiful. That's how we fucking do it, boys. Come on, let's lock in.
Hill
Where we
ready.
going? Where we going? Blue
Hill
maybe?
controlled.
Probably sniper. Yeah, definitely blue. I'm thinking. Oh my gosh. Wait, Eddie, you see what I'm doing, bro? Come on.
There you go. In yard.
Last three in yard,
Took the
bro.
hill.
This guy weak in yard. Another guy weak in yard. The other guy weak in yard. Oh,
Last.
what the fuck? This guy could have went. Thumb.
Last head.
Too late. That'd have been huge though. Okay, we got this. Nice disrupting the field
me.
here.
Back tram.
Inbound.
Target spotted.
Nice.
In my
Active camo available.
Last guy's in fucking yard.
Enemy about to score.
Good shooting,
Blue.
Spartan.
Headshot blue.
Hill controlled. Double kill.
He's still in blue. Didn't die.
My bad. Nice.
I'm looking trash.
This accolade is well deserved.
Nice.
Your team about to score.
Not
One shot.
today,
Nice.
friend.
Damn.
How do I not see that guy, bro? I need to go to theater.
Your team
I
scored.
actually need to go to theater and see where that guy came from, bro. How do I not see him? He probably comes from like driveway, but dude, I need to go to theater.
Enemy team took the hill.
That's crazy. I didn't see that guy, bro. Where did he come from? What the fuck? I'll find out later. One's at snipe. I think there's a guy bottom snipe, top snipe. He's very weak. On truck, 2-shot. Nice, that was him. Last two blue ramp. Nading hotel. What the? They might be spawning tram, to be honest. I'm just gonna watch out for that.
What's up, blue? Nice.
Give me a spawner. There he is. Yeah,
Hill
top
controlled.
glass, top ledge as well. LR's 1-shot. Hopefully they don't spawn snipe. Okay, no, I don't think they should. Yeah, okay.
Soda.
I
What's
think
up?
it's like bottom snipe or something. I feel like that's still a possibility if I was just S4
In blue.
and like my teammate wasn't S2 with me. I feel like that might
target spotted.
2 and dip, I believe.
Enemy team took the hill.
Shock rifle inbound. Active camo
truck.
inbound.
In my sights.
Shock rifle available. Active camo
blue.
available.
Headshot.
Yes.
Commando rifle here.
Yo, Camo's on me. What the fuck?
Your team about
Oh, well.
to score.
Camo's dead, dude. Wait, it said I killed him twice. Am I lagging?
Your team scored. Hill incoming.
I'm playing time now, but hopefully my teammates know how to play time as well.
Enemy team took the hill.
Thrust on the tank.
That was kind of dumb.
Spartans are closing in.
Wow, nice kill, dude.
Target spotted.
I'm gonna go up here and shoot the spawners.
Hill controlled.
Dead. Why are we in the hill, man?
In my sights.
It actually doesn't even make sense in any way to get the hill right here. Like, I'm actually just like, is there like a lack of understanding of how to like optimally play or something? It's like, it's actually more optimal because we have 3 hills and there's 2 minutes to just play time. Instead of trying to use one of our men as a resource to get the hill, and now we're down numbers 3v4, and like we're like giving them more of a chance to win. I guess some people can't see that, which I understand, but if you guys are in here watching and we're up 3-0 and there's like a minute and a half left, I would just just play time. Like we probably win anyway, but just like the more optimal way to win, you know? I mean, now we're getting out, dude. Like, oh my gosh, dude, I don't even know. I mean, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter, dude. I guess it doesn't matter, boys. I don't know, man. We're doing it. You know what? Get to 99 and then let time run out. That's the most fun way to play.
Victory.
Yeah, GG. Great game, great game, great game.
X. What's up, Neax chat? Can I get a BTH? What's up, my boys?
Now I gotta lock in,
come on,
bro.
Nico, let's
This
go.
is the game. I gotta lock it in.
He's got drinks tonight. That's what they're saying.
Oh wait, oh my god.
Yup.
No, 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 no.
Another round. Another round.
Give me 1 sec, guys. Let me just improve my brain really quick.
Your team about to score. Hill control.
This accolade is...
Excuse me.
Your team.
Wow.
Your team.
Wow, dude. So I'm thinking I already checked that. Wow.
Not today, friend.
Oh my gosh. So I gotta. Let me think.
Good shooting, Spartan.
Hill control.
Knowing what happened, let me just think.
Kill.
Our guy spawned Tram. Okay, so we kill him. We need to slam out one more time to get the hill.
This accolade is well
I check Tram. My team even says, yo, check Tram. Make sure they're not there. No, they're not Tram. Why would they spawn Tram? I saw my teammates there, my other teammates here, my other teammates like very far. They're one dead. Trying to think what my brain was thinking of right there. When okay, so I kill that guy.
Hill control.
Kill this guy. Go check Tram, go check Tram. I would, like, the timing here has to be, because I killed two. And in my head, I'm always thinking about who's up and who's down and, like, the spawns. But, like, man, that was, like, such weird timing. So, like, killed two, check Tram. Now I'm just looking for the spawners. But little do I know, I'm, like, okay, I was, like, 2 seconds late. Early? I was 2 seconds early because oh my gosh, I killed two of them. And I thought they were all spawned by the first guy, but it was the second guy. So then now the guy spawns. And I need to check Tram right there, bro. I know I just checked it, but I need to check it again. I know it's weird, but that's crazy. Or even there, dude, that's crazy. The timing was just so weird there because I got a double kill and then I checked Tram, but I need to wait like 2 more seconds. But in my head, it's because it was just so, wow, it's hard to even explain. But I got usually you get a kill and like in the back of your head, you know when that guy's going to spawn. But because I got the double kill, like my timing was just a little bit off when that second guy was going to spawn. And then he spawns behind me and then he catches me off guard. And we still get the hill, which is great. But man, okay. So it was just the timing of the double kill there. All right, cool. Yo, stay hydrated. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to drink that water.
Yeah, I don't know. We can't figure out how to get sniped on the map.
The HCS version of the map. I'll do it after this.
Whose POV is it on?
Hey, can you put me on the regular settings?
What do you want?
Where I can jump with this instead of reload? Don't worry about it.
You should
I got this. I got this.
jump with the left bumper.
Oh, okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, you see the merch, man. RNL, BTH taking over Call of Duty and Halo at an event for the first time in years, man.
I need the right jumpers, man.
Damn, yeah, seeing all the Call of Duty homies would have been cool. Yeah, what up, Halo for life? How you doing, homie? What you up to today? You ready for some HCS action or what?
Oh shit.
Ah, shit. Here we go again. It's Ghost. You change your name? Wait, it's like Ghost 303 or 101010101? That Ghost?
Purple.
The homie?
B-rail, one shot.
Ghost 10111111111.
Damn.
Oh, and it's Slayer too. It's Slayer. Okay, I gotta lock in.
Why am I stopping?
Oh, Rowan. I got you. I got you. I got you. I changed it to Halo for life? Okay, okay.
Let's see.
It's like getting a tattoo, bro.
Where'd you go?
That's a random name.
And Sweaty Eddie could not handle the fucking obstacle strafe right there.
Enters.
Fuck. Yo, the tier 1 from my boy Rowan. Appreciate you, dog. That's 2 subs total today. I've been live for an hour. That's pretty lit. One more sub and I hit my daily sub goal.
Right?
Pretty lit, pretty lit.
No,
I feel like today's gonna be a good day.
Watch driveway.
Target spotted.
Maybe go on a little streak this weekend. A little daily sub goal streak.
Somebody shoot me C or something.
Another one. I'm with you, Goose. I'm with you, Goose.
He steps.
Made it out. The right gun's down, Max.
Shotty, shotty, shotty.
Alright, I guess I'll push B stubs.
Watch driveway in purple.
Tires one. Jacked out.
I just want to 1v1 someone, bro.
behind you, B.
Holy shit. If I want to do some BTB or firefight today, let me know. I'm probably going to do some ranked and watch partying the event, to be honest.
He's one shot.
But you know, I do like those game types that you mentioned, so maybe one day we'll get some games going, bro. I actually plan on streaming RuneScape this coming week because I've been playing off stream the past couple months. Off stream, just off stream RuneScape. I think it's time to throw it on stream and do some content, get some quests done, maybe PK a bit. I don't know. We'll see what's good.
Lagging, you little
camo.
You little fuck.
You 1 minute, 1 minute.
Shoddy like a melody in my head.
I
got that song playing right now.
Bro, I can't get out.
Enemy there.
Still there on you. He's gonna be on you. Behind you.
Yeah, that's him.
Hollows, bombs. Bomb A's one.
He's gonna have help.
This is the game I gotta win.
Back A's one shot.
Enemy there.
Cage Red one shot. One little shotgun with camo.
Cafe?
Where is this?
Purple? I believe they're at purple. Maybe C. Front C or something.
This guy,
big court.
I spawned B, so probably gonna be A.
A. 2A.
I'm tired.
Hit the other guy once.
I'm gonna try to flank Cafe here with you guys so you can pinch him. Right? Oh my gosh.
Another guy B rail.
Another guy B rail. Okay, I got you. Tires. Okay. There's another guy in C. They're spawning C. It looks like.
Bomb C's one. Pillars. Absolute
driveway one.
We're in like a weird spots here. Throw the thing. Throw the thing, bro.
On this guy.
He's
They're
dead.
gonna be on planters.
One shot in rail.
PD. One's planters. One shot. Planters. One shot. Back C. One. Absolute max. Dude, 2 one shot.
This guy in B with
He's got top A and hollows.
one shot A in the shroud.
Don't go anywhere.
That's my bad.
Switch.
I was waiting to see if you jump up.
One's 2B route. 2B route.
2B street.
I can up B street. I can up B street.
The other guy was killed. Kill the other guy.
I got one of them. There's a guy weak in B going towards
Pushing me C.
arcade, it looks like. He might be
In B.
still there, yeah. B,
Both
arcade,
you
yep.
guys are long.
Music trap there.
In my sights.
Yo, those
Two in B.
armor and weapons you can get this weekend will
like
be
maybe
real
yeah,
Twitch
one
drops for the weekend.
Camo available.
All the Twitch drops start at
Those
1
real.
p.m. Eastern.
One's on my ticket door. Ticket doors, one shot. Fat. The laundry. Driveway, 2 of them.
This guy with camo bottom middle. That's
One
not
shot
even
to
seen.
street.
Camo is probably
He's
bottom
bomb
mid
stairs.
somewhere. Jumping up to
Dead.
tires, it looks like. I swear.
Do you still be C? I don't know where this guy went.
I'm behind you.
One's P Street on shotgun spawn.
I'm ready to just stick camo if he
Camos?
appears.
Dead. Camos.
Nice, huge kill on camo.
I died from my tire.
Huge guys, huge. Nice
Three
kills,
dead.
nice
Two
tires.
Spawn C, they're gonna spawn A.
He's a one beat down at tires, dead. That was him, beautiful. Spawning A, should be a guy one shot at tires. Okay. Give me lots of guys at A.
B stuffs and shit.
I should have known that I was gonna get flanked
Jen?
shooting across the map like
Can you
that.
help me beat driveway? Red room and driveway.
Bomb C, one shot behind you, one shot. Absolute bomb C. And then one's bomb.
Go.
He's on shotgun. Don't see that guy. Shotgun. Shotgun window. Z Jen.
In my sights.
P-rails.
Mando.
Yeah, you won't see the drops until 1 p.m.
Tires.
Eastern.
There's a guy by
Two in a-
driveway.
The Crunchyroll drops are another promotion going on.
Oh yeah, he's on tickets, on tickets.
Good help.
One's pushing me, B maybe? Yeah, he is. Go on another one. Planters.
The other one
Planters hurt. One shot planters.
He's one.
Another one A.
It's gonna be A
NPD,
still.
NPD.
NPD, okay, yeah, we're collapsing.
B-rail, behind. One shot. One shot tires.
Nice guys, I'm looking tires. Tires is dead. Camo's coming up soon. I'm gonna
Come
try
up
to
the
go
driveway, I
for
think it was.
I'm gonna try to go for the bubble
shot.
shield
Active camo inbound.
so we can get the camo.
Victory.
Two there. I need help
Yeah,
with the
perp.
street.
Streets. A-Gen, one shot. Pushing to you, stress.
Two shots B.
Camo's up.
Two shots
They're-
B.
they're-
He's
they're
in
on
arcade.
camo, probably.
One of your guys is one shot.
Both weak,
Yeah,
both weak
just-
on your stress. B stairs. No one. I got camo. He's in tires.
I'm so glad we got camo.
A-Gen.
Oh boy.
My camo.
Oh, don't shoot that guy.
Tires.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, these guys are
This
just
guy's
One
fucking
shot back
bad
A.
as
Shot
fuck.
back A.
They're pinging him and calling him out. Like, you
Nice,
should.
another one.
They're
Two
on,
of them.
uh,
All the rest are on
Have
PD.
it.
All of them
PD.
are on PD. 3 of them.
Multiple hostiles spotted.
Hey, top A.
One shot.
Back
Another
A.
one. Nice.
You're still got PD?
Probably.
Yeah, there's
Cafe.
Gen too.
Cafe.
In my sights.
Fucking huge, boys. Let's go, baby.
Back
Back
A.
A. Okay.
Back up, back
Yeah,
up.
perfect. 2 A Gen.
brother.
I got you, dog. This guy nades me.
Enemy
Top
there.
A. 2 cafe. One
I
A.
just saw
One
the
A.
top A guy. I would need
In
up
my
there.
sights.
A Gen.
Back A week.
Cafe again.
Cafe.
One shot cafe.
Top A.
Dude, that's all him, bro. I left him for you.
I mean,
One
if you
shot still, I
remove it,
believe.
shoot him.
Still cafe. Free kill. Stress is pushing them. They're gonna be B. They're gonna be B.
I'm
Only
out of
need
this
one.
situation. Fuck
Look at me,
that,
bro.
dude. Yeah, if I
Caution.
die, then we're
Back
3v4, and then they
Back
collapse
A.
on us, and then
PD.
all of a sudden
2B
49,
street.
49.
I'm behind each other.
Be safe.
I'm running first.
We
Wait,
can't
wait,
die
wait,
first, bro. We literally
It's
can't
gotta
die
be one
first,
shot.
bro.
And you're red.
He's
Absolutely.
in red,
Alright,
probably really
alright, never mind.
Victory.
I wasn't having a good game then, but I was just trying to listen and work with my team. Good game, guys. I think it won't start for another hour. Yes, you guys are right. Here, let me pin that. Drops and event will start at 1 p.m. EST. Pin. Boom, boom. There we go. Good game, guys. Fucking carried my ass, but sometimes that's how it goes, you know? Sometimes that's how it goes. Alright, this next game, we gotta lock it in, get the dub, secure the dub.
I played last night, got 07 and snipers on me, so you might have a chance.
You at 07 and snipers? Damn.
Hey, Eric.
Jack, can we get a BTH in the chat, man? We got Zinni, versus our challenger.
Hey, I had the chain, but it fell off the thing, bro. But I only have
The pendant thing happens, man. It happens. It happens with that cheap shit. Turn your neck green and break.
Yeah.
First, our next challenge. Are you a Halo player?
Oh yeah, I am. I watch you sometimes. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
You're damn right. He is a Halo player. What's your rank?
The peak is D3. The peak is D3. I was one off Onyx. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He was one off Onyx. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Watch out.
So we got an almost Onyx versus Zinni, who's maybe played this once. I'm hoping for a goose. 5-0. Then we make fun of Zinni. I feel like that'd be good for the culture.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a bracket yet, Koala, but it'll be here if once it comes out.
What's the score in all
Versus an almost Onyx, bro, it's crazy.
Clutch up 5-4. Bro said, F you, read chat. Oh, that's my bad. I forgot, like, I'm hosting, talking to people, interacting. You know, that's my bad. I should definitely just keep my eyes. That's BTH in the chat, man. We're positive vibes only today, man.
You have to roast this man's soul, bro. He's like, you know what? Never mind, bro.
Where are you?
No.
That work, baby.
Husky, no. That's my bad. I take it back.
Where you at?
You better stop talking like that.
Hey Zen, I love you, bro, but I don't know if this is your game.
No, ban me, chat. Ban me.
Where are you?
Husky dropped a 50 bomb and I missed it. My chat just doesn't even. I can't even go back and see it.
How we doing, Zen? 1-0, baby.
Husky, my man, bro. I've been hearing things about you, brother.
I don't play this shit.
Supernova with the Twitch Prime as well. Chat, keep in mind this is on multiple streams, optic streams. I can't just talk to my chat.
Can I take camo?
You can do whatever you want.
All right, chat. Can we show BTH the power of when I grab the mic? Can we go on like a mini to like, you know, keep building it a little bit? Could you show BTH the Bozo's appreciation if possible? If I have any fans left, I love y'all.
Hey Scump, I want you to know my homie Jake wants you to know we still watch the 88 no sweatband video, baby.
I just want to say Husky Unk with the 50 bomb. Come on. I didn't see it, bro.
50
My
bomb is
apologies. I was
crazy,
raging at the
bro.
chat.
Oh, he actually LPR'd him. No way, Zinni taking the lead. Isn't that methods? No way, bro. That was some nice shots right there. Oh. That was actually nasty. What the fuck?
Can I be me?
Nah, that was actually nasty, bro. This guy made a good play. No way the almost Onyx guy's getting destroyed.
There it is, man.
Come on, bro. Let's get this over with.
Camera just ready to fucking. All right, challenger up 3-1, I believe. Or wait, it's 3-1 Zinni. 3-1 Zinni. What's going on here?
I'm getting had.
How do I?
When it comes tourney time
Jesus.
and cash is on the line, Zinni locks in.
Oh
Jerkle, thank you so much for the resub. Ruin, thank you so much for the
what?
sub.
This guy's played this once? I'm not the guy to chat. Yeah. I'm not the guy to chat, buddy. That's funny as hell to say.
And we'll just see you. It's gonna be immediate. I think right when this ends, we gotta sit down.
Oh, he used it. This guy's kind of nasty. What the hell? Like, his mindset's there to know what to do. You know, he's got the grenade the floor, shoot him, tell you away. Tell you away.
Kind of want Chick-fil-A.
Fuck, man. He had that. He forgot he had the telly.
All right, man. Zinni up 4-2. We'll see if he can close out the match. My pits are sweating.
Arms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy.
He's trying to get a snipe. He does have sniper control, so there is hope in this match. Zinni making a move, not sure where he is, but there he is. He pops out. Can he get the perfect? The perfect does not hit. Does he jump back out? Zinni backs down. He's one shot. You gotta chow this.
Wow. Wait, that's not 5 yet. That's not 5. I thought that was 5.
4-3.
If I beat you, you gotta donate 50 to Scump.
He said, Zinni, if I beat you, you gotta donate 50 to Scump.
Hey, you gotta donate me to sub to Scump, actually.
If I lose this, I'll give 20
This is the hypest challenger we've had yet. He's got a lot of words to say.
Chow me. Why you sitting top sniper?
He's talking shit. Hold up.
Let's go, baby.
The guy pops out reloading is crazy.
With the mic in his face.
This was my dad's birthday yesterday.
Wait, it's 4-4. I thought that was 5. What?
He said this is for PTH.
This was my dad's birthday yesterday. That's what it is. Where you at,
Oh, this is the challenger POV. That's the Y.
You about to chow it?
Pounce his ass. Hit that shit.
Oh, he's got the snipe?
Let me do it.
He goes,
Hey,
"Rah."
let me do it to you, Marcus. Let me do it to you.
He's got one bullet left.
Easy read.
It's side 4-4.
Capture the flag.
Cliffhanger. Sorry, guys. I gotta grind.
See, I respect
His confidence is high. He's talking a lot.
I actually kind of want to see who wins, though, so I'm gonna keep the audio on.
He finish.
Where are you?
I'm just joking because I love the guy. I love you, man. I'm sorry, man.
Zinni taking his time, playing it smart. He's a veteran.
Alright, I guess I gotta go for OS.
Y'all seen Uber, right?
I don't know why I want to know who wins this 1v1 so bad.
He spots him. He's got to stay alive, though. Just back down before you get hit with the Mac round.
Wagwan, my youth.
I can't, bro. You're gonna make me lose it. I'm about to lose it.
While we scream in the background, you get hit with a Mac
Rockets down the long. Yes. Rockets down the long.
Here comes Tony, don't worry.
Darn it.
Fucking A, man. I can't even find out who wins, bro. It's just taking too long. 4-4, and these guys are both like running around the map, dude.
I shot their mauler.
Fucking guy nades me, bro.
I have rockets are long. There's one rocket.
Plasma grenades acquired.
Our green. In the first.
Another one put down.
Who won? Who won? Why wouldn't you just say who won instead of saying I know who won? What the fuck? I have the answer, Stress. You challenger? Oh, word. No way. The guy was up 3-1 too, and he choked. Oh my gosh. Wait, he has to donate 20 to Scump's chat, bro. That's crazy. That's actually funny as hell, bro. Oh, I'm dead.
Above us. They have our flag. Take it back. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Flag's weak.
Power rifle.
Our mauler, one shot.
That was fucking huge. And we have a OS? And he fucking wasted both rockets though.
Our forces have seized the enemy flag.
On the touch.
Look there.
We are
Enemy
dog shit.
flag
Flat.
carrier.
I
Power
can't run
weapons en route.
Yeah, you gotta get that. They're mauler and tower.
Power weapons now available.
Flag returned.
I thought maybe he wouldn't challenge right away and I could get away.
The
But
green, the green. I got sniped from the back.
oh my gosh, just go. Yes. No way. 3 dead though.
You're about to be very popular.
But they're training. Two are long.
Enemy flag returned.
Where's Alec go?
Teammate is right in front of me not helping. That's crazy, bro.
One shot, one shot.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. This guy's standing second BR confidently, just not moving, just sniping, whatever. And my teammate's just second BR looking at him. I guess reloading or something. I don't know, man. Doing something.
Flag returned.
Not too fast. Three bridge. Four bridge. Four bridge.
Holy shit.
They're low.
Wow, shit on.
One shot on the lift. Nice.
Power items now available.
I can't get those. I can. Here, Juan, rockets back. One shot, Juan, one shot. Where the fuck did you go, Juan?
Yeah, I was asking the same thing fucking 2 plays ago. I'm telling you. Where's my... Yeah, bro.
Enemy flag returned.
Let me a shot on the back. On bridge, on bridge. Our train.
Power weapons incoming.
Train.
Figured there's a guy around me.
Our flag. Tapping in their sword. Oh, it's under bridge. What the fuck? At the runway sniping. Alec, the cuts.
Run, you magnificent warrior. They know
Oh my
where
god, I
you
hated
are.
you. What? How are you alive?
If he gets that kill, yeah, it's a cap. I'm gonna say. If he doesn't, it's still probably a cap, but shit.
You're exposed, Spartan.
Under bridge and the cuts.
Fuck no, that's why you go fast every time, bro. This guy would've got the recup. No one's here to help me, bro. Look at that. Look, no one's here to help me. That's why you go as fast as you can every time, bro.
The fuck?
This guy would've fucking stopped the flag if I was lazy right there. Let's go.
5 minutes remaining.
Good shit, guys.
Our forces have seized the enemy flag. Power items en route.
Flag returned.
Our needles. I'm one shot with the flag.
Flag captured.
Nice, guys.
Aim true,
yeah.
Spartan.
On rockets, I got rockets there.
Whoa.
The rockets are down on train, bro.
The enemy flag.
One shot of green with rockets.
Eyes up.
Wow, who's that?
Stay mobile.
This guy jumped out one shot with the rocks.
M41 Slanker is a go.
Oh, that would have been huge if he touched that.
Enemy flag returned.
Tango's close.
Stay mobile.
Alex, our long somewhere.
Kaboom.
Walshy, weak. On bridge, on bridge. Our training.
Enemy there. Enemy field's down.
Flag returned.
Taking cover.
Come on, long.
Close.
Power weapons on route. Power weapons now available.
Shot caller.
Enemy.
This guy's self-made Max is always on
Yeah,
their
they're
side
long.
pushing up. I love it. Every time I look, this motherfucker's like pushing their base really
Come on,
hard and
long.
like getting kills and shit. It's really good. How's life treating you? Not bad, Halo for Life. I started playing a lot of RuneScape, which is a game I played as a kid, but I recently started playing like a couple months ago, and I'm thinking about starting to stream that game. I just have so much fun playing it, and it's just such an adventure, and it like brings me back to when I was a kid, you know, and I never really like beat the game kind of when I was a kid. Like, you know, I've gotten certain quests done or gotten pretty far, but it's just really fun, so I've been playing that game. Probably going to start streaming it next week.
Our sword, our green.
See how that goes.
Our first.
Power items on the field.
How about you, Halo for Life? What are you up to?
Oh my god.
Stopping this. Yo,
Our
they're
training
going
has
this
been a
way,
lot.
bro. Look at where they're going.
Our tower. Yeah, weak our tower.
Don't think twice.
Yeah, pretty good.
Sniper.
I got naded. Please don't get the touch. Thank God. Don't get the touch and we win. Alright, we should win the game now. Nice, man. Good shit. Yeah, I took HVAC as well.
Our training was fun.
Took a 2-year program. Graduated back when I was 19 to 21. I'm now 31 playing video games. Not doing anything with HVAC. But it was a fun experience. Going to college, living on campus. All that good stuff, bro. Partying and all that. The ladies, you know.
To the long.
Another
Fuck, dude.
Mid flag weak, Alec.
Oh, that's hella dope. Halo.
Walshy weak.
30 seconds remaining. Enemy flag returned.
Another.
Coming down long, one shot. Nope, they're going green. Coming down long now. That's probably over.
Okay.
10 seconds.
I think it's time to watch some Halo, ladies and gentlemen. This was a good day, though. Lots of great games, you know. Couple wins, couple L's.
Victory.
GG.
Now it's time to vibe out, bro. GG. Not too shabby.
Honestly, the event went great. This is our first time playing with Hative, and honestly, yeah, he's a great teammate. Yeah, he's a great teammate. It was exactly what I expected out of him, to be honest, out of the event. And it's not like we played bad. It's just we would miss, like, we would do good on so many things, and then there would just be one thing that slips on the map, Whether that be like a guy gets away from us, or we're too fast on a push, spawner gets camo, we miss
Halo
the
live
power
yet? Let's
weapon,
see. Yup,
they
there it
take
is.
Too much space. The little things that shouldn't happen. I feel like if we had a coach with us.
Too as well, jumps up and able to finish off Frosty for the triple to get his team the lead and some momentum in a much-needed Grand Final series. Coming in at number 8, Eco. He's got camo on streets. He's going to be able to jump heaven and get behind enemy lines. Eco, the big brain player, finishes off his teammates' damage, finds an easy kill. It's not perfect shots on Deceptify by any means, but the job gets done. Eco finds a triple, and Space.
All right, should be all good.
At number 7, we're back.
Time to vibe out, ladies and gentlemen. Watch party begins.
Wouldn't be a top 10 without a Lucid clip somewhere in there. Lucid able to snipe Piggy below the base. A quick scope on him early is disgusting. Able to clean up the kill, back base for a nice triple kill. New map, same snipe. Back in the top 10, Lucid finds himself. Moving on to number 6, Renegade was on a mission this weekend, and unfortunately, TSM found out the hard way. A nice nade, nice Talik, and Soul Snipe, both to weak. Renegade finds easy shots onto Druck, giving him a killing spree and a triple kill, and Optic Gaming will take that game. Coming in at number 5, Legend from Optic Gaming. It's the grand finals against Shopify Rebellion, and Legend wants revenge. Optic are up 49-40. They will win this game no matter what. But Legend does it with authority, a single bullet onto Royal 2, and Optic proved that they are here to win a championship. If you thought 5 was a nice shot, wait till you see number 4. Here we go with Frosty's point of view right now. He's going to have overshield bottom middle. Because he misses it, he has to go back, loses a little bit of his overshield now. He's one shot with a headshot with Snipe. Legend makes sure of that as he rips his head off. Legend quickly transitions on the cycle for a no-scope double. Last shot spawns back flag, and the fade away gets Legend a triple kill and a flag on the move for Optic Gaming. If you thought 4 was good, wait till you see 3, because 3 is from Ryan Noob in Game 5, Jin G versus Complexity.
Optic slaying.
2 sticks,
Hell yeah, bro. They just won the first event.
Got the entire utility to play around. He's going to wait for his moment, though. Passively playing doesn't show. Immediately when he does, a body shot, headshot, repulse, stick off the ground. The third guy's too late to do anything about it, and Ryan Noob embarrasses Complexity for a triple kill and the lead in Game 5. 2 left to go, and you know they're going to be something special. Number 2 on board now. It's going to be Nemesis versus Optic Gaming. Check out the score, though. 1-0 Nemesis, trying to create the upset against Optic Gaming, and it's 49-48. Turns into an absolute stalemate. Optic let Camo go for free. SLG gets this, has so much information now that he's invisible.
What website do you use to look at Halo stats for esports? That's a good question. I actually don't even know, bro. Maybe Halo Waypoint, potentially?
Clutch up and win to take the series lead 2-0 to Nemesis.
Actually not sure, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I've never really looked up people's stats like that.
One clip from HCS Arlington, and it's Big Game Trip to deliver it for us.
Big Game Trip.
All weekend long. Every time you touch
Big Game Trip.
Plays, and this is just
oh, let me make sure the delay. That's my fault. Sometimes I have a delay on when I'm playing on Xbox.
But this is where the clip starts. Trippy, still with camo snipe in hand, is all 4 down
there we
for
go.
Nemesis.
Should be all good now.
He knows all of Nemesis is spawning here because FaZe are blocking the
Halo for life, exactly, bro. I was thinking the same thing.
The early damage comes through. Trippy able to finish off that person. That's his sign to go. An easy kill onto the second. Switches to the snipe for the triple. Finishes with the bandit for the overkill. All 4 down for Nemesis again. And Trippy puts Nemesis on a highlight reel for the #1 clip.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Gets the damage, and the rest will follow! Goodness! Overkill for Trippy!
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back.
Triple kill from Legend, the Frenchman is going nuts! And they can call themselves champions.
Hello Hello, folks, and welcome to the Halo Championship Series here in the beautiful Dallas, Texas,
Oh.
at a ginormous festival you may have heard of. Of course, it's DreamHack. Welcome to, I would say the desk, but really it's the sofa. And we're going to be sofa surfing all weekend long. My name is Rotterdam Prague. I'm going to be hosting alongside wonderful faces. One that'll be with me on the sofa pretty much the entire weekend. West, apart
Sofa
from
looks really comfy.
the odd little like looking around DreamHack here and there. But how are you feeling about the tournament?
I'm looking forward to it, man.
I like the
We're on
plants.
the couch this weekend, so I'm gonna get a blanket, get some pillows, chill out, maybe some popcorn. There's Dippin' Dots over there too.
Wow.
So I'm gonna dive into the Dippin' Dots and enjoy the show. We got the best teams in the world doing the best at what they do. So I'm looking forward to the action and seeing who can take home the trophy this weekend.
So am I. We've also got a wonderful Shurs on the couch. Shurzy, how are you feeling? Obviously, competition only increasing as we head into the first part of the season, what felt like the first part. But honestly, we've been doing this, portion of HCS this year for so long. We've had K-San, so many different...
Wait, that doesn't look right. I have to be sitting on the couch, bro.
Yeah, really excited. Can't wait to get into it. I think this is the closest I'll ever be to a trophy, so I'm going to be touching this all weekend. So it might need some polish by the end of the weekend because my grubby hands will be all over it. Yeah, really excited to get into this one, but yeah, can't wait to get into the action.
Me too. We obviously have our roadmap on the screen for you here
There
as
we
well.
go, screenshot it.
As we can see, Dan, we had Optic taking that first major, and of course DreamHack follows shortly after that. Not much of a gap in between. They've gone away and been able to really dig deep and find out what wasn't working for them.
Yeah, certainly. I think after teams finished, they went straight back into the research, started looking at all the paperwork, started making sure they were checking every other team's strategies. And the real question is, can Optic do it again? We saw how emotional it was for Formal when he was able to win that trophy and say, he felt like he didn't know if he still had it. Well, I think it's evident he does still have it, and I'm excited to see how they're going to perform at this tournament.
That is the big question mark on everyone's mind. That second place run was so long. It was like 595 days, just shy of that 600 mark. That is an awful long time to be getting second places. Clutch, how do you feel about Optic Gaming, especially with the run they managed to accomplish in Arlington? It was getting a bit dicey at times, but they pulled it out of the bag.
Yeah, I think they learned a lot about themselves this previous event, and I expect a completely better Optic Gaming to show up this time around. I do not expect them to make it as hard as they made it on themselves here this weekend. An early elim bracket run was not what the doctor ordered. I don't think we'll see that from Optic again this year. I'm looking forward to seeing how this team goes through winner's bracket this time around. I'm expecting big things from the Green Wall.
Shurzy, how do you feel about that grand final? Because obviously Optic having to really dig deep in order to get this done, going up against some of the favorites of Shopify Rebellion, who I think many thought had that one totally in the bag, coming on the winner side of things. But Optic Gaming, they started things off hot. How did you feel that grand final went?
Well, I really think they recovered from that loss to Nemesis and indeed Rebellion. I think they absolutely dominated in the first best of 7, going 4-0. So I think all things were looking good for them. And I think in the second best of 7 as well, I think going to game 7 and icing up, those moments you've seen time and time again before. The previous team, they were finished in second place. This time, they were finally able to ice up and get the crunch in. I think really excited for this team's season, and they're only just getting started.
Yeah, ice is the name of the game at this level. There is such little margins between some of the top teams here that you just have to have that kind of X factor, that ice, that clutch up moment in order to get jobs done. Speaking of getting jobs done, Shopify Rebellion, they don't want to lose out this time around. And Dan, they were looking promising all the way through until that first best of 7, where things started to get a little bit scary for them. What was missing from their gameplay, do you think, when they faced Optic in the grand finals?
Yeah, I think there's a few things people might say could be lack of experience from a couple of the players for Cycle and Last Shot. Did the nerves get to them getting to that final? I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it could be something you factor in for their performance. Game types is always going to be a consideration as well. The second best of 7 was clearly better for them than the first. Had they have played that second list of game types in the first one, would have been a different series. All these things that are just like shallow thoughts. In the end, they weren't the better team. Optic were the better side, and I think Shopify Rebellion will come back bigger, they will come back better, and I'm really excited to see how they perform.
Big thing for me was Frosty. Like, the difference between Frosty and Renegade was the difference between that series was Renegade was the best player in the world coming into that tournament, and basically all tournament long. Frosty was the best player in the world up until we witnessed Optic's elimination bracket round, their entire run. So Frosty's got to play better in the grand finals. He knows that, and whatever he can do in order to perform, like we know Frosty to perform, I think we're going to see a better Shopify Rebellion because I expect Frosty to be Frosty come Sunday.
Yeah,
I think if one of the criticisms is true that Cycle and Last Shots maybe grand finals experience wasn't there. But one thing we do now know is they have got that rep on LAN, and now they can maybe right some of those wrongs.
100%. I think, you know, sometimes you just need to go back to the drawing board, refresh a little bit, and just know your worth as a team and as an individual player. And I think, you know, sometimes you have those lackluster moments, those lackluster games. Unfortunately, if that falls flat in a grand finals, so be it. But you have the next time to go back and rebound and bounce back. And I expect that out of Shopify Rebellion. Chasing top 2, though, we have a couple of teams. Let's talk about FaZe first and foremost, because they've had a refresh themselves. Royal One, he's back in the mix. That coach that we all know and love, who has a number of accolades under his belt. What does a coach like Royal One, do you think, deliver to this roster here?
Honestly, I think some steadiness, like some professionalism to this roster. I think, like, although they are all known to be veterans in the scene for as many accolades as they have in their careers, but I think Royal One's a peace, quiet mind behind them to reassure them in times where they may be doubt. So I'm looking forward to having a good, consistent, solid coach behind this FaZe roster, because this FaZe roster really is one of those teams that can break into the top 2, that can beat the Optics and the SRs of the world when they're playing their best. If we can see the same version of Trippy that we saw last time around, this FaZe roster is going to be a problem for anyone.
Yeah, I think Trippy is a key factor here. And like Dan, when you're looking at somebody like Trippy, who, you know, had his moments last year, I think he was kind of on the spot. A lot of people had a lot of things to say about him, whether or not he could compete with some of the best, but I think Trippy has really turned a new leaf here, and I think he's found comfortability within this dynamic.
Yeah, and I think if you look at, you know, you speak about Frosty, you speak about Renegade and those players popping off in the grand finals, is Trippy that player for FaZe Clan? We, you know, touted him big game trip and everything like that. He has stepped up on the occasion, but you really need to raise your level in every single match if you're going to get to those levels of the Frosties and the Renegades. So I don't know. I look at that FaZe roster, and I think that is my biggest question. Who is that one player that's going to step up? Statistically, Suppress sometimes is up there as well, but there's no flashy player when you look at it as a core with FaZe Clan. I think that's what worries me a little bit, but at the same time, if they can just use that teamwork to take down a squad, then I think that will be an even more impressive feat.
I'm kind of waiting for that flashy player to emerge.
Yeah.
You know, I think at certain points in time, I think you just have to have that confidence. I think you need to be that guy. I think a lot of our kind of members of these pro players on all of these teams have that potential, have that, you know, availability to be that guy, but it's just about stepping into that role and knowing what you can do on that stage. Well, on the stage, they got to do it one way or another, but Space Station Gaming, again, chasing top 2 as well as FaZe. Space Station shows lackluster performances, to say the least, especially against the top 2, sometimes arguably the top 3, depending on kind of where they're playing and how they're playing, whether it's scrims, etc. What's your thoughts right now on this and their process with things?
Well, there's a lot of criticism that they're coming under. I think people are questioning whether their pacing is there, whether the teams are actually meshing together well. What we do know is all 4 of those players are a dream. They're a fantasy book. And when you look at those names, you think they're going to win championships, but we haven't seen that. All 4 of them collectively are not performing the way you would expect. We should be seeing this team challenging for it to get into a grand finals, but they're falling flat time and time again in some of those series, and I think this is a big tournament for me. I think there's the most pressure on this team out of any of the other teams in the tournament as far as I'm concerned.
Wes, when it comes to Space Station Gaming, you know, what is not clicking for you? What are you noticing?
It's a tough question, and I think like everyone and their mother is trying to break this down, because why is this roster not competing for a tournament win? But when I look at them, they're over like complicating what should be very simple Halo. When in basic situations where there's 3 dead, we gotta clear the back blue on the King of the Hill last tournament. That really stuck out to me as far as like we're not doing baby steps. Like if we're skipping steps because we want to pick up the pace and we want to play a little bit faster, then we're going to make mistakes. And they made mistakes and paid for those mistakes in actual like total game wins. For them, they just got to simplify the game, and I think that they really have been overanalyzing a lot of what's gone wrong. It's not that dark of a place to be when you're in the top 4. I know they have expectations of winning, but they've got to be able to just relax and play their own game. And if all 4 of those players play great, they're going to be great.
100%. Get out your head, stop overthinking things, and start playing the Halo that you've played for decades long now. They're in Pool D with NV, Complexity, and of course that open bracket team coming into every single one of these pools by the end of today. We'll find that out very shortly. But looking across these, we often talk about a potential pool of death. I'm not really seeing that. You know, I'm not really seeing that at all. Likewise from Arlington as well. I just think I'm looking right now at this bracket and hoping we kind of see some normality for some of these teams. We had a big upset happen here, Shurs, and Nemesis, they just knocked the socks off everybody coming out of Europe. Being able to take down Optic was just unimaginable, and it really did skew the bracket for a lot of teams.
Yeah, they were out there throwing haymakers, and they almost took Optic Gaming out of the tournament as well. They pushed them to another Game 5. This time they find themselves in with Shopify Rebellion. Can they do the same thing? My issue and concern is when they played against FaZe, it didn't look good, and Rebellion, with the pace that they play at, it could be a very difficult task indeed.
It could be very much so. I am looking at a particular team here, especially when it comes to roster changes, to see what they can do coming into this weekend. And of course, that's TSM. TSM bringing back Manny after 2 years. Their gang is back together. They're a team who have really tested the likes of the top 4, if not even the top 2. How are you feeling about this reunion here, Wes?
I'm feeling pretty good about this reunion. I don't know about their chances to really break into the top 3, I would say, but I could see them at 4th at the end of the weekend here. I think this team, one, just has so much game time with each other, and there is so much camaraderie around these 4 players. I mean, we know their history with KCP. We know their history with, throughout getting 3rd at Worlds at the first year, Native Gaming. Like, this team has been through several different battles to where they know that they can come out on top. They believe in each other. And now that they're back together, there's going to be a little bit of a vibe around this team throughout this weekend. I'm worried if pool play doesn't go as expected for this team, and I need them to get at least 2nd in their pool, is what I mean by that. And if that happens, then I think this team's going to be just fine. Last event, it was not pretty for TSM, and that was just a one-person change. So will that one-person change really make that much of a difference? Is Manny that big of an addition? That's the big question.
Yeah, there's a lot of spaces I think they're going to have to jump, right? The history of them finishing top 3, but a lot of the game has changed. The meta is completely different. The starting weapon is different. The sandbox is being completely taken away. So they're going to have to try and go back into the basics. Wes spoke about SSG not doing some of the baby steps in the basics. I think for TSM, we don't have that issue. I think they'll all know how to play the game together. It's just whether or not they can see the same success as the past.
I don't think Cherish was the problem with this squad as well.
Yeah.
When I look at their performance and how they were playing, but I think that what they've gone for is just that chemistry. I think that's evident. They've gone back to what they know works, and I think if it does work, then I think we learn a lot about how important chemistry is in this game.
Indeed. I think we'll talk about TSM a bit more because there's so much to unpack there, and I think the likes of this chemistry, and also, are they going to blow past the ceiling that we've seen them hit quite a few times in a row in previous years, right? There's so much to unpack there, but another team, lads, I want to get your opinion on, of course, is Cloud9. Another big change, and arguably probably one of the biggest for this team. You bring on a veteran like Lethal onto the roster. My big question here for you here, Wes, is, because I know you'll give it to me honest, is this a good team for him? Because I know this is a great addition for this team, but is it good for him?
It's better than the last one, that's for sure. But in all honesty, I think like Lethal's going to have to climb the ladder once again. He's fallen to a point right now in his career where he is going to have to take steps to get back to the top. The thing is Lethal's putting in the time. Lethal is in the money 8s at night. Lethal is like back online grinding again, and that's something I love to see. He's found his passion and his want and his drive to win again, and we know what Lethal can do when he has that drive and when he has that time commitment that he puts in. I love the idea that Lethal's going to add a lot of opportunity to this Cloud9 roster, who has, over the years, this core, Sav and Septify, have been pushing series to Game 5s. They have no business pushing series to Game 5s with. I mean, with the big dogs, with the SSGs of the world, with everyone. It feels like Cloud9's always in that Game 5. Lethal is the kind of player.
That's a sick jersey, bro. I can't even lie. They got the little Cloud9 puffy look. That's probably like fuzzy. Oh, that's such a sick fucking jersey.
When you're looking to turn to somebody who's going to have that
Not
experience,
gonna lie.
calm under pressure, the Game 5 moments in the Slayer, someone who will give you exactly what's said on the tin. I think Lethal is that player. Of course, Cloud9 forced into this change, but they look towards Lethal, someone to really give them that platform to push on. This was a top 6 team before this. Will Lethal make the difference then?
Well, I think that statistically, Manny was the lowest performing on like Slayer, on Oddball. I think it's a forced change for Cloud9, but it might be a dream come true that they're able to add a player of Lethal's caliber. I genuinely believe they could push their way to top 4 with this roster. And I also just want to say, Lethal, it's a great beard. You look back at, you know, is he doing one of those things where he doesn't shave until he wins another championship? It's like one of those.
It could be. It certainly could be. Hey, hold on a second. You never know. You never know here. I will say though, you know, I've got to agree with, you know, getting over that hump, the game 5s, the no ice in the game 5s. You know, that must drive them crazy, getting that far, pushing your competition to the limit, to the point where you are able to knock out, for example, somebody like Space Station Gaming, or just get the one over them. That is huge, but not being able to do it time and time again, it does kind of bring up some questions. Can Lethal provide that ice ability? That's the big one. Does he have
Ice
the leadership
ability
skill, which he hasn't often needed previously, to allow these guys to follow his lead on moments like that, decision making like that? That's what I'm going to be looking out for this weekend with Cloud9 especially as well. You know, I will say though, in terms of the addition to Lethal, I want to say Sab and Seb, I think they're phenomenal duo. I think they have been really stepping things up here. Wes, does this dynamic work for you? When you look at this on paper, how are you feeling about this?
I think the scrappy, yes, and to Dan's point, do they have a chance to get inside the top 4? Maybe that's their ceiling, but I think top 6 was a very lucky opportunity that they were able to place inside the top 6. I know that they pushed SSG to game 5 to try and get to top 4, but that was probably the best Halo we'll see from like that core group of Cloud9 that weekend. I really expect this team to be more consistently inside the top 6 now with a pickup like Lethal. I think he's going to bring a lot more. He's going to steady the ship here and allow their floor to be much higher than it once was.
Indeed. Now, talking about game 5s and also just upset potential in general, we've seen a couple of upsets coming out of Arlington, and one actually from the open bracket side of things, but Ether Gaming coming through the open bracket into pool play, doing the absolute most, going down to the wire. I have my eyes set on them right now to come out and start to really perform. And not to mention also doing pretty good in scrims here for North America as well. They split games with Space Station Gaming. Granted, Space Station haven't had the best scrim results the past week, but to do that to some of the very best in the world, you got to have something going for you. And also last event, 3-2 with Cole. They also beat Luminosity 3-1. I mean, a special team here coming out of LATAM. And shows how are you feeling about them? These names we've seen so many times on our screens here. Do you feel like they're going to be performing here in DreamHack?
This team impresses me because they're forced to do it the hard way time and time again.
Drops are going to start in about 2 minutes here.
Having to deal with all of those trials and tribulations, and when they make it to the championship bracket, it'd be very easy for them to, in the pool play, go 0-3 and they're out of the competition. But they're finally starting to cause other big teams in North America the problems and making it out of the pool. So very excited about this team.
Yeah, when you look at the trials and tribulations of the open bracket, you can also view it as a benefit. They're getting tons of games in throughout the weekend. They come into these series warmed up and very ready, especially when you go through winners in dominant fashion like they usually do. That's a lot of confidence they're building. So when they go into pools, they got a little something on their shoulders. They got a little, their chest is puffed out going into those pool plays. And I'll be honest, the guy I got to call out on that team is Acid. Every time I play that kid in matchmaking, that kid is moving like somebody. And I'm like, who in the hell is Acid?
Yeah, for real.
Well, you know,
I love getting Acid on my team. Got a sweat bag.
At this point, I'm expecting big things from him specifically, just from personal experience. If he can play like he does when he plays against me, that team can go places.
I'm kind of curious, just really quickly, while we're still on Ether for a split second. Do you feel like it's LATAM's turn next? If either go on to perform really well, is it LATAM's turn next to have a player come up and maybe join North America again?
That's the issue. Like, I think it's so much easier for like someone from EU that also speaks a little bit of English. Like, the language barrier is so difficult to get past. We're pretty far down the road of Halo Infinite. I'd be shocked to see somebody come into like the North American scene and join a team. But I think he can give this Ether team an opportunity to really bust into the top 8.
I love to hear that. You heard that as well, Latam. Duolingo. All right, get on it quick because there's some opportunity here for sure if you keep performing the way that you do in matchmaking against this guy. But we need to talk quickly about, of course, the open bracket as well, because we do have an exceptional open bracket and you guys can watch all of the action. We also do have coverage by LBT for the open bracket. But if you are looking for pool play, it's casted on A and B on Twitch and YouTube, so make sure you have all of your tabs open. And as you probably know, if you do have all your tabs open pretty much all weekend, you do get Twitch drops as well. And I know you will love that because you want to have all of those in-game skins, you want to look the best, to perform the best.
Twitch drops have just begun, guys. Let's go.
I love the little can at the bottom there as well with the nameplate. I think you'd probably be rocking that. Actually love a soda as well. And of course the trophy charm as well as the frying pan as well. You do love a soda.
I do love a soda.
You do love a soda.
He prefers energy drinks.
I
Red
mean,
Bull.
you could kind of see that as an energy drink. You probably do need that going into some matchmaking or rank.
I need that going into this cast.
Oh, yeah. Are you casting?
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold up. We got lines crossed here. We do have a schedule for you guys for pool play for day 1 here at DreamHack as well. And kicking things off today, we will actually be seeing FaZe Clan versus Cloud9, 2 teams I'm very excited to see kick off the day here from Pool C. Space Station versus MV follows shortly. FaZe Clan take on Zero Tenacity once again. Optic versus Gen G later on in the afternoon. Shopify Rebellion will take the stage versus Nemesis, the European heroes. And you do get to see that good old Optic Gaming once again going up against the new look TSM. The brothers are back. The band, I'm going to call them the Jonas Brothers, honestly. That's literally how I feel.
Is that a compliment?
It is, honestly.
There's only 3
No,
Jonas Brothers?
they've made a comeback now. They've made a comeback. They're going on tour. They went and did their own individual things for a little bit. They've come back together.
They're the Backstreet Boys.
What's happening?
Oh, they're the Backstreet
I
Boys.
prefer Backstreet Boys.
Everybody.
All right, we need to stop.
Is that Backstreet Boys?
I was trying to keep it, modern for the kids, isn't it? Jonas Brothers and all that. But that is exactly what's coming your way today here for Pool Play. Really excited about a lot of these games. I think a couple are going to be telling in terms of what mindset I think some of our teams are in. How much of a slaughter can you make it, I think, is some of the kind of mental game that you need to be playing as a team. That's what you want to be doing to some of these opponents who haven't made it into even the top 8 yet, right? So I think it's really important to have that mindset and bring your A game to day 1, because we've seen what happens when you bring your B game. And Optic Gaming were unfortunately
true.
there for quite some time. What game in particular, Wes, you kind of got your eye on that maybe you could figure a few things out ahead of the weekend?
I think it's got to be game 1. Like,
Yeah.
it's got to be, like, you got to come out the gates, and honestly, you start with that objective CTF on Aqua. Like, that is a usual grind. If you can dominate CTF Aqua, that's usually good signs going ahead for the rest of the series.
All right, well, I like that. I think this one is going to be very telling of C9, especially just in terms of how Lethal fits into things and how their system is working, the dynamic shift here. We do actually have our series layout for you guys to see exactly what's coming your way. As Wes mentioned, Aquarius CTF is the beginning one. That arena-based map, that one is going to be a fast-paced CTF, and I'm excited to see how fast FaZe Clan can really take this, because I think pacing for them has been something that I think they're struggling with some of the top 2. Shopify Rebellion being one of the faster kind of teams who are able to work their magic on you and dictate things. Can FaZe do the same to C9?
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed with was C9's different mode, obviously in neutral bomb, but they played SSG last tournament, and it was game 4, and it was a grueler. It was about a 30-minute game. I think Scherz and I sat there and watched, but I was really impressed on how they played the map Aqua. Very, very impressed from the C9 roster. I know the addition of Lethal is only going to benefit that, I would think. But FaZe is a different beast, I feel like, especially on a map where they're just bandits only and all of their shots are what's going to be what's showcased the most.
In the league, if this team can find a way to allow him to do that and the rest pick up the objective a little bit.
Allocated and suppressed every day of the week.
Have to remember as well, FaZe went undefeated in pool play last time. They looked flawless on a Friday, and I think that's going to be a scary factor for Cloud9, because if they play anything like that, I think this might be a 3-0. We saw the series layout. Sadly for Cloud9, their previous team hadn't won any of those first 4 game types at the last event either, so it's not exactly the best series layout for them, but the addition of Lethal does change that, so there's always going to be something they can go off of that. Maybe Lethal adds that a little bit of extra when it comes to capture the flag, for example.
Exactly, and talking about capture the flag, we actually do have some CTF stats here for you to chew on, lads. A 3-1 record right now for FaZe Clan, so only dropping 1 here. And Cloud9, unfortunately, not looking so great, nearly splitting things, but actually have a losing record on this, and the rank speaks for itself. I think when you're looking at something like this, I think Cloud9 just need that player who can evaluate what you need to do when you are down bad and how to turn things around. I truly believe that Lethal is one of those players. I think it's going to make a huge difference in moments like this and going up against teams like FaZe.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where Lethal fits in with Capture the Flag, because Septify has been the player who's been leading the charge for Slays on Capture the Flag, and Boobadooboo has been the majority flag runner. He's been the objective focus player for this team. Lethal's always been one of those guys that's considered of doing the down dirty work. Will do a little bit of everything. If he can assist Boo Boo a little bit more, I think that's what they've been lacking. Someone else to be pushing that objective. I do think Cloud9 could maybe steal away something from FaZe Clan here, but a player to watch for FaZe is Trippy. Trippy's been unbelievable in flag game types, not only putting up big numbers on the slays, but also capturing on average 1.5 flags per game. He's been their flag guy.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we mentioned before the FaZe Clan maybe don't have that superstar, but maybe Trippy is starting to grow into that role. We've seen some of the shots he was hitting last event. FaZe didn't drop a map until Championship Sunday last time as well, so that's going to be a challenge for Cloud9 to really wobble this team early on.
Yeah, I think wobbling is going to be the key. You need to try and take the map off him for sure. I know you're smiling.
I just don't know. Wobble is just a funny word, isn't
wobble. It is a
Well,
it's a
you
funny
won't
word.
hear me use you're all balanced. You get your 2 feet down and you get wobbles. You're a
Have
bit
a little
wobbly.
wobble. I get it. I totally get it. And it's going to be key for this, for sure. I think C9 are going to have to steal something away here. This first map is going to be very, very difficult. I will say, looking at Trippy on a screen, though, a man we're going to be talking a lot about. A lot about this weekend. Again, yes, very stacked for sure, but can he stack things up consistently? That is my big question for Trippy. He had a standout performance in Arlington, and truthfully, since joining this team, I've seen a different level hit from him. I do think that's due to comfort. I think he's already had that in him all along. But can he do this every single time? Because that roster requires some consistency out of their players. You're talking about that star player, that key player who's flashy. Can Trippy be that? Are we needing more from Suppressed? You know, there's some big questions being asked by, you know, some of their teammates who you really need to stop brawling with the top 2.
Well, I think that's where this FaZe team goes from top 4 or top 3 into the top 2, into a potential championship, is when you do get more from Suppressed, when you do get more from Falcated. Like, those players, I feel like Penguin is like so consistent that I never even have to reference him. It's just a known commodity in every game. Penguin's a great player, but the X factors for this FaZe roster have got to be Suppressed and Falcated. Those two have the ability, have the ceiling to compete with the best in the world. I don't think that they had their best tournaments last tournament, and FaZe still found themselves deep into the bracket, getting third. So phenomenal plays from Trippy, yes. If you can get that same Trippy and you can get matched by Suppressed and Falcated, all of a sudden we could be talking about a FaZe championship.
Well, I've been given the nod that we are ready to go on main stage. So, folks, without further ado, your first match of pool play here at is FaZe versus Cloud9.
It is our 3rd versus 6th seed heading into this tournament. What a curtain raiser we do have. FaZe Clan up against C9. Dan, tell me something that the people need to know.
They need to know this is going to be the perfect way to start off the HCS Open here at DreamHack Dallas. If you're walking by and you've not watched any Halo in quite some time, the perfect chance to watch some of the best do it. Yes, might be 3rd seed, might be 6th seed, but there's been changes on the side of Cloud9, and FaZe are looking better and better with every series they play.
I think it's important to know as well, we mentioned how they don't perhaps have that superstar right now, but what they do have is consistency. Those 4 players will give you an 8 out of 10 every single series, and sometimes, oftentimes, that's enough.
It is enough, but the sad reality is when you get to those final stages of this tournament, when you play against a Shopify or an Optic, it needs to be a 9, it needs to be a 10. That's what Renegade does, that's what Frosty does, that's what every other player does on those teams. And that was my concern looking at this FaZe roster. I will admit, I didn't even know if they would make top 4 at the last event when I looked at how they were playing, when I looked at the names, and I will happily eat my words because they have looked incredible since they started at Arlington. But it is going to be who steps up. Will it be Suppressed? When I look across the numbers, the statistics, who's putting up those slays, often it is Suppressed or Falcated, with Trippy and Penguin more objectively focused. The core is great. right? You've got everything you want to create a team. You have your Slayers, you have your objective players, you have your leaders. You've now got a new coach. You've got Royal One behind you as another leader as well. I think FaZe Clan are very much on the rise here.
And for Cloud9, of course, we did mention forced into that change. Lethal comes in. We spoke about what he brings to the team and how important he can be. But Dan, Sab and Septify, those two have been really hitting the ground running these last couple of tournaments. So these players have a lot of pressure on their shoulders for their team.
Yeah, when you look at the series layout at the bottom, I'm highlighting Septify and Sab in every single game type that you see at the bottom 5. They were the standout players when it comes to slaying ability, but then on the other side, you've also got the objective-focused players. Again, you see what I'm going at here? You really need to have that core being built for your team, and it was Boo Boo who focused a lot on the objective, but now adding Lethal, I think you get a little bit of everything. I've always said he's a good player that can be in the right position. He'll do what it takes to die for the team for a good occasion, but he also can step up and be the main slayer as well. I think it's very exciting that Cloud9 have Lethal on this roster, and I'm really just intrigued to see how he plays to start off today.
And with the series layout down, Aqua CTF, it's going to be super important which team really sets the foundation in the series.
Guys,
this game you're looking at could be a real swing game.
Here in like a couple minutes, so I'm just gonna go grab that shit.
I think both these teams were 7-2 at last event when it came to their Slayers, so they're both good at Slayers, so I think that would be the best opportunity for Cloud9. So Street Slayer is probably going to be the key focus for them here. I think Aqua CTF is going to be a tough ask considering FaZe are 2-0 from Arlington. They've been performing very well at Aquarius Capture the Flag. They have all the right pieces. I mentioned it earlier, Cloud9 didn't win any of these first 4 game types back in Arlington, so it would have been things they would have worked on. I think that's another benefit of having an event so close to the previous, is if there were any outliers with game types, you can work on them, you can go into scrims, you can prioritize them. So maybe Cloud9 come out the gates and take CTF, and then suddenly the whole series layout could look in favor for them.
Now, a criticism that Cloud9 have had is that the bracket was very easy for them to get to their top 6 finish, which I always think is a little bit unfair because you can only beat the teams that are put in front of you, and that's what Cloud9 did. They were business as usual, beat the teams, get yourself into a top 6. So they can't really help what teams are put in front of them.
No, I mean, I've heard that that's an age-old thing in Halo, competitive Halo. Oh, they had an easy bracket, they didn't deserve top 6, they didn't deserve top 3.
It's a top 8 team, you were just saying it. Well, if we had played the team they played, we're top 6.
Exactly, but also if that team had done better in pool play, then they would have got a good bracket as well. Cloud9, they went 2-1 in pool play, they did what they could, and just so happened that other teams failed in pool play, so Cloud9 played the more consistent team on that day. It doesn't matter if they're a better side on paper, they played against the teams that were performing better in pool play, and that's how the bracket ended up. So I don't think that Cloud9 should be too worried about that, but one way of answering your critics is by doing it again here at this event, and whether it's an easy bracket or not, if you get top 6 again, no one can question whether you deserve that position. And you look at the names on that main stage, how could you deny them a top 6 finish, if not even consider looking towards top 4 for them?
And last time around, they did lose their game against the top-seeded team, so what a statement it would be for them to beat FaZe Clan here, and all of a sudden, the complexion around this team is completely different.
And to do it, yeah, against FaZe Clan as well, who went undefeated last time in pool play, who really only struggled when it came against those top 2 teams, it would certainly put Cloud9's name on the paper, right? On the headlines of, okay, maybe we need to be considering them for getting to the latter stages of this tournament. But we're just saying ifs and buts right now. Until the games actually get started, you still have to heavily favor FaZe Clan. They looked incredible back in Arlington, and they would have been working on how they improve and how they catch up. Because a little bit off the pace when it comes to Shopify Rebellion and Optic, but certainly if they can catch up, they really should start to be competing with the top 2.
We have a little opportunity to jump in with Nemesis versus Omit here. 0-0 sitting the series just getting started. Recharge ball is the location that is set in front of us. It's always fun to watch Budum when he's rocking that mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, of course we'll jump into that main game when it's ready, but nothing like providing some Halo action for you guys watching. But Nemesis, I'm intrigued to how they're going to do in this tournament. I think there's a lot of expectation being the main European team, and that is no disrespect to Zero Tenacity or for VH3 competing in the open bracket as well, but they have been the face of European Halo for Halo Infinite in most recent stages, and they got very close to being able to push the bar and be able to take down Optic Gaming at the last event, so I think they'll have expectations themselves here.
Yeah, I think Nemesis just ran out of steam, it would seem. They played a lot of Halo on this Saturday, and perhaps maybe the stamina can come into question. They can get used to it. Those reps on land together as well, always important. Not boot camping this time around, so will that hinder them a little bit? Zero Tenacity, of course, they're friends, enemies. One thing's for certain. shots going down here, and they're just about to put over themselves the 50-point mark. So looking good against Omit here.
And I will say that, yes, they did boot camp, but Zero Tenacity are at a level that the matches are worthwhile. Unlike previous times in European Halo, sometimes there was just one team that was way better than the other. But both Nemesis and Zero Tenacity are certainly capable of challenging these North American sides. And I'm excited to see how they do at this tournament. But you can see early stages, Nemesis 17-24. Now they've gained control of this game. And Wootum has 15 kills
Food time, baby.
Wootum is unbelievable. Mouse and keyboard player, of course, most of you will know that by now. But if you hadn't seen his name, get to know his name. Because to be able to play on mouse and keyboard at this level against controller players on Halo is unreal.
Just makes the game look so easy. Enzo does slide out, get the better room there. The red room opens up. 84 seconds already on the board for Nemesis though. So Omit have a lot of work to do in this round number 1. A couple of slays do go their way. Glory's going to be in the respawn screen. Ezo is there too. So it's a 3v3 on the map for now. Snipe Drone just came up off the rip. He gets taken down. So an opportunity here for a myth, but there's very little room for error in this round number 1.
Yeah, on the other side for Omit as well, when you look at these names, there's certainly some players who've had big opportunities, but maybe haven't been able to find the success when they've been provided them. So now they've kind of created a new roster that's going to try and compete to break into the top 8, I think would be a realistic target for Omit. And this is a team that Nemesis should be beating comfortably, in my opinion. So an 88-25 scoreline, pretty much what I would expect right now, and it's just whether they can get this next 12 seconds to take the first round.
I think it's also a good opportunity to welcome Omit to the Halo Championship Series as well. Got a very difficult task up against Nemesis, who've been a problem for some of the biggest teams, some of the heavy hitters in the HCS. So a lot of work to do for Omit here. They do have the hands on the ball, so some of the work is already done. SLG though will get a pick over towards the pink street, and Mortally will be forced to rotate the ball over towards PD. A lot of damage being done by Ezo here. Wooten's going to step up though. 2 members do manage to survive, collect down to no shields, and Ezo's going to try and step forward to engage with Glory over towards the red room here. The ball has been dropped, so they haven't been scoring all this time. Somehow, some way, Nemesis has managed to flip the spawns.
Yeah, that was a great push. Wooten was able to distract, it felt like 3 players, and sometimes you do need to distract that many, and sometimes you need 3 players to take down Wooten, but it looks like 99 points on the board for Nemesis. They are just 1 away, but Omit still holding on, still hoping that maybe they can get a chance in this one. But it looks like Nemesis will grab it through Glory and will take the first round. Remember, that is happening over on the B stream. If you do want to watch that one, check out twitch.tv/HCS. But we are going to be focusing on the main stream here and our main game between FaZe and Cloud9. It's a big one for Cloud9. I would argue bigger for Cloud9 than it is for FaZe. But also FaZe cannot afford to start off slow here. They need to make sure they come in hard and they come in heavy.
The expectation here is for Cloud9 to perhaps lose this one, but what a statement it would be if they could take down FaZe Clan. Aqua CTF is the most perfect map mode combination that you could ask for. Shields up, weapons up, camouflage already in the chest of a player as well.
They're running straight into this one. You can see Boo Boo and Septify swinging fists to try and win the engagement down at bottom middle at the moment as we get eyes on the new addition to Cloud9 with Lethal. He's just trying to create a little bit of space as teammates had gone down. Maybe just give a little bit of information to the rest of the team as where those spawners are going to be moving. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get isolated here, but it looks like Suppressed has already found him.
Fridge is always a difficult spot to find yourself in, but somehow, some way, Lethal's got
Bro, how did you get that kill? There's no way they didn't they left them. Wow.
Was there no call out there? What are you doing, Trey?
That's what I'm saying.
Get the bad players out of the way at the start, you would think. Not going to hurt them too much. Septify's going to step forward over towards the closet, though. This is good from Cloud9. Good early pressure. Already got 3 members of FaZe Clan in their base. They're turtling up here a little bit. Good damage being done, of course. Septify's just going to eat that grenade, though. He stepped up to try and get information for his team. FaZe Clan stepping out now. They've got damage. They can push forward. Sab gets 1. Suppress will equal it, though. 2 down for FaZe. Make it 3. Double kill for Septify. Flag is on the move. Boo Boo has got to try and stay alive here. Couldn't even get the melee for the damage, so This flag is going to have to be stopped. This is good knowledge, good awareness from Septify, knowing the flag was not going to get any further.
The trouble is for Septify, he is that player. He is the one that is able to step up usually and put a lot of slaying ability for Cloud9, but he's not the one who should be running the flag. He really needs someone with him there that can pull it. You can see he tossed it, wanted to look out, wanted to deal damage, but by doing so, it just slows things down, allows FaZe Clan to get back into it. Septify really needs to be communicating with Boo Boo and saying, hey, you're the flag man. Let's get you with me. I can provide you with that space. This is a big stick from Sam.
Speaking of flag men, there was none better in Europe than you once upon a time.
It's about all I could do.
I remember a montage in which your highlights were you just running a flag.
Hey, I just knew those routes. I knew how to do it fast. If you've got someone on your team that can get that flag from A to B as quick as possible, it can very much help out. As long as they can shoot a gun at least somewhat accurate, you'll be okay.
Grenades going down. Camouflage now for Boo Boo. Sabs managed to get a kill in the base and more importantly stay alive as well. Preston Penguin, they're in trouble as well. A lot of damage already been done to them. Boo Boo trying to stay alive with this camouflage. Trippy has sniffed them out. He's got away for a moment. Lethal will capitalize on the damage and will take down Trippy as well. But this has been impressive from Cloud9. Really good damage. They're coordinating very well. That melee didn't quite connect, although it even sounded like it did.
Sounded like it connected. It has extra armor, it appears, but that flag is still moving at the moment. You can see Boo Boo trying to just get eyes on it. Only the 2 kills for him at the moment, but he's really been prioritizing staying alive at bottom middle and being a nuisance. Probably being called out very heavily at the moment as the flag gets picked up again. This time it's Septify. Does he get the toss? It looks like he did.
Oh!
And it's going to be the opening flag to Cloud9 then, and what a way to start here at DreamHack Dallas.
Cloud9 rewarded for the early pressure then. Do FaZe Clan have a response? Just over 8 minutes and change on the clock. Sab trying to make himself a really difficult kill, but 2 do fall. An opportunity for FaZe Clan to now push forward. Lethal will get a kill, he's going to trade it out. That'll make this flag run a little bit more difficult. Penguin's trying to get away. Septify doing great damage. Beautiful work from Septify as 4 go down for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think if you're Cloud9, you can't allow FaZe Clan to start taking control of this game. Keep it a little bit messy. Keep allowing Boo Boo to do what he's been doing and just floating around bottom middle, constantly getting behind enemy lines, annoying FaZe Clan a little bit. They've also been doing exactly the same there over towards Fridge by just saying, look, we're just going to sit here, watch where you try and move from spawn, put a couple of shots, and then just drop back. Make you focus on us, and it allows the rest of the team to push up a little bit. And Cloud9 have got another camo as well.
Now, we spoke about Lethal's communication, his leadership, and his experience. Let's have a little Cloud9 listening and see how that's going so far.
And car 3 weak, car 3 weak. And our flag pulling it. Flag pulling out.
Watch out, P2, watch out, P2.
Our van. They're you got, you got.
You choked it!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he choked the flag. Foul just choked the flag. Dude, Foul, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, you got it in. Wow, and then he rushes it.
I got 2.
Let's go! All the nice.
Yo, spawn on Fridge maybe?
Okay. Watch my jet bridge.
I don't even want to say that, bro.
I'm watching jet bridge. He can't cross you. Yeah, Shrimp's foul.
There's 20 flag, there's 20 flag. I'm blocking Fridge.
Okay.
The Peter, Trippy, Peter. Coming out fire, 2 of them, Trippy's weak.
Yeah.
Watch out, hands are flanked. We're good. I won that.
One shot suppress.
Their window.
Weak Trippy.
Alright, I think they're both back there. Yeah. South, one shot at flag. They're both weak, one shot. There's one Fridge, I'm blocking back flag. They're covered, one shot. One shot, they're dead. Nice, pull it. They're gonna lead, Jay. What's the P2s, Jay? Their table.
I don't even know, bro. I don't even want to roast them, bro. Never mind.
Close behind you. Close behind you.
I'm coming with you, Jay.
They're gen weak. They're vent.
I had to drop Jay.
Right vent. Only car 2. They're done.
Nice. Yo, in our Peter.
Our Peter and car. One shot in Peter. 2 shot in Peter, jiggling.
Trippy.
And Henri.
Dude, got me.
Henri, we're nading it.
Ammo 5, guys.
Go good. I'm going vent for camo.
Camo's up.
Dust is up.
He jumped up. Tell me, don't camo.
I shot twice.
And car 2. Car 2. I'm one shot. I'm one shot gen.
I'm here, Jesse.
I got naded.
Dan, if I'm going to take anything from that listening, it's Cloud9 sound up for this series.
They definitely do, and for good reason, because they are pushing FaZe Clan to their limits right now. But Have they capitalized enough on all of that early pressure with only one flag lead? That'll be the real question, because now FaZe Clan are starting to create a little bit of space. They have another camouflage to work with, and if Suppress starts to get going, that's when Cloud9 maybe going to be a bit worried here.
FaZe Clan have had a couple of pulls, but they've been unsuccessful thus far. A chance now to rectify that. Lethal over towards the car side. The P side, excuse me, put down some shots. Here's the opportunity for Trippy to slam this flag in. 2 members of Cloud9 in his face. Members down to no shields. Press will get a kill. Make that a double kill. Trippy just takes his time as Boo Boo's the last man on the map. 1-1 now, the score.
And that's why I said if you don't capitalize on all that early pressure, FaZe Clan can't just pull one back so comfortably. Great play from Trippy as well, recognizing there was players in the base and just trying to stay alive whilst taking that attention away from those players. And of course, you saw Suppress just put in that damage, and suddenly Suppress is on 13 kills. And what was looking like a very one-sided affair from Cloud9, suddenly FaZe Clan are now on the board when it comes to those slays. It is all about the SS combo, though, for Cloud9. Septify and Sab, 18 kills and 16 kills, but 13 assists for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Pretty impressive as well.
I'm just appreciating the aesthetics of FaZe Clan's kills, 11, 12, 13, and 14, which have now just been ruined because Suppress has decided to get another kill. But is the win now been taken out of Cloud9's sails? Because all that early pressure, all that dominance in the early stages, they've done the show for it now. 1-1, 4 dead for Cloud9, and an opportunity for FaZe Clan to put another flag cap on the board if they can push forward here and get another couple of kills.
Yeah, they do have to just create a little bit of space here. They got all 4 dead whilst they were on kind of the halfway point, but this happens quite often with some of the bigger teams against teams that are trying to catch up, is that if they start to fall back a little bit, their plan B and plan C sometimes doesn't really work out. They just, it's all guns blazing. When they're on top, they look brilliant, but suddenly when you have to try and fight back from behind, that's when they start to struggle.
Cloud9 looking a little bit uncomfortable in the back of their base. 3 go down, a lot of pressure. Making an unofficial 4 dead as well. Boo Boo's going to spawn back up again, most likely over towards the fridge. A lot of space to have to take up here, a lot of damage to be done. Suppressed yet to take any damage. Cloud9 are in trouble now, because with 3 minutes of change in the clock, if FaZe Clan are to get this flag in, Suppressed has just fumbled it for a moment, but it shouldn't punish them too much, as FaZe Clan get killed elsewhere, and they look to go back to back.
Yeah, Penguin was right there and ready. I think that Suppress is going to be under too much fire to try and get a touch here, and it's probably just going to have to try and think about maybe getting behind them. Yeah, doing some extra damage. That's good play from Suppress. He still could try and slide out if he wanted to, but Lethal, with his experience, knows that Suppress cannot stay there. But it does allow Trippy just to sneak this flag away, and FaZe are running another one.
Trippy then clambers up, slams it in. 3-1 now the score. That is a dagger to Cloud9, who were playing so well in the early goings.
It's going to be frustrating for them, and it's exactly these instances when you're playing so well, you're on top, you're on Cloud9, and you just suddenly then lose all of that momentum, and you start in the back of your head to say, all right, what are we doing wrong? How are we going to deal with this? You start focusing on the wrong things rather than what was going right. You start to believe maybe we're just doing things that are going too wrong here. But sadly for Cloud9, despite the early slays from Septify and Sab, they just weren't really able to get the players in the right place for the flags to be moved.
This comes back to FaZe Clan's consistency as well, of course. Managed to deal with some of the pressure in the early goings. They went down by 1 but didn't panic, and now find themselves 3-1 up. There's still a lot of Halo to be played in an Aqua CTF.
Yeah, you can't allow FaZe Clan to get in this control. As soon as the camouflage started going in favor of FaZe Clan, that's when I was beginning to just scratch my head a little bit. Cloud9, when they were in the ascendancy, they were getting all the slays, they were getting the camo. Everything was kind of falling into place, but FaZe Clan are a team that can force things to fall into place. They know the positions they need to be taking. They know they can just take their time and be patient, and they are not worried when they're behind.
From falling into place to falling apart, Cloud9 then, their flag is on the move again. Suppress still has a little bit of camouflage to play with here as well. C9 look to be reserved, just let this one go. With a minute change in the clock, game 1 looks to be well and truly going towards FaZe Clan.
Yeah, fourth flag going in for FaZe Clan. This is impossible. 1 minute, 3 flags, not going to happen. So Cloud9, despite all of their early pressure, they looked really good, and I was starting to think, hey, you know, top 4 maybe for Cloud9. Maybe they were starting to think about top 4. Sadly, that's how quick a game of Halo Infinite can turn on its head. It goes from a game where Cloud9 looked like they were the dominant force to a final scoreline that looks like FaZe Clan made it easy.
The scoreline for now will read 4-1.
Could be 5.
And that will not speak to how close the game was at the beginning. At the end of the game, none of that matters.
When you speak about flag runners, by the way, Penguin, one of the best. Look at how quickly he's moving this one, as well as putting 25 kills on the board. He is the last player remaining, but with how he's dipping and dodging right now, he even went for the toss in hope a teammate was going to be there. That's very experienced flag runner.
I think he was just going for style points at the end. Game's already won. Going for the alley-oop. Cloud9 are going to try and defend this one, though. With 10 seconds left, it's a matter of time now before FaZe do guarantee themselves map number 1. This flag will just merely be a consolation for Cloud9. And as a matter of fact, not even going to get the time to punch it in. Game 1 goes to FaZe Clan.
I think that was a very important game for FaZe Clan and a very telling tale as well for how this series is going to go, and maybe even how this tournament is going to go for FaZe Clan. It didn't matter that they were behind. It didn't matter they were under pressure. Very calm. That is one thing with these 4 set of individuals, is they don't really succumb to pressure. And I think that's important to have a roster like this. None of them got nervous. None of them started to think, oh, what if we lose to Cloud9? They were thinking, we're not going to lose to Cloud9. We know we're capable of taking them down. And I was very impressed with that comeback.
For Cloud9, work to do. You can take some confidence in the fact that you managed to push them in the early game, but FaZe Clan came to life, and at that point, there was no turning back. Looking at Trippy's kills, looking at Penguin's kills, 25, 20 assists as well. He was putting down serious damage, 7k to be exact.
And I'm sure that everyone's eyes will go one of 2 ways when you look at KD's. The success on the side of FaZe, and of course Sab and Septify also looked really good. Lethal sadly did not put up a big game, but he was also trying to force a lot of space for his team, and sometimes you can just fall into that trap of dying over and over again. And it would have been fine. If Cloud9 had won, wouldn't have been any question about that one. And of course, KDs don't matter too much. Sometimes it can tell you a little bit of a story. What I will say is we know full well that Septify and Sab are going to be the key when it comes to slaying power for this Cloud9 roster. And then Boo-Boo and Lethal are going to be more the kind of supportive and objective players on this team.
Then we have to give Boo-Boo a little nod as well. One of the least kills on his team, but actually the most damage in the lobby, 7.5k for him, so 500 more than Penguin. So he was doing pretty much what his role required, but unfortunately, when you talked about the 2 S's, Septify and Sab, they just weren't getting the job done for them.
And also, I mean, when Boo-Boo was bottom middle and he was just floating around and FaZe Clan couldn't really find him, their eyes were constantly trained in the wrong places, and I think that was really good. But FaZe then became wise of it and said, well, what happens if we just leave Boo-Boo there, the bottom middle? Sure, he's going to be doing a lot of damage to us at the back, but if we're all still firing on all cylinders, looking at Septify, looking at Sab, shutting them down, then we have the numbers advantage going into the next fight. Cloud9 just couldn't really get back into it as we move over now to map number 2, which is going to be Streets Slayer. We didn't actually see FaZe play this in Arlington, but Cloud9 did lose it when they had their chance to compete on it back in Arlington, Texas. Of course, it's not too far from here. We didn't have to move too far. Maybe we could have had it back to back, and then we could have just done it a week after. You know, we all could have stayed in Texas. No?
I would have liked that, actually.
Saved you a flight, anyway.
Actually, then again, I'm a little man at home, so he might have missed me, to be fair. Taking a look at the stats then in the Slayers, both with an equal record of 7-2. And looking then at the average margin, though, 10.2 for FaZe. So when they play it, they're looking dominant.
Yeah, they don't just scrape through Slayers. They're not 50-49s. They are battering teams. They are ensuring they are shutting the game down nice and early. And I think for Cloud9, they can take away from the previous is when they are in control, they can certainly beat FaZe Clan. But I think what they would need to work on and what they need to look at already is when they go behind, how do they try and regain that control? Because that's what they really lacked in Aquarius. But the good news for Cloud9 is Aquarius captures flag, one of FaZe's better game types, so maybe something else in the rest of the series could bode well for them.
Well, you spoke at the start of the series how the Slayers were going to be the most important thing for Cloud9 if they were going to stand a chance to win it here. So here's the first test. Can they get the job done on Slayer Streets? I think you mentioned when they relinquish control, that's when they're in big trouble, trying to regain and trying to recapture the form. Big opportunity in game 2 to tie up the series.
Yeah, so if you're Cloud9, you want to take a big lead here. You want to go ahead, you want to play exactly the same kind of pace as you did in the previous, but you don't want to allow FaZe and Ticket back in. If you can take a 10+ kill lead, it's going to be very difficult for FaZe to try and regain and recontrol like they had done in the prior. And we know full well, of course, all the different things you need to try and control here on the Streets. could see instantly you had that battle at bottom middle as well. I'm not sure who ended up with it actually, but it is going to be FaZe Clan who have an early lead, 4-2.
A little bit of a standoff. And a standstill for a moment. FaZe Clan will venture forward though. They're coming looking for the fight. Boo Boo is going to get the first pick on the Falcated. Penguin might have just distracted the attentions for a moment as the press comes up with the Stalker Rifle. And a lot of damage being done from the Cafe. Trippy towards the L, putting down damage. Now 2 members of Cloud9 trapped inside PD. They're behind the desk, and I promise you they're not doing paperwork. They're in big trouble. And 2 kills go for FaZe Clan.
It was interesting because Cloud9 got the first kill there. They had a 4v3 advantage and they all just stood still. FaZe Clan was still the team pushing despite there was only 3. It was a clear move of we want to try and surround our opposition, and FaZe Clan, even though they'd lost 1, they just kept pressing forward. They kept going to try and do the damage, and Cloud9 weren't really prepared for it because of the angles that FaZe were taking.
Looking at the lead then, already up by 7. You spoke about how it was Cloud9 who really needed to get that early lead, build on it. FaZe Clan have not let that happen thus far. Still a lot of time for things to change though. Lethal faced with 2 members, and again, FaZe Clan do this 2-2 push, and it seems to be successful.
Falcated on a killing spree. Not really something you want to be seeing if you were on the side of Cloud9, because when he does start to get going, he really does provide so much slaying power on Street Slayer in particular. Averaged 1.38 KD on Street Slayer from last time we saw him competing on this one, or just Slayers in general, excuse me. 1.38 across all Slayers. He was the man of the hour for FaZe Clan when it came to Slayers.
I think Clutch mentioned in the build-up to this series that if you have FaZe Clan against another team and it's all bandits, he fancies them 9 times out of 10. You can see why. Game 1, 4-1 the score. Game 2, already off to a massive lead. 11 kills the difference here. It can be very difficult to get yourself back into a Slayer on streets.
Yeah, I mentioned that I wanted Cloud9, but I didn't want them to, but if Cloud9 were to win, they needed like a 10-kill lead really to try and keep that gap, keep FaZe Clan at arm's length, but instead it's going to be the other way around. And if we learned anything in game 1, it's Cloud9 struggle to get back into a game when they're behind, and it's not looking too good here. And this is why those stats came up on the screen earlier. The difference between the wins that FaZe Clan have and the difference between the wins that Cloud9 have when it comes to Slayers. On average, FaZe Clan are winning by over 10 kills when it comes to the final result.
I do like the idea of Cloud9 at the end of this series, if they do, of course, go on to lose it. Looking at what was the reason we didn't win the Slayer. Dan said we weren't ahead by 10 kills. We really need to start doing that, actually.
Sometimes it's that simple. You just have to start off hot. I mean, it's easier said than done, obviously. It's one of those stupid things that you say as a commentator, but you can't allow such easy deaths. I think sometimes at the start of a Slayer game, you push a little bit aggressively, you think the deaths are less important because it's right at the start, but suddenly, at the end of the game, you really wish you could have had those 5 deaths that you had at the start because you were just trying to be a little bit aggressive and take those 1v1s. And it was one of the reasons why Cloud9 struggled a little bit, and maybe why Manny was the choice of player that was taken away from this team. He's an aggressive player. He was always at the forefront of any attack for Cloud9. Sometimes he would go down a little bit early because of the speed at which he played, but that speed will match TSM's speed, which is good, but Cloud9, was it a little bit too fast for their pace?
FaZe Clan's gameplay looking real smooth. How did the comms sound? Let's have a listen in.
Yo, look at your laundry, look at your laundry, look at your laundry. Laundry one shot, absolutely.
You're back A already, back A already.
Back A gonna kill me, back A gonna kill me. There's got P1. One shot, living.
Absolute on the, went inside. Went inside.
Agent holding him.
Dead.
Dead. Watch him. Alright, Agent.
One shot PD, absolute going.
Laundry, Zane, laundry, pretty sure.
I'll put a free kill.
Nice.
The front C as well, front C as well.
I spawned back in.
Once.
And just.
That's just one, dead.
He was getting one shot. He's inside somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to trash on him.
I have death cam front trash, I have death cam driveway.
Yo, I trash right now, just trash.
Got Ivy. I spawn tower, I'm looking PD.
Yo, I'm gonna
stop C-Bug. Looking PD. No, come and be around.
Yeah, I might die. I'm dead. Okay.
Is that Ivy? You steps weak, lethal. 2 shots.
Mando driving me?
No, bro, I fucking did. You slide 1 shot Ivy. I'm back to B.
P1 up.
Yo, he's got P1 going cafe. Pushing up B, guys. Cafe on the pillar. Cafe going back to P1. Going back to P1. Do you guys Ivy steps? Do you guys Ivy steps?
Can anyone come to me?
Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, fuck, Mike, nice.
I see shit. Should we push commando? Okay, I'm here. Cafe again. Driveway.
Yo, bottom T and Java, I think.
Game 130, guys.
You want Mike?
My gun might be
Yo,
able
push
to.
P1 with me. Push P1. There's one here. Cafe.
Oh,
No,
push this guy. Push this guy. Push this guy. ATM. I just saw him.
Alright.
Java.
I check red gun.
Backed up. I have red one.
We got red gun.
I think Commando's
Stuck
in.
me. Stuck me.
Yo, Commando, channel 1, so it's stuck.
Alright. C-Dog. Yeah, I'm just turning around, Donnie.
Yeah, Donnie's got red gun.
Chill.
Game 115.
C-Dog weak. I'm just disappearing. I'm looking at Cafe.
Game 110, guys. Game 110.
Ivy weak, set fine. One shot Ivy dead. Yo, I'm looking
Yo, Java now. You got Java.
I'm here, Donnie. Shut here.
Game 1-3. Game 1-3.
Grab it weak.
Ivy one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him.
As we head into the final knock-in for this Slayer, Cloud9 just really haven't tested FaZe here, Dan.
FaZe looking incredible. Penguin, amazing. I love watching Penguin's POV and just listening to the comms as well. Can anyone support me while I'm here? I'm just going to disappear because I know that I can't really do anything from this position, and then he instantly tries to go and play for the camouflage. Sure, he didn't pay off on this one, but currently has 14 kills, 11 assists. I don't think we talk about Penguin enough, even though we talk about him a lot. He just seems to be everywhere on the map. And then you listen to the comms as well, they're just congratulating Falcated for a perfect after perfect after perfect. Like, what can you do if you're Cloud9 when you poke out your head and suddenly you're getting perfected by Penguin and Falcated? Just difficult to get back into the game. 44-32, 12 kill lead. This one's probably done.
It's a matter of when, not if, FaZe Clan double their series advantage. A lot of work for Cloud9 to do in map number 3, but we speak about how big momentum is in Halo, Dan, and it looks to be all on the side of FaZe.
And I will say, the listening was very different. We jumped in when Cloud9 were ahead, very hectic, very passionate. FaZe Clan, very calm, very confident, and they didn't really need to be screaming call-outs. Instead, they're just kind of walking each other through what they're doing.
It's all business so far. Not a steak dinner, but dominant enough for FaZe. They double their series lead. Looking real good right now.
Increases that average across layers as well, not just a 10.2. 14 kill victory for FaZe Clan. For Cloud9, I mean, I think they'll look at that one and say, did we lose it in the early stages by allowing FaZe Clan to have a little bit more control? That right at the start, FaZe Clan started to create a push. It was a 4 versus 4. Cloud9 took down the first member of FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan continued to push, continued to deal damage, and it really showed their confidence and how they believe they could just shut down a team, even if there's only 3 of them.
I felt like I watched the same play a couple of times over, that same break. You seen FaZe Clan leave Tram, push up Pink, do a 2-2 split, and Cloud9 just did not have a response. Looking at the stat screen though, 14 kills apiece for Falcated and Penguin. We spoke about how he doesn't get spoken about enough. The last two games, he's been the front runner for his team.
Well, the Septify Sab slaying combo was not really able to perform in the Slayers like I would expect. It was Lethal who stepped up for this C9 roster, but sadly not enough to get a victory. Damage-wise, I mean, yeah, Penguin, 5K, bloody hell. Like, we saw him briefly on his POV during the listening, and the positions he takes, the angles that he is always finding himself, he's just constantly has his reticle on someone, on something. It doesn't, any body part he sees, he's gonna be shooting.
When you have 8 professional players in the lobby and you're doing 1k damage more than everybody else, what game is he playing? I'll tell you something, his shots were on point, hitting 5s on everybody. And it's been dominant so far for FaZe. Cloud9 are in big trouble and a lot of issues to try and show up in the break. They've got to take a bathroom break and maybe gather themselves, gather their thoughts. What can we do for game number 3?
Well, you said that Wes was saying on the desk, you know, the game types that are just bandit focused is going to really favor FaZe, excuse me. We are getting recharged strongholds next, so there is at least going to be a chance maybe for Cloud9 to use the shock. And perhaps that could be something for them. Maybe Septify can get going there. I think I'm stretching here, but
you're clutching at straws.
I think part of me just wants to see the series go further. But I think the writing was on the wall with how FaZe performed in Arlington. A new change for Cloud9 is always going to be a positive one. Like, yes, okay, they've got a new player. They've got Lethal, one of the best players to ever do it. But at the same time, they've not had much time to work on their chemistry. They've not had much time to work on everything that they would want to. I think this Cloud9 roster is something that is going to build through the season, and maybe we won't necessarily see all of their true strengths at this event, certainly not in the first series of the day anyway.
A lot of reps to go through for Cloud9, of course. FaZe Clan do have the advantage of being a team for a lot longer and already seen some success, but with C9 being the 6th seed, their next tier is going to be breaking into that top 4, but it just looks to be such a gulfing class for the moment at least.
Yeah, definitely not quite there from what we've seen, but again, could be game type dependent. As I alluded to, there were 4 game types that they had lost back in Arlington, so they're not their best game types, that's for sure. And maybe it's good to get some of the bad ones out. Suppress just be a little bit sleepy. But one way to wake yourself up is a nice 3-0. But we do have other series happening, of course, around the arena here. Nemesis are still playing against Omit, and the scoreline at the moment in the series is 1-0 in favor of Nemesis. We are into a Slayer, and it is going to be 30-28 here.
Close Slayer here then. Nemesis 1 up already though. So there is some room for error if they should need it. 2 go down though for Omit. We speak about how good they were last event, Dan.
Nemesis?
Nemesis, of course, yeah. Beating Optic. Almost beating them again, but we've seen European teams do that in the past, particularly with Quadrant. Always able to match up well against the likes of Optic, but when they played against SSG, Shopify Rebellion, those teams that have a different sort of speed and pace, they struggle a bit. Do you expect to see similar things, or do you think they can be the team that closes the distance once and for all?
I'd like to think Nemesis have the ability to push into that top 4. If they can beat Optic Gaming, then the theory is they could win an event, right, with how Optic played. But I think the sad reality is for Nemesis is when it does come down to those big matches, sure, they could do it in pool play, and they could beat Optic in pool play, but it's some people would say, well, it's just pool play. I mean, Optic, they dropped down, and then they went on an elimination bracket run, and they take the whole tournament. When Nemesis had the second opportunity, when it was actually life on the table, life on the line, excuse me, they weren't able to pull it off. And I think that's something they really need to look at themselves and say, how do we clutch up in these moments and ensure that we're not taken down by a team that has this experience of Optic Gaming?
Now, we had an opportunity to jump into this just before our series started, and if you're wondering what score did the oddball finish, it was actually 2-1 to Nemesis. So Omit did show signs of life, and doing so here in the Slayer as well with a 2-kill advantage.
I would expect these Slayers to be pretty close when you look at the names on Omit's roster. I mean, I've seen Collect take down an entire European team on his own. So when you look at some of the up-and-comers like Ezo, and then you've also got, we know what Huss is capable of as well. Yeah, this is certainly not an easy pushover game for Nemesis, and even though I would expect them to be winning it, Omit are certainly coming close here, 40-38. This was a good passage of play for Nemesis, a 4-kill swing to take the lead, and then looking to try and close the gap on the spawners here. Wootum calling out the 2 players at Loop.
We are in the visor of glory, taking a look at his stats, 7, 10, and 13. So a lot of assists on the board, but maybe a little bit too many deaths. So if you are looking to see the conclusion of that series, again, head to twitch.tv/HCS. But we will now turn our attentions back to our FaZe Clan C9 series.
It is going to be a recharge strongholds. Don't worry about streets, we've already had that one. And this is going to be a chance where the shock rifle does come into play. Well, look at that switch. The production is insane. They quickly moved us. They just wanted to show us
it was past the present. That's what they were doing, past the present.
I love that. 250 points to win then. We know how strongholds work, but that shock rifle is going to be the key factor, I feel, in this game. If you are Cloud9, you need it, never mind. We know that this is going to be a restart, because I don't think that's usually how Suppressed plays his opening games. That's not the opening strategy I've usually seen.
That's not the starting strat I've seen. Maybe in years gone by, you would maybe betray yourself to get a favorable spawn elsewhere in the previous Halo games, but that's not what they're doing right there.
He was trying to give Cloud9 a chance, just say, if I stick my teammate, and we'll go a couple of points behind. But yeah, just a chance to sort out whatever the issue was between the teams here, of course, but this third match will be locked and loaded shortly. When I look across Recharge Strongholds for C9, it was actually Sabinator who was the player to look out for last event when it came to Strongholds in general, averaging 1.29 KD. And interestingly for Cloud9 is they share the load when it comes to getting into Strongholds. There is no player who plays the Strongholds more than another, unlike FaZe Clan, where typically it's going to be Suppressed who is getting downright dirty in that Stronghold. He's not only the main slayer for FaZe when it comes to Strongholds, but he's also the player in the action. And I think that happens a lot in these Strongholds game types. You get the player who often is the main slayer, just kind of forcing their way into Stronghold after Stronghold, constantly rotating around the map.
Yeah, typically you do see players with being the forefront, being the tip of the spear, being that player that jumps in and gets the kills and rotates elsewhere. But we're getting scores elsewhere from around the grounds. Nemesis, it sounds like Dan, have finished that game strong.
Yeah, took it 50-40.
Can't believe they won that Aqua game, bro.
They were able to take a little
Didn't seem like they were going to, but they pulled through.
50-43 is the correction. Sorry, 1 kill. We won't take that away. Their averages will look a little bit better. I don't want the Nemesis plushie coming after me for not giving them 1 extra kill, but that means the Nemesis will take a 2-0 lead then. I think that'll be important for Nemesis to try and get their first series on the board, because it's going to be a very tough ask when they go up against Shopify Rebellion later today.
Yeah, you've got to really get the pace setting down nice and early, and when they looked at what series they're going to be playing first of the day, they were probably hoping it would be this one just to settle some of the nerves.
Yeah, you don't want to be going up against Omit losing and then going into a must-win against Shopify Rebellion. No, you want to go into a game against Shopify Rebellion where you say, if we lose it, it's not going to harm us too much with our chances, but, you know, we'll, of course, throw everything we can at it. I'm excited to see what happens in that one, to be honest. I think Shopify Rebellion are going to have a big response after the last event. I think they'll be very disappointed they weren't able to close out the event despite being so strong on Saturday and Sunday, but they just couldn't get the job done in the final moments. But this is the Stronghold stats I was talking about. The average margin is quite different despite the record being so similar. So what I'll take away from that is when FaZe Clan do win Strongholds, they win big. When Cloud9 lose Strongholds, they lose big. So how are you feeling about that 3-0?
It's all starting to look like a very dominant Strongholds game type to me, Dan. Is there anything that you've seen in the past between these two teams? Maybe it's from scrims, maybe it's from results, that maybe Cloud9 have a chance here then?
No, I don't think I can give that to you, sadly. I'd like to be that person that gives all the Cloud9 fans a chance here, but all statistics are pointing towards FaZe Clan. I guess one thing I can say is sometimes, even when all the stats are going heavily one side, it just, you throw the book out of the window and the players pull a miracle off. But yeah, I don't think this was going to be the one for Cloud9. Maybe the bathroom break could have helped, a little chat, just to make sure that they're all on the same page, but I haven't seen enough to suggest that they can take this one.
Still a lot of work to do for Cloud9 then. And you spoke about, before we even headed out for this series, you were looking at the stats, you were looking at the way the series was going to tie up, and you really did think this was going to be a FaZe Clan win, and so far it's really gone according to the script.
It was funny because I said, yeah, I look at the stats, I look at the game types, I think this one's going to be a FaZe 3-0, and Clutch said, I didn't need to look at the stats to tell you this one was going to be a 3-0. I think he's very confident in this FaZe Clan roster, and for good reason. It's all smiles on the faces of FaZe at the moment as they wait for this match to get ready. And I think the addition of Royal One is something we should focus on a little bit more, because they played without a coach previously, right? And I think a team that can ever play without a coach is always going to be a strong one, and then you add Royal One as well, and then that is going to be a disgusting situation to find yourself in. One of the best coaches to ever do it, of course, multiple world championships under his belt, and now can he be the difference maker for this team?
That's going to be interesting for him, of course, usually coaching his brother and the same set of players, he knew their personalities, but now having to mesh and having to learn the personalities of his team, and maybe what are they requiring of me? Do they have different needs to the team I'm used to coaching? He's going to be learning that on the fly.
I think the interesting thing will be when FaZe Clan come against Shopify Rebellion, and how well does he know his brother?
It's a civil war.
It's going to be the real question. I think we joked about it, and he's going to be like, all right, I think that Royal 2 is going to be on snipe right now.
Yeah.
How do you know that? Well, just from previous experience. That is
true.
Very interesting.
But yeah, I know this guy.
We've seen a lot of brothers and twins and siblings throughout, not just Halo, but esports in general, and sometimes they do end up on opposite teams, whether it's playing or whether it's, of course, just maybe coaching, and Suppress knows that all too well as well.
We look forward to an eventual matchup between FaZe Clan and Rebellion, whether it happens at this event or later in the season. But for Royal One, I guess you touched on it a little bit. FaZe Clan are that strong of a roster that they didn't feel like they needed a coach, but now they feel like perhaps just to help us with some of the timings, having Royal One there will help us in the end.
I also think that when I looked at this FaZe Clan team on paper to begin with, I was asking who's the leader. And even though maybe Trippy could step up, Penguin could step up perhaps, I think Royal One can be that voice of reason, whether it's when they're behind or whether it's when they're ahead to calm them down. But we are underway in this third match. Thank you for waiting, as everything just got sorted, any issues have been resolved, and we're into Strongholds on recharge.
You know, something I do remember as well, you know how reserved Snakebite and Royal 2 are when they win, if they lose. One thing I do know is Royal One, he can talk some smack.
Oh, he was the one celebrating. He was the one screaming across the main stage when that roster was taking victories. And I'm sure that he would love to roar once more if FaZe Clan could win an event. But a long way to go for them just in the moment. Instead, they're going to be focusing on the task at hand, which is taking down Cloud9 and winning it 3-0. You don't want to go into a Game 4, and then maybe there's the thought of a Game 5. You want to close out when it's presented to you here.
FaZe Clan looking to make a statement of intent. Not just winning this series, but doing so in a dominant, comfortable fashion. This, in theory, should be a much more difficult task than it's proven to be so far. Remember, this is the 6th seed. This team finished top 6 in the last event. And FaZe Clan have had it all their own way so far.
Yeah, sadly, I think it shows the gap, as you mentioned, between the top and the chasing pack. But when there is a chasing pack, when changes are being made to try and catch up, I think Lottie mentioned it earlier as well. There's been such little time between the two events. It's very hard to put all of that practice into effect. And I think she was quite right. Sadly for Cloud9, if they had a little bit more time, then maybe they would have been able to have a little bit more practice as well.
We spoke about that shock rifle coming into play. Now you can see the FaZe Clan skin adorned as well in the most recent update, and it looks very, very pretty.
We said about the shock rifle coming into play, maybe it could help Cloud9, because we saw that Wes was talking about FaZe Clan with bandits are always going to take down most other teams, but they've also got the shock rifle, so it's not looking good for Cloud9.
At the moment, Suppressed yet to register a death, as is Penguin. Grapple going to be used to just try and bring that camouflage closer. Now, it did just whisk it away from Penguin for the moment.
What the heck? What the helly?
He does manage to get his hands on it in the end, as well as the shock rifle. So Suppressed being a little bit greedy, but in the end, it bit him, because now it's in the hand of his teammate. Thankfully, no, not the opposition.
No, it's the big thing here. I mean, if you are new to watch competitive Halo, which if you are, welcome. Also, where have you been? But they are not pushing to try and get this trip cap. They have been very much just holding on to the two, forcing Cloud9 back in those spawns, and then controlling the map. And waiting for Cloud9 to then rotate, and then they'll take that position away from the map.
Just a little moment where Septify, the plasma grenade landed at his feet. He was like, please no, please no. And he was backing up and hitting reverse and just about managed to stay alive. They need to now have more of an influence, and they're doing so here. A and B in their control. Sab has that shock rifle. You can see Falcade a little bit more hesitant to walk forward, and with good reason, as Sab managed to find the face of Trippy. So FaZe Clan had to send a lot of resources in there to take him out. But he has been rid of top elevator. Shock rifle now with one shot left in the barrel. And FaZe Clan retake control.
Again, they're just going to watch, see where these movements are from C. Shock rifle has never really been in the hands of Cloud9. They haven't had a chance to make it a difference maker weapon for them, as Falcade is just playing the survival game at the moment. Very good at listening as Falcade. I always enjoy watching his POV because he always finds the angle to do damage to someone. He's constantly got his ear planted towards that floor, just to any footsteps that might be tracing near him, and also the callouts from his team.
It is always interesting, the contrast in style and gameplay the players have, but also some players like to calm a little bit more, and you can tell players like Snipe Drone and the players like Falcade, they prefer to listen. I'll speak when I need to, but for the most part, I'll listen to your callouts and I'll capitalize on the damage that you're doing.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a downside if a player isn't communicating much, but it might just be better that they are just listening because they play a little bit better. As long as they can give you the basic callouts. And sometimes overcoming can be a bad thing as well. Flooding communication can be very detrimental to your team, and we've seen it happen time and time again throughout Halo history of just teams screaming callouts, and whilst it works for some, for others it can be very difficult and can almost have you flustered with the amount of callouts they're coming in your ear.
Triple cap, the first time, has been locked in for FaZe. They've lost a couple of members though. It's a 2v2 on the map for now as Boobadooboo will spawn over towards goal. Pipes, Trippy gets taken down.
God.
That was a Shroyukin. He got sent across the map. A and C in control as the per man setup. It's not going to be comfortable, and you can see why. A already being threatened to take control for Cloud9. Boo Boo plants his feet in B, looking for help. It's not going to come quick enough. Somehow managed to hit the 5 onto Suppressed. Beautiful shots. They're going to need more of that. They're going to win this game.
It's not like they're too far behind on Cloud9 at the moment, but Cloud9 haven't really been able to get in control. It's been mainly scrappy time that we've seen from them to get points on the board. Except really the very start of the game, it's been all FaZe Clan. And again, it's going to be B and C in control, Suppressed flying through the map just to try and maybe pinch a couple of players here. They could maybe catch them off guard. Even though the grapple is on the map, it's very difficult for your brain to comprehend that someone could be flying through and getting between you. You really have to try and wrap your brain around.
I think if you look at the stat sheet, a lot of the scoreboard is reading quite close. Everybody on Cloud9 actually negative right now, so just a testament to how efficient they are when they do get kills, contributing and putting that into score on the board. Sometimes they don't need to have the slays. If they have the map control, they can get the points required. The job would be a lot easier if they could get a couple of more kills here, really have more of an influence. Boo Boo over towards batteries once more. He will get taken down. Camouflage for Sab. He cannot survive, and that could have been something that they really desperately needed.
Look at the patience from FaZe as well. They didn't have control. BNC was in control of Cloud9, but they just waited. They're almost expecting Cloud9 to move and make a mistake. Trying to lay that trap, and now Penguin can start to fight at B whilst the rest of the team is fighting at C. Good distraction technique from FaZe Clan, and they're back in control once more.
Team score.
They have Cloud9 exactly where they want them now. Over towards Tower. Trippy Fry is one. Two members of C9 over towards Long Haul. Penguins there alone. We'll have to just put it in reverse, back away, and prioritize staying alive for the moment. Lethal has managed to take control of Tower, so he's trying to push forward and claim some territory. But it's stagnated now for them. They have to wait, they have to be patient and get good damage before they can push forward. They have to try and back players down from goal. They've done that now as Lethal's gotten a pick, but answered back immediately. Booba last man alive for C9, and not for long, all four dead for the boys in blue.
Falcon did die in the end, but Trippy came to his aid. Trippy almost, as a bodyguard, stepped forward, put his body on the line, wanted to block some of those bullets, and really did shut down any push that was going to happen from Cloud9 here, as this lead is now starting to get a little bit out of control. 200 to 123. And I think the writing may be on the wall with this one. I'd expect Trippy to hit that, I'm going to be honest.
C9 running out of room for error then. They're capturing A, but they're going to lose C. Trippy was happy to let it go and just rotate. You take A from us, we'll just take C from you. You've got to force them to fight for B. And all the while, you put them in uncomfortable positions. Trippy's trying to prioritize staying alive. A bullet anywhere will take him down. There's 4 dead now for FaZe. Camouflage is up as well. Cloud9 forced to prioritize taking control of the hills. So FaZe Clan off the respawn might just be able to compete for this.
You can see Sab trying to get in a position there to take that camouflage, and he may have been able to grab it as well. So this is going to be the moment for Cloud9 in this game. If they are going to get back into it, it has to be a good setup here with this camouflage. Lethal in the end was the one who grabbed it. 2 go down for FaZe Clan. Cloud9 temporarily might have a chance to get a triple cap here, but B and C going to be full.
Lethal has an opportunity to drop into the hill. Use his camouflage. He's going to have to settle for a trade, but it's good enough. They keep control of A and B. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective from Lethal.
Read again for FaZe. Slowly but surely, Cloud9 are just chipping away at this. We feel if they give away one more moment of control to FaZe Clan, this game's probably over. And maybe they need to take a page out of FaZe Clan's book here. Do they need to be pushing for C until there's a push towards A? The answer's probably not. They are getting aggressive. They are going to be pushing towards C now. There is going to be a trip cap unless Penguin can hold them off.
And for FaZe, you can almost get lured into this false sense of security. Your lead was so significant that you think we'll eventually get the kills that we need. But time after time, you go 3 dead, you go 2 dead, you're getting cycled, you're getting put back in the respawn screen, and all of a sudden that good work that you put in has almost been completely eaten away. Cloud9 now passed over that 200-point threshold.
Great position from Sab as well, and utilizing the plasma pistol just to be a nuisance, and it's still trip cap. And suddenly they have now gained the lead here, 221 to 220. But Cloud9 will all 4 go down. So a great passage of play. They do get back into the game, but now they're going to lose control here. The real question is, are FaZe Clan going to capitalize?
First pick's going to be so important here. Penguin desperately trying to stay alive. He's done so successfully over towards the bottom of gold steps. Septify's got control of tower for his team, and he continues to jiggle peek and keep Penguin weak. That information's got. And how important could that one be?
Yeah, the camo going in the hands of Cloud9 is massive here. Booba was able to just walk over the map, get into a position where he can help out any teammate.
Dude, what a game, bro.
Cloud9 still behind, but it's very close. This one is going to come right down to the wire between these two teams. FaZe Clan with one more push, especially with Cloud9 now trying to cap A.
Nah, that's a trip cap too. Oh, never mind. Foul just got a good kill. Never mind. That's game. That's game. That's game. That's game.
Firmly locked in. And Cloud9 have got the job done. They keep this series alive. We're going to a game 4.
That is an incredible comeback from Cloud9, and they have just showed great resilience and maybe good things to come for this team. That was a 3-0, what should have been sewn up by FaZe Clan. But Cloud9, they locked in firmly into recharge strongholds. And I think there was a big consideration, there was a big moment. I said this was going to be the chance for them to get back into this game. Should they go for the trip cap or not is what they went for. They saw they were able to get, oh my god, Bubu's arms, he's been working out, blimey. You saw them really...
You lost your train of thought.
I got so distracted. you saw that they considered the trip cap. They were able to get 3 down from FaZe Clan. They decided, yes, we are going to play for the trip cap. The risk of playing for trip cap is where they spawn. But
Not that game, they weren't Sigason.
It meant that they were able to really get some points on the board and take the lead.
But you make FaZe Clan be
fingers, just as Penguin was probably thinking the same thing about that camouflage. I think maybe timing just kind of favored Cloud9 towards the end. They were able to get 4 down at one of the perfect opportunities when that camouflage was coming up, and then we're taking the strongholds, and then FaZe Clan were just kind of on the back foot. But that's why I love watching strongholds. It can flip so quickly, even when you think the game is pretty much done for. But it was these camouflages that really made the difference at the end for Cloud9, and they put one on the board and they keep this series alive.
You see how much it meant to Septify there as he barked over towards his teammates. Look, I'm not a lip reader, Dan, but it looked like he said nice. So they finally show signs of life. Looking at, if you're just joining us, you've seen that game, you're thinking, this is a really good series, starting to heat up. Game 1 and 2 did not tell that same story. It looked as though FaZe were going to go dominant and hit a 3-0. But Cloud9 just about answer back in the nick of time. We're heading to Oddball Live Fire.
Yeah, maybe there is something for Cloud9 here that FaZe Clan have struggled a little bit when it comes to Live Fire, Oddball, but Oddball in general, they have been performing well. Just Live Fire is arguably their weakest map when it comes to Oddball. You can see the matchup between the two and how they've been playing at Arlington. 3-1 for FaZe Clan, 2-2 for Cloud9, a pretty similar kill difference as well, 161 to 150. I think this is going to be a scrap. This is going to be a big fight, and one of the key things I want to talk about for Cloud9 here is the addition of Lethal for Oddball, because Manny was one of the outliers statistically on Cloud9 when it came to Oddball. He really struggled to put up numbers. If Lethal can just kind of share the same kind of numbers, the same kind of position as the likes of Septify and Sab, maybe Cloud9 have a chance to make this 2-2.
This one's going to be a brawl. Cloud9 look to have finally found their form, and in the nick of time as well. FaZe Clan perhaps guilty of overconfidence in that game 3, and boy did Cloud9 punish them for it. Cannot afford to do the same thing here on Oddball Live Fire. On board with Lethal, the latest addition to this C9 roster, the man to make the difference. Can he do so in this game and in this series here and now?
Oh, that could be a big stick, will be a big stick. Oh, he's just not able to get that final bullet onto Trippy, who went up to the skies. That would have been a really nice start for Cloud9 in terms of starting strategy, but Trippy arrives back to the ground with purpose.
Boots on the ground, bullets in faces. Preston getting a lot of easy damage on Deceptify here as well. Opted to take out the sniper rifle, which could have been a mistake in the end, but luckily for him, he had a teammate there to spare his flushes. Players being traded out left and right. But now the first opportunity for Cloud9 to get hands on the ball. Sniper rifle as well is there. Sab opts to drop the ball, trying to lock in. A headshot manages to get the stick, and he's good for a trade. Numbers advantage now favoring FaZe Clan for the moment. And they've got hands on the ball and a potential tower setup. Though the play call has come to rotate it back towards House.
Similarly to Strongholds, it's an even share across the board when it comes to Holder, or at least there wasn't in Arlington. They were very close in terms of statistics. I would typically look towards the likes of Penguin, but I think it's just one of those scenarios where FaZe Clan recognizing who's kind of playing hot and who should be holding the ball.
Valkyrie then up through cuts. It's a 1v1 against Septify.
Enemy has the ball.
Both players settle for the trade. A slight advantage then. As FaZe have got a quarter of the points total they need to win the round, with the exception of time. Cloud9 forced to wait and be patient then for this push. Sab down to no shields, in big trouble.
Ball dropped.
He managed to somehow get a trade with that nade though.
Ball dropped.
Ball's in a little bit of a precarious position. You can see Trippy doesn't quite know where to bring it, looking for information, looking towards his teammates for help. He got the eyes and got told to bring it over towards pillars. That's what he does, he obliges that. Ball will fall though. Now Cloud9, they can start to build something.
I think what was important about that victory for Cloud9 is it would have given them a lot of confidence that they can come back into games as well. Especially after that first Aquarius CTF where they were ahead, they were dominating, and then FaZe Clan showed resilience. I think you need that. Even if they lose this series, I think you need to know that as a team you can come back in those games when you are down, because having that belief can sometimes be massive. nice passage of play here for Cloud9 where they're able to put points on the board and they are going to briefly take the lead. They take the lead.
I think you mentioned rightly, you know, we always speak about how important momentum is, but confidence is equally important in every measure. And maybe that win will give Cloud9 the belief that they need to push this series a distance and get us to a Game 5. And that's when we started talking about why Lethal was the pick that they chose to be the difference maker in those Game 5s. They have a slight lead here. They're in an uncomfortable position as 3 go down. Septify is forced to back away. They have the information of exactly where he's positioned now. Camouflage for Penguin, still a little bit to play with as well.
It's gonna be a long one.
They can start to tie this game up.
And suppressed. Next with any shots. The sniper rifle can be such a huge difference maker here on live fire. But it's Trippy who's actually getting the kill. Sab's going to be the last remaining player, so this one's probably going to be more points in favor of Cloud9. Oh! Suppressed starting to put on a show, maybe.
You might notice a little ricochet pull up the snipe as well. Ever since the latest update, they are back and we are happy to see them as well. We know we're going to see some nerdy stuff on the main stage. It's only a matter of time. But speaking of time, FaZe Clan have put themselves 20 points, over 20 points to the good now, and they still got control of the ball. Cloud9 have a lot of work to do in this round.
Yeah, the real question is going to be, is it too much work to do? After the last Strongholds game, I just believe that Cloud9 do have what it takes to get back into these rounds. That's going to be the sniper rifle out of ammo, so that's good, because finally now Cloud9 can kind of push through. With Suppress going down, they'll say, all right, we have a little bit more freedom to push certain angles here.
On board with Trippy over towards green. People were asking, are the bananas still ripe for the picking? Are they still green? We'll find out as the tournament rolls on.
Who's been asking?
I got a tweet. I can prove it.
Wow.
I have a tweet. He wanted to know if the bananas were green. Huh?
Multiple people or just one?
That was one.
Oh, okay.
It was one.
So someone was asking.
Someone, there was it wasn't by popular demand, I will say.
I would have messed it. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. So this is going to be Cloud9 maybe taking this one towards Tower, but no, okay. Septify doesn't know. He doesn't know where he's going. How am I supposed to know? He was just doing
There's no rhyme or reason for any of this.
He was doing a little salsa. He was doing a blue shirt guy dance as he just tried to figure out where he was moving that ball. But finally they will move towards Tower, and FaZe Clan can look to try and break this one down.
Sab hesitant to fire a bullet, doesn't want to give away his position, but damage being done by his teammate. He will be able to descend down from the tower. Doesn't quite get the kill. That will be telling 3 dead. 1v1 on the map now. Falcated up against Lethal. And just about manages to toss that ball off. That's a great play. Recognizing that he was down in the fight and forced to play the ball. That means Cloud9 can't get any free time.
Yeah, so important from Falcated. And for a player that is often so heavily focused on slaying and taking fights, it's good that he can recognize when his number is up and he can just get that ball out of dodge. The sniper is now going to be back into play, and it looks like Lethal's going to be the first one to get his hands on.
Body shot connects. Bandit comes out to finish the job. Sniper rifle now down top middle, and Trippy sniffs it out. Boo Boo could be his latest victim. Fortunately, he wasn't able to find the face. In little moments like that, you almost expect Trippy to hit the shot, but not coming to fruition this time. Falcated down in the fight. Shields were already in big trouble before he even engaged with Septify. So an easy kill. Penguin picks up a huge double. Could be a triple kill here. And it is. Huge triple from Penguin.
And those moments where Trippy had the sniper rifle and missed that shot, that's the kind of thing that you would see Renegade and Frosty pulling off. And those can be those really huge swing moments in a game that if you do miss them, if you opt to go for the sniper and then you miss the shots, you can be very heavily punished for it. So it's always been my worry with FaZe Clan. It's like, who is that player that can pull that off? And you'd expect Trippy to be doing it. But you mentioned earlier, get some of those bad moments out of the way in the early stages.
Time starting to play a factor on the clock as well. Of course, if you're new to Halo, if you're new to Oddball, every time the ball is in either team's hands, the clock will stop. But for now,
nearing victory.
FaZe Clan have a lead, and they also have time in their favor. Don't have numbers though. A couple of kills have gone the way of Cloud9. Ball is being forced to play. 30 seconds on the clock now. Cloud9 running out of room for error in this round number 1.
They are able to just sneak this one away though. Boo-boo-doo-boo. Manages to grab it bottom middle and runs back towards house. So a chance to set up Cloud9, but they are a player down. So it's going to come down to this sniper rifle, but Sap just exposes his backside a little bit too much. Oh, it does connect with the shot.
Lands the body, big pressure. Relieved just from hitting that shot alone. Repulse sends one away. Big kills going down. Boo Boo gets 2. And all of a sudden, time flips. Falcade's got the camo, but he's got 4 members of Cloud9 in his face. And they know exactly where he's positioned now. Cloud9 a second away from taking the lead. Will they drop it? And opt to play time. One player's heading towards the drink. Septify into the water. This is a final moment here then. Trippy gets another kill and a reversal to boot. But ball was played.
Ball was played. There is going to be one player alive to maybe watch this one. It's Lethal as the ball tries to scupper away. Lethal gets the kill. 87 to 90. Trippy's going to grab it though and maybe run this one back for FaZe.
Opposite drop it. Will he just be able to get one more second? Yes, he can. Beautiful plays from Tripp, and he wins the round for his team.
Just a little cheeky laugh as well from Trippy as he knows how close that one was for FaZe Clan, but they just about get round 1 on the ball.
I think he might have been laughing because the ball looked as though he maybe threw it a little bit too far and might not have been able to get his hands on it. It would have been forced into overtime. But luckily for him, there's no traveling in oddball. It's a different ball game entirely. Round 1 in the books then for FaZe. Spares the blushes for Trippy then. That could have been so very difficult for them. Now bottom middle is going to be the point of contention for the oddball. Septify is in trouble. He's got help though. Oh. Trippy gets what he looks for.
Forgot to change that.
I thought he was going to be able to whip that sniper away and then move back as well, and that could have been the perfect heist. Boo Boo has the camouflage at the moment, and Trippy's going to get shut down. So 2 dead on the side of FaZe Clan, and I think Cloud9 can take a lot away from this already. They're going to be frustrated that they threw that one away. I say they threw that one away. They almost stole it away from FaZe Clan in those final moments. But I think that Cloud9 are recognizing that now they really have been able to match the pace of FaZe Clan here.
Yeah, it was actually Trippy who almost threw the game away, or threw the round away. Managed to get his hands back on the ball though. Now sniper rifle with hands for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Body shot, not good enough for the kill. That means Falcade will keep control of the ball. He just needs his teammates around him. Unfortunately for him, 3 of them have fallen. Waiting patiently then for the word to play it. Falcade will begin to waste that sniper rifle ammo and just, as a matter of fact, settling for tossing it off the map entirely.
Sabu leads the way for Cloud9 in terms of slays. He just puts a 17th on the board here, and then he very quickly slides down to bring the ball towards the team whilst he's still firing. That's a great passage of play from Sabinator. But FaZe actually are going to get spawned over towards green, so this is going to be a pretty quick fight that they're into.
Boo Boo and Trippy fall. 3v3 on the map for the moment. Sab's looking for information over towards green. Little does he know for now it's completely clear, which means his teammates elsewhere are in a fight with a man down because he was looking for other angles, looking for other players. That plasma pistol doesn't connect, it didn't need to in the end though. He does manage to get the kill on the Penguin. It's a brawl inside house here, and it looks as though FaZe Clan are going to be the victors.
Spawned over towards Tower and Dirt for Cloud9, so it's a long journey over. Maybe they'll opt to go for a 2-2 split, send 2 over top middle as the initial distraction, and then the other 2 arrive towards green. Penguin does get the trade though, so that's big, because now it allows Trippy to know that they're spacing green, so he goes for a little flank here. Oh. Doesn't work out.
See where camouflage went as well. It's going to be Penguin, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? In the right place at the right time. Gets an easy kill on the lethal. A couple of shots into Boo Boo Doo Boo as well. Ball's in no man's land here. Nobody really set up to take advantage of it. And as a result, it's going to reset. Boo Boo's got sniped. As he backs away and runs towards cuts into the cover of darkness if he can possibly try and stay alive. Beautiful shots from Penguin once more though. Lethal was taken care of.
The sniper rifle is going to make a big difference actually. Love that Penguin's not scared to hold the ball. He does quickly very much pass that off. One tower control with the sniper, but I will say Cloud9 are doing very well to position themselves and make it awkward for Penguin with the sniper rifle here, but Penguin's also making it awkward for them and says, you know what, screw it. No one's having the sniper. It's my snipe. No one's allowed to play with it.
If I can't have it, no one can.
Enemy has the ball.
Looks like it's going to be a tower hole for Cloud9 then. They haven't really been able to get a good, solid, strong setup here. Two members over towards green. As a matter of fact, they didn't rotate it towards tower. Instead, they brought it towards house and maybe looking for green for the opportunity to play it if need be. It has made its way towards green. Bubu's trying to do damage for his teammates over towards Nest here. Then the fight's going to go down. Gets the kill and manages to avoid the damage from the grenade as well.
This is a big moment in the game because we're kind of even at the moment when it comes to how close we are on this scoreline in this round. But if FaZe can get the next set up and start to really generate a 30, 40-point lead, Cloud9 will then start to realize that they are on the brink of losing this entire series. And then that's when you start to take a few more risks. And maybe when you start to make a few more mistakes as well.
Desperate times might call for desperate measures. That time is not here right now, but it's fastly approaching. Camouflage up in 10 seconds. You can see Cloud9 is starting to rotate for it. Opted to pick up the ball as well, and maybe Sav will drop and try and contest and help his teammates for this camouflage.
Enemy has the ball.
FaZe Clan starting to spawn behind him over towards tower. He faced two members. And just like that, Cloud9's numbers completely cut away. And a camouflage for FaZe Clan.
I like watching what Sab's doing, but I worry that he's having to do too much. It's a little bit of help. He can't be grabbing the ball, going for camo, and trying to take
I'm pretty sure Cloud9 or FaZe is gonna win this. I'm just gonna take a little break here. I'll be your B guys.
Waiting for the rest, or is he just playing a little bit too much on one side, away from the rest of the team? 75-39 is the scoreline in favor of FaZe, and they're now 25 points away from winning this entire series, not just this map.
C9 looking a little bit disjointed. You talked about maybe having to throw the kitchen sink at it, perhaps. We could be heading towards that territory now. FaZe need 20 seconds to win the round, to win the game, to win the series. Cloud9 looking to point a push over towards Big Door. That's where their attentions lie. Penguin waiting for the push, couple of denial grenades go down just to try and stop the push, but fortunately for him, his teammates already done damage, already got kills. Beautiful insta-splow. Bubu gets a double kill, and that's exactly what Cloud9 need now. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Something to build upon.
Penguin didn't even have a chance to think there before the insta-explode. And somewhere, Dead Wash is of course smiling. This is Cloud9's chance to get back into this game, and there's going to be a lot down to Sabonator whether we can get into a position. Oh, see, those kind of shots, they can be the difference makers. They can be the game winners. They can be the series winners. But instead allows FaZe Clan now to push into house and allows FaZe Clan to have the numbers advantage. Another one goes missing. Another one goes wayward.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Need to have someone who can pull off those shots out of their pocket.
Penguins got sniped. FaZe need 12 more seconds. The play calls come to rotate the ball. Bubu's got the opening pick. Cloud9 have got very little time now. The FaZe Clan have quite a bit of it. Throwing the ball bottom middle, forcing Cloud9 into uncomfortable positions. 3 go down. Last member, Sabi, was down to no shields. Ball still on the ground, 6 seconds required, and it's in the hands of Trippy. A grenade comes from green, he recognizes that, he holds the ball, and he wins the round for his team. 3-1 the score, FaZe Clan victorious.
FaZe Clan victorious. They probably feel like they could have won this series 3-0, but certainly Cloud9 did show signs of life, and a lot of positives to take away from this series. Just to take a map off of FaZe Clan, who of course the 3rd seed coming into this one, but also to come very close in a couple of rounds. I just think they needed a couple of reps on the main stage just to try and figure out what they could do as a squad. I think the future is bright for Cloud9. I'm excited to see what they can do for the rest of the tournament. It is just pool play, so I don't think they'll be too disheartened. They were not expected to beat FaZe Clan. But maybe when they look back at Game 1, when they had the lead, when they were really dominating the early stages on Aqua Flag, could they have taken more advantage of that? Could they have maybe just pinned FaZe back a little bit? If you take a 1-0 lead on Aqua Flag, suddenly the series looks weighted.
This team's still very much in its infancy as a unit. FaZe Clan together a lot longer. Plans, strategies, tactics, always we're going to favor the team that has been together the longest. That's the way it's played out. Like you say, there's some things that you can take from it, some confidence. You did make it difficult, particularly in the last 2 games. And even in the early stages of that Aqua Flag, they did take that 1-0 advantage. But fortunately for them, they allowed FaZe Clan back into it. They relinquished control. And when you do that, FaZe Clan look real good.
8k, over 8k damage for 3 players on FaZe there to close out this series. And they made Opal Livefire looks comfortable at 2-0, but I think we know Cloud9 very much had a chance to make that one far easier for themselves. But just the final moments, FaZe clutched up in that one.
Final moments always seem to favor FaZe Clan in those 3 games that they won exactly. Round 1, I mean, Trippy drops the ball. Final seconds, they get the round win. Taking a look at the highlights as well. It was back and forth in large parts of that oddball. But in the end, FaZe Clan done what was needed, done what was required. And it was a very professional performance.
It certainly was indeed. I've got to say, I'm very glad that Cloud9 had some fight left in them to really take us on a little bit of a journey here, a potential journey that could have gone all the way to Game 5. But FaZe, they said absolutely not. You might have cut our momentum short for just a split second, but we can build it back up once again. I think there were so many different things you could take away from this series. I think first and foremost, the beginning of the day always is very telling for some of these teams in terms of how they are able to get their pool play started. Sometimes you fall short, especially to a team like Cloud9 who are really hungry, especially with this new change. A little bit of honeymooning sometimes when you get your partner back like Boo and Lethal, being that kind of like new form duo, especially this year. I was very, very impressed with FaZe and how they were able to keep themselves together, not play down to their opponent, and really just get the job done and seal the deal. Wes, how did you make out in this series, watching what you were looking forward to in terms of Trippy and Foul and Penguin and Suppress and how they performed?
I think everybody individually had their own moments, yes, but I wanted to see more, honestly. I expect FaZe to dominate teams like Cloud9. I think we saw glimpses of it throughout the series. I mean, this Slayer was picture perfect, don't get me wrong, but you don't want to slip up in this stronghold. It's something you can move past to 4 if you're FaZe. It's not that big of a deal. The job gets done in 2 rounds of oddball. They made sure it didn't go to a 3rd. And it really was just that first round of oddball that was close, like this Game 3. So FaZe do a good job to close this series out. Business is done, but you want to see them continue to get better throughout the series, or throughout the tournament.
Indeed we do. Well, you can see business is
Same.
on our couch right now because Penguin is joining us for the post-interview.
Yeah.
Welcome to the lounge here for
This is so comfortable, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. Little pillows, some Dippin' Dots.
No, can I move my setup here?
I mean, yeah, sure, we'd love that,
I
actually.
wouldn't mind it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would not. I would not
Can
mind
I
that at
coach?
all.
Are you allowed
Just
to?
say no.
I'm down. Yeah.
Hey!
Speaking of Coach
We'll talk to
Penguin,
the producer.
you have Royal One joining you guys behind you right now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that transition. He's obviously an absolute GOAT, so what is it like having him join the squad?
Honestly, it's amazing. Last event, we had Fierce Elite fill in for us super short notice. He did a great job, but I think, you know, Royal One brings a lot of experience. And hopefully he locks us in really good and gets us a lot of camo times and all the power-ups, so.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I would hope so. If he doesn't, you're going to have to tell him off.
I will say it's weird teaming with the enemy.
Yeah.
After all that time, you know, like always competing against him.
There's got to be a Shopify series in y'all's future.
No, that's what I kept telling him. I was like, imagine we beat your brother and then you go back to the hotel room because they're sharing a room and you just like look over at him in the bed. That'd be hilarious.
I'd actually love to see that brother pop off because I don't think Chris will hold back. I think he'd tell Matthew. I think he'd be like, Matthew, you suck, man. I don't know what to tell you. I can see that coming from Chris for sure.
We need that.
We do need that. But obviously,
he's great.
another event for you guys, DreamHack. You know, I think you're building upon something here and progress is growing. What's the team dynamic like at this point in the season, knowing that, you know, you have another trophy to potentially lift as a squad?
I think we felt really disappointed after last event, obviously, and we kind of came back and, you know, recollected ourselves. And I think there's a lot of passion. You know, Falke did. He won one tournament a long time ago. Donnie's never won. They really want it, you know. It's honestly good to see, and it's honestly really good to be teaming with people I've never teamed with before. It's like different for me. So I'm kind of the teacher, I guess. And it's nice to help them like improve themselves and like improve as a team. So.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that because we had a listen in earlier in this series and I could hear you taking that initiative with the comms a little bit more than I think I've heard before. But it seems like you're not quietly like telling them what to do, but you're kind of just, you know, allowing them to kind of flow around the map. You're telling them where you're going to be, potentially what's happening. Is that something you've had to step up in terms of that role, comms-wise?
Yeah, I think, you know, you have different kinds of teammates and different people want to do different stuff. And I'm a smart player, I think. And so this is kind of my chance to show that more, I guess, and, you know, tell other people how to play or what I want out of them to get the most out of my teammate. And so that's really cool to see. Obviously, you know, they're like more moldable than some other people who have been around for a lot longer and are like, you know, top S tier, whatever. They are what they are.
Yeah, they don't have the egos.
Yeah, well, they have the egos, but like it's different. They're willing to learn like more from you.
It reminds me of when I teamed with like PJ and Matt way back in the day, where like they're on the come up and like obviously have the individual skill in the world, and it's like it's so much easier to team with people like that. It's refreshing to team with people like that for sure.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I like it a lot.
Game 1, Penguin, you guys were down 1-0 initially in Aqua Flag, and it looked like Cloud9.
Were
You were. Well, maybe you don't remember.
Seems like so
There was a
long ago.
brief moment.
But
Oh, okay.
it certainly felt
They
like
were fighting.
Cloud9 were kind of pinning you back. Was there any moment where you feel like you changed anything in that first game, or did you know that you were behind type thing?
We're really good at Aquarius Flag, I think, and I think we just lost the start, like straight up. They got camo, got away with it, and so it was kind of mixy for the first little bit of it. But once we kind of got control and started playing our game, I think that was kind of the nail in the coffin. We've been honestly really amazing at that game type lately, so had a lot of confidence going into that game one.
I mean, you look really comfortable. We've seen at certain points you boys were alley-oop and throwing flags up and getting dunks.
I tried to throw it so far into the window so he didn't even have to catch it, but that was kind of a scam. And then I told my other teammate to go throw it up. He's like, I'm not throwing that up because he didn't want to die for it, but like, yeah. I'm trying to get the 5th cap. Like,
yeah, right?
Question for you. You're on a team right now. Obviously, everybody's incredibly individually skilled, but when people talk about this team, and I think this was asked at Trippy last event, I assume your answer is going to be similar. There's no true like main slayer superstar. I'm grabbing the snipe, kind of feed this guy the power weapons. In a sense, it's kind of everybody. If you're in position to do the job, you do the job. Mentality. And I was on a team like that with Dynasty, and we had a lot of success in Halo 3 when I was on that team, and I was the one getting sniped for whatever reason. Nobody else wanted it, basically.
I like that.
But yeah, hey,
nobody wants it. I'll take it.
But being on a team like that, being a player that usually gets power weapons on the fly and goes off with them, is it more fun to be a part of a team that's a lot like less power hungry focused, and that you kind of get more opportunity with those power weapons in your hand?
Oh, for sure. Like, you know, obviously the power weapons are where you show some of the most individual skill. Because DMR battles, they kind of go a certain way always, and you know, some people win them, lose them, whatever. But once you get the sniper rifle or the stalker, that's where you can like really shine and really dominate a team.
Change the outcome of games.
Oh, change the outcome entirely. Like you hit 4 no scopes, like you win the game. Like sometimes that's what it comes down to in scrims, and we're like talking about what went wrong. You hit 4 really good no scopes.
Yeah.
Like what do you do about
Stellar gets the snipe. Stellar usually snipes people.
Yeah. No, for sure.
100%. But, well, Penguin, I'm not going to lie, for our first interview on the couch, you've been an absolute vibe, dude. So thank you so much
Thanks,
for
guys.
coming in and setting the tone. Hopefully everybody else is going to be just as friendly as you are on here and just
I hope
willing
so.
to talk.
You guys got to get Falcated up
The bar's
here.
high
Okay,
now.
he's
The bar's
Somebody make Falcated come do an
let's
interview.
get Fal on an interview.
All right, we'll get Fal.
I'll
We'll
give you
get
the
Fal.
lore. He said he's never done an interview. So
Penguin, it just means you have to keep winning because
The couch
we
is
need,
a nice place
we
to
need
start.
you guys up here.
that's why I told him you're not even in front of the crowd. You're just hanging out.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the event
there's
to
no
do one.
cameras.
Yeah.
There's no cameras.
We've
there's
got
no
plants, for God's sake. Look, it's nice up here.
Yeah,
We
it
got
is
some
nice.
greenery.
I like it.
Penguin, thank you so much. While we
guys.
get you off the settee and over back to, I'm sure, the warm-up station, right, where he is going to probably go and just talk things through with the team. Let's take a look at the pools right now, because we have just seen things go down in Pool C. We got 1-0 for FaZe right now here against Cloud9, putting them just falling short here in that second place. Can they take down Zero Tenacity? That is a big question coming forward, because nobody wants to be in that 3rd spot, because it means that you are, unfortunately, heading to the lower bracket, which is just not exactly how you want to start your weekend off. But back in the other pools, Nemesis actually go 1-up already over Omit as well. Not really too surprised there. I think Nem, you know, really pushing forward here, hoping to kind of recreate what happened last event for them as well. Obviously, we didn't catch any of that action, but I'm not surprised based on the way Nemesis have been performing, especially in scrims too, looking great in Europe. Does anyone know if they actually managed to boot camp at all coming into this event?
No boot camp this event.
Okay.
Sadly, no. Yeah, it was Z10 who boot camped this time around, but they're looking to do it for every future event.
Okay, I love that. Love that for them. I think it's going to be really, really important, I think, to come in and feel really, really prepared, especially if you are from Europe, because you're traveling an awful long way. But speaking of that, we do have an awful long way to go today. We still have so much action ahead of us. Coming up next after the break, we do have Space Station going on the main stage up against Envy. We'll find out who will come out victorious and who will fall short. We'll see you right after this.
shot. New juggernaut.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Complexity got trip capped. They spawned long haul and decided to make their play all the way towards elevator. They better not lose that elevator stronghold the rest of this time because they bank their entire game on getting that elevator back.
That was a big mistake by Huss right there. With the shock rifle, getting taken down. Snake bite! Killing not only Huss, but one-on-one-ing the Spartan as well. Creates the opening for B to be taken over. They get him out of C even, and they're going to get the reset. 240 and climbing. You have one push, and Complexity will not have all spawners to even try to compete for these strongholds.
Now it's just a game of defense.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack, and we're getting right back into the action because we know that's exactly what you want. Envy versus Space Station happening on the main stage here, and it couldn't be a better place for both of these teams to really get things going here for pool play day one of your Open. Now let's kick things off with Space Station. Well, actually, before we get into Space Station, let me just introduce you to who's on my sofa this time around. I have Wes, as per usual, but I do have two absolutely incredible gentlemen. We have Onset and Brav joining us as well. Gentlemen, two teams who really need to show up or show out, really, to be honest, in front of all of these people here who are expecting the world out of them and themselves. Space Station Gaming just have fallen flat so far this season. I think on paper, an absolute dream team. I think you could never count out these individuals in the best or the worst of times, right? But when they are together, something just is not clicking. Can they find that click factor? That is the question. You know, how are you feeling about this roster going up against MB to start their day? Are you spelling trouble here? Do you feel like this is going to be a clean one for them?
Going up against Envy, I feel very good about SSG's chances here, but I want to see domination. I want to see this not be a close series at all. No offense to Envy, welcome back to Halo. Unfortunately, your first show match, it's going to be against SSG. This SSG team needs desperately to find some momentum early in this tournament. I think they have to do that in pool play, and I think they need to almost be flawless in this pool play Friday in order to really feel good about themselves going into a bracket play tomorrow.
Now, Onset, Jersey said earlier on the sofa that SSG have arguably the most pressure on their shoulders right now in this entire HCS and tournament. Do you think that they are able to handle that pressure on day one? Do you think they're going to be, unfortunately, finding themselves in a sticky situation that we've seen them in before with the likes of Cloud9, etc.?
I think their performance is going to dictate what pressure they're under. I think Wes made a really good point, which is every single series that they're going to be in, eyeballs are going to be on them. And this is the kind of series where they need to come out of it with a 3-0 and a commanding win as well. We look back at Arlington and there was a few games that slipped through their fingers in series like this one. The Cloud9 one that we looked at went all the way to a game 5. Zero Tenacity, they drop a game in that series in the bracket as well. So they need to show us here in this first match of the tournament that this is a Space Station that's prepared, and all of the negative talk before this event is going to be put to the side, and we're going to be saying, hey, Space Station look really good after this series, and looking forward to seeing them play again a little bit later on.
Rob, I think there were a lot of question marks coming into the season, seeing this roster on paper and being announced about these IGLs. Now, I know there's been arguments made by other pro players. There's no such thing as an IGL, and you all have to do your part and make your plays and dictate what you want to do as a team. But do you think there's an overcomplication in terms of comms, but even overthinking things just because of how their brains work? We've got 3 guys on this roster who are really good at reading the game, but in their own way, and have been on previous teams before.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that manifests in 2 different ways. I think it's absolutely right that you're saying there's going to be gaps in communication. I think there's also even gaps in gameplay. And talking with the SSG guys coming into Arlington, I was asking them about how has practice been going, where are the reps at? And I think each of them, and especially Lucid, were kind of telling me things are starting to click. We're getting rid of assumptions. We're understanding where we're not doing things correctly. But the question that I think is on everyone's mind is how long does it take to unlearn some of that? How long does it take to fill those gaps in communication? And yeah, that's the big test. I think the desk earlier, you guys were spot on. The most pressure is on this team in the entire league.
I love the question of time there, because you are completely right. It's how long are these guys okay with sitting like this and sitting on just constant small margins of progress? It's just not going to be enough for those 4 names who are looking for a world championship, but not only that, taking majors and chips along the way as well. I've actually got some stats for you guys to have a look at, and unfortunately they're not pretty. These are the stats against the 2 top teams, which are Optic versus Shopify Rebellion, and as you can see, they are yet to take a map off of them. The map count is looking pretty abysmal, and when you're looking at this, obviously the numbers they are not there. They're very sad, obviously.
They're zeros.
Yeah, they are zeros for sure. You're looking at the individual actual maps in the series here. There's some promise. There is definitely progress. They're getting close to the mark many times, but just unable to get anything done across that finish line.
And you have to think, once they are able to get one, what kind of momentum, what kind of confidence does that change? You just need to figure out a way to have that minor success and really be able to snowball it. You see so many series get determined by momentum. When you go down 0-2, you might as well be chalked for the 3rd game as well. So I'm looking at SSG as they go throughout this tournament. When they do play against the likes of Optic Gaming, the likes of Shopify Rebellion, that's when it really is going to be important that they start series strong and they find themselves a lot more comfortable in their footing on the ground in the series before it's too late. Because I think very quickly, when they lose that second game to Optic and Shopify, the mentals cannot be strong amongst this team. They just haven't had even the online scrim results to be able to like rely on in the back of their heads as far as we do belong. And these are 4 players that belong in grand finals. It is crazy to me that we have not seen more success from this team. That frustration, can't just be felt by me, but by the team as well.
I think, honestly, for me, I'm looking for them to start having a bit of fun up there. You got some monsters on this team. You got Stella here, who was known as an absolute god. SSG's is coming forward here for this team. Yet to really see him have a lot of fun with power weapons. And obviously, the opportunities just haven't been there to be able to go off in that sort of circumstance in that way to open the map up. The likes of Lucid, who always has that edge with every piece of equipment across the map, being able to use it to its full potential and ability. It's things like that we're missing right now from this roster. I'm really hoping that they're going to go out there and have fun. Is that something you're trying to keep your eye on?
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you make. We've talked about maybe there's some overthinking going on with the team. There's maybe too much of the going into the weeds of what's going wrong, how we play certain situations, and maybe it's just time to say, hey, let's just try and play a little bit more naturally. Let's just try and play in the moment a little bit more and play off of each other a little bit more in game. And it's such an interesting team. We talk about the accolades, we talk about the success in the past, but there's the recency bias of all of a sudden everyone thinks that this is a team maybe who are falling off, who the players aren't quite where they were at, but this is a team who won championships last year. There's multiple world champions on this team. You don't become a bad player overnight, but talent is one thing and chemistry is another. And I think that everybody has their eyes on this team to see where that chemistry is at. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. If I could just be a voice in these players' ears for this tournament, I would say play selfish and play everybody focus on yourself and play good Halo, and I promise you success will come. If all 4 of those players are playing great Halo, great things will happen. It's the overcomplication, like you mentioned, Mark, that really, I think, is biting this team in the end.
100%. If I had $1 for every time I heard in a scrim coming from my basement, play your screen, I'd be very, very rich right now on this sofa, and I'd be very happy. We'll see how things shape out for Space Station, but on the other side of things, looking to shake it up and just stir it up as much as possible and hopefully capitalize on potentially a little bit of low mentals coming across the stage from those 4 players. It's Envy, and Piggy, Yaxon, Descendant, and Precision are looking to change things up here. I've got my arm personally, Descendant and Precision. I think this duo needs to be really prominent in this series, but also in this tournament. They've got, pretty heavy, sturdy shoulders, I'm sure, but they're going to have to absolutely hoist their team here because you're going to need damage, you're going to need slays, you're going to need openings, and Wes, it's so important that they step up to the mark.
Yeah, you kind of live and die by the openings that these players provide. Descendant known for flying and either giving his life or creating some space and an opportunity for his team. This Envy roster, very young in their accolades and their experience, I would say, but a lot of talent here, a lot of individual skill, and you cannot afford to give them the space and the power weapons and opportunity if you're SSG. You cannot fall asleep during this series. Envy is back in Halo, and they have found a bunch of young guns to represent them this weekend. And these 2 right here can slay with the best when they're on fire. And they'll know that SSG are weakened at the moment. They'll be going into this series going, we can take games. And if we put them under pressure early, if we know that game 2's a Slayer, we all know about what can happen in a Slayer. And also those first 3 game types, pretty quick game types, pretty aggressive game types. You have Aquarius Flag, then we go into a Slayer, which we mentioned, and then we have a Strongholds as game number 3. It's a kind of series that lends itself to an upset and the way that these 4 players like to play the game. So SSG are going to have to be on it, and Envy are going to know that SSG will feel the pressure if they take one of those early games in this series.
100%. I think when I'm looking at both of them, I think something really springs to mind for me, in particular for Descendant, and as our wonderful color caster over here, Brav, Descendant for me has a fantastic shot. I think he is so individually skilled. Something that had been lacking in the past was really just decision making and the kind of play, the route, being able to kind of be that force for your teammates, being lent upon by your teammates in terms of openings. It just wasn't there for me. I definitely am seeing some progress and some growth. For you, when you're casting over somebody like Descendant, what are you noticing in particular?
Yeah, I think what they do best and what they need to do in this series is quadrant-esque flying, right? When the first spawner's up, and you're thinking, okay, he's going to take a second. Let that, instead, you're going to see that player fly. They're going to get early damage. They're going to catch SSG off guard. And like we said, SSG's been caught flat-footed in other series this season so far. So I think you guys have already said it best. I think if Envy has to pick a team in the top 4 they want to play in this series, it's definitely SSG. And they can feel really good about, hey, if there's a team we can catch off guard here based on results so far, it's going to be SSG. You have to think, though, SSG knows exactly that that's what the side of Envy's going to be thinking, right? I think,
100%.
as we just discussed, SSG will not take them lightly urgency whatsoever. We'll take a look at the game types here.
Yeah, you seriously can't, to be perfectly honest with you, at this point. I think the second you get that first one out of the way, CTF Aquarius, which honestly is very well known and loved by the Space Station Gaming players themselves, I think this is always going to be a brawl, an absolute battle. And it's about teamwork, this first one. This one is so important. Teamwork, pace, being able to create openings and opportunities for your teammates and make something happen, right? And this is going to decide for me the rest of the series on how things go. Space Station, unfortunately, dropped short here. I'm very, very worried about that.
Yeah, if I'm an Envy fan, I'm looking at games 2 and 3, like Mark said. Street Slayer is a very winnable game type. If you can get off to the right pace, you saw how dominant FaZe just looked when they kicked off the game in the right manner. You can put teams in some traps on that map, and then Stronghold's recharge is that anything goes, especially if you can get Descendant with shock rifle in hand. You've seen him make some plays there. So a lot to worry about as this series gets into the depth of the games, but that oddball live fire is a great place for Space Station to kind of put a bookmark on the end of this series where it should be over by then.
Absolutely. I think you guys have both hit it spot on as well, because when we go to Slayer Origin, I believe SSG's 0-2 on the year in that game type, right? So just like you guys set up the series perfectly, if they get there, which SSG wants to avoid at all costs, but if Envy can get it there with those games 2 and 3 as the kind of the pivot game types, it could be tricky for SSG in that game 5. They're going to have to write that record on Origin Slayer, not just here, but of course throughout the entire weekend.
It certainly can be. This is a very interesting series, to say the least. I think when you came into this season, you're looking at the Space Station Gaming roster, and even just probably even some of the opens as well, just how they're playing things. It wasn't like you were too worried then. It wasn't spelling like a disaster, right? But now you're coming into DreamHack, going up against a team like Envy, and you're thinking to yourself, how many are they going to drop? Are they going to keep this clean kind of run going to start off their weekend here? You honestly coming in with so many questions. I have no certainty right now, and it's worrying.
Well, we've heard the talk, right? We've heard the talk from numerous players saying, hey, we know where our ceiling is. We think we've got this crazy high ceiling. We know we can hit it, but like we need to see the walk now. We need to see results. It's one thing to say we can do it, and we can do it in bursts of games where we look like an unbeatable force, but you don't win games in 60 seconds. You win games across the entirety of the time limit, right until that last second. And when we always talk about the margins in Halo Infinite and how close games are when you get to a Sunday, when you look at series results and you, like we've seen against the Shopify and Optic of the world, that's where it's fallen apart for them. That's where they have had moments of games where they've looked good, but now we need to see those moments turn into games on the board. And I think everybody's going to be looking at Space Station now, if not, oh, where are Space Station looking? Are they looking any better than last event? It's a time to perform now. And even though we've only had one official event so far this year, it feels like there has been a lot of time for this roster to get it right. So to get it right, they have to do it, I feel, at this event.
They do indeed. I think this is a big confidence boost for them. They have to do this in a certain fashion, and that is domination, especially on day one in pool play. They need to show us that they mean business heading into the championship bracket. We do have the series layout on the screen, and with that, gentlemen, it is my cue to hand on over to your beautiful, delicate voices to maybe scream and get loud over this series. Hopefully something fun happens here. But on-Sen Bravo is over to you.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to encourage us a lot. We're going to get gas for this one because this is a series that I think everybody's kind of got their eyes on for different reasons, right? Space Station fans want to see a win here. They want to see a dominant performance. And I think a lot of the fans of the Halo Championship Series as well want to see Space Station come out hot at this event in pool play and just kind of announce themselves as, hey, we have talked the talk, now we are walking the walk, and this is where we're going to show what we've been working on.
So we'll take a look at some CTF stats between some standout players on both rosters. It's going to be Lucid and Descendant here. Lucid coming with a 1.5 KD from Arlington and CTF. Dominant numbers from him. Also 1.8 steals per game on top of that. You also see good numbers from Descendant, but when you put him next to Lucid stats,
yes,
even though they're impressive numbers, they start to look slightly less impressive when Lucid's putting up numbers like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at the numbers for SSG from Arlington as well, you know, numbers don't tell us everything. We know that, right? But when you're looking at KD ratios, you're looking at assists, all of this going in together, it's actually Lucid and Snakebite who were the two positive players for the team. And it was Eco and Stella who struggled a little bit back in Arlington. And that's crazy to say, right? Winning the majority of the events and the World Championship last year for those two players. So I think eyes on Space Station for a lot of different reasons. I think that the chemistry has got to be better. I think it has to be better at this event. Hopefully there's not conversations after this event about what went wrong, and it's more, hey, Space Station are here. Space Station have finally found that formula they've been so desperate to find, and they will be here on a Sunday really looking to challenge.
Right, and speaking of conversations, let's not forget, there were already, just before this event, SSG conversations, right, about that team. You heard comments coming in from Stellar that I think were pretty unlike him and the rest of the team talking about things have not been working. They've been watching more VOD than ever, and they haven't figured out what feels like they need a magic recipe, and they haven't found it yet. And you have to think they need to shake that off and lock in for this event without a doubt, because like you said, there's not going to be room for much conversation after this if they don't show up once again. I think one thing for the SSG side in this series that's going to be key is to shut down the potential momentum of Envy immediately. Let us not forget, Yaxon and Precision bringing that LG roster to Arlington did not make it out of pools last event, right?
Yeah, so coming in with a 5th seed as well,
right,
which was disappointing to say the least.
Disappointing, and probably one of the few times that's ever happened in the history of Pro Halo in terms of when group play is present. And now we look here, they're going to be coming in here with momentum. It's a new org. It's Descendant and Precision on the team. It's new blood. It's new life for them. SSG has a big opportunity here on CTF Aqua to shut them down, right? To absolutely set the tone for this series, set the pace. If they can do that, I think that there's a very good chance that SSG can set the right pace for the weekend. But they need to do it early. They need to do it in Game 1.
It's so interesting to talk about this pool play game in Pool D early on a Friday, right? Usually there's not that much riding on these kind of games. It's let's feel our way into a tournament. Let's see how we're playing. Let's see, you know, what game types are feeling good. Let's get warm and let's win a series, right? This one feels a little bit different whenever we're watching SSG at the moment, because I think everyone's watching for something to go wrong. It almost feels like everyone's waiting for the moment where they're like, SSG aren't looking great right now. They're starting to fall off a little bit. But I also think on the flip side of that, there's a lot of people here who are still waiting for that moment where it's like, wow, this looks like a potential Grand Finals team. This looks like a team who could go on to challenge Shopify and Optic when those big moments occur. And I think this is a really good one to watch if you're at home or you're in the crowd here at DreamHack, just to get a little barometer of what we can expect to see, maybe not just in this series, but moving into Saturday and potentially Sunday as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's interesting when we think of these teams, it's like, really, what are we going to see in these opening games? Where are they going to kind of set that bar? As you say, teams are getting ready to lock into that game to run. By the way, great to be back here at DreamHack, as you say, looking down an enormous convention hall here. I believe over 1 million square feet of gaming in this place. It's amazing. So
God dang.
Traffic, and you know, whether it's events throughout the years, and always DreamHack has been such a good host to the Halo Championship Series. We just get tons and tons of people checking out Halo. Maybe they're coming back to the franchise. Maybe they came specifically for Halo. For whatever reason you're here for, we're glad you're checking out the stage here. We're glad you're also joining us from around the world as well, as we get ready for your second main stage match, as we said, Envy versus Space Station. A lot riding here, and it's kind of two different sides of the same coin. It's quite interesting. The Envy story coming in, as we said, there's a lot to prove, and I couldn't agree more, Mark, about the point about SSG and where the community is at. I think that the community is split. I wouldn't necessarily say even.
Let me double check. All right. Ooh. Last time I got pump faked, I forgot that there's 3 sets of drops, and I was like, yo, I'm almost done for the weekend, and I didn't really pay attention.
There's already so much respect for these 4 players. As Wes was saying, there's already so much they've accomplished, and it's almost like, hey, everyone is on your side. We want to see you guys figure this out. And I think we also, kind of as neutral fans of the game, want to see every team play to their potential. We haven't yet seen that with Space Station Gaming this year. However, I think a lot of people are also forgetting we are early on in the year, right? This is your second official LAN event with HCS points on the line. I think a lot of people are quick to make judgments, as the internet often is, about this roster. However, the question is, what can they do here? What can they do at DreamHack to set their season on a new trajectory? Their first match in this tournament, it's going to be the brand new Envy roster.
Oh, here we go then. This is going to be our first look at both Space Station and Envy here at DreamHack in Dallas, and we're starting off with a little bit of CTF Aquarius, probably the most seasoned game type that we do have, that all of the players on our main stage are going to be extremely comfortable in playing. But after game number 1, what side of the stage is going to be feeling comfortable, depending on what way this game goes? Let's start off with a little bit of snakebite as we get this series underway.
Here we go, and like we said, immediate, you're going to see it just like tone setting in this series. Whichever team is able to get an early advantage, there's going to be so much kind of within that advantage and unspoken momentum that's going to come from this. A lot of action down at P1. Somehow Snakebite stays alive long enough to make sure both kills are cleaned up. 2 dead each side off the opening.
Oh, and it's a good start here for Eco as well. He not only gets the camo, puts it to use. The phenomenal damage that came in, and survivability from Snakebite didn't go wasted in that situation, as Eco was able to kind of move in and carry on. those damage points into kills himself. A triple kill for him. Lucid now inside of the base here for the first time for SSG. Good pressure on the map from them.
Maybe a little bit of impatience there from SSG. Eco to get kind of eagle-eyed front base with camo off of fridge spawners is unfortunate for them. And then Lucid trying to get into the base maybe a little bit faster than he was able to. He gets double teamed, he gets taken down as well. So while I think maybe a little bit of impatience, it's still good aggression from the side of SSG to dictate the initial pace of the game.
This is going to be a test here for SSG as well, because the way that Envy playing is a good example of it. Here from the POV of Precisions, they're not going to be afraid to overextend. It's going to test the communication to make sure that they're able to keep track of all of these players on the side of Envy who are behind enemy lines right now. And with a couple of kills being picked up, SSG will find themselves on the back foot. Mid-map is going to be controlled here by Envy, and Stella's going to have to play a little bit of defense here as players are falling around him.
Yeah, Util heavily under threat, but Stellar comes down the shroom stairs, knows that there's going to be an angle to top bank, and somehow wins a battle like that. Just like that, it's 3 dead for Envy. And I'm not going to lie, on the side of Envy, you cannot allow Stellar as a solo player from the shroom stairs to take down your top mid presence. That's a big identification of the opening, and I don't want to read too much into it, but if Stellar is able to do things like that in a game number 1, that's pretty tricky. Envy's got to make sure they're watching each player on the map, and when they have the advantage, play the advantage.
2v2 on the map right now. Camo is going to be picked up. Snakebite knows this Camo player is hunting around bottom middle. Going to be Yaxin. Whee! Finally does fall, as Lucid will flush him out with that grenade. And now SSG have a chance to step forward themselves. Good pressure on the base, but a little bit of split spawn coming in. Descending, getting that fridge spawn, going to be able to create an angle here and also pick up the kill onto Stella. That's going to give Envy an exit route from their base here.
3 were dead for the side of SSG. 4th player will fall as well. Lucid's going to be your first spawner in this scenario. Does well to stay alive and make sure the kill gets traded out. That will buy SSG some time.
A couple of individual fights being won importantly by SSG on their side of the map. The first one from Stella that we saw, and you highlighted quite rightly, and that one from Lucid. He goes down in that situation. All of SSG are going to be spawning together and on the back foot, giving up so much map presence to Envy that that flag might be in the area where it can start to get moved. And speaking of which, this is the first time we are seeing a flag with some sort of potential moving, and it is on the side of Envy. It was 3 dead momentarily for Space Station, but damage being output onto the flag runner means Precision's going to have to slow down here, and they're going to have to look to reslay.
Stellar was your last player alive. It's a big play from Stellar to make sure that that flag does not go through Util. They flush out car side as well to get 2 dead.
Let's see,
3
come
dead.
on,
Now
Space Station.
It's a great response from SSG to not only get the return,
I know
but
Dan
also
wants
to get
SSG to
immediate
win
control.
bad.
Here they come.
Looking for Descendant here again, just overextending, but it's going to be Lucid. Good comms coming in from SSG, who turns around and makes sure to flush him out. And now we're seeing SSG push as a 2. It's 3 dead. Piggy, the only player alive here on the side of Envy, and I'm pretty sure that he's not really in a position to put too much pressure on this flag run.
Eco just moving diagonally here, making sure that flag's in the goal. There's no pressure at all. Space Station had to stutter step along with Lucid stutter step. That flag will go in. SSG takes the lead here, 1-0 after 4 minutes of play.
Good signs there for Space Station. First flag that gets run with any potential gets converted as well. A few times we saw back in Arlington, they get that flag moving, but off the back of it, weren't able to be efficient in the conversion. And now that they have got that flag back, they've got to be careful, because there's a counter cap opportunity starting to form. Camo in the hands of Yaxin. That was a 4 dead for SSG, and that flag is all the way back in the hands of Piggy.
This is going to go. Yaxin's going to slow play this from Connector as well. That flag's going to go in immediately. Envy responds, and just when you thought SSG was putting up a fight that was not going to be matched, instead it's in a perfectly timed 4 dead. Camo grab, and the flag goes back, and it's back-to-back 4 deads for Envy here. A killing spree for Yaxin on your screen. Still has Camo. Going to go for the pull as well.
Yeah, this young man really wants to make a name for himself as well. A great opportunity for him to team with some seasoned veterans now in Halo Infinite. Using that camo to go on that killing spree to clear out that base, and SSG are trapped on the pink side. They're 3 dead once again. Eco is last alive. It's 4 dead again. Descendant with a double, and Yaxin's running this one for Envy.
Back-to-back 4 deads for Envy. This is unbelievable here as they're about to back-to-back cap. And they answer back in an unbelievable fashion. Yaxin going to bring this one in as well. The killing spree still alive. He's 11-7. Finally, he's taken down. But just before that run, I was going to say, so much here for Piggy and Yaxin, right? The youngest names. Clutch was talking about, you got a lot of veteran talent on this roster, but it's much younger and hungrier talent on Envy. And are they ever showing it here? 2 minutes ago, even less than that, it was 1-0 SSG. And it's a perfect series of play to get 3 back-to-back 4 deads and 2 flags on the board. Amazing stuff here from Envy as they now take the lead.
For the first time, the SSG are under pressure in this tournament is in game number 1. They're down 2-1. Eco gets a trade. There's 2 dead on either side. But Lucid is there to support Snakebite on this flag run. But there is some pressure coming in. Good damage coming in on the side of Envy, which is going to make Snakebite have to start a step here. And even with that thrust, he knows he's got some work to do. Everyone from SSG at the moment is trapped inside the U, so it's 4 dead. Envy somehow managed to completely decimate SSG's run, and now they might be able to run one themselves.
Beautiful patience from Envy. The angle that we had from table into util there was beautiful because even though they got the flag into util, they were not going to be able to cross the util bridge. Descended already back into his own util with what could be and should be the 3rd flag.
Piggy gets a kill off the respawn as well, but it's going to be 3-1. Envy with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on that game clock. Not only put the 3rd flag in, but also have another camo and another killing spree. This time it's Piggy who's getting involved in the kill feed.
We talked a lot about Descendant in the pregame, and for good reason. He's 17-10 in this game. Less than 7 minutes played, but he's +7 at this stage. Look at the numbers on the SSG side. I will sum it up for you very quickly. Not good.
Nobody positive on the side of SSG at the moment. And if you're getting outslayed, you ain't going to win too many games. Descendant looking for more. Should be able to find one onto Lucid. Makes it a little bit harder work than it needed to be, but at least does get that kill. And with 5 minutes left, SSG, questions being posed to them.
5 minutes remaining.
In a game type where they would have felt pretty confident coming in.
And talk about great shots from Eco to finally make sure he gets that kill. Will still, though, be 2 dead for SSG as Stellar gets pushed back into the fridge, but you guys were rightfully so talking quite a bit about games 2 and 3, but Envy had different plans for game number 1 altogether. They still lead by 2 flags with just 4:30 left on the clock.
Still a lot of time left in this game for Space Station to get back into it, but for Envy, the task is much more simple now. It's just pick up your kills, get your kills, make sure you get your trades. Don't let SSG progress across the map to get in towards your base and get that flag moving. Make it as difficult as possible. Burn time off the clock if you can, but they're starting to get slayed out in the back of their base now. Envy and Space Station, with Lucid picking up a couple of kills, are running that flag, but Snakebite does get taken down on that run.
Somehow they pick up the kills off screen to make it a 2v2 momentarily with that flag down bottom mid. Lucid in trouble on the table, will likely get cleaned up here and does, however. Eco already with the flag.
But a great job from Lucid to buy time in that situation, right? Even though he does die, he buys enough time for that flag to get back to the base. Now this is the round of kills that really matters. It's 2v2 on the map, but kills most recently have gone the way of Envy, which has allowed Descendant to get yet another camo.
Lucid spawns back base, that's big.
Get this touch.
Stellar stays alive. Lucid should be able to get this touch here. Once he gets shielded back, he will do indeed. And even the cap, I believe, he will get it. And now things get a lot more interesting.
Damn, bro, Envy's looking strong even online, you know? They were looking strong, but on land they're looking just as strong. Looking nice. Oh, what's good, Eva? Chillin'. I'm just vibing to this tournament. What you up to today?
Run being slowed down. Envy have a chance if they pick up kills here to get that flag across and put the 2 flag differential back on the board.
Nicely played from Snakebite. Really good shield management there. Make sure he has the advantage as he comes up the pink street. That'll give them a momentary advantage. Looks like that flag will return now. Both flags back at home.
Just under 3 minutes left for Space Station to get a flag on the board here. 2 dead. Unfortunately for them, though, it's going to mean that Envy will have map control. Lucid trying to force his way forward, but with no shields.
Haha, let's go, Eva. Always vibing. I love that. Let's get it.
They found those spawners as well.
Let's get it.
Eco being taken down and Piggy running that flag.
Eco was the last player alive. Snakebite was first spawner. He's traded out as well. Still 3 and 4 dead.
No way. 4-2 with 2 minutes left.
This will be the 4th flag.
My gosh.
Once again, a 2 flag lead here for Envy. At the 2-minute mark, they answer back yet again.
We'll talk about maps number 2 and 3 like we were saying. But they've got to worry about map number 1 here because Envy are completely in control, and you have to say have outplayed Space Station in this map number 1. 4-2 with 2 minutes left on the game clock. I mean, time is a massive problem now for SSG.
Descendant also really playing this well, right? He's going to bait the flag in util. There's going to be panic here from SSG. They're going to look to pick up a few more kills. A little bit of an overextend coming in from SSG. We'll see how these next few kills go. It's going to be 2 dead for SSG, maybe 3 in a second. And
wow,
they're
that's
going to continue the run yet again. 4 dead, the delayed flag run. Pretty unorthodox there from Descendant. And what a way to finish this one as it comes back home.
26 and 15. Yaxin running in the final flag. It's going to be 5-2 as Envy will strike first here at DreamHack. They're up 1 in the series. How about that?
And I'm not going to lie, the way they did the 5th flag actually adds a little bit of flair to the way that that game ends. That's a little bit of playing with your food. To toss that flag into util, let SSG panic and OE, and then kill them 1 by 1, and then run.
No, that's
you
crazy.
Do not usually see that type of play at this level. If you can run the flag, you take the window. You don't do some ship H2 flag baiting here in Infinite, but that's exactly what we just saw. And despite a solid opening from SSG and the first flag on the board, and some good mid-game composure as well, I will add, NB does not show any signs of slowing as they take game number 1 with a convincing score of 5-2 in regulation.
The most important word there is convincing, right? It felt like that was Envy's game. There's a few moments for Space Station where they capped those 2 flags, but apart from that, how many times were we saying 4 dead SSG, 4 dead SSG? It was like back to back to back 4 deads. At one point, it was complete map control at times in that game number 1 coming in from Envy. As we take a look at the stats, Descendant breaking 7k on the damage. That's why you're seeing him top the leaderboard with kills.
By the way, how fierce is that Envy armor in the back?
Pretty clean.
Black and blue looks good. Good to have these logos back. Take a look at some highlights from that game number 1, and what a way to start off this series between these two. And not gonna lie, off of the opening, you really felt like not only were we gonna see SSG take the lead, but even the game. And Envy finds some very, very important early game composure to back-to-back cap, and I will say it again, back-to-back-to-back 3 deads against a team like SSG. We knew these guys were going to come out hot, but I think this was even hotter than many may have expected.
I think the thing that stood out for me most in that game is when you're talking about the teams on paper, looking about this series, this particular game type going into game number 1, you're thinking if Envy take this, it's going to be scrappy, right? There's going to be a couple of flags where there's 2 or 3 touches on them from different players on the way back, a 4-3, that kind of game. But that was a very, very well executed game from Envy. The flag runs, I think every single one was clean. It was 2, 3 dead off the back of the flag getting moved.
Right, the flag was in util with 4 dead.
So kind of brutal in the way that they were running them. It was exceptional teamwork and performance from Envy, and I think SSG have just realized, if they didn't realize, this could be a long series.
Really could. And for SSG fans in the building and at home, the hope is that that is your game 1 wake-up call. We've talked about it a lot throughout the years. Oftentimes, even with very talented rosters, you can get caught off guard game 1, right? Many triggers down rosters that I've been with would lose game 1s and then win the tournament. Still a lot of Halo to play. But Envy indicating that they are here to play in this series and this weekend. It's a heck of a start for the return of Envy in the Halo Championship Series.
Now we move to game number 2 and game number 3, of course, and we have to go back to the conversations that were happening here on the sofas before we even shot a bullet in this series, which is, this is the game types that Envy would look at in this series and go, these are the ones that we fancy. These are the ones where we feel we can squeeze something out of SSG. But now, if they go into this next game and they take it away, this Street Slayer, SSG are down by 2. You got to think about, you know, the mental game of SSG, what's going on in their heads right now after that game 1 loss, because it's not a close loss, it's a 5-2 loss in map number 1. If they fall here, Envy have got to be going for blood. They've got to be going, let's close this out in 3.
They absolutely could. And we talked about it earlier as well. And look at the players on Envy. This is a momentum team, right? Give these guys a reason to get fired up, and they're going to run with it. That game 1 was certainly an opportunity to do so. You just saw them on the stage cams. They're locked in, they're fired up, they're going to take that game 1 momentum, they're going to bring it right here into game number 2 Slayer. We're underway. Lots of pressure, even more you could say, for SSG here in game number 2.
Yeah, the question is, has there ever been more pressure in a pool play game in a second map of a series on day 1?
Right.
You can answer that yourself at home. Depending what side of the series that you want to see a team come out on top of. SSG down 1, 5-2. Aquarius capture the flag, goes the way of this new Envy roster. And off the break here is 4-3. The Space Station will answer back here, and that camo is still on.
Very nicely done from Snakebite. He could have challenged a lot of players that are not Snakebite, would have tried to challenge from top of C stairs as well. Instead, he takes a great angle to delay the camo, but the pressure, as you say, is too strong. 3 dead for the side of SSG, and it's a camo and a 5-kill lead for Envy, picking up exactly where they left off in game number 1.
Stella's trying his best to find this camo and take him down. Stella does a phenomenal job there. Last player alive, only player alive, spots out the camo and manages to get the kill. You can't ask for more in a player in that situation, but At this point, is it going to be an opening created for SSG to close that gap ever so slightly? It looks like they are closing that gap, and hey, who's in the kill feed? It's Stellar again with 2 to back up that initial kill on the camo.
Really nicely done. This game was just 11 to 5. They keep it within reason, but as you say, responded back very well. 2 dead for the side of Envy momentarily. 2v2 and the match is 13 to 10. And to be honest, as 3 will fall for Envy, SSG is going to be very happy 3 fall for SSG as well. They're going to be happy that this game is as close as it is here.
Yeah, that kill from Stellar is something we might look back on at the end of this game and might be the difference maker. 3 kills the difference between the 2 teams. Great shots coming in from Lucid. Welcome back to the star in the kill feed, by the way. Love to see that.
Welcome return. I think everyone's excited to see the perfect star in the feed. Makes it just a little bit sweeter as Lucid picks up another one to bring the game within 1.
Will be Envy still with a ever so slight lead, but Eco moving into bottom middle with some help coming in from Stellar off the respawn as well. Will be able to collect this camo, but it's going to be burnt. No effect of that camo whatsoever, but Snakebite and Stellar in the kill feed have turned this game around now. SSG up by 1, a lead for the first time in this game.
And with that lead, it's a good opportunity to hear how SSG is sounding here. Let's get into a listen in with Space Station Gaming.
He's someone up here. Nice.
Let's go, where?
Yeah. No idea, Kevin.
No clue. He's back tower, guys, back tower.
Here,
Doesn't know I'm here, Two hitting it, double hitting Cafe, double hitting Bulldog. Two on Bulldog, 2 guys Bulldog. You're going up P1, they win P1. They did. On Shotty weak. On Shotty weak. And bottom sub. Shotty 2 shot. On disruptor. Take on driveway. He's still on me. He's half shield, guys. Half shield, on driveway. Driveway 1 shot. 2 dead. Red. I spawned tower, guys. One spot PD on me. PD weak. Might be Cafe. Yo, plants, guys. 1 shot plants. Nice. On me PD. Watch you, Red. Coming up mid. PD. He's going backside. 1 shot. Trying to get to Kevin.
Right gun's up.
Just 1 shot. Dead.
Look at bottom. Drive cover precision.
Right gun is up.
Look at me. There's guys up Ivy. Yeah, I'm walking up. I'm going back to crash. Yeah, back, driveway and trash. Looking trash on me. Balcony. It's 1 shot. Dead. Be real, guys. Be real. Be pillars.
Camo 25.
B steps. 2 depth. 1 B steps. Half shields, B steps. Going. Benches.
Right dead could be up. Camo 15.
2 cafe. Yo, driveway. Red room. 2 cafe, Kevin. 1 shot ice cream. 1 shot ice cream to arcade. He's arcade. Still here. Still back A. Still arcade. One, arcade to dead end now. PD now.
Camo 3.
I have a stalker bottom C.
Behind you, chasing you, Tommy, chasing you with pistol. You're on.
Camo's up.
1 guy going for camo now, and there's 2 B side. Watch out, camo. ATM.
Who might die?
They're both weak. I don't really have help for that.
I can't do anything on that.
No, this guy B gen. Can maybe kill these guys. Yeah, I'm right behind you. Yeah, I'm helping them, Kevin. Here,
yeah, go for it. One dead. Do we know camo?
Yo, B steps. They're fires. Dead. Missing camo still.
Play yourself heavy. Agent, BGen.
2 BGen. And 1 ZM.
3 shots BGen. Kill one.
Nice. I spawn sub.
Help Brayden, go.
I'm coming.
He's in PD now. BJ, they might spawn C.
We went into the comms, it was a 1 kill advantage for SSG, and it's still a 1 kill advantage for SSG, so it has been a trade fest, but the pace of this game has been very notable. Both teams trying to pressurize each other at all times.
Yeah, a little bit of a bell curve there. It feels like we joined 1 kill lead, and we saw SSG go into a lead by 5+, and as you say, we're right back to a 1 kill game. So pretty cool, calm, and collected there from SSG, but also, as you mentioned, a lot of trades during those exchanges have kept this game really close, and SSG has known Descendant gets taken down there in that battle. SSG has known in a lot of those scenarios they were taking 1v1s where they had to trade. They were forced to do it just to get space on the map.
Yeah, just allow those respawners back on. I think did a really good job, even though it felt like Envy were picking up some kills. The damage was coming in and it allowed the trades to come in off the respawners. It was good stuff from SSG showing how to play off the back foot in certain situations, which now puts them into a 2 kill advantage with just 10 to go to tie this series up. But the red gun in the hands of Stellar could be what they need just to reopen the map, just to get that damage down. But it's a 2v2 for now. Precision in the 1v1 and wins it, and that is the Stalker rifle down as well. And that could be an opportunity for Envy to get back into this.
Yeah, Descendant comes in right at the right time on driveway to help as well, and just like that, it's a 1 kill game. And what a heartbreaker and devastating turnaround this would be if SSG does not take this game.
Camo coming up as well in a few seconds time, so everybody's going to have to make their way to get an LOS on that to try and deny the other team from getting it. Stella with that first kill, it's Eco with the second, and it's Lucid who comes away with that camo. Piggy should be taken down as well. Lucid! He gets all kinds of wobbly around Piggy. He misses those shots.
Wait, no way. It was looking so good for SSG.
99 times out of 100, that's
No
a
way.
win. You even saw a shake of the head from Lucid there. It's a big win from Piggy. If you don't know,
What the
if you
hell?
didn't know the name, you know it now. It gives them a 2-kill lead.
Damn, Piggy gets his main stage appearance and they're making it work,
5:30
bro.
left. We certainly won't need all that time, but man, is this ever a much more interesting game after that individual win on Driveway?
Well, it's given Envy an opportunity. And it's given SSG, again, something to think about. They're now having to slow the game down. They're now having to play it patiently. Stella's going to be flying in to try and get this kill. Will be able to flush him out. The trade starts to come in. It's still a 2-kill advantage on the side of SSG, but now it's just 1. Now it's a tied game after the perfect coming in for precision. 5 kills to go on either side. And is that camo play going to come back to haunt SSG here?
Precision also from Tires, picks up 1, picks up 2. Huge point in the game to now lead 47-45.
He's looking for 3 onto Stella as well. Stella gets taken down.
Wait. What just happened, bro?
Coming in for precision. It's 1 to go.
Oh my God.
It's going to be Envy.
Yo, that was
Down with just a few kills to go.
Yo, that yell was crazy.
Like what they see. How about
That yell
Precision
was
as the
crazy,
push
bro.
comes from Cafe. Jumps up Tires, cleans up the tower 1 shot. Picks up the kill in ATM, and with confidence drops bottom middle to take on Stellar in a 1v1 to get a triple kill when they were tied 45-45. It's a huge individual effort there from Precision off of the push from the team. 50-46 is your final score in game number 2. A come-from-behind win from Envy in a game that they trailed by 5 in the mid-game.
17 and 13 for Precision, but the 3 most important ones, those ones right at the end of that game. But the biggest kill of the whole game, Piggy. Piggy versus Lucid.
Yes.
Lucid has him half shields. Lucid has camo. Lucid loses the 1v1. And that gives them the map opening, the chance to push up.
Yeah, for real, bro. I think that was the decision, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I think that was the decision maker too. I'm glad they thought so as well.
Of events that lead to Envy having a 2-0 lead in this series as we take a look back on some of the highlights here.
Man, I cannot wait to look at some of these. Once again, let's not forget.
They were up like all
by 4,
game.
up by 5, 27, 22, 28 to 22 at this stage in the game. And this was also, look at this battle. Descendant comes last second to help in that. Even though Precision gets the kill, here is the 1v1. Has to be finished.
You have to win it.
Has to be finished.
And this is the triple kill at the end of the game. The cleanup, and then Stella doesn't have the shields, but how many times do you see Stella win those and just keep it even footing in those situations?
Even the celebratory montage melee there for extra style points.
Why not?
And
why not
look at
this
that
point?
about this Envy team that really struck me at the end, as we see the series layout here, painting a wall of blue, 5-2 in that Aquarius CTF. Slayer on Streets, of course, was much closer, but as we said, let's not forget, SSG blows a 6-kill lead in the mid-game to lose the game by 4. But one thing I just noticed about that Envy team, right, they are not popping off. They're not jumping out of their seats on that comeback win. It's just fist bumps down the line. Descendant didn't even really budge. And it feels like for them, if you're an Envy fan, that looks like to them another day at the office, right? A lot of this team, let's not forget, these are very experienced names in competitive Halo. Maybe not exactly what you'd call household names just yet, as they continue to push that boundary. But they've been here before, and their demeanor on stage and the scoreboard is certainly showing that.
I mean, look at the scores of those 2 games. We always say, when you were looking at the biggest teams in the world playing in Slayers, a full team wipe of the difference between 2 teams in a Slayer when they're so evenly matched, usually a pretty conclusive win, you would say. Like anything 46 and below, you're saying pretty conclusive win. Now we know that it was essentially tied up at 45, and it was the last few moments that completely belonged to Envy. But showing that you can close out those kind of games, showing that you have the ability to go 2 up in a series and not let it slip to 1-1, which we do so many times when we see a space station versus a lower seeded team, shows that they're here to play, shows that they know how important this series is, and they know that they've given themselves an opportunity now in this pool to really cause some upsets, not just right now. If they beat Space Station and they go through and continue playing this way in the pools, the bracket a little bit later on when we get into the winner side, it's going to throw another spanner in the works.
Absolutely. And if SSG is to win this series, they will be forced to reverse sweep, and they will be forced to win on Origin Slayer. As we said, a game type they have yet to win in official LAN play, 0-2 at Arlington on that game type. So a very, very difficult road ahead here for SSG. Let's paint the picture accurately, though. This is still possible, especially with the caliber of player on SSG.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a good series, though.
Same argument.
Love to see it.
For the side of Envy, the job is not done. As we said, players like Piggy and Yaxton left a lot on the table in pool play in Arlington. That will be a fresh memory for them. They need to ice up here. Don't even let this thing go the distance. If you're an Envy fan, you want to see them do this quickly.
Well, one thing that may be some crumb of consolation here for SSG is that no one's ever won a series in 2 games in a best of 5. You got to win another one. They're going to have to force Envy to win another game if they want to call this series their own. But I mean, what's going to be going through the heads of those 4 players right now? It's tough to even think about it.
Really tough. I would say, luckily,
I have a feeling it's gonna go 5-4. You think so? 5 or 4? You mean, or 5-4? Yeah, like game 5 or 4. Okay, I can't wait. Yeah, SSG. I feel like they won't get 3-0. There's no way they get 3-0 right here. They gotta win this game for sure. They gotta win this game.
If they're able to find consistent 3-4 neds and they really catch SSG off guard, they might be able to do it again. Can't count SSG out, but based on what we've seen so far, it's hard to think of them finding any momentum.
I think the concerning thing for me here for SSG, the first 2 maps you look at, not big power weapon maps, right? It's obviously the camo to play around. We have the Stalker on streets, but map number 1, Aquarius, it's more bandit heavy. You don't see a lot of other weapons being used, but now that you get onto recharge, the shock rifle available, which you're looking at some of the big names on SSG, if they can start to control that, start to hit some big shots, an opening and some confidence might start to come back.
Right. And I think one thing Envy's going to know is that you don't want to give SSG any amount of momentum, energy, kind of refining their focus. Envy knows that they are just a few mistakes away from this series going a pretty different direction from here. And if you're
Here we
inside
go.
SSG,
Game 3. SSG can't let this go. I'm gonna grab some Coca-Cola from the fridge here. I just had a pizza. It was really good. I need to chug some Coca-Cola. One sec.
And over in Pool C, you saw earlier today, FaZe Clan will take down C9 to go 1-0 in the series as well.
Good to see the Nemesis social team on fire already early on. I know they've been waiting. They have been waiting. They don't miss. They really don't miss. Unfortunately for Omid, they were not only the victims of that series loss, but also the repercussions as everybody now finds out.
You don't really want to match up against Nemesis, period.
And them, dude. I'm telling you.
He's a sneaky little guy.
He's a feisty guy. He's a feisty guy. But TSM with that win.
Been amazed by the places he finds himself.
He's got some badges that I didn't know you could get. He gets everywhere. Any access for them. Anyway, one thing that just kind of noted as well from the way that SSG is set up as well on the main stage is Snakebite's moved his position from what we saw in Arlington as well. So they obviously did a bit of an arrangement change as well. He's now on the end.
He might have Eva, to be honest. Like, these guys are just either putting on, like, you know, sometimes I've seen people put on like lip balm or whatever, or, you know, moisturize their hands, whatever makes them comfortable, you know. Everyone's different.
A lot about specific screen watching, for example. Might have Snakebite there to watch a little bit more of Lucid's screen. You also might have Lucid kind of in his exact position to be able to watch more of both screens. There's a lot that goes into seating order. And like you said, a little bit of adjustments like that sometimes yield a big change in the way that scenarios might play out. So far, SSG yet to find. I will say, we should mention, in both games 1 and 2, looking good, as we've talked about the SSG story so far, looking good at times.
At points.
Yeah, at points. That is, so, right, we're not seeing them getting blown out. We are seeing them find great moments of gameplay, sometimes stringing that together for, as we said, in the CTF, we saw them putting on really good big flag caps to bring the game within 1. In the Slayer, they lead by 5. However, not closing out games.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, understandably, I think for everyone who's watching either here live or at home, you know, there's a lot of focus on SSG in this series, but I actually want to give just a second to kind of pause and give credit to how good Envy have been in this series, because this is not SSG just being, you know, off the pace. This is Envy playing some really good Halo Infinite so far. Confident, efficient, you know, I think I used the term brutal in that CTF Aquarius that we saw. Thank you. My memory sometimes starts to go. But you know, the way that they were capping those flags, it wasn't just a scrappy run. It was efficient. It was 3-4 dead off respawners, and then you look at the ice in the final moments of that game as well. The 1v1 against one, and then all of these things. You know, it's as much credit needs to be given to Envy for their performance in this series, and what they've done so far as needs to be concern on the side of SSG.
Yeah, and I would take that even further and say, and double down on your point and say, I would just give the majority, right, of the credit to the way Envy's played it. This has not been about gaps. I think we're identifying gaps in SSG's gameplay because of the pedigree and achievements of the players on this team. And it must be noted time and time again, these are world champions, so everything they do on a main stage will be dissected, it will be analyzed by not just us, but for better or worse, the entirety of the internet.
Yes.
On the side of Envy, however, though, showing up in an enormous way in this series, they have run away with it so far, and you could tell.
Yo, Bravo's such a good caster. Him and Onset work well together.
Send it there on your screen, and you could tell. Hands folded, locked in, ready to get into game number 3.
Yeah, I think all of Envy just want to get this back underway. They want to keep the momentum going from that big win in that final moment of that game number 2, where they just somehow managed to find the damage and the appropriate kills to make it look pretty comfortable at the end after being tied up at 45 all. We'll take a look at our schedule as well, just to remind you what else is coming up on our main stage here at DreamHack.
Damn, long day today.
You saw FaceClan winning a little bit earlier against Cloud9. 3-1 was that series result. In the middle here of Space Station versus Envy, or maybe near in the end if you're an Envy fan. And then we have FaZe versus Zero Tenacity coming up after this, and then we get to see the champs from Arlington on our main stage. Optic Gaming taking on Gen G. Shopify versus Nemesis, which we've kind of highlighted as probably the most exciting game that we are looking forward to. We didn't get to see Nemesis play against Shopify Rebellion back in Arlington, but we do get to see that in pool play, and then we do see the Green Wall once again against the reunited TSM, the boys back together as our final game of the day.
Yeah, gonna be some fantastic Halo, not just all day, but all weekend, of course, as well. And as you said, Envy just going to be excited to get back into the gameplay. And one thing I also want to mention is during the SSG listen-in, despite leading by 5 during that listen-in, didn't feel like a listen-in where they were in control, right? I want to say Stellar called out his PD call-out 5 or 6 times in a row, right? A lot of stressed call-outs, even with a lead like that, and picking up kills that they looked like they needed. It didn't feel like they were calms. It felt like it was pretty stressed.
Calms.
Kind of excited energy on that side. We'll have to see what they're going to bring in Strongholds right now. SSG with their backs against the wall in the first series of the weekend.
Well, 250 points to win here on Strongholds. Of course, that triple gap is going to be something that both teams are going to want to avoid because, you know, either way this goes right now, if they get a triple cap early, Space Station are going to really be tested here. Really be tested. Not just in-game, not just technically, but emotionally and mentally as well, to find their way back into the game. But for SSG, it's on a game type where you're looking for a team to have good coordination on how they're pushing, where they're rotating, what kills they're prioritizing. What we've seen in game number 1 and 2, it's a concern to see Strongholds as game number 3.
It really is, and I think one thing that you have to note if you caught game number 1 was the consistency of the 3 and 4 deads that came in from Envy, right? And it felt like they were getting, like we said, the 3rd rotation of Slay kills where you really don't see that. I mean, back-to-back 4 deads, you expect a team like SSG to find their footing. I gotta say, also credit to Envy because I kind of gave them a lot of heat for letting Stellar come off spawn and win a battle from Shroom Stairs, and you know, that looked like it might have been an indication that SSG was going to find gaps in the armor. Yeah. Instead, Envy shut that. From there on out, Envy has shut down moments like that.
And I think one thing to highlight, we were talking about Descendant a lot in Wes, we were kind of all talking about Descendant at the start of this, and the conversation around, you know, he's an aggressive player. He likes to get into the fight. He likes to be aggressive, and it verges sometimes on the reckless we've seen historically, right? Where he can sometimes give a life away instead of maybe just playing a little bit more reserved, having recognized that that fight isn't there to win. Haven't seen that at all from him in this series. He's been aggressive, but also valued his life so well in some of those fights and waited for the help to come in. And chemistry is a great conversation to have. Where we talked about SSG and the chemistry and how it's been lacking so far this season. When you look at the way that Envy are playing, it feels like Descendant's very comfortable in his role. He can overextend a little bit. He's got the likes of Piggy putting in damage onto those players, which he's trying to turn into a double kill, for example. He's turning 1 into 2, and I think it's just, you look at this Envy lineup and the way they're playing off of each other, a lot of good signs for them. For a team that's relatively new and hasn't had as many reps as a lot of the teams that they're going to be going up against.
Absolutely, and I think Also, just good signs for this team right off the bat, right? Even before the Envy pickup, winning that online tournament, right away showing that the chemistry was there, the talent was also there. Now it has transitioned so far onto the main stage.
So far, that's the thing though to highlight, right? Like I mentioned, no best of 5 has ever been won in 2 games. You have to win a third at some point. And for Envy this way, I think is probably hurting them more than it's hurting SSG. SSG have a chance just to cool off the momentum, to cool off the progress that's been made by Envy so far in this series, but with a deep breath. A big deep breath coming in from multiple members of SSG. It looks like we are almost ready to get into game number 3, which could be the deciding one if Envy are able to close it out here.
If you're an SSG fan, you're just hoping that they're reminding themselves
just
why they should. What's that?
You're just hoping.
Yeah, you're hoping for a few things, and I think specifically you're hoping that they remind themselves just mentally, right? Think about the amount of opportunity here, the talent, the confidence that they should have going into this game, and what's possible when they do click. I think, as you guys talked about on the desk earlier, not overthinking will be key here. Very, very possible that SSG gets their way back into this series, and it goes the distance. We're underway here. Opening rush going to be very important.
Precision's going to move straight in aggressively and get this for free.
Okay.
And immediately push on the Snakebite here. Descendant hits his first perfect. Precision going to get into a fight and get away with his life as well. It's 2 dead on the side of SSG, but SSG have actually out-rotated here. A couple of kills went down on either side, but they did manage to get B control and C momentarily, but weren't able to hold it long enough to even get a point on the board here. We're still tied up at 0, and Stronghold's being flipped back and forth.
Precision starting B, but instead just going to be on the hunt here. I like this play. Gets the angles that he needs. Kill 2 yet again. They're going to have another man advantage. First few little points on the board here for SSG, but oh my.
Oh wow, I thought that was...
Precision will get a stick from the grave. 2 dead each side.
There was 3 dead momentarily for SSG. Lucid with the shock rifle though, showing how the power weapons can change the momentum in a game. That little kill there allows the rest of SSG just a second to get back onto the map. Now the 1v1 against Precision. Precision playing his life, valuing his life. You're going to try and fly in here to get that cleanup, but I'm not sure Lucid has to fight for that kill in that situation. With Envy coming up the respawn, the support was always going to be there for Precision.
Still 2 dead for SSG, and guess what? C got reset as well. Finally, it'll get flipped, but during that Lucid life, somehow Envy gets a little bit of a reset on C. Now, finally, SSG will flip it, but not before. It's a 27-point lead here for the side of Envy.
AMB in control of Envy, but it looks like Lucid stepping into B here to try and flip it back into the control of SSG. A couple of trades going down elsewhere. It's 2 down on the side of Envy. Jackson's trying to stay alive, but Lucid's hunting him down due to the comms coming in from Stellar, and now the rotation will occur from Lucid, having captured B, now towards A. However, can't even get the conversion. The reset comes in, as it's going to be Precision who flies through, and SSG are 3 dead.
I think for SSG fans, whenever they've hoped that there maybe is an opening, 40-7, by the way, on the trip cap, and a camo once again. It feels like each time it's perfectly rotated. Ooh, almost a stick there. The predictive nade on camo jump up. Eco's trying to figure out how to take this battle and does well with some help. That one should be clean. Comes in with a strike, I think is what we would call that one. 2 dead for both sides.
An open palm strike coming in. Lucid wins his fight against Jackson, but it's only to even up some numbers here. Stellar is going to be able to flip C. Where are the spawns going to come in here for SSG? It looks like they are going to be happening in and around C. He picks up the first kill, and Lucid taking that route towards the camo box is kind of a predictable one at this point. The first way that you try and escape up mid-map, and Piggy was ready for it. 3 dead for SSG.
Yep, a pre-nade off of the trippy there from Piggy. A lot of words that ended in Y there that I wasn't ready for. 3 dead for the side of 3 dead for the side of SSG. More importantly, though, still a heavy lead here. Tripling the score of their opponents is Envy on the AB hold. Now 70-21.
Descendant again, 7-3 in this game. Stellar going to give a free kill here. Over to Envy, just flies in. Piggy just plays that corner, waits for him to move by. Descendant, his POV has been earned right now as SSG can't get 4 on the map. 2 dead for them again, and this AB hold is really, really stifling Space Station.
Really is. You got to wonder. Envy, as we said, tons of momentum and showing no signs of slowing. Let's get into a listen in here with Envy at the 96-point mark.
Another one. 2A. One shot dead. One more A. Watch out. Trippy. Last guy's sacked. I can run A. I'm running at A.
He's still kind of hurt, I think.
I hit him with a nade.
Yeah, that's all you
bomb tower.
Bottom A,
weak. Bottom A. Bottom A. Bottom A.
Camo 15.
Bottom A. Still bottom A. Shots.
Damn, they're really about to 3-0 these guys. Holy sheesh, bro.
Camo 5.
I dropped grapple. Top right in, bottom mid.
Camo, two bottom mid, two on camo.
Across.
Two just grab camo.
Big jump. Camo jump weak. One shot back door. Camo C-stairs.
Live, Ethan.
Yeah, right, AB again. Fucking death grip this shit.
That's great.
Two needles. I cannot live. One shot apple.
Hell.
Top red. Camo's top red, picky. Top A cross. To that. Camo's top A. I cannot PB.
Where's he?
It's camo. Ah, fucking fell, dude.
Live, yeah, don't shell.
Look at your needles. Bottom A and top A, cat.
Maybe it right now, maybe it weak.
Turbine, free.
One shot.
To you, one shot.
Come here.
Bomb tower weak, Lucid, bomb tower.
I'm getting it.
2A. Weak bomb tower.
2A. Watch out, bottom. What's bottom right?
Turbine running at B.
Yeah. MB.
Hey, damn.
R2. They spawned red. L2.
Top tower.
This one red.
Top cat.
I can shoot B.
Jason going one shot tower. Absolute stairs. Going cat. One shot cat. Absolute.
Wait, we have red. I'm getting spawn code glass.
Well, Envy obviously, understandably, sounded pretty hyped to the comms, making sure that they're talking to each other most importantly, saying back down, don't challenge, stay alive. And it's turned into a 129-56 lead for them. SSG really struggling, again in the same department. And I gotta look at Stella. He's 5 and 10, gets his 5th kill on the board. Double negative at this point. This is something we don't associate with this player.
Yeah, I tell you what, there's a lot to admire in that listening as well, and I think overall it sounded like a bit calmer than some people would have expected in terms of the delivery. Like, don't get me wrong, there's energy, there's excitement, but once again, it feels like another day at the office for the Envy players, and they're just kind of roaming around the map, getting the kills they need, and now leading by nearly 100.
3 dead on the side of SSG once more. Eco last alive, Descendant holding down the top of gold here, looking towards the long haul for those spawners. And as they said themselves, death grip them. Keep them
that was the call.
Trapped into C, hold A and B, and so far it's worked for them.
Yeah, death grip definitely has historically been a pretty commanding method of a way of doing things. Frowned upon in some circles, however, in competitive Halo. That's exactly what we got. 2 dead. Jackson trying to make something happen against a camo player here. I'm going to contest.
The longer this contest goes on, the better it is for Envy. Help's going to come at any moment, and there is the help. Not only does he stay alive, he forces Snakebite to step out to keep this camo, and that's the reset coming in. SSG had momentary control, but now you can see that C is being flipped.
Lock in, boys, lock in.
Snakebite does get the conversion here onto B, and now has to turn his attention to A. Lucy with a big kill, though, onto Descendant over A. Worried slightly that he was going to take the damage from Snakebite there and get taken down himself, but this is the first time now we're seeing SSG start to pick up kills. It's a double off the back of the camo play. Looking for more onto Descendant here. Might be able to get it, but Descendant slows down the momentum with a vital 1v1 win.
Might even get a little juke. Here he does against Lucid.
Okay. Game not over yet.
Hey. Shooting some bodies here for Descendant, and they have a hefty lead, but they will want to close it out in this game after things like that. But I tell you what, the bigger play there is Descendant staying alive in the 1v1, and Plasma's on top Hydro. Then he gets the kill on Lucid. It's moments like that. It's the domino effect of plays like that that have really defined this entire series.
Stella's got himself a shock rifle. Snakebite finds 1, 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of Envy, and now Space Station look for the triple cap. And the reason that I went, you haven't won the game yet, in the way of Descendant was because we have seen comebacks happen a lot when the teabagging happens a little bit too early in these games.
By the way, all series long, key 1v1s coming in. 4 dead for Envy, by the way. Key 1v1s have been coming in for the side of Envy. However, just as quickly as we say that, take a look at the scoreboard. What was a 100-point lead is now just a 50-point lead. And like you said, you typically don't start shooting bodies until you know it's done. Back-to-back 4 deads. Trip cap continues here. They get the reset. And just like that, it's a 30-point game. Space Station showing signs of life here in game number 3.
Camo and shock here for Lucid as well. Piggy gets bodied. Loses his shields. A lot of pressure on Lucid in this situation. 2 dead for Envy.
Good cleanup there.
The follow-up on the damage is coming in here, and it's going to be a flip of the score as SSG.
Wow.
Envy 3 dead
Good
once
run here by
again.
them.
The death grip is theirs now. The triple cap is killing Envy.
Oh boy, you start shooting bodies, you wake up a sleeping giant, and it might be a team of national champions that you just awoke, because now it's a 25-point lead for SSG in what could be remembered as a pretty important game and scoreline. Yak in trouble bottom middle. He'll take damage and be cleaned up. Still a man advantage here for SSG.
Stella finds another as well. It's 2 dead. Piggy, no shields, no problem here for Eco. Flies in, cleans that one up. And even though the last remaining player from Envy, it's going to be over at A. Those spawners, they're all going to be with him. They flip C here, SSG, and they continue to score. They now find themselves within 30 points of taking their first game in this series.
Oh boy, did that go? There's no way that green gun came into pipes, did it? That was a wild one. Look at the scoreboard, 230 to 180. Envy is paying the price for the trash talk.
However, Envy do get out of the spawn trap. They get a couple of kills. Eco can't connect with the plasma pistol this time. And it's a trip cap now in the favor of Envy, but the kill feed is starting to go in the favor of SSG. Kill after kill, round after round, they're starting to find their way back onto the map here, but Envy with this AB hold, which has brought them so much success, crossed the 200-point mark.
Eco just putting that plasma pistol to use in every single way that you can. Push your
big stick.
Lose it with a big
You 100% have to win if you teabag, he says. It's funny. Kinda true, kinda true.
Descendant trying to defend A. Gets the reset, but doesn't have many shields to play with here. There was an SSG member floating around. But the camo goes the way of Snakebite now. Precision taken down. It's 2 dead for Space Station. No, he's going to be under pressure, but gets the flip onto B. Scoring will continue, but Piggy sniffs him out. It's 3 dead for Space Station.
Oh my. Imagine this. Imagine this here. We're about to see a trip cap B and C flip here. It's a trip cap for Envy as they trail by only 10 now.
This next round of kills could decide the game. Stella gets the first onto Piggy. B will be flipped here by SSG.
Oh my, the shots.
Great shots coming in for Descendant there. Perfect! But here comes Snakebite, stepping up in a big moment to win that fight. Precision, trying to move in, but 2 players from SSG are in the elevator trying to flip A and will be able to just about do so.
He wanted to find Snakebite so badly. Precision wanted to get the
wow.
Does he get the stick on the way out? He does! That's going to keep things interesting here.
Snakebite survived though. Snakebite did survive, and it's an AB hold.
So close, bro.
3 dead here for Envy.
They know.
Here, just 2 points ago,
wow.
and SSG will complete that comeback, will stay alive in this series, and give themselves a chance. It's 2-1 to Envy now, but SSG show signs of life.
Oh my gosh, bro. Envy must be like, uh-oh.
A story we just saw. Descendant, as we said,
Boop,
in a zen-like state before the game. Not very zen to be shooting bodies mid-game. And it comes back to haunt them.
Damn.
Of which the bodies I would not shoot. At any stage.
How many times do we see it? Like, you would have thought at some point someone would be like, okay, let's not do this until like
a PSA.
the last
Play of the game.
242 is your final score, and my word,
for real, bro.
SSG's back in the series. And how about the plays from Lucid? We're going to see it in the highlights, I have no doubt. Lucid comes up A stairs to keep Snakebite alive. Snakebite lets his shields recharge.
Uh-oh. We're in for a series.
He wanted to finish that one shot. He's looking for it the entire time during the Lucid 1v1. And they keep each other alive. Let's look at the highlights because this was an absolute roller coaster. To be honest, I think many people would have placed bets that this one was over. It was a 100-point lead here for Envy.
It was a 100-point lead where SSG was struggling.
Damn, bro. Up 100 points, up 2-0, and then you lose.
Turning point. From here.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it wasn't shady bodies. Maybe it was just like, you know, just empty the clip to into the
good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. 80-point lead.
Anyway, it was a turnaround as well.
Yo, that's funny. Yeah, good luck with that one. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Snakebite turns on him. Snakebite,
a little jump off the box.
When the shot started, Snakebite was G-sliding. Snakebite with a huge individual effort to get into A, to bust open into A, and then Lucid comes.
Bust it open.
And that is exactly what you needed to see from the side of SSG to get back in this series. You could even argue to get back in the pool. They narrowly win the strongholds, but more importantly for the side of their momentum, they do it with a 100-point comeback as well. And they're right back in the series. Things looking pretty different for Envy.
Well, now we turn our attention towards live via oddball, and this could be a brawler on either side. Of course, in oddball, you need to win 2 rounds to get that map on the board in your favor. But we do have that sniper rifle here on live fire. And we saw the difference that the shot could make in those big moments of that game towards the end when it was in the hands of Lucid. If SSG can start to control that, as well as the space on the map with that oddball, then they might have an opportunity to send it towards that game 5. But Envy need to keep this pressure up. They can't let SSG win this one comfortably. They need to take rounds. They need to contest that oddball as often as possible. And they need to support the likes of Precision and Descendant, who have been superb so far in this season, in this series.
I agree. Envy needs to really shake that one off because they've been left with a lot to think about after that game number 3.
Damn.
You know, with slightly less main stage experience overall, you have to wonder, is that going to play on their mind as they get into game number 4? If you're on the side of Envy, you need to make sure you shake that off immediately. You
Got
go back
to,
the
bro.
Steamrolling that you were doing prior.
Let's try.
Fan, that's what you want to
Let's
see.
try.
However, SSG now, not just with signs of life.
Gonna grab a bag of chips here. 1 sec.
They've begun what could become a reverse sweep. Only 2 games away from doing so.
Well, it feels like with Space Station, whenever you watch them in a series so far this season, it's been the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've seen the ugly, we've seen some of the bad, but now we're starting to see some of the good in that previous game as we head into map number 4 in this series. Envy still with a 2-1 lead in the series, and it's going to be Descendant who gets that sniper rifle first.
This series really has had it all. It felt like this one was going to be over with the scoreline that we saw. And the man on your screen, actually the one that was shooting some bodies, paid the price, but now he's confident. Picks up a great little shot. Trying to get an angle here on camo as they're going to work from the scoreboard.
Little flick coming in from Descendant to get that first no-scope of the game. Yaxid finds one onto Stella. Lucid will fall as well. Yaxid picking up a double kill as that camo comes up on the map. Eco.
Wow. Look at this.
Descendant with the quickest of quick scopes and the cleanup as well. SSG will be 3 dead, and that will be ball collected. Sniper dropped off to Precision, who also has that camo. All the goodies here for Envy.
One foul swoop. To be honest, I love that play there. They leave the ball at the scoreboard while they make sure to slay and get camo, and they perfectly time it. Now that gives them the early opening lead.
Precision! Oh, Precision by name! And Precise was that second shot. 4 dead for Space Station Gaming. That was special.
Oh my word. I think exactly as he engaged the second player, everyone was on the same page thinking, is he actually gonna, and then he hits it. Unbelievable 180, and as a result, it's a 40-point lead off of that play alone.
It's another trade as well. 2 dead for SSG. Numbers favor Envy, as does the oddball.
That was
He
disgusting.
finds another one. That was very calculated. You saw it all playing out in his mind, and I think one thing I loved was the prioritization of the first kill as well. Stella knew that was the kill before he could turn his attention to the second.
Turn to sender from Descendant. Be a green rotation here. They're wasn't sure if they're going to try to wrap the corner or maybe just play it. The shots from Descendant. My God. 3 dead, but not without a great battle. Does Yak? That would have been a hell of a throw. Look at the ball. That is from distance. A beautiful play ball from Yak. On the third-person POV, it didn't look like the ball was going to go. That was a Herculean effort of the ball toss. Normally, you got to... There's certain microtransactions involved with having that kind of toss, but somehow gets it off.
I think it was the spherical inertia that sent that one over the edge.
You're right, I think it's exactly what it was.
Just enough on it to take it over the edge there to get that play ball.
Threw it by the jaw.
Enemy has the ball.
But we're seeing perfect after perfect in the kill feed at the moment. You've seen those stars start to light up on either side. All of the players starting to shoot very, very well at the moment. It's the first time we're going to see Space Station with the ball in their hands for a few seconds, but Envy break through and get that camo again. This time it's Precision. That's 2 for 2 for Envy.
3 dead here. Precision, last player alive. Let's see how he plays this. Presumably just a really quick, no-nonsense play ball. I love that from Precision. He could have maybe looked for a little bit more damage, but instead he just goes for the play ball. They will still lead here 50-9.
Damage off the spawn here, but he gets that first pick, and
nice play from
a second one off the back of it as well. And SSG got away with that sniper, and it's Snakebite who's going to fall. Who had it? It's 3 dead. Stella last alive. Stella trying to challenge Descendant, but he knows he can't be too aggressive in this situation because he is the only player on the map. As the odd ball rotates away, and Envy will get more points on the board.
Yak just skedaddles with the ball, back to scoreboard.
It's too fast for me. Stella.
Picks up
another flick from Descender that connects.
Just playing every angle, every ledge, and every cheeky little jump here. He's going to know players are coming here outside of the pillars. Try to hold this angle, but a lot of pressure coming in.
There's one. Lucid backs away.
Not a frag.
That's not a frag.
That one
The
is
shots are good. It's a killing spree for Descendant. Finally flushed out by Stella, who's on a double himself, but 68 to 9.
Man, we were giving Descendant a lot of flack for the shooting bodies. He's more than made up for it in this game. He's 9 and 3 as they lead 68 to 10, but still a lot of Halo to play here, even in round number 1.
Oh, okay. We're in a game now, ladies and gents. Everybody shooting good. Everybody shooting pure. 3 dead for Envy, and SSG will get their hands on the odd ball with, for the first time, it feels like Envy 3 and 4 dead in that kill feed that we have in front of us. All of them stuck on the respawn. Now it's about holding. That first pick goes the way of SSG as well. Lucid going to be credited with that.
Yeah, Yak does really nice damage from the pillars, however, just doesn't have the exact timing. And SSG did have the map composition to take him down, so the lead that we just saw from Envy is officially cut in half. They only trail now by about 34.
Jackson with a nice little bank nade. Finishes off the kill onto Eco as the little bit of assistance arrives from his teammate around the corner as well. Space Station starting to chip away at this lead ever so slightly and are forced to play ball, so the ball will be back down bottom middle. As the camo comes up as well, and as the camo comes up and as the ball is played, SSG find themselves 3 dead, and that's going to be more control of the map and the power on the map going here to Envy.
Nicely done here from Yak, really well timed. And I gotta say, time and time again, Envy has had the timing on the kills and the power-ups, and SSG has not. This has been a story of both of those time and time again. Ooh, he doesn't get the trade, surprisingly gets the melee, the hard part, but doesn't get the trade. Interesting scenario there regardless. It's 2 dead for Envy, might be 3 dead in a moment, yes it is. And this is gonna be do or die here for SSG. They really can't let the ball go one more time. That could be the round.
Well, Envy coming off the respawn on the garage side of the map at the moment. Gonna have to make their way across the longest distance towards where that old boy is being held here on the tower. Stella, his home is here up on the tower. Any kind of power position is usually where this man on your screen finds the most success when it comes to kills, but look at the feed.
Oh my.
He finds one to even up the numbers, but with his shields down, he's got to survive it a little bit longer. Gets the green gun towards precision, but I think he just caught the angle of the geometry of that door. It didn't connect, and now Precision will move in to grab that old ball again for Envy. 50 points to go.
Yeah, gonna bring the roll right back here. 90-point mark. Jackson holding down the nest angle as well as presumably the mud angle. In just a second! Takes care of the first one.
Jackson finds one. Recharles on the snake bite, but the pressure now coming in from SSG. 2 dead on the side of Envy. The ball will be played, and they won't be able to close out.
Oh boy.
With 5 points, all that's required for them to close out this first round of oddball. But SSG are making them fight for this. And Snakebite, who made the big play at the end of the last game, has got the sniper and the weapon to make another one here.
Needs to stay alive here. This is a big 1v1 at this stage of the game. Does have help in cuts, though. 52 here.
2v2 gets taken down. Descendant runs and just about gets around the corner. Nobody going to be there to cut him down. Lucid is closest, but not close enough to that oddball. And Envy will strike first in oddball here. They will close out that first round. And are now 1 round away from closing out this series.
Man, what a round for them. And I think if you're an Envy fan, that's exactly what we wanted to see. Like we said, do not let up at all. Do not let a breath come in, even though you let that game go. Dig right back into the confidence that you had earlier in the series. That's exactly what they did. It's a really decisive round 1 win, now only 1 round away from closing out the series.
Again, efficiency being shown here by Envy. Jackson has a sniper in his hands, but he recognizes 2 dead. So he goes straight in for that oddball. He knows that to win the game, you need the oddball. It's not about creating angles and getting kills. It's about getting that objective back towards your team. He finds one. Lucid gets lined up. He gets bodied as well. And should be cleaned up in the next second or so, but somehow Lucid survives a bit longer than expected. Camo's still up here, and Jackson turns his attention back towards it.
Like you said, great play from Yak to not. Oh, let's watch this play
against
out.
Snakebite.
Might do it again. Oh my god.
Bodies one.
Eco, really nice job to just take that shot to the chest and go full bodyguard. Make sure the camo's grabbed. So the SSG push will be coming momentarily. Here it is.
Eco hits the perfect onto Jackson to create the opening. Second kill not going to fall in their favor comfortably, though. Descendant tries to get that old ball out towards green, but he'll fall before he can do so. Precision now with a 1v1. Trade coming in from Snakebite. It's 2 dead on either side.
Enemy has the ball.
But Eco the furthest off the map, trying to contain the respawns coming in from Envy in and around green here.
As well to make sure that first kill gets picked up, and in doing so forces the play ball as well. As you said, a really nice play there from Eco. 3 dead, Precision, your last player alive.
Anyone near the oddball here for SSG? Yes. It's going to be Snakebite who's bottom middle and immediately moves that ball out towards green. Call of the respawn is that it's going to be in towards scoreboard and garage again, and SSG recognize that immediately, get good damage down, get those first 2 kills, and now can collapse onto the last 2 players here from Envy.
Yak goes for a pillar route instead of a nest route. You have to think just in that moment, the nest route would have paid off more, maybe caught Eco off guard. We won't see how that would have played out. As you say, it's more time on the board here. What was an unanswered 37-point lead is now just a 10-point lead for Envy.
What a life this is from Eco, by the way. Think about how much damage he's done in this life while controlling where those spawns are coming in as well. Lucid finds one, Stella with the QT stays alive.
This is like not fixing.
Keep the numbers in favor of Envy here. She tries to slide out to find a third, but won't be able to do so. But in the meantime, Snakebite still holding that oddball and puts SSG into a lead here. Ooh, but Descendant with that green gun flies through, finds one and forces the play ball now. Will be a neutral ball bottom middle.
I love that from Descendant. He fakes like he's going top tower, as you say, forces the play ball, then can get that angle on camo as well. And right now just kind of blowing some holes wide open on the side of SSG.
3 dead for Envy. Lucy gets the camo and feels like the first time in this oddball game we've really seen Space Station being able to control this power-up. Usually it's been going the way of Envy. It's just a trade though with the power-up this time around, which isn't the best news, but when Snakebite finds 2, and the oddball is in your hands, and the lead is extending, you'll take it from the side of SSG, but in the meantime, Piggy did manage to escape with this sniper rifle.
Oh wait, I kind of forgot that for
was looking to play the snipe.
Hold on.
When he finds more pressure in the end, he can play the snipe. However, though, more importantly, SSG has essentially doubled the score of their opponent, 63 points unanswered.
There we go. Yeah, let me turn that off for kick. I forgot that with watch parties, I don't think you can do like the partner income, so I'm just gonna turn that off for these next few days when I'm streaming. Sorry about that, kick. Don't ban me. Completely forgot to turn that off, but I just kind of like remembered.
Look at the score and you look at the setup on the map. Maybe it will turn into one. There's some more confidence coming in from Piggy. Perfect shots onto Lucid, and now he takes on Eco.
Take him down there finally, but as you say, not before doing a whole lot of damage and doing it with style. Take a look at the scoreboard here. We're about to see a tie game at 60.
Playball comes in. Precision will find the kill on Ness. Towards back mud. Lucid finds one off the respawn, but Precision, I was going to say, should be able to clean this up, but it's Lucid who finds a double kill that really he didn't have much of a right to get. Oddball moving back here from SSG. Lucid goes for the stick, but
oh wow, wow.
But somehow
sick.
imaginatively gets the stick eventually.
Good nade as well on Piggy. Not an easy angle there to hit that on top of the green. And handles that 1v1 so elegantly. It's still 3 dead. Lucid still alive on top A bags. They're not done yet. Still 3 dead. Less than 20 points to go for SSG to tie up the game.
Lucid on a little run here. This is what we saw at the end of the previous game where this was the momentum from the back of the plays from Lucid that took them to that win. Only a few points to go here for SSG to tie this game up and send it to a deciding round number 3.
Good rotate.
And with the sidekick in his hands.
Oh my gosh. He can do it. Oh.
The triple kill comes in, but the oddball is down.
Was a 2v1 here. 3 seconds to go for SSG to close out the round.
Stella has the camo. Good damage coming in, but no kills coming in. Stella finds one with the grenade, a second as well. And now they just have to move in surely here, SSG. Grab that oddball, close this round out. Last player alive is Descendant. No shields bottom middle. He has a wiggle. But it's not going to be enough. Lucy will grab that ball. He brings it away, and we are going to a deciding round number 3 here.
Would not have it any other way. SSG not to be counted out, as we said.
No way, yo.
They're in a big, big last-minute run there.
Is Eva right?
From Lucid closes out the round.
Game 5.
As a reminder, in a game that they trailed by about 40, and then they go on a 60-point unanswered run. Can they close it out here? Can they force us to a game number 5?
Feels like SSG just started to click in that round.
That'd be pretty cool.
Damage coming in again, but the kills, they fall in the favor of Envy, and the opening strategy seems to go their way once again here. Snakebite flies through his last alive to find one, but Yaxin with the sniper rifle in his hands finds that Snakebite is still on the hunt. That's 2 in a row for him.
Descendant likely looking for a play ball momentarily. We'll see how Snakebite plays this on the back mud push.
Really good pressure. This last alive, remember, Snakebite in this situation gets two, forces the oddball to be played, finds another one as well. Precision's trying to stay alive with his camo. He can't do it. 3 dead on the side of MB, and it's all for the damage of the work that was done as last alive by Snakebite.
Yeah, they really sniffed that camo out so well. Made sure it's not even a play. That could be big from Yak to pick up one. It's important.
Ball drop.
Going to give them a little bit of breathing room. But SSG now scoring. Going to rotate that through cuts all the way here to back C.
Ooh, I'm getting some drops. Let's go.
Trade in that situation. Just want to highlight, by the way, that Snakebite is 18 and 17 in this game, but he has 143 seconds of objective time. Compared to his teammates, next closest is 12.
Crazy numbers, and that's what he's known for. That's what he's done his entire career. They take a narrow lead here. We'll see what Lucid does. Maybe thinking about cleaning out back tower. They do, so no play ball. They will continue scoring.
2 dead on the side of MB as well. 22 points and rising.
Enemy has the ball.
On the board here for SSG. Snakebite decides to finally put the oddball down and bring up the bandit instead. Should find one onto Descendant. Does indeed do that. Looking for the stick as well. Snakebite looks locked in for this game. He wants to see this one go the distance, but 3 dead are SSG. Ball does get played by Lucid, so it's a reset bottom middle.
No trade from Lucid. Let's see off the respawn here how SSG handles this. They've got a narrow here 18-point lead in the game. Let's get to a listen-in with Space Station Gaming.
Half shields. Drop, coming. Drop.
You're all hitting big door now?
Dead.
Trying to hit big door right now.
There's 3 on ball. There should be 3 on ball.
Is he out? One on Kevin, yes, Kevin.
Okay, there's 2 on ball then. There's 2 on ball.
Oh, they're hitting Kevin B?
Yeah, they're all hitting green. Nice, Kevin, off the map.
Flank jail.
One spawner now 2. One spawner now 2.
There's 3 here, B.
Hear that. Both weak. They're weak. Both one.
Can we play camo?
Okay, there's one guy. He's probably on it.
I'll probably spawn on it.
There's one spawner out somewhere. Top cuts.
Push cuts.
Yo, dummies.
Yak.
One more. And elbow guys, tower jump weak. One shot tires.
I got ball. Yo, I'm gonna die. Where can I go with this?
I died. He's 2 top mid. One is going cuts. One went Kedor. Gonna be Kedor to cuts.
Here.
Snipe intense.
3 shots on me.
Nice, 2 dead guys. I'm bottom mid. I spawn mud.
Yo, they're gonna hit vent.
Yo, hitting us. Top mid. On time.
Mirror, PJ. Mirror.
Top cuts.
Cuts weak.
Low cuts, Kevin. Still dummy somewhere, Kevin. Yeah, low cuts. I spawned elbow.
Kedor.
Yo, top mid, pushing us.
Top nest, guys. Ball play.
One guy tires, Braden.
Yeah. This is one. I threw snipe off. Actually, I don't know.
There's one guy dies on me.
Ball has repulse, by the way. And top middle.
You're running it towards top.
Got a trade.
Nice trade.
Yo, tires and ball. Yeah, I'm going 2 on ball right now. They're looking for PJ.
Tires weak,
They're
PJ.
spawning A's. Go for it, Braden.
Yeah.
Ball drop.
Ball's one, and the guy nest.
Yeah, 3 shots set C also.
Kill ball.
One bullet, big door.
Nice, last guy, Tommy.
Here there.
He's really
One shot nest.
Hold ball, all dead. They're all dead.
Watch your dummies, Braden.
Yeah, I'm walking at it.
Okay, I'm staying out green, guys. I'm out green still.
QT and 12.
2 spawn screens. They're showing.
QT in 12.
SSG who go into a lead off the back of a triple kill from Stella. They have the ball set up around the tower. But this round, it could not be closer. It is paper thin between these 2 teams.
Really good composure there from SSG to get that break. It looked like for a moment Envy was going to start to run away with the game, and you're going to see SSG maybe fall apart. It was not the case. Instead, SSG goes back into the lead here, and they still, for the moment, maintain tower control.
Descendant gets pushed over the railings, but just about holds on. Precision with the ball in his hands now. As Envy will start to score. Close in on the lead of Space Station, with Space Station 2 dead and looking to get back on the map. Lucid's furthest up. Takes the 1v1 with Biggie, but he's going to win it.
That's not good. These guys are going to get to like 80, 90. They have one more good push now, bro. Oh, man. They kind of fucked that.
Lead change here now. Envy once again leading by almost 10 points. 3 dead for SSG.
That was 4 dead for SSG. Lucid just come off the respawn.
Yeah, QT in 12 is such a crazy specific call-up, but I kind of understand. It's more than 10 seconds. Like, it's more time to kind of understand that, like, can you position yourself for it? And 13 is, like, a longer word to say. 12 is just quick, so that's probably why. Those 2 reasons. I knew they would get to 90. I literally called it.
To pressure this ball, last player alive is going to be Descendant. He's trying to run this ball away from the spawners, running towards his teammates. And keep it out the hands of SSG. It's brilliant from Descendant.
Oh my gosh, True Dead, don't play it. 3 dead, that's game. Wow, GG.
There should be a ball pick here for Envy. Yes, indeed.
He jumps this one into his hands. He gets it round the corner. He completes the upset, and Envy will close out here.
Oh, wow.
Ball play 3-1 against Space Station.
Wow, bro. The Envy just beat fucking SSG, bro. Piggy! Know what I mean?
And they saved the pop off for the right time.
Wow, bro. I saw the fucking spray come out of the guy's mouth when they're screaming. That's crazy.
An amazing composure throughout the entire series coming in from Envy. And they will take it with a score of 3-1. The game 4 oddball does go down to the wire and to round number 3, but lots to be proud of for the side of Envy as they close out the game with a final elapsed score of 258 to 210. But more importantly, it's 2 rounds to 1 in ball.
And I highlighted the stats of Snakebite rightly, understandably so. A huge amount of ball time with some pretty good statistics. We have to do the same with Descendant. He goes 30 and 26, and he had over 120 seconds of ball time as well, if I'm not mistaken. And most importantly, makes that ice-cold decision to run that ball through cuts, knowing he's last alive, but knowing he has the space
and the
to get around that corner with the spawners coming in to get that ball away from SSG. You look at the damage stats, heavily in favor, you have to say, on the side of SSG, but it doesn't really matter when the result goes the way of Envy.
And what a series it was. I think, guys, we knew that it was going to be one for the ages. I think Envy came out even hotter than a lot of people might have expected.
Indeed, I've got to say, Envy, what a way to start off your tournament. That was unbelievable. I think there's a lot of excuses to be made on the side of SSG, sure, but Envy came to play. I don't think you can doubt at all, after watching that series, how incredible their individual talent is, and honestly, how much their teamwork has come on. Wow!
Yeah.
Just so many scenarios and situations played perfectly against some of the best in the world, some of the most accoladed players. I've got to say, Descendant, Precision for me, huge standouts. I talked about them a little bit before that series and how I wanted to see them really step up to the mark once again, like we'd seen before. But quite frankly, every single person on that roster was frying. It was absolutely incredible. Wes, just overall in terms of the series, from Envy, what has really got you just so happy and excited about their run this tournament?
I mean, those boys are shooting, man. Like, none of them were missing shots. And it was bandit fights that needed to be won in Street Slayer that were won, Piggy with the big kill on Lucid, but I mean, these snipe shots were insane. Descendant, Precision. Not often do you see someone not miss a bullet with the snipe and then drop it for his teammate because it's the right play, but Descendant made that decision when Precision had camo in the first round, and I mean, that tells you enough about the chemistry, the communication that's going on, the level of strategy that you don't really assume that these young guns, these guys that haven't been in the biggest moments, are going to be developing throughout their gameplay, but you can see that they're playing at a very high level, and if they play individually like that, well, boys, you're going to find yourselves on main stage plenty of times.
And there's the pop-off that we all were expecting, of course, because just absolutely incredible. We actually do have Descendant joining us on the sofa. Hello, sir. First of all, congratulations. That was
already interviewed. I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
So many things I want to ask you up there.
Guy Blaze, I don't think is doing this event.
Like heading into that series, thinking, right, you're going up.
I don't know if I have the right bracket. No, this is probably the bracket here.
Watched and seen do some unthinkable things in series past history gone.
Here we go.
How did you take that on as a team? How did you take that challenge for pool play?
A lot of it came from preparation before the event. Our scrims have been going extremely well. A lot of people kind of seen it. They're like, damn, these guys are kind of onliners. These guys are kind of onliners. So it's like, yeah.
You get that at first.
Yeah, I was like, I remember doing this interview. I was like, yeah, we're onliners. Keep giving me the, you know,
talking.
That chip on the shoulder.
Yeah, no, it kind of just fed the entire team on like, all right, let's go out. Let's talk, walk the walk. You know what I mean? Like, just get the work done.
100%.
Try
and
to
you did
make
that.
our first championship Sunday. That's the main goal of the team.
You certainly did that, indeed. Descendant, quickly from me before I let the lads jump in as well. For something, you know, for you as a player, I have been watching for a couple of years now, and something I think is that you are so individually talented. Like, you're a straight shooter, you know exactly how to work a power weapon or even just a bandit, whatever you're given. For me, I was hoping that you would grow into creating plays, space, decision making, and I've got to say, in that series, I couldn't have faulted anything that you did. You were absolutely incredible, from rotating the ball, rotating the strongholds, whatever it was, handing off a sniper when you know you could grab the ball and move it somewhere else. It was absolutely incredible. How do you feel about your individual gameplay and how you've been growing the past couple of years now?
For that series, I just hit flow state. Like, I don't remember. Like, I don't even remember what happened.
I blacked out.
I blacked out lately. But throughout the years, it's been a whirler of a learning process. You know, getting flamed in film constantly, like, you know, yeah, I don't really know.
It's a process.
It's a process of most of the time just getting flamed.
That's kind of
just getting flamed.
That's kind of where I want to go with this. Is you've had teams in the past, specifically teammates that have been there, done that, had a lot of success. Ryan Newbin specifics.
Yeah, Ryan was a big help.
And guys that are trying to almost command you through film and like force you to play in a very more strict way. Do you feel like with this team a little bit like less strict, and do you think that that
100%.
opens up the door for like you to be able to kick open some plays where obviously you get an opportunity to kick open the door in some serious, you can do some serious damage? Do you feel like this team has kind of more your style now that you've seen a few different styles?
Yeah, from like coming from the more stricter styles, and then even like Ryan's like philosophy now, like at the tail end of it, he like kind of changed it. It was like it was like very setup orientated, but now it's like very like just run at these guys. That's kind of like the way that I wanted to play the game.
Yeah, the new bracket works. Yeah.
It's how you've always played the game. Let's be honest.
Yeah, kind of how I wanted to play the game. Like envision like us winning.
That probably means open bracket, losers bracket 1, and open bracket, losers bracket 2.
You know, kind of happens, and moving on to a different team, all of us kind of have the same ideology and philosophy on how we want to play the game, and we all really want to win, not just win for ourselves, but win for each other.
So like,
that's like one of the biggest things that
those
I've learned in my career. It's like
right now there's only
that
3. Okay, you got it. Never mind. Okay.
To be humble, like to your teammates.
Yeah.
It's you know, a lot of people don't have that, and to find 4 or 3.
Well, for anyone that doesn't understand,
like, individually extremely talented people
that's looking at the bracket and maybe wants me to explain.
A good ego and a good head on their shoulders.
There's 4 brackets and there's 12 teams right now. 3 teams are in each bracket, but there's 16 teams that go into the pools. The remaining 4 teams are going to come from the open bracket. So the open bracket gets played on Friday, and then we're going to find out. That's like I kind of want to tune into LVT because the open bracket's going on, and we're going to see who makes it 2 pools.
I'm sure you know I work with your coach, Doug.
Ooh, yeah, we're watching this.
I feel like this is
My
the
boy
first time
Suspect
that
there,
you personally
playing
have had
against
a squad that,
Flurry,
like, follows up on
Kruvu.
games and
Wait, wasn't Kruvu teaming with Gun? I don't even know, bro, anymore. All these guys just keep switching it up. Everyone just keeps switching it up.
How does it feel for you to be in this spot?
Just keep switching it up, boys.
I just know that we're gonna be doing something on the map.
Oh, they got Piggy. Damn, they're like, you go to this interview, you go to that interview. Everyone's getting interviewed. Piggy went right to the LVT stream. That's cool.
The best ones.
Yeah, that was a really incredible series to watch. You guys actually were up pretty significantly in the game 3, recharge strongholds, and then Descendant shot somebody's body. Lucid. It was Lucid's body, and then it felt like SSG just turned on the jets and came back. You guys ended up in like the trip cap spawn control.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by the way you guys bounced back from that. You didn't let it get to you. Do you feel like this team has a lot more like mental resilience than teams you've had in the past?
Yeah. You know, as soon as we get quiet, someone on the team's always yelling, energy, energy. And then it happened in that game, I think. We got a little quiet, and then I just yelled, energy. And then everyone just started like tweaking.
I like that.
That's cool.
Tweaking, man. Descendant and Precision looking like gods out there, man. They both hitting some crazy snipes.
That's actually crazy. The guy just powered up his team. He's like, energy. He's like, oh yeah, shit, we're at land. Go, 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 go. Switching it up stresses me out. That's why I tune into Stress to stream. No sus plays here. I try, you know, I try to have fun with the stream. I think I'm going to start streaming RuneScape here soon. I think that'll be a lot of fun for me. It'll give me a switch up from Halo all the time, and it's just a game I've been enjoying a lot. And there's just a lot of content I want to get done on the game. And instead of just playing it off stream, I'm like, hey, might as well just get some of this done on stream, like, you know, like some questing or just overall just skilling or having fun or exploring new parts of the game or bossing with friends or, you know, whatever I might get into. I think it'll just be fun content. And the community seems pretty cool and big. The community seems a lot bigger than Halo. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, nothing wrong with having a small or a big community, but it does noticeably look like a larger community. And it's just cool to maybe get into playing a game that has like more of an audience. You know, Halo's cool and I love it. It always has a special place in my heart. But I've been playing it for so long. I want to try branching out to some games like I've seen some of my other creator friends doing. And I just have noticed this game I really like and enjoy playing, and I'm going to try just grinding it out. Who knows, maybe I'll fit into that community super well and things will go really well for me and people will enjoy the content I make over there, and we'll see.
I saw you get a little
Really excited, to be honest.
Did it feel like you finally got like that pressure off your...
I didn't even think this was a game like people would stream or like watch, but hell yeah, I'm glad because it's one of my favorite games. So looking forward to it. I'll probably start my first stream Monday.
What happened here? What here happened there and here is such a big difference.
I just think our team chemistry is so powerful. You know, every roster is different. You know, it's not always gonna work out with how you vibe with people.
All right, let's go back to the mainstream.
He delivers. Mailman is playing Forbidden CTF, and I've got to say, this map is beautiful. Playing keyboard and mouse, Mailman secures top to control with some very clean shots. But what really makes this clip, oh boy, is the last one.
Oh, that'll be a good day to stream then. People will have the day off. Let's go. Sounds good to me.
SLG. We just saw Mailman destroying the enemy team. Now we're watching Mailman get destroyed. Up against a few new pro players, SLG has the shock rifle, and with some very clean shots, he picks up the overkill extermination. Moving on from that and entering our top 3 plays, we have Callus. Remember how I said team shooting was important on Halo Infinite? Well, you're going to see that in this clip. Callus is playing King of the Hill on Livefire with his team capturing the final hill. As the objective is nearing completion, the enemy team is far more likely to Hail Mary rush the objective to try stop the game from ending, and Callus takes full advantage. As you can see, after Callus has picked up the overkill, the garage side of the map is open. That means as long as his teammates don't move, they're going to keep respawning there over and over again. Callus can take full advantage. This clip is a race against time. Will Callus kill the entire enemy team, or is the game going to end first? It is one of the only kill catastrophes I have seen in Halo Infinite Ranked in the game's almost 4-year life cycle. Our runner-up this countdown is Kruvu. Playing Aquarius Bomb, and shout out to Halo Studios for adding skill jumps into Infinite, Kruvu is going to use them to flank the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates are also going to push up at the exact same time to again help team shoot the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates even go to the lengths of sacrificing themselves to give him a better chance at continuing the multi-kill. The theme of this countdown seems to be team shotting as Kruvu picks up the kill. Jaro.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Finally, your number one Halo Infinite clip for this countdown is by Infini. I was going to commentate this, but this clip is so disgusting. Just watch, it is amazing. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? That clip was insane. That is the best clip I've seen on Halo Infinite in quite a while. Easily the best clip of the countdown. If ever there was a deserving winner, that is the clip. And that's it. That is your top 10 clips from the Halo community from the Ranked Arena playlist. The next top 10 will be Ranked Arena again, so get those clips in. I got told there's going to be a QR code on screen, so you can use that to easily submit your clips, which I thought was pretty nifty. And if you do end up in the top 5, you can expect some rewards coming your way thanks to HCS. Always love seeing some awesome clips from the Halo community. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later.
Later!
Welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We have seen some bangers this morning already here for day number 1. It's pool play and we have 2 more teams lined up on that main stage by the names of FaZe versus Zero Tenacity. My name is Lottie. I am joined by Clutch, Shurs and Gaskin to break this one all down for you. Welcome. I hope you guys are having a great start to your weekend, and I hope you will join us throughout this incredible journey that is your DreamHack Dallas and here at your HCS Open as well. All right, let's get down to business, fellas, because we don't want to waste any more time. FaZe versus Zero Tenacity.
Falcated on the couch if FaZe wins this. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Falcated do an interview.
Against the new look Cloud9, who were coming on board thinking
Like literally ever. Maybe once.
To take on the likes of FaZe Clan, but no.
I've been watching a lot of tournaments, bro.
The progression is definitely there from FaZe, and they were looking really, really good. I think I've got my eye on a couple of players here, but overall, Wes, I think the entire team had teamwork, and I think that's what makes the dream work, as they do say. But Trippy was stepping up to the table time and time again, and consistency, that's the name of the game for him.
Yeah, I think just the interview with Penguin said enough. The fact that they are looking to play even better than they did earlier today, I think this is going to be a perfect opportunity to continue to level up throughout pool play. So looking forward to seeing FaZe once again. And if they look better than what they did this morning, then Zero Tenacity have their hands full.
Yeah, shows you were casting that this morning as well. How are you feeling about FaZe heading up against the next part of Europe, Europe's finest, who are looking to overtake that kind of nemesis, supremacy that we're seeing in North America? Do you feel like FaZe are going to make light work of this, or do you think there'll be a bite back here?
Well, I think on paper it certainly looks like FaZe have already gotten the hard job done through Cloud9. I think Z10 being the second best European team, you would think FaZe beat Z10 pretty comfortably. I think the issue they do have is maybe they don't scrim against Z10 often enough, so that maybe playstyles can be a little bit more difficult for them. But I think for the most part, FaZe should have enough for this series.
Yeah, I think so as well. I also am very, very impressed with Falcated stepping up to the kind of task here. I think there was a couple of chats about Falcated, about what he can do and where he fits on the squad and how this works in terms of a dynamic. Excuse me, I can't even speak. But Fal, I think, has really come into his own, especially so far from what I've seen this morning. Can he continue that? That is the question. How do you feel about Fal at this point, Dan?
Biggest question for me is how will he fit on the couch after they win this series? Because I heard.
Hold on now.
Hell yeah.
Okay, is next up. If they win, of course. You know, FaZe are looking good. They should win this series.
Well, we just talked about this, boys. Let's go, Fally. Get this dub, baby. But this Jimbo team's pretty good, but I think FaZe are going to win this. So it's not going to be like that sweaty of a series. These next games are going to be cool. We're going to see Shopify and Optic. Let's go. We're not even halfway done the day yet. This is game 3, or series 3, of the 6 series we're going to have today.
I'm honestly not too worried.
So we're not even halfway done yet, bro. We're not even halfway done the day. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Big vibes today.
With that being said, who knows what progress they have made in between the last event. I mean, the last one, Wes, was a beatdown. It was ugly, for sure. Have you seen anything from this squad since then that makes you believe they might have a little bit more of a bounce back here?
Short answer, no, but I'm on the desk for a reason. So,
long answer, please.
They have had an opportunity to boot camp and then started practicing against North American teams throughout the past week. So, some due diligence done there. A lot of work can be done during boot camp opportunities like that. So we may see the best Zero Tenacity that we've seen this year. It's not saying much, like we said, but I'm excited. I mean, these guys are veterans, and sometimes when they can find their flow state, they can be dangerous. We're talking about Mighty, Seek, Chick. Like, we've seen highlights from all of these guys throughout their careers. They're going to all need to be putting on highlights for them to have a chance here against FaZe.
Now, Shurzy, a little bit more about the dynamic of this team. I mean, we've got the likes of Seeker and Chick who were taken off Quadrant when that change all happened and Legend moved on to North America. So a little bit of a split from what they were used to and what they were building in Europe to make history. And when we really put Europe on the map in Halo Infinite, now they find themselves on a team with Mighties and Jimbo. How do you feel about this dynamic? How does it work? Do you see it progressing as far as that they want to get ahead of the likes of Nemesis?
I think for Seeka and indeed Chick, I think they would have played with Legend and SLG, who have far superior firepower than Mighties and Jimbo. I think their play styles are completely different, so it's going to be very difficult for them to find the same kind of success that they did on Quadrant. But I think they do have enough experience on the roster to beat some of the North American teams that are perhaps not in the top 4. They can make it a difficult one for the teams outside of the top 4 and maybe make a run for top 8. But I think these 4 players have the ability to make it a difficult series. It's just whether or not we see them put it together here and now.
Yeah, that is definitely the question. Dan, how much do you think the series layout is going to play into this one for specifically Zero Tenacity?
Oh, I think there's a few chances for them. The main one being Fortress Bomb, because FaZe really struggled with that back in Arlington, and I think they have Zero Tenacity.
All right.
To that series layout, I noticed, although I did speak to Jim, and he didn't even know the series layout, so so I don't know. You can't come into every series preparing for the team. Exactly.
So you guys ready for the series? I don't even know what games we're playing, bro. Like, yeah. Man.
As you look across at other things, Live Fire Strongholds was very good for Z10 at the last event as well, whereas we did see FaZe lose it once, so maybe that game.
How serious are they taking
the
this?
big swing of the series for these two.
It certainly can indeed. I do feel like I would be nervous if Z10 found themselves 2-0 down against FaZe. I just think momentum is just such a big thing for a lot of these teams. Momentum is so hard to stop, especially against the likes of a FaZe.
I mean, let's be honest. If Zero Tenacity isn't even looking at the series layout for this series, they're probably focused on the second seed in the pool and not necessarily knowing that they're not going to be FaZe Clan. So I mean, enough information from that slim conversation I just heard that if we don't know the map mode combinations, FaZe are sitting there licking their chops.
Also,
ready to
Mike,
go
Jim, you spoke about Slim as well. Slim Jim, very slim now. But it might have been that Jim's not the one who's focusing on that. Someone else on the team.
I think everybody should be focused on
not necessarily.
Well, I'll tell you what, lads. I'll tell you what. I'm focused right now. We've got to focus in because the game is ready, and we're ready to hand on over to you two lovely gentlemen. Gaskin, Shurzy, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. I think, Dan, you can maybe continue the point, what you wanted to say too, Wes. Now he's forced to listen to you without interrupting.
Yeah, you can't say a thing. You stop. You're still on camera right now, but you're not allowed to
we
talk. Admittedly, I said to Jim, I don't even know the series layout as well. So there is that. I'll put myself under the bus, why not? But then I did do my homework after I'd had my bathroom break, and I do think that this series layout offers up an opportunity for Z10. I do think it's all going to be around Game 3 and 4, though. But of course, before we get there, got to get started. Game 1, Solitude capture, King of the Hill, excuse me. Chick and Jimbo are going to be the two players I want to watch out for on Z10. Very good at getting in that hill and very good KDs to go alongside it. But Trippy is the outlier in this map. 1.89 KD across King of the Hill in general, and is usually getting the most time as well, Shows.
You feel if Z10 are going to stand a chance in this series, they've got to start hot in game number 1. The more games they find themselves down in, further the momentum seems to be, and the win from their grasp. Shields up, weapons hot, on board with Chick the Frenchman. 1/4 of the history-making teams on Quadrant, but a long time since then. It's been a long, tough road for him. Trying to find his way back on the best European team. But at the moment, they do find themselves firmly in second place and playing second fiddle to Nemesis.
And I think they want to get out of the shadows of Nemesis a little bit as well. The main way of doing that is by making a name for yourself in a series like this. For example, if you can take a couple of maps off FaZe, maybe even take a series, but 4 dead on the side of Z10. And FaZe Clan now going to get a chance to really put some time on this first hill. I said Trippy is going to be the player to watch, and maybe for good reason.
So interesting as well, because you look at Trippy on the Optic Gaming roster, he wasn't the flashy player picking up the sniper rifle, and because you've got Formal, you've got Lucid, you've got players who are already probably more suited for that job, perhaps. But now on this roster, we're seeing him getting the sniper rifle, the shock rifle, and he's really putting in some good work.
Well, something that Penguin said when he was on the desk, that you have that opportunity now, because everyone on this roster maybe is that player that can pick it up when you need to, but no one is specifically looking to be that flashy power weapon player as much. Trippy maybe getting to show just an extra set of skills because of that. Some good time on the side for Z10 though, considering that the majority of slays have gone in favor of FaZe Clan in that short period of time we were watching. But Mighty has put up 5 kills of his own and certainly helped them out just get that bar close to a third. FaZe Clan now over halfway towards this first point.
Mighty was forced to back away over towards Loop, but Penguin's grenade spins up and takes him out of the equation for now. Zika on garbage truck will also fall. Suppress doing so much damage here. Z10 have a lot of work to do. Suppress will bait and switch. Chick down to no shield. The Frenchman is also eliminated. Mighty's over towards Dip now. Does Suppress have the information that he's there? He doesn't even need it. Trippy's got camouflage. They've got all the goodies they need here to close out hill number 1. Double kill for Trippy as well. A sliver of shields left, but no longer in the eye line of any Z10 players. FaZe Clan, comfortable as you like, 1 to the good.
camouflage is now going to help them just set up and check where people are going to be pushing from. You can see Mighty's was already called out, so that gets cleaned up. Eventually, Trippy realizes that his positioning isn't going to help because everyone from Z10 has already moved round towards Luke. It's going to be an awkward fight for Z10 to take, and especially if Trippy's hitting shots like that.
Mighty's perhaps the favorite, considering Trippy had already taken so much damage. 4 dead for FaZe, though. It was a double kill for Suppressed on the way out, but Mighty's up off the respawn, might be able to take some territory for his team here, push in, create some space. And he is the first point of contact, unfortunately for him. 2 guns trained on him. The rest of Z10 weren't able to get to him quick enough. And FaZe take control of the hill once more.
Trippy and Falcade working in tandem here and need to check their corners, check your P's and Q's, and they do find Jimbo lurking around the corner. As I mentioned, Jimbo, one of the key factors for Zero Tenacity when it does come to King of the Hill. Which is interesting, because when you look at the names on Z10, I don't know if Jimbo would be the first one off the tip of your tongue to be the one who's getting the kills, but Jimbo's really shined on this roster. Very impressed to how he's really held his own. At times, maybe been criticised in the past for not keeping up with the rest of the team, but I don't think that is a factor for him in this squad.
Currently struggling right now is Zika, as FaZe put 2 on the board. 2, 5, and 9. Engaged in 7 kills. You know he wants to have more of an influence. Dying less, getting more kills. The fundamentals of Halo really sound so easy when you can just say it like that, but you're playing against some of the best players in the game. And they're hitting shots on you. Suppressed hit the face with the shock rifle. Perhaps instead of ammunition. 4 go down. Jim just off the respawn, fighting over towards Blue. Penguin has the camouflage. Every power weapon going towards FaZe Clan. Royal One's doing his job.
I mean, Penguin said it in an interview as well. Hopefully we'll get a few more power-ups and power weapons because of it. And that is evident. Really maybe a warning sign for Z10 that they perhaps need to be competing a little bit more. Allowed FaZe Clan to walk away with them too comfortably. I think Z10 have been prioritizing their rotations a little bit too much to get into position for the next hill and have allowed FaZe maybe to get those spots towards the power-ups and power weapons.
They're a little bit staggered and disjointed right now, are Z10. Struggling to come up with an answer to the aggression and the gunfight and the power that FaZe are putting down.
It's the teamwork. They're struggling to match FaZe Clan's teamwork because Zero Tenacity are taking 1v1 fights and it's fine, but then they're getting cleaned up. They're not able to necessarily finish the fights. And even if they do, they get cleaned up and then FaZe Clan are already ready for the next Z10 member to push around the corner.
As you're saying that, Penguin gets in a fight in blue and Falcade comes in to clean it up and he stays alive. It's exactly what you're talking about. The bait and switch has been on point.
Enemy team took the hill.
Now they've got control of this dip area as well, forcing Z10 to spawn over towards Snipe. Playing this one so perfectly. Trippy sits over towards top gold. He'll now start to engage with Zika. Gets the kill before ultimately getting taken down. The Dutchman, last man standing again for his team. Mighty's, what can he do for his squad?
Yeah, and when you see he's the last one alive and he's 14-9 and everyone else is 4-14, 3-12, and 6-10, you say, right, what's happening? How is this the situation we're in where there is such miscommunication of where we're playing at the moment? Almost like the rest of Z10 either needs to be supporting Mighty with the speed he's playing at, or Mighty has to maybe just question where he's going and the speed of which he's playing.
There is a bit of a discrepancy between what's on your screen. Mighty shouldn't be performing this well whilst everyone else is struggling. Is he playing slower in bait? Is he playing too fast?
Enemy team took the hill.
All we need to see is more teamwork from them. The boot camp doesn't seem to have helped them so far.
Well, an example, 2 are dead, Mighty's is now pushing round, and he looks like he's pushing on his own. Jimbo might be able to support him from a distance, but Mighty's does get that kill, but Suppressed takes down Seeker.
Great equalizer. Shock rifle in the hands of Suppressed.
I think Mighty's is taking a lot of 1v1s, and we know what a good player Mighty's is, and how incredible he can be in those 1v1s, but are they actually doing anything for the team?
How much value do those kills have? And Suppressed just in this hill as comfortable as you like. 3-0 now. Z10 looked resigned to just give it up and go again. They prioritize rotating. They're going to play this hill over towards the driveway instead.
Yeah, it's going to be a long old road to come back, especially when Suppressed is playing in this way as well. It's a double. He's going to look for more. Wisely just backs away from that one. There would have been a lot of players who had gone for that triple, but I think Suppressed giving respect to his opponents there and saying, look, it's not job done yet. Yes, we're 3-0 up, but you can always get back into it.
I think the thing that concerns me as well is Z10 gave that hill up, they prioritized the rotation, and as soon as FaZe Clan came a knocking, they kicked them out, they threw them out of the hill, so they're not even able to hold it once they prioritize that rotation.
48 seconds for Z10 just to try and get this first hill, let alone the next one. Of course, the time does stop when you're in that hill, so it's not impossible for them to get back into this game, but Mighty's caught out trying to make a play, and it's another double kill for Suppressed.
The clock doesn't stop when Suppressed gets killed, I can promise you that much. He's got a lot of them, 20 to be exact. 20 with 10 assists and 6 deaths. Pretty perfect game from him. With Z10 all spawning over towards Snipe. They're well and truly playing the clock now. All 4 guns trained over towards Snipe. Z10 are trapped.
Minus 15, minus 12, minus 11, and then plus 2. Something's not right, but it looks like there's going to be no miraculous comeback here for Zero Tenacity. 3 go down yet again, and FaZe Clan will take the first map very comfortably. It's going to be 3-0 on King of the Hill.
Very business and workman-like performance from FaZe. Made it look easy. Zero Tenacity just didn't have any bite down.
And a lot of bite on the other side from FaZe. Chewing them up, spitting them back out. See, it's just business for FaZe Clan. No real celebration, just all right, on to the next one. There was no real threat ever posed by Z10, and I think that's going to be the frustrating thing on the side of Z10. You at least want to make a match of it. And I know there's going to be very much a different feel on that side. Mighty's probably going to be looking at these stats now and saying, well, I mean,
I done my bit, I suppose.
What's happening, guys? Minus 8, minus 11, minus 14 on the KDAs. Something's wrong, but I think there's a bigger picture here, and I'm not saying that Mighty's in the wrong, I'm not saying the other 3 in the wrong, but what I will say is there was a clear disconnect in the way that they were trying to play, which leads for these skewed stats.
But you have to ask the question, what is the game plan then? If in game 1, you don't seem to be on the same page with the rest of your squad. Of course, you're playing against FaZe, who are going to put you in difficult positions, and maybe you're not playing the game because you're not as comfortable as you might want to be. But there has to be a conversation there. Play slower, play together, but it just isn't happening.
I think it's playing together. I think, you know, these guys know how to play Halo Infinite. They know how to play Solitude King of the Hill. But when you go up against a team like FaZe who can control the map in such a way, individually, you're all trying to do the same thing, but maybe in different places. You think, okay, we need to be controlling this area, or I need to be taking this much space, or I need to be rotating for this next hill. But sadly, if everyone is doing that in different ways, then it just ends up being a one-sided affair like that. You all need to be on the same page and doing the same thing at the same time. Prioritize. We need to take the guy off of top middle, for example, rather than all of us spreading out and moving to different areas. And without getting a true replay of like me assessing it, it's hard to see where it truly went wrong for them. But certainly on the fly, it did seem like there was a couple of times where before all 4 of them were up, they were already engaging in a fight. And I'm not going to call out Mighty and blame him, but there was a couple of times where Mighty was the first into battle, sometimes when he was the last in battle. Either way, instead of saying that Z10 didn't play it right, let's focus on how FaZe did play it right. All times they had angles on Z10, all times they knew where the spawns were going to be. Constantly moving and working together. It was a very well-pieced game from FaZe Clan.
A very clear game plan was executed to perfection. They control the power weapons and the power up. Every single time we switched to a Suppressed or a Trippy or a Penguin, there was a shock rifle involved, there was a camouflage, and that will always help you and make your task much easier when you're looking to try and get the victory. But up next is Recharge Slayer, Dan. You usually won with the stats. Have you got something that can maybe give Zero Tenacity a little bit of hope, like Glimmer?
Well, when it comes to Slayers, Mighty's is usually the one who is the player to look at. Conveniently, he is the only one who was positive from the last event when it came to Slayers as well, but after seeing that game, I'm now wondering if perhaps again it's down to a disconnect between how the team is playing. But if Mighty can still slay in the way that he did, because don't get me wrong, he was winning fights impressively. Clearly his shot is on right now, but just the rest of the team needs to be alongside him.
As we load in, we know criticism's going to be on Zero Tenacity for not getting the shock rifle and the camouflage. Well, they have a second bite of the cherry here because that is in play on Recharge. A little bit further away from each other though. The team and the game plan has got to be much, much tighter. A little less space between them. Like you say, just being able to have a teammate there, have the bait and switch, Try and push space. Game 2 is underway. What better place to start than with Mighty? He gets taken down to no shields and immediately gets eliminated. 3 dead for Z10.
3 dead. Camouflage. Phasing control. Grapple. Maybe a shock rifle as well to go. He is literally building a Megazord. Sometimes you just really hope that it lines up and they're going to hit that shot, but now he can literally just move away from this, and Zero Tenacity are searching for him, but sadly, like a chip in the night, he passes, and that one was easy.
Easy pick. 4 kill advantage. Z10 all trapped inside gold pipes now, and here comes the collapse. Jim falls, as does Mighty's, as does Chick, without getting a single trade. 9 kills to 3 now. Easy peasy so far for FaZe.
Spawn over towards blue now, and FaZe do have the opportunity to again pinch. Suppressed is making this a nightmare for Zero Tenacity to try and get out of their spawns. Shot to the face wherever they walk.
Oh my goodness. Killing spree as well, somehow, some way, stays alive. Gets over towards blue.
Chewed on the wall on his way through.
Got brick in between his teeth. Seeker goes down. Continuing to do damage. Great value with this shock rifle. And again, Z10. Look like they're just playing reactionary now. They're not really pushing the envelope. They're not being the aggressor. They're forcing the back foot time and time again.
The more I watch Suppressed, the more I go back to previous points we were making about FaZe Clan roster and is there anyone that is that flashy player? Perhaps it is Suppressed. Perhaps he is on his way to being given that opportunity to more and more pick up the sniper rifle, pick up the shock rifle, and make a difference. Because just seeing his POV with how he tracks angles and how he tracks players off their spawn, he's always in the right place, ready to hit that next shot. Another double for him.
Stays alive again. Yet to register a death. 8-1-0 at the moment. Mikey's going to be about to... No, Mikey's doesn't. 9-1-0. Camouflage for FaZe again. They're playing this one picture perfect.
Stick with him till he dies. Yeah, thank you very much. From the observers. We just wanted a little check-in to check the camouflage, just to see on the flip side, Z10 have been able to pick up their first one. But he's been alive so long, shock rifle's about to spawn yet again, and it is going to be the killing frenzy for Suppressed.
Suppressed throws an overhand right, puts one on the canvas. 25-9, so dominant right now. Suppressed looked like he was going to walk down towards long haul, but changed his mind halfway through. Information came his way. Chick's going to be in hot pursuit though. Takes him down to no shields, but unfortunately, Suppressed will finally fall at the hands of Jimbo. But the damage has already been done. 10 kills without reply. Pretty good, valuable life from him.
Yeah, I do think it was good that he died though, because you could see as soon as he got the killing frenzy, he was starting to play his life a little bit, and he was trying to avoid that gunfire. Didn't really know whether to push or whether to go the other way. Looking to try and have a perfect game to put on a show for us, but I think this will just make sure FaZe Clan stay on top of things, because now Suppressed isn't really going to be thinking about that death.
Camouflage is up in 20 seconds. Not that FaZe Clan really need it, but let's have a little listen in and check the communications.
You need a tower, Mangler. Yeah, bottom mid weak. Free kill, bottom double stack. That's it.
Nice.
Camo 10. Yeah, I'm gonna go bottom mid for Camo. Look at C-Plat, look at C-Plat, guys. C-Plat, one guy. C-Plat in the corner, C-Plat in the corner. I'm looking insane, C-Plat. I'm on Camo, guys, I'm on Camo. Yeah, I'm Yo, go door. Yeah, triangle. Yo, C-Plat weak, Turbine. Weak, one shot long. Bottom mid, one shot on me. Half all weak. Double stack, one shot long. Nice, Sonny, my god. Never go long. Jumbo. Two dead. Spawning him where? I spawn here. Yeah, half full. I'm here, Mike.
Yo, C-Steps.
Coming down, look at bottom mid.
C-Steps, kill me, he's got needles.
I'll kill C-Steps, I'm looking needles. Neither, kill me. Weak Mangler. Nice. Yeah, I'm going back south. Yeah, I'm going back south.
They're gonna push that 100%. I spawned out, dude. Yo, two guys are, I think.
Yeah, on Zay now. Tyler, 2-shot, Chick. Both 2-shot, I got one.
Go there, Joy.
Yeah, Shroud backseat. He's in the Shroud going blue tunnel. Blue tunnel, I think. Blue tunnel out. We're going turbine. I spawned here. I don't see him. Shot. No, it's upstairs.
Last two long.
Yeah, alright. I'm going double stack. Hitting double stack.
What can I have? Going sticky.
Hey, one once. I'm one shot. Weak. Sorry. Go on. Shot at me. See, I'm looking silo. I'm looking tower.
Bottom A.
Trying to get bottom A, guys. I'm running it out.
Just want to be honest.
Bottom A, one shot. Dead, he's dead. I'm running back to tower. I'm running back to tower weak, Donnie. That's nice. I'm running bottom mid. I'm running. Okay, I'm jumping up.
I can fight this, guys?
Backside, guys.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Communication's on point, and I'm running out of superlatives to explain just how good FaZe Clan are playing this. They're making Z10 look like a bunch of matchmaking kids.
Yeah, sadly, this is a one-sided affair, and I think FaZe Clan, their eyes are set on breaking into the top 2, and I think it's good that they are dominating the teams that are in the chasing pack behind them as they make it 49. Okay, it will not clean up the 50th, but this one's done. We know that, they know that, and FaZe Clan are looking dominant. And there is the final kill. FaZe Clan, get it done. It's 2-0, and they are well on their way here in pool play.
You know they now have ambitions of getting it done in 3. Putting together a clean sweep. Look at the faces. A penny for your thoughts, Jim. You know it's not going well in the first couple of games, and we always give the lower seeded team a chance in the Slayers, but we just didn't see anything from them.
But I think we know FaZe is not the target here for Z10, but they still would hold themselves at a high standard that they should be competing against FaZe, at least making these games somewhat close. Cloud9 is going to be the target for them, of course, to try and take down and take that second place in pool play. But again, I think they need to look at themselves, look at these games, and learn from it. They had the boot camp, they were able to play against some of the biggest and best teams in the world. How much are they learning from it when they're getting absolutely trampled 50-25, you know?
Demolition job. Look at the stats, Jim. 3 and 14 with 3 assists. Just needs to be better. And you can see 11, 12, 13, and 14. FaZe Clan really spreading the Slayers out.
Over 3K for everyone on the side of FaZe. I mean, I think the gameplay spoke for itself. I think we heard the same thing happen on the top 10 just watching previously. Sometimes you don't even need to commentate it because it all does speak for itself when it is that one-sided. Suppressed will take, of course, all the plaudits from that game, getting his killing frenzy on the board. The shock rifle just made the difference. They were able to take such a lead to begin with, and then I think similarly to the previous game, everyone from Z10 was trying to get back into the game, but maybe in slightly different ways. And I just think there needs to be someone on this roster who's a bit more vocal, who says, look, this is what we need to do. Let's stop playing away from each other and start playing together.
It's so difficult because you can see every single time that a member of Z10 isolated a player on FaZe, that player just happened to have the shock rifle and he would hit the face, and any momentum you're trying to build gets shut down, and you just cannot build upon it. Every single time FaZe put you in the ground, you were trying to just build something. Up next, you spoke about in the series layout how this was going to be the chance for Z10 because this is one of FaZe Clan's weaker map mode combinations. Neutral bomb on Fortress.
Yeah, when you look across the stats and like the kills that FaZe was able to get across all maps and modes, neutral bomb, Fortress is one of the outliers. Bomb in general was probably an outlier for FaZe. They struggled a little bit. Most players on the FaZe roster couldn't even get over 1 KD. That's how much they were struggling. But it's not like this is an amazing game type for Z10 on the other side. So whilst, yes, they may have a chance here, Z10, is FaZe's worst still better than Z10 here? That's going to be the real question that will probably get answered after this map 3.
The Mikwin quote almost came to my head there. My best is better than your worst, or something along the lines. That was roughly the quote, but something that worries and concerns me now with this bomb and this map mode combination is we now have 2 sniper rifles in play, and we've seen the way FaZe are playing.
Well, I guess one thing that Z10 can maybe go off here is they have their own sniper. They don't have to worry about trying to control the map and taking the shock rifle away from them. Instead, they can actually put their own sniper to use, which we already know. There are members on Z10 that can definitely do that. You think of Chick and what he's been able to achieve in history. He has one of the best clips in Halo Infinite history as well. Mighty's knows how to snipe. I think that they have a chance to go toe-to-toe with this FaZe Clan roster at just sniping in general, because we've even mentioned it. No one on FaZe is really a true sniper. No one is there saying, I'm picking up every time, you're dropping it to me. Suppressed did put on a show, so I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up having the sniper rifle here, but yeah, I'm interested to see how this one goes down with the sniper battle. My worry would be, with how good FaZe Clan have been at controlling the game, what happens if they get both snipers?
This map mode combination, in its infancy, one of the latest additions to the HCS, and we're seeing a lot of teams see success by bringing the bomb in, blocking the armory spawns, and forcing the team to spawn over towards that snipe side. That's where we're seeing most of the plants happen. You throw some grenades down, anticipate where the spawns are going to be. That's where teams are starting to see some success. So that's something we can expect to see.
How much work has FaZe done on bomb, considering it was one of their weaker sides when it was back in Arlington? Only one way to find out. Overshield is going to be the initial battle. As always, Trippy's already gone down, so Zero Tenacity have had the better start. The Suppressed answers back with the sniper rifle. There's the answer of who's going to be grabbing snipe. Penguin gets the overshield.
Pushes forward. Mighty's going to be the one with that sniper rifle. So not Chick, although we might have first thought that would have been the way they played it. For Penguin. Lines with the body, good enough. See, that was Mighty's who lined up the body onto Falcate and got the kill. Penguin's down in the basement. Trippy getting the kill onto Chick, so Mighty's probably going to have to try and push forward here and get some space for his team. Down the numbers, though. Now he's prioritizing staying alive. 4 bullets left in the sniper to play with. You can hear some footsteps tiptoeing around him. He knows there's a player here. They both know each other are here. Gunshots go down. Trippy loses his life at the hands of Seekin.
Frustrating when you have the sniper rifle and you can't really advance. Instead, you're on the defense. Had to back off, did Mighty, and there is this burst snipe on snipe action. It's going to be Suppressed, taking Mighty down. He does fall as well, but I think this happens quite a lot on Bomb. You get this standoff for quite some time until the team eventually is able to get all 4 dead and really try and take some map.
Yeah, you really see both teams jostling for position. Looks though we have a minor issue to clean up. Thankfully, score was at 0-0. What we will see when we come back is 2 fresh sniper rifles, so it's not too bad.
And we get to see it again, and we know now who's going to be picking them up. We said, is he going to be Mighty? Is he going to be Chick? Well, was Mighty in the end and Suppressed. More than happy to take some faces to begin with on that one.
If you're Chick, you ask the question, you got it that time and it didn't do a whole lot.
Well,
is it my turn?
He hit some shots, but you know, could also come down to who spawns closest to it. Because if you want to get it fast and try and pick off a shot, get into a position where you can stop someone grabbing the overshield or getting towards that overshield as well. Do you often go for the sniper on this map?
No.
Never.
I can't hit the shots.
I'm
going bonfire and I'm dying to a grenade trying to get the overshield. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's probably my grenade and I'm on your team as well. Typically, I'm not usually the one that goes for sniper, but when I do grab that sniper, I find I just get out-angled by people who are playing it consistently, because you really have to know, in a sniper map where you are having to take many a 1v1, you need to try and outthink your opponent in where you might be playing to try and catch them off guard. Sadly, if you are not used to playing with a sniper rifle, you will fall victim to that. Wes giving me the eyes from behind, because I'm sure he's the one who's grabbing the sniper rifle all times in matchmaking as he nods. Especially now he plays mouse and keyboard. I mean, why would...
Well, I love that Wes's barometer for the LATAM teams was a player called Acid was giving him trouble in matchmaking, and now he respects him and thinks he's a good player. So in order to gain Wes's respect, you have to beat him in matchmaking.
Probably reported him a few times for cheating as well. There's no way that he could beat me in the game. And then he sees him turn up at HCS and he's like, oh, okay, we'll pull that one back.
I think something that we have to note as well, we could see Mighty's when he had the sniper rifle down, he was being pressurized and he was never really able to get comfortable. He was always worried there was a player around him, there was damage being put on him. So that's on the team as well. The rest of the team have to try and get some space for him so he can find those angles and find those shots.
Felt like he was playing a tactical shooter, just listening to those footsteps, trying to check every corner as well. Fearing that he might give away that sniper rifle, because as I mentioned, if FaZe Clan do get control of both sniper rifles, that's when Z10 may struggle in this one. I did say in the series layout, you know, if they can take this Fortress Bomb, they go into Stronghold's live fire, which is one of the better maps and modes for Z10. Again, Mighty, incredible statistics on Strongholds in general, and actually like genuine ones as well, like 1.81 KD across Strongholds in general through Arlington. Like that is a good KD to be having. It's one of the better ones out of all teams involved. But it's about getting there. And then if they can get to a Game 5, then anything can happen, in my opinion. You could see a FaZe crumble in Game 5 if we get there, but in reality, you have to try and get this first bomb down. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a FaZe 3-0.
If you're just joining us, you missed King of the Hill Solitude and Slayer Recharge. If you think you might have missed a close one, you did not. It was dominant from FaZe in both games. Game 3 on the horizon, we've seen some fist bumps, so we were about to get into the action. I think we need almost a complete shift in mentality and focus for Z10 here, because they were so outclassed in games 1 and 2 that it almost can't get much worse.
Only up from here.
You would think we've hit the floor.
Is a good motto for them. But as I was saying, like, you know, this isn't the game they would have been focused on. I think they are very firmly thinking about Cloud9. Maybe this is a good order for the games because they can get warmed up, they can learn a little bit about the opposition of FaZe and maybe taking something away from it, I do think they'll be disappointed. I think you're always going to be disappointed if you're getting slapped around. But maybe they can make up for these opening 2 matches right here as we're underway now. Map 3. It's bomb.
We're always playing devil's advocate, aren't we? If they play the toughest team in the group game 1, you're like, oh, well, they got that bad one out of the way. But if they play the team that they're expected to play against, they lose that one. But they're like, oh, well, now they're in big trouble. So it's always, like I say, that double-edged sword. Mighty's now has got the sniper rifle again. He's given a second bite of the cherry. He's already landed a couple of body shots, so trying to have much more of an impact here. Finds himself on the retreat. Shields are in rough nick until now, as they've just recharged.
I think there was a time where double-edged swords were used, but there just was no handle, and you had to kind of cut
you had to hold the blade.
Because that motto must come from somewhere, surely. But Mighty, again, just backing off slightly to try and protect himself and this sniper rifle, but he's constantly getting pressured. Penguin says, all right, I'll nick that away from you. And maybe now FaZe can look to try and really control this game with both snipers, I assume, but Suppress has also fallen, so maybe it's going to be even out.
Oh! Penguin finds one. He's been going by many names. Dead zone, more like dead shot right now. Seek is in the reverse, over towards the armory. His shields are not in good conditions. It's going to make this arm a little bit more of an easier task. Penguin's going to hunt down towards the basement, then Chick's in trouble. 3 shots in his shields already, tries to jiggle, tries to give Penguin the wiggles. So much damage being put down here. Mighty's is the last man standing. All members of FaZe are still on the map, still having an influence. That bomb will get planted. 1-0 for FaZe.
Sadly, a struggle to see away for Z10 now as well.
Objective.
FaZe can really control this game with a lead. They can play defense the whole time if they want to. They won't need to. Good shots from Seeker though.
Trippy with 2 guns at him over towards the bonfire, still manages to get a kill and stay alive.
Good listening as well, just to be able to clean up those kills whilst also dealing damage. 3 dead on the side for Z10 yet again. Chick will take that gunfight. One good thing about Z10 is they're all confident in their gun ability, that's for sure. They're not losing this because they're bad at shooting, they're losing this because FaZe have a better team.
See Mighty's jumping up and down the player outlines. His day wasn't going to get much better because Trippy was coming. He smelled blood in the water. They're arming the bomb once more. Jimbo's in the respawn screen. Penguin's there once again. Mighty's will eventually put him away. Mighty's going to toss the bomb down towards the basement. Oh, again, this pressure is relentless from FaZe.
Yeah, it's so hard for Z10 as well to try and even muster up a thought when you're being pressured so much. Double kill for Falcated. Big no-scope to make 4 dead on the side of Z10. Bomb's probably not going to be planted here, but it's more time wasted on the side of Z10. Oh! Get it. I like that play.
Keep the bomb alive. Keep the pressure in the Z10 base. Yes, you take a death. Yes, you might drop the sniper rifle, but Trippy's got one.
Intelligent play from Falcated, who maybe historically would have tried to just stay alive and get more kills, do more damage. He knows if he just keeps that bomb alive, Z10 have to consistently think about it and will stay back. Difficult to try and go for a flank around. As I say that, Chick has picked up a double.
Trippy tried to get away with the sniper rifle, but unfortunately for him, he's going to drop it around the arches. Chick doing more damage. Sniper rifle now out of ammunition. The overshield has gone into the chest of a player. Is it in a Z10 man's chest? The answer is yes, but Suppress completely handled the overshield player there. Just throwing elbows, throwing fists, Superman punches, and all of a sudden Jimbo's got no more shield to play with. Trippy's gone back to find his sniper, heading towards the tower to do some damage.
We'll say Z10 have done well at not allowing FaZe to take a 2-0 lead, despite all the control and pressure they were applying. Does bode well for at least a chance of Z10 getting back into this game. You have to ask, how are they going to find control over FaZe when FaZe are so prominent in every single area of this map right now? You turn any corner and there's a FaZe clan member waiting for you, and even if you do a little bit of damage, suddenly another one turns up, just like clockwork. This
has really just been objective survive. They haven't really had any offense to speak of. They've never even gotten the bomb inside of FaZe Clan's base. Perhaps an opportunity here. All 8 players on the server are firing their guns until now. Penguin's gonna fall, as is Jimbo. Falcade's got one more sniper bullet. Can he find a face on the chick? He's lining up the Frenchman. Recognizing that his teammates have fallen, he's trying to prioritize staying alive. Good damage has been done to Falcade's shield here, but he's staying alive, but still just being a nuisance to the tower.
It's a risky push from Falcade. It's one of those that if you survive it, you suddenly find yourself in a very commanding position. It's only a push that you can really make when you're in this spot, when you're a 1-0 up against a team that you just feel like you have the advantage over. I think if you try and make that push against an Optic Gaming and Shopify Rebellion, you get absolutely punished. You get wiped off the map, and then suddenly your team are 3 versus 4. So something that Falcade just has to keep in mind.
You can see Z10 are trying to overextend and get numbers behind FaZe, recognizing that when they take those gunfights, the advantages are always in FaZe Clan's favor. They're the ones playing so much Halo in their half of the map. The killing spree for suppressed overshield will fall down. 6 minutes on the clock. Bomb is being moved in now. Seeker's gonna get some damage on the Falcade, and importantly gets the kill.
It's all well and good, flanking round, playing defense, stopping that bomb from being moved, but you are 1 down, so you really need to be trying to flank around and then take a position that can actually help your team push up and take some control of this map. And FaZe are doing very well at spinning on a dime here and shutting down anyone who does try and go for that flank as well, because they don't need to be pushing for this second bomb. That's the thing. That's why this first plant was so important.
FaZe just nullified any attacking threat that Z10 have had. Anytime the sniper rifle gets picked up by a player, it goes a begging.
Such a good play there from Suppressed as well. Didn't want to take the fight against Mighty. He was almost baiting that sniper rifle, waiting for Mighty to pop out, called out to a teammate, and then he just finishes him off, and now he gets double sniper.
Bomb taken.
Not too many bullets, only 6, but he knows he's the only sniper on the map right now.
Not able to find a body, unable to find a face. Press continuing to be a nuisance, and importantly gets the sniper rifle tossed off the map. Z10 are moving the bomb though. It's inside bottom middle, and again Trippy just gets the kill, picks the bomb up and takes it away.
Just think how different this passage of play would be though if any of those shots are connected from Suppressed. Again, is that the difference maker with FaZe Clan?
Well, Penguin said it up here on the couch, right? What the difference sometimes can be, one player hit 4 no-scopes. It can have such an impact on a game, on a series.
FaZe
Any game that's close.
They know they can do it. FaZe have the players to do it as well, but they're just not doing it as often as Shopify Rebellion and Optic do. Of course, it's not the only defining factor, but the reason why Penguin says that it can be down to just a couple of no-scopes is because these teams now are so closely matched. They all know how to play the game of Halo Infinite at this kind of year of its lifespan. That you just need someone to step up and be that difference maker, and sometimes it can be with the sniper.
You can see now, Z10 have gotten the bomb over towards FaZe Clan's bonfire. They're fighting off the back foot. They haven't got a lot of shields to play with. Trippy's going to pick it up, and he has the option to toss it off the map if he gets pressured here. Happy just to toss over towards Z10's half of the field. He'll take the death there and just relieves a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think there was a consideration there for Trippy to just keep going. It's almost one of those that I'm going to start running it just in case the kill feed starts to show my team is actually finding kills, and if you do, you're in then such a good position to move that bomb all the way to the other side of the base.
And I think it works both ways. I think if the kill feed lights up that your teammates are dying, well, you've got the bomb as far away from your side of the map as you possibly can. So a good play, no matter what way you try and cut it. But the trading kills left and right, but again, bombs are resetting, and Z10 just cannot get something together. 2 dead now. They're starting to just play a little bit more Halo where they need to.
See whether Mighty can be the difference maker. Does put himself in an angle here where he's slightly exposed to some bandits if they do spot him, but it's also a position where he maybe go unknown. He maybe notices that, and that's why he retreated a little bit. Now he has given his position away, he needs to be careful.
And the concern is, like we spoke about before this map loaded up, is the meta is to push the armory and not let the other team spawn there, but Z10 pushing from the other side, and it's more of a needs mush. We're pushing this side because we have to, not because we want to.
And because it's all they can push, really, because FaZe are controlling the other side of the map so successfully. Bomb's going to reset again in 10 seconds. The overshield is the priority, and it is going to go in favor of Z10. So 2 minutes left, overshield, and bomb now is active, but you can see Falcate just trying to get it away. That's a big kill, taking down overshield, 4 dead temporarily.
Bomb taken.
Here's the moment, and here's the opportunity with 1 minute 55 left on the clock. You have to consider, you have to worry, be concerned. This might be the last opportunity for Z10. With how much Halo we have played so far on this map, this has been their first real big chance. And as I say that again, Trippy carries the bomb away from trouble and carries it straight towards Z10's half of the game.
And what's important is Trippy is still 22 and 11, but he is playing the game in a way where he doesn't care if he dies. He will run that bomb just as far as possible, sacrificing his life. 3 are now dead on the side of Z10. And FaZe Clan looking to try and close this one out, maybe with a second bomb plant here.
A lot of distance to cover now for Z10. If they're going to get a plant here, they still have to get Trippy down off top middle, doing so much damage up there. Falcate gets a perfect. And somehow gets a kill on the Jimbo as well. This might spell real trouble and real misery now for Z10. 3 dead, Seek a last man standing, make it all 4 dead. Jim's going to be the first one to spawn back up again. And importantly, he gets a massive kill. The bomb's going down. Jim can't quite find the angle. He's trying to do damage. Teammates there just to spare his plushes. 2 kills go the way of and in favor of FaZe.
Anyone there to put that bomb away. Suppress gets taken down. Doesn't look like there is going to be anyone to do it. So still life. Oh, wow. Overkill is going to help. And there is still life here for Z10. One last push.
One last hurrah then. To save their series.
30 seconds remaining.
Time now is starting to play a real factor now. Time almost just an extra teammate for FaZe. They got that bomb plant pretty early and they're still keeping the bomb in Z10's area now. Trippy's got the overshield. Z10 are just not going to be able to put anything together here. So much pressure applied by Trippy, and then Suppress is hitting some shots as well. They're running out of time. They're not going to be able to get the job done, and FaZe Clan will get the clean sweep. 3 to the good against Z10.
We are seeing a very impressive FaZe Clan here at Friday at DreamHack Dallas. Their expectation was to cruise through pools, and with both teams put in front of them, they have 3-0'd them. It was a couple of close games. Oh, it was a 3-1 actually against Cloud9, excuse me. But they have certainly looked like a team who is very much prepared to try and take on the top 2 here at HCS.
Relatively smooth sailing. Now they just wait for the open bracket team. It's been business as usual. Very professional. Dropping only 1 map. As we take a look at the stats. What's lighting up for you, Dan? I can see Falcate with 28, 14, and 7.
I think everyone on the side of FaZe did what they needed to do in that game. It was just about getting the first plant and then controlling it, denying any opportunity for Zero Tenacity to move that bomb across the way. Actually, it was Trippy who really impressed me with his movement as well. Not only going 24 and 9, but always thinking about the bigger picture, always thinking about where that bomb needs to be. Are we at risk of maybe giving up a plant if the bomb stays on our side? Is it worth me sacrificing my life just to get it out of the way? He was the only one under 7k damage, but that's probably because he was moving the bomb half the time.
It has to be said, after the first, as Friday concludes for FaZe Clan, they haven't really been tested here. Cloud9 gave as good as they could possibly do, but relatively, like we say, plain sailing, confirmation of what we've seen of that clean sweep. 3-0, King of the Hill Solitude, 50 to 25, and a dominant Slayer on recharge, and just the 1 bomb required to close out the series. FaZe Clan looking good.
FaZe Clan looking very good. Lottie, Wes, I mean, you were able to watch that one as well. Sadly, no real challenge from Z10.
Yeah, no challenge to be found anywhere. Under a rug, through pillars, in the mud, in a snipe tower, nowhere. Unfortunately so. I will say though, with FaZe, I am honestly curious about how much they learned about their neutral bomb game from that Fortress map, because even though they were outslaying them so heavily, it was so difficult for them to get any bomb movement after that first plant. They just couldn't get their hands on that bomb and get it back into the base despite how the Slays were going on their side. It was actually impressive to see that happen, because I was thinking to myself, surely you're getting rounds and rounds and rounds of Slays, you're getting all the power weapons that you could possibly need, you are doing what needs to be done to plant this bomb. It just wasn't coming across the screen. Dan, what are you seeing from their Fortress Bomb that needs a little bit of work? They're getting the slays, but what is it about that teamwork and just the objective efficiency there that would help them out just a little bit?
I mean, in Fortress Bomb, it's just so hard to get those plans. When you're on the back foot like Z10 were for the entire game, their main game plan was just not allowing FaZe to plan. I think it'll be different when FaZe come up against a team who is looking to try and plant the bomb as well and has a little bit more map control. In fact, it might help FaZe that someone else is looking to plan, because then they can take advantage of the mistakes they make. But Z10 just went into defense mode because they couldn't really do much else.
Yeah, they certainly couldn't. Honestly, FaZe just didn't give any room to breathe whatsoever, especially with playmakers like this man on your screen right here, Suppressed. He was outstanding. And this recharge, unreal. Just unbelievable. He didn't want to die. Just did not want to die. And speaking of this gentleman, I do actually have him on the sofa with us alongside this new look coach. You may have heard of him. His name's Royal One. Hello, gents. Lovely to see you on the sofa. First of all, GG's. Congrats. That was a great series from you. Suppressed, I'm going to start with you. Mate, you're feeling diffy today, huh?
Yes,
How you feeling after that one?
I felt great. I mean, like, we knew what the business was, you know, coming into the series, so yeah.
You're cooking, man. You're cooking. I've got to ask you individually, you know, are you feeling like you are super comfortable in this team? Are you growing as an individual? Because, you know, from series to series, we're just seeing you start to become that superstar that I think we're all looking for on FaZe.
I mean, my teammates allow me to do that, you know what I'm saying? When I'm taking over, you know what I'm saying? They know who's taking over, they know who's playing good, so like try to keep me alive, you know what I'm saying?
They know
I love these guys, you know what I'm saying? Like they pretty much play for each other at all times, so.
I love that. A lot of teamwork coming forward there to allow moments like that to happen, but damn, that recharge was just unbelievable. Royal One, hello, sir.
Hello.
Back in a FaZe hoodie, first and foremost, but not with family and not with the team that you are used to. How has this change been for you career-wise? Because you're back on the sticks behind the boys, but it's not with the same team. So how's that transition been?
It's been different, but it's been really fun. It's been a new, fresh environment for me. Something different. Getting to work with players that I've known for a very long time and respected. They're all insane individually, and it's been cool to see how they work. And I'm having a great time coaching them so far.
We've joked a few times that when or if you guys play against Shopify Rebellion, which is probably a when. Is there going to be a consideration in your head of, right, I know where Royal 2 is going to be on the map right now just from playing history, and like you start calling out where he might be?
Yeah, he's just going to be in the back of his base not moving, right?
Yeah,
there it is. Everyone knows that.
There's only so many places he can be.
All you have to do is hide his passport
Where's
before
the
you come out
snipe?
for an
Where's the
event.
BR? Like, let's be real.
Now, Suppressed, do you find it on your shoulders to when that matchup does come to fruition, like we all know it will this weekend, that you have a responsibility for Big Brother over here that's coaching you behind, that you have to be little bro there?
I mean, yeah, I was thinking about that. I think we talked about it on the backstage, but yeah, I mean, if we do go against them, we got to go hard, so.
Love that.
Yeah, you do. You have to turn up. That is for sure. You know, I'm looking at the dynamic across the team here, and you know, Royal One, it's interesting to get a fresh pair of eyes, especially when you're watching every single one of them play and how they interact with one another. Yeah. How are you feeling about the dynamic of the team and coming in from what you're used to seeing, you know, in history's past years with the same team? What is it like kind of seeing these guys work, and what is it like behind the scenes?
It's been really good. I've only been working with them for like a few weeks now, but like right away they have a really, like they complement each other very well. They've got a good mix of play styles, personalities, like everything you want to see in a team that can, you know, win chips. So I think this team has the tools to go all the way, and you know, we're looking to do that.
Now, obviously, this is Zero Tenacity we're talking about here, and 0.31 somewhere on that scoreboard. But let's focus on the positives. Falcated, 2.31, Suppressed, 2.00. I said last event, Trippy played out of his mind. That was the best we've seen Trippy play in a long time. You guys obviously only ended up at third. You want to take advantages of weekends and tournaments where your teammate is having one of those tournaments, right? Those are few and far between. Trippy seems to not be skipping a beat here today so far. Do you find it as part of your responsibility, and I'm sure Falcated as well, as kind of the two big dog slayers on this team to really step up if you guys do want to make a grand finals, if you do want to hoist a trophy at the end of a weekend?
No, I agree with that. I mean, last event I didn't really play too well, so I'm coming into this event, you know, just locked in, you know, like I gotta pay it to my brother out there, Trippy, man. He had a great event. We're not gonna single out Zane as well, but those guys played really well.
Commodity. I don't gas him enough. Every time it's on his screen, he's making good plays, hitting good shots.
Of course. So
that's just what I expect from him.
Yeah, coming Sunday, I mean, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but
Don't
that's
jinx
what I'm
it,
saying.
don't jinx
Yeah, that's
it.
what I'm saying. But
There's
basically, coming Sunday, hopefully, you know, I come out strong. You know, with Mike, and also playing with Joey and Zane. I know they're gonna come out there and play great. So.
They certainly will indeed. Well, it was absolutely incredible. You guys are actually done for the day. You finished pools looking absolutely fantastic. Of course, got to wait for that open bracket team to come on in and see if they can actually counter you guys and give you a bit of a challenge, because I've got to say that was just absolute destruction on the main stage. So keep it up. It was. It really was.
0.31 destruction.
Yeah, I'm about to go watch it after this. Like,
come on, Wes.
Yeah, give yourself some confidence. Go watch yourself play, because that was just disgusting. Thank you guys so much, Royal Ones Press. I appreciate you so much. Here are your pool play, guys, and here's all of the scores coming in as we're filling in throughout the day. As you can see, FaZe 2-0 in Pool C right now, looking so good. Can they be slowed down? That is the question. We'll have to find out who that open bracket team will be. Can they cause a road bump for them, or are we just looking into that championship bracket? Because just the way that these guys are playing right now, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to be up for this task. If there is going to be somebody there, they have to be extremely special coming out of that open bracket, because FaZe, they are certainly that team to watch out for. Folks, we're actually going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, the Green Wall are going to be very, very happy with this one. It's going to be Optic Gaming versus Gen G, and we'll see you right after this.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
New Juggernaut.
Optic now find themselves just 3 away.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well. Now 48-44, 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger, taking some angles as Formal gets the 49th on the board. Renegade is on the hunt. He wants it to be his, but it's Formal. And Shopify turned up.
Here it is.
Formal moves in. Formal gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story. Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket. They break the curse, and they can call themselves champions.
And Formal wastes no time. Picks up that trophy because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason and an unbelievable weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination bracket to take the title in a bracket reset. Game 7 down to the wire.
A lot of teams would not have made it back from what happened at the end of that CTF Forbidden. That would have broken them. Not Optic Gaming. This roster is built for success, was built to win. see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions are Optic Gaming.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team change, the second place curse for Optic Gaming is officially broken. Here and now, your champions at the Optic Major, doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season, and as you say, justifying one of the most historic and even controversial team changes in competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason, and we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places, hates not winning. But now that winning feeling is back.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We have had some crazy things happening on the main stage and some not so crazy things, like FaZe just stomping the competition in their pool as they did the event before in Arlington. They are looking so good in pool play right now. The question is, how will they fare going into the championship bracket? We'll have to find that all out tomorrow. But more so, we have Optic Gaming taking the stage. The Green Wall are going to be awfully happy about this because they want to see their boys back in action once again. Now, they had a little bit of an uncharacteristic start to the last event in Arlington, and I can't wait to talk all about that and what they potentially can achieve this time around and how the journey will look. My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Clutch. I've got Onset and Brav as well on the sofas with me once again. Now, I'm getting nice and comfortable up here, folks. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm just finding my groove. But I'm not getting too comfortable, and you guys shouldn't either, and I'll tell you why. Because last time, things looked a bit dicey for Optic Gaming. They didn't quite get it done the way that they wanted to. The journey was very difficult, and they made it hard for themselves. But this time around, I think they've learned a thing or two, maybe how to pick up the pace, maybe be a little bit less lazy. And, you know, we're looking at some old habits here, but I do think that they're just going to be faded off into the distance. I think Optic, having that taste of victory, is only going to awaken the monster within this team.
No, I think that's exactly what it did. I think the way that they did it, the downs, the downs that they had to experience in order to really evaluate and get to where they needed to be was the reason that this team is going to be the best team this year. Optic Gaming want to go through, is expected to go through winners bracket every single tournament. The fact that they lost to Nemesis last event in pool play and then had to play Shopify and lost that series, it was almost a culmination of even losing the case on LAN, in all honesty, where they had to question themselves and really get on the same page. But ever since that elimination bracket run, this team has been the best team in the league. This is the team that you want to see from the Green Wall, and this is the team on the other side of the stage you fear. And I love the idea that Optic's going to come in here fired up, but also knowing that they cannot take any series, any game for granted, let alone a life. So I'm stoked to see this Optic Gaming roster even in pool play this weekend.
Onset, whether it's individual skill, teamwork, the chemistry, strategy, what is it for you on this roster that really stands out, that's just a level above other competition?
Individual talent. It comes down to sometimes individual players, individual moments that everyone on this team has the ability to do something special, right? You look at that elimination bracket run back in Arlington, you look at what Renegade did in some of those big series, those close moments, those big games where he had to perform, and he dragged them through some of those series. It's insane to think the Optic were a Slayer away from finishing 5th, 6th back in Arlington against Nemesis. They have to pull off that reverse sweep, go 3 games without a response to stay alive in the tournament, then reset the bracket, then win that second best of 7 in that game 7. It could have been a very different story we were talking about coming out of Arlington into this event. But the story is, it was never going to be easy for them to get that championship, to break that second place curse, but they did it. And I think that's the biggest thing for them. Now they can stop worrying about second places, they can stop worrying about everything. It's now just about winning and continually going on to win.
100%. I think they knew they had a point to prove last event. They knew Shopify were coming in as the favorites, and rightfully so, right? They have been lights out in scrims. They've been lights out the KSAN tournament. Every single open, you name it, had their name all over it. And Optic were like, listen, it's our turn to shine. Falling flat so early on in Arlington, I was worried. I was nervous about the mentals for these guys and how they're able to bounce back. They showed us that they can do that. That is a huge achievement. Not only did they win the event, but the fashion they did it in, it is such a confidence boost coming into it. So a lot of pressure relieved from the shoulders of these players now, and they can just have fun here. I think they can have fun coming in as the tournament favorites and just showing us exactly what they've got. There's not as much pressure as there was before. My question for you, Brav, though, is when it comes down to slip-ups so early on in the tournament, we see them go up against Nemesis, and it seemed that Nemesis had their number a significant amount of times despite the reverse sweep in the second series that they saw them in. It's really difficult in the beginning of a season to know whether or not is that an Optic just not playing up to the potential that they have, or is that a Nemesis just knowing how to play a team like Optic Gaming and knowing their number and matching up strong against them. In your opinion, from what you've seen, which one would you say that was, for us to look out for here going the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I'd say if I had to choose which one it's more of, I think it's more of Optic Gaming finding their form over the course of the season, but I do also think it's both. I think Nemesis, in terms of matchups, matches up well against a team like Optic. We've seen in game type-wise, especially when you look at the FaZe series, right? The FaZe series was a wipe for FaZe. So I think specifically Nemesis is a very good team, and they match up well against Optic. Now, I think also on the other side of that, Optic is finding their footing. I think Maniac at APG had the nail on the head when they said with every LAN series they got better. I agree with that as well. And I also think, Mark and I talked a lot about this before the tournament, but I think that Game 7 win was so disproportionately enormous in terms of momentum, right? That was a Game 7 Slayer, which could be a coin flip. It could go either way, and I think Shopify can look at that whichever way lens. I talked to B-Man about this. Whatever lens they want to look at the tournament, they can. However, for Optic, that Game 7 win it wields such a disproportionate sword in terms of momentum, and it's like, that was massive for the year, and I think you also really spoke well there a lot. They, for the first time in, 2 years, Formal could take a breath and just play Halo and not think about, my God, is this going to happen again?
Yeah, I mean, smiling at the end of it. It's crazy to think what that tournament could have been for Optic as well. Imagine if it was a Game 7 loss and they come second again, right? It would have been just, imagine the online discourse about the team, what the reaction would have been. Second again, oh my goodness, are we ever going to get past, over the line? Are we ever going to win that championship? But I think the mentality thing is so big for this team. I mean, even looking at them now, like just sat on the stage, just smiling, look very relaxed, looks very different even in this first series to what we would have seen back in Arlington, where I think they would have been thinking, we have to win. Like, we have to win. The pressure is we have to win. No one was going to accept anything but that. And 100%. Now I think it's just about how many we can win 100%. Instead of can we.
100%. I think, honestly, when it comes down to the top 4, not to harp on this conversation, I do think it's an important one, though. When it comes to the top 4, you have so many different players who have won world championships or who have tournament upon tournament wins under their belt. First is, it's the only thing that they care about. It's the only thing that they want. The mental game that they have to play is crazy every single weekend, and what it does to you to not manage to achieve that every single time, it's very, very difficult. It's something that, I don't think we talk too much about here, of how much that weighs on players and teams, and why changes are suddenly made, because you need that refresh sometimes to get things going. And Optic Gaming, a refresh in this tournament would mean doing it on the winner's side. I think that would be a crazy crazy refresh for this Optic Gaming roster, and a very scary one to have done it in all sorts of different fashions. We need to move on to the other side of the stage though, although we could be on Optic Gaming pretty much all day. We have Gen G, who are waiting very patiently to see how they're going to fare up against this Optic Gaming roster. Now, can they catch them off guard? Is this going to be a similar Friday where Optic maybe are feeling a little bit lazy, maybe they're a little bit cold? Can Gen G capitalize on that? That is the question. We actually have a series rewind from when Gen G played Optic Gaming in Arlington, and as you can see, just an absolute smoking. Wes, how are you feeling about Gen G this time around? Do you think they have anything that they can take away from that and maybe put it to use going into this next one?
I mean, the score lines are close from the looks of it, but this is a completely different Optic Gaming team in my opinion. We saw what they looked like in pool play, and we saw what they looked like by the end of Sunday last tournament. I think we're going to see a lot more closer to last Sunday, or the Sunday of last tournament, rather than the pool play Optic here today. I think Gen G have very little chance in this series, if I'm being quite frank, and they're going to need a massive series out of King Nick and out of Breaking Shot if they ever want to stand a chance. But even that, I think the firepower on Optic is just going to be too much.
You do get the feeling that Gen G might be thinking, if there was one pool play, we probably should have taken them down. It was probably the last event where we would have had the opportunity.
100%. Yeah, they're gonna be giving it their all. I have absolutely no doubt about that. I know all players will do when they get on that stage. It's gonna be a tough one for sure for Gen G, and Optic Gaming a massive potential to really show us what they're made of. Day one here in a tournament on a weekend. So let's see how this start happens for them. Will it be hot? Will it be cold? We'll find out. Lads, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Lot. It's time for us to get into the action by the sounds of things, and looking forward to doing so. Our first look at Optic Gaming, our champions from Arlington. Like we've mentioned, like we've talked about, and like you would have heard a lot of times repeated, either online or on the broadcast, breaking that curse, getting that championship back under their belt, and coming into this event as many people's favorites to go on and pick up a second consecutive one. On the other side of the stage, Gen G, a team who, littered through Halo history, certainly has some players who have caused some upsets, but this is going to be a tall, tall test for them here. And
yeah, you see also Fortress making a return in the series as well. It was Aqua Bomb in that first series back in Arlington. This time it's going to be Fortress Bomb, but we're starting things off with King of the Hill on Solitude shortly. And I tell you what, for the side of Gen, what's that? I was going to say, you know what's funny is you might have noticed from our booth when we're seated on the couches, I couldn't tell exactly how many people are in here just yet, but guess what? Optic Gaming takes the stage at DreamHack, and we become standing room only very quickly. People joining from across the venue. Great to have all of you with us here in the room at the festival, as well as joining from around the world. You know, when this team takes the stage, everyone seems to make sure they're watching here as we get ready to jump right into the game.
Well, here we go then, everybody. Optic Gaming on our screens for the first time here. Pool A is where we find ourselves. Gen G looking to cause the upset, and maybe they've taken a little bit of inspiration from what we saw from Envy a bit later, showing that anyone can win a big series here. But Breaking Shot was some beautiful and perfect, thanks to the star and the kill feed shots to start things off. It's been a pretty good start here for Gen G.
You can tell we've all been there. Legend looks away, thought he had the kill easy. Instead, the kill doesn't get registered. He pays twice. Now some early points on the board here for the side of Gen G, as you say, and that's nice pressure from Ryan to pick up a third as well. It's a triple now, and honestly, with that set of kills and 4 dead, this actually could be the first hill. There's going to need to be immediate driveway pressure, or at least soda pressure coming in from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they've got one more push here, Optic, if they want to make this push, or if they think about giving it up and rotating away. King Nick with that first pick is probably giving the indication that Optic should give this one up, but they do somehow manage to break through, even with that first pick going the way of Gen G. Optic has broken, and Optic will stop this point going the way of Gen G.
Like you say, especially with the first pick coming in from Common,
surprising.
That should not have been a possible break, so that already tells us that Optic Gaming is making things happen from disadvantageous positions. This hill still has a lot of time left to play. Uh-oh.
Former last alive though, and it looks like even though Gen G may have misstepped a few moments ago, they're going to correct that mistake, and they will get that first point on the board. So even though Formal's starting to hit headshots, Optic are chasing the game early here. It's a killing spree for him. Breaking Shot gets his neck broken.
The crowd getting loud as well, and there's a heavy presence, and every seat filled for a reason. They want to see this man pop off, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Off the back of the run, it looks like the rotation is still being fought for by both teams, and it's going to be Gen G who get 3 dead on the Optic side again. Bound last alive, trying to escape, trying to buy a bit of time, but Common's chasing him down, and Trade in this situation would be good enough, but somehow Bound does even better than that, as last player alive survives, gets a kill, and Optic get back on the map, but it's going to be Gen.G who's standing inside of that second hill.
Interesting series of events here. Take a look at the numbers. You've already got 7 and 4 for Ryan Nuke, formerly on their side, 7 and 3, but as we said, that hill a pretty convincing one. We'll see what Renegade can do here. Fights off a trade and hopes to hold off the blue pressure.
All the spawns are staggered here, and they are all collectively happening in and around blue for Gen.G. So if Optic Gaming can get in around that hill and force them to these choke points, they should be able to not only gather some time here, but pick up the necessary slays to keep Gen.G at bay. Now trying to push forward to put some more pressure on. Has that thrust as well, just to back out of these fights. Gen.G is going to try and brute force their way through. And should just about be able to manage to do so. Renegade is trying to clear out these last players in the hill, but you have to say Gen.G done a great job there just to force Optic out of their hill.
Yeah, Renegade has done very well through this. We're going to have to break it down in just a second because it's 3 dead. Ryan Nuke's going to be your last player in blue. Unbelievable from Renegade. He picks up the double kill as well. Renegade, let's not forget, in Yard BR was your first spawner, and with the thrust, he held off the 1v2 to maintain yard control, and he has stayed alive this entire time off of the next rotation as well. They're about to tie up the game.
Yeah, now you see Gen.G really struggling. They look like they're giving this one up. They want to try and control the blue side and the snipe side of the map for where this next hill is going to be going, but Renegade wants to force them out of here. He does not want to give them easy spawns. He does not want to give them access, but with a couple of kills being traded, he steps back in, will tie the game up at 1-1, and Legend has got that next shock rifle as well. As Formal picks up the double kill thanks to the damage coming in from that shot from Legend.
And his 3 dead yet again. Optic Gaming is heating up. Let's get into an Optic listening.
I can see your fighter, man. I can see your fighter. What? John, try to do.
Camo's up, Camo's up.
Two soda, man.
They're both playing from out. 3 guys there.
Three right.
One goes up and one camo. One
pushers.
This camo
on the awning.
This camo market.
Go snake by weak. Snake by.
Take my dad.
One flash. He's marker camo.
He's dip on each
one.
Bottom 6.
And blue on Sabri.
Yeah, bottom 6 camo. Bottom, yo, hotel with camo.
Nice, Sabri.
Yo, Campbell's hotel right now. Campbell's hotel.
2 dead, guys.
Campbell's hotel.
3 dead, last guy. He's dead. We were missing one, or?
Yeah, he's just 1 yard. Go back to snipe.
Go spawn.
And blue weak.
Two blue. One back blue weak.
We have a big lead in this hill.
2 right, John, right. 2 there. We could be on in that snipe.
Top side, Brian.
One's that.
Truck the hill around. Try to kill the guy in blue. 2 guys hill.
2 dead.
Last 2 by hill.
Two quick. One.
In blue.
Nice,
Last guy.
Nice. 2 dead.
1 yard.
That's nice, man. Running loop, probably?
That's one.
You got a hill. One loop, 1 yard. Get out of hill, yeah. 1 loop, 1 yard. Blue going soda stairs right now, and then one going yard BR. Or like top gold maybe.
There's soda?
Take bottom in.
Soda 1.
So you're gonna say like Formal's the only one calling out, or what?
2 guys soda.
One shot green stairs. Just soda.
Yeah, and dip.
One hill.
Got Sky.
Wow, the comms is going to be Optic Gaming who get the second point on the board now, the second hill in their favor. They will now be up 2-1, having turned this game around.
Really nicely done. Also just love the style of the comms coming in there. Really not panicked, just full game control. You can tell it, you can feel it in the communication as well. By the way, Formal is 16-8. Last time we checked in with the scoreboard before the listen-in, he was about 7-4. So the man is on an absolute tear here. He's double positive.
2 dead again here for Gen.G, trying to force their way into this hill again. The brute force is not working for them. They're sending multiple numbers, trying to just overwhelm the players from Optic Gaming. Their bait and switching Optic here is so good that it feels like they just have 2 bandits traced onto every single player that's trying to push in from Gen.G.
Other thing to point out there, if you played enough Halo Infinite and competitive Halo, you just really appreciate it. All the little small talk there from Lunchbox during that listening as well. Feels like this team is back at home with him behind them.
Renegade
showed last tournament, showing now as well.
Yeah, Renegade gets the next shock rifle as well, and with the camo as well, we should be able to go to work here. 2 dead on either side. Gen.G are inside of the hill, but that beautiful bank grenade coming in from Renegade just sets him up for a multi-kill here. If he can find Common, he can get the jump on breaking shots.
I was going to say, he's going to get one of them.
He can make something happen, and like you say, you knew he was going to get at least one.
Anyone else 1v2ing there has a very good chance of getting taken down before they get the shot off, but with him walking in, you're like, all right, he's going to kill 1, he might kill 2, but he's guaranteed the first shot.
Well, Formal steps back inside of that hill. Optic might be going into a 3-1 lead in a few moments' time. King Nick is trying to pressurize Formal, but Formal wins his fight again, which takes him to 21-9.
This is freakish. I'm not going to lie. He shouldn't have numbers like this on a main stage match.
21-9.
I'll just go ahead and say it. Yeah, if you thought this Optic Gaming roster maybe had already peaked last event, you might want to think again. They're looking better than ever and showing up in a huge way. 3 dead for Gen G yet again. Make it 4 dead as Renegade picks up a triple as well. Everyone on the team, at least positive. Legend here going to be even with 9 assists, but 21-10 is crazy for Formal.
50%, 60% of the way.
Enemy team nearing
to cap in this next hill as well.
Too easy.
2 minutes left on the game clock, and Gen G only have 2 players alive on the map at the moment. Optic Gaming have all 4. 2 of them stacked inside of that hill. Formal nice and close as well. Bound gets the kill, but it'll be Renegade who stands inside of the hill.
GG.
Contested. To capture it here for Optic Gaming and put them 1 up in this series.
Well, well, well. Quite the opener for Optic Gaming on the main stage, and as we said, the crowd here has only gotten bigger and bigger, and now I think when they see something like that, they're like, maybe we'll stick around for this series, actually. And we can't blame you. What a start for Optic Gaming.
Certainly what the crowd would have wanted to see, right? That kind of dominating performance. I mean, especially with Gen G getting out to a pretty hot start in that game as well. Remember that they were up 1-0 right at the start of that game, but as soon as Optic started to find a bit of rhythm, started to find a little bit of control, and most importantly, I think the first time they got 3 or 4 dead, it felt like Optic were in complete and utter control of those hills moving forward. Looking at the stats you can see on your screen right now, like you say, even Legend managed to get into the positives in those final moments, going +1, but it's the Formal show, 21-10. 9 assists as well.
So say, by the way, he's
second most assists on the team.
Yeah, second most assists on the team. 2 assists away from like a royal flush there in terms of most kills in each category. Excuse me, best stat line in each category. Take a look at some of the damage as well. Unsurprisingly, it's Formal cresting 5,600.
Not bad. Not a bad first performance from a man who was extremely happy. Happier than I think I've ever seen him after that last event win.
He brought the smiles here today too.
He certainly did indeed, and he was understandably feeling pretty happy after how he started the game as well. Some beautiful headshots with that shock rifle to just get himself comfortable back on this main stage. Renegade as well, continuing what he does best. A couple of multi-kills coming in from him, but it's little things like this from Renegade that are so frustrating. 2v1 scenarios that he just comes out of with a kill, at least a minimum of a trade.
That play from Bound as well. Bound was last player alive jumping off S3. Wins a really nice 1v1 to get his team back into it. Also can't give enough credit, like I said, on that second hill to Renegade. He's in a 1v2 with just a thrust, a prayer, and a palm tree. And somehow comes out to hold Yard the entire time. And his team never loses control of Yard as a result. 1v1s like that. And at that time, he was about 4-4-3. You would never know what he had just done from the stat line alone. But when you look at Optic Gaming, all 4 players are capable of moments like that, as you said, Mark. They did not look back after the first hill. They close it out 4-1. Next up, Slayer Recharge.
Interesting to see how Gen G approach this next game type as well, because historically we've seen Slayer Recharge probably being one of the slower Slayers that we do have in the suite of game types here on Halo Infinite. You can kind of split the map 50-50. You can play around the power-ups. You can play around that shock rifle that's going to...
Let's see what's going on here.
Like Luminon's gonna get this hill too.
Ooh, some open bracket stuff.
On the clock. This is
elimination bracket too.
Stopper.
They can still do it to the top middle hill as well. Like,
gotta fight for tower. Oh, he wins it cleanly with the fist. I thought he was for sure gonna trade.
Well, Bravo is not aware of your rotation there.
Right. 1-2, big dice fight out of leaderness for the double. Looking for that player.
He's the aggressor in this.
Maybe keep position. I mean, he's the one holding the stick, so I'm not gonna tell him. But I feel like you just stay high there. Maybe call that out to a teammate.
Yeah, probably.
0 now.
That's the discipline in me though. Like I'll sit back portal on Beaver Creek.
Yeah, you
if
will.
I have to, just to make sure the spawns don't.
I think I've died to you just shotgunning me because I get impatient and go through the portal.
Bro, Kelly has not left portals for 5 minutes.
He's paying rent back red.
Like, nice view.
Stats show up. I have like 3 kills, but like 17 assists.
1 death.
1 death.
Yeah. 17
Ogre 1 taught me well, dude. Like.
Okay, that's a
Oh,
scrapping
the last
right now.
player alive.
Scrapping.
Diagram, the last player alive. So you're going to see Diagram get into the hill. A spawns for Kraken. Oh, split maybe even. A player has gotten behind them, whether it be a spawn or positioning. They work their way.
You see Luminon though, they spawn green and immediately prioritize tower. They don't even think about going sandbag to the hill. Need to get the sniper. They want these spawns.
Oh, this is
Didn't even
setting
go
up
for
for
that
a
sniper. He wants to get
crazy
him out of the hill.
finish.
I love that.
Play for next year if you're Kraken. Maybe
You
not.
can't.
Yeah.
You can't play for next. They win the game.
That was faded. My bad.
Damn, it might come, bro. You never know with King of the Hill live fire. You never know, bro. Dead ass.
As usual.
Oh, this is gonna get so intense, bro. This is gonna get so intense. I'm telling you, this game type specifically is designed so well for the comeback to happen. Like every single hill is so doable. If they just, oh man, this is gonna be great. Yeah, they have a lot of time too. A minute 22. They have like 3 or 4 breaks at it.
Two amazing teams.
Oh, for sure.
And this
They most likely will.
Nice. There you
Wow.
go.
That's
I'm telling you, man, this game type's crazy.
I keep calling him Avenue. And he rebranded.
I mean, I wonder if he knows how many times he's been called Avenue. This
Yeah,
weekend.
I'm like dead naming him.
It took a little while for us to start calling Carmea Descendant, so.
Penguin dead zone.
You could say he's going a different avenue.
Oh, wow. He's taking a new route.
Follow the channel.
48 seconds left, so the clock has dwindled down by
I guess
30
if you're
seconds.
Luminon here, you just play keep away.
I think now you can play for slice of time, right, Eli?
Oh,
wait.
He's got
he
why didn't he just QT back? Oh my god! He got the back smack!
He for the back smack!
Oh,
that was nuts!
My god.
And a perfect nade.
Oh my god, I hope somebody got our pop off. That was
Cosplaying as a
God,
vampire,
that
you gotta
was amazing.
put the stake through the heart, otherwise he's gonna get you back. That was nasty.
That was so nerdy. I love
You
that.
also typically carry your
we both thought
momentum
it
when you
too.
go through the portal, right? Like, I'm surprised he didn't still fall off with the momentum.
We all had our feeling in the back. He's gonna come back.
I think it's because he waited till he was pretty low before he portaled, so his momentum didn't carry him over the ledge.
With stakes like this, to still have a little bit of a micro play mindset like that.
Ooh, big win.
Luminon's looking like they're gonna close
Man,
this out. I'm looking back for the pop off.
Diagram and Envy don't look like they've taken a day off, especially Avenue. Now Envied as they take the win. Luminon moving on to winners round 4, 26-17 for the artist formerly known as.
No,
Avenue.
that was a losers match. They're out.
Kraken falls in like top 48.
Right, Luminon will move on to lower round 4, but Kraken are packing their bags.
That's like top 48, right? Or maybe a little bit better. Top 32, maybe?
That was losers 3, so I want to say top 20.
Could be. I get really mixed.
Maybe top 16 in open.
Yeah, I get mixy with that, but.
All right, Kelly, what's your grip strength?
My grip strength? Oh gosh.
What kind of grippy you got?
Whoa.
Is this on the basic setting?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh god.
Oh wait, it's not on.
Oh,
Hold on.
yeah,
There we go. Now it's
okay.
on.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Wait, age?
Oh, wait.
It goes by your age?
It goes by age. Hold on.
Yeah, you crank
Let me
that up
hit
a
the
few
start
numbers.
button. There we go. All right.
Okay. Wait.
Hopping on
this
board
for-
here with
this
K
for
Matify
a
as he performs the
25-year-old's
grip test. Yeah, we'll say you're 25. 60, 75. Throttling out at about 78.
I think I hit 77.
77, 79.
Ooh.
Are you right-handed?
Is that good? What did you get?
105.
105. Both of us.
Damn.
Don't worry about what I do with my hand, man.
Wait,
Oh
how?
wow! Look at
Can you teach me how to get
look at
good
the
grip
decor. Look at this. It just got way more
What the-
homey
Hello?
in the LVT booth. That's a beautiful looking fern.
I'm pretty sure this is bamboo.
Oh, bamboo.
It looks like
It's
bamboo.
a bamboo.
Well, that's
it's a
fitting.
bamboo
The-
named fern.
The bamboozle.
Bamboozle.
Hey Garrett. Hey, let's put one over here.
He's got more.
Yeah, can we get some?
He's
Yeah,
working
one
on
over.
it.
Yeah, surround it. Surround the couch with some trees.
Yeah, you don't want to overload one side.
Don't let Mikowski get too close to these trees. He might try to smoke them.
I mean. Not happy with the
Try your left
78.
hand. I know you're right-handed, but typically your non-dominant hand might have a stronger grip strength because you just typically carry things with your non-dominant. What'd you get?
78.
That's pretty close.
Pretty even across the board.
At least we like consistency.
Yeah, we love that. And we love
Optic already up 1-0 against Genji.
More Halo.
Genji, sorry. I felt for Cole when Genji got the reverse sweep on.
That was nuts. Rynoob, who did we talk about that with? Descendant.
Yeah.
Rynoob against every single one of his former teammates has won that series, it seems like. I think it was someone else that we talked to.
Brian,
was it?
It was Mikwin that said it. Mikwin said that
it was Mikwin.
that Ryan historically beats the last team that dropped him at the next event, like at extremely high frequency.
The mad dad.
I feel like you can just never count out Ryan.
You really can't.
No.
He's a special.
He's been a thorn in Halo's Halo Pro's side for
like
just
15 years.
Really long time.
Yeah, his longevity is definitely something to be lauded.
That is a really good noob.
He really is a really good noob. With 1L, by the way. I always thought that was a funny part of the gamer tag. To just troll people even more. Yeah, really good noob with 1L. I think it was like to troll people like I'm that dumb that I can't even spell this properly. Oh, you got the interlinked? How often do you see interlinked in pro play?
What even is that?
It's if you shock someone and the chain goes to all 4 members of the other team. He did chain damage on all 4 players.
Beautiful.
That's such a rare metal, period.
Speaking of aura checks, man, there's just something about optic on your screen, you get a little aura. As we switch gears here, Space Station versus Complexity. Space Station, guys, if you're just tuning in, already reeling in pool play. They lost 3-1 to Envy, and now a loss against Complexity here would guarantee a lower round 1 start at best for the defending world champ.
Yeah, this is I think this is a must-win game 2, because you have to imagine Complexity are good to win one of the last 3. You can't go down 2-0 in this series if you're Space Station.
From the mental standpoint too, like, man, is it really 0-2 right now? Like, this is a shocker for our very eyes.
Complexity in the past they have dropped a 2-0 lead, but I mean, not to bring
yeah, speaking of Rynoob,
that's
yeah,
true.
So.
But I mean, I imagine you have to feel a certain level of confidence, especially against SSG.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're ripe for the picking, right?
Yeah.
If any of the top 4 are showing signs of weakness, SSG would be everybody's pick.
There's a lot of mental on SSG. A lot of we talk about it. There's a lot of brain, you know, and you can disrupt that. You can disrupt that flow very easily.
So you can also overthink things a little bit. I think SSG in regard made the game a little too complicated for themselves. Play the game on easy mode, like you always say, right, Eli?
Yeah, it's one of the it's paralysis by analysis is what I like to call it, because they paralyze themselves from overanalyzing. And that hesitation, even hesitating for a single second in Halo, is way too long to hesitate. And you see it constantly with this squad.
Yeah.
Sparty seems to be
this is a game of seconds.
Locking in.
Milliseconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Milliseconds.
Nanoseconds even.
Nanoseconds.
Pixels.
Pico, whatever you...
Picoseconds?
I don't even...
Deciseconds.
I think that works, but that's the other way.
Oh. Yeah,
Maybe?
we definitely don't want to go up because it's getting way too tight.
I remember that table in science or math.
Nano, Pico.
Nano, Pico.
Well, Micro's in there somewhere.
Where's the help? Where's the help for Cherish right here? Ooh, Lucid
Nobody can push that just yet.
It's gonna get
so many nades blocking the door.
Good backup here.
Oh, wow, they pushed through. But Cherish wins that. Yeah, how did
Camo, killing spree, by the way. Hasn't died yet. I like this spot, too, especially with his teammates flush on the left side.
And he doesn't peek all the way up to the corner of the door here, so he can completely stay invisible. If he does push forward just a little bit from right here, the reason he's staying right here is so that his gun doesn't poke out around the corner and give any extra intel to SSG.
Definitely controlling the angles to which you're visible, too.
And that's what you get for playing smart. There you go. That one, man.
I'm happy to see him playing well.
Cherish is
incredible.
incredible.
That hit after the last tournament.
Yeah, from top 4 to top 16, I think it was. I mean, that's not Cherish.
Yeah, going from the last season to that event.
Yeah, going from Champ Sunday to a deep Champ Sunday run to a lunchtime matinee on Saturday. That's a fall from grace.
Yeah, I'm happy to see
he's
playing well, finding his footing with this Complexity squad.
The reality is everyone pre-qualified for pool play. They're all great players. It just now comes down to who gels the best together.
Yep. And I feel like Cherish is an aggressive player. He gets hyped.
Yeah.
He's very loud, and I feel like that complements well with how Spartan is.
Yeah, it's a perfect duo.
Billy's a little bit more reserved, but when he win, when he's always happy to win. And Avicii,
Abasy's the young gun, but I feel like he's a pretty well-rounded player, even as a young gun. Like he has his different modes. He's definitely leaning aggressive, but like I've seen him be able to slow down and like control the pace of the game as well. So he shows a lot of poise for his age.
How old is he?
17.
Crazy.
The youngest player
that's awesome.
In pro right now, I think.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
I have event shirts. older than him.
Yeah, right. No, I'm pretty sure the year he was born.
I got a shirt in my bag. I got an MLG shirt from like 2006 in my bag right now.
The year he was born was like the year I first started going to MLG events. So.
Yeah. That's a crazy thing. People are like, yeah, I grew up watching Walshy, the Ogres, you know, USA Network. I'm just like,
we're old.
But I mean, we talked about it. It's great to see, you know, just new blood getting into the game.
Oh, for sure.
SSG are clawing their way back, and just as they tied at 26 all, it's Complexity regaining control by a team wipe.
Renegade back to doing Renegade things, but Onset's losing his blind. Okay, 4-kill lead for Complexity. This is getting bad. SSG can easily come back in this, but it's like the longer you play from behind, like I feel like the doubt grows in their heads. You know what I mean? It's like we shouldn't even be down right now. I'm sure they can still close it out, but like
they've been down all game, but that's what happened on the Streets game, and then the other team just swung back. Envy versus SSG. SSG was leading the entire game.
Like,
and lost it at the end.
They'll do
So you never know.
Without, you know, comms and stuff like that. Like I would just love to be just a fly on the wall and just kind of hear how they talk to one another when all the brains come together.
It feels
just
like
to, listen to all that.
We did hear a listen in briefly when they played against Envy, and it sounded to me like Lucid was kind of the one that was like most vocal about what they're doing and what their calls were. Like he was Brayden move forward, talking to Stellar, different spots, and kind of like telling people to stay alive. Like he's trying to step up as the leader, but it doesn't feel like it's working as well as they needed to.
Snakebite missed the chance to pick up a frag grenade here. No nade shot potentially. He's going for the back smack instead, armed with the camo, but he can't quite find members of Complexity. Meanwhile, Space Station have regained control of the lead. Now it's Space Station up by a team wipe. They flipped the map on its head.
By 13 and 7.
That was just perfect execution of a collapse right there too.
They have these moments of utter brilliance, but they're too rare right now.
And consistency's key.
I mean, they just flipped this from being down 3 to up 5 in the span of like a minute. So this is a huge comeback for Space Station.
Helter Skelter, Dr. Jekyll, and Mr. Hyde never works for Halo teams.
Yeah, they have way too many gears. Not like multiple good gears.
5 minutes remaining.
It's good to see that they're still showing signs of life as far as their communication, their execution. You know, that's just what separates them as a top team. You know.
And there we go. SSG flips it around at the end.
A team that can maintain their composure and call
now
out with
can
the
Complexity come back?
Ferocity of belief. It's SSG, so they do have that. They have a lot. I mean, there's no reason SSG can't still find their way to Champ Sunday, despite a really, really slow start here on Friday so far.
Been showing signs of doubting themselves.
And that's all they need to do is make it to Saturday, you know. But
right.
I mean, not if Complexity has anything to say about that.
Well, no matter what, they make it to Saturday.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Sunday.
I mean, Sunday's only top 4.
Pretty easily, as long as nobody sells.
This could be the final blow. And I love the play for trade. They're up by 6, deep into the 40s. A trade is a net positive for you. Snakebite works his way through the bottom tower.
They're gonna get that collapse on Stellar. He didn't check his back. Sparty caught him off guard. This is still doable for Complexity.
It is.
Shut down a couple pushes. The challenge for camo.
Okay.
Oh, and Sparty has the camo. Sparty has the double. No, big shutdown there for Nico.
Absy gets the refrag though. 47-44. I mean,
narrowed the lead.
This is still very doable.
Yep, that's the goal. Just get it within one team wipe, heading deep into the 40s. That allows you with one possession of the map, one play to tie it up.
Finds a way to win this. This feels like Space Station.
Once again, look at the disparity for SSG and look at the grouping for Complexity. Everybody's within 2 kills of each other. So Complexity, while down, you could argue are a little bit more cohesively together.
We just saw this exact situation
play out in another standoff
between Luminon and Kraken, I think it was.
Absy trying to get aggressive with Joey.
the difference here is Complexity didn't take top A for some reason. That was the difference between the open bracket match and that one. I think Complexity had the chance to kind of set themselves the way that I guess it was Luminon did in that other game, but they like took low ground positions and like kind of gave SSG too much space to work with, I think.
Well, we heard you like Halo and a lot of it, so we are switching gears once again to the main stage as Optic Gaming have a 2-0 lead on Gen G and a 1-0 lead in Game 3.
By the way, Kelly, you're free to leave whenever you want. You don't have to hang out.
Are you guys kicking me off?
No, but I'm just letting you know. You can hang out as long as you want.
Such a party pooper, bro.
I got you.
But you can also leave whenever you want.
No, I'll stick around. I'll stick around
full
for
can of beer and you just 21 plus, of course. And you took it away
I don't want
from
him to feel like he's hostage to us, you know? Like,
oh, wow, that was a nasty snipe from King Nick.
It's good. It's good.
Oh,
to,
and the
good to talk
overshield's
to the
still
old
down?
heads.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. King Nick lining up his next opponent. It's bound, but too much pressure felt, so he regroups. Has a collective push here in his way. Breaking shot. Waiting for a player to fall into that reticle. Still has plenty of OS left. There it is. Bound falls into it and falls back to the respawn screen. And it feels like Gen G are starting to find some semblance of control here on Fortress. They need a big win though again. King Nick not able to land another one of those no-scopes as Legend takes him out. Formal finds his way to another snipe. He's got 5 shots left to work with. Watch out. It's Formal. Knows what to do with the S7.
Do it. Do it.
Oh. Line it up.
Oh, he knows where you're going.
Predictable.
3 dead. 3 dead.
Formal read it like a magazine on the airport newspaper
He read that
stands.
magazine on his way here. What is Chris Common going to do when he's 101?
Oh.
Oh,
a lot of pressure,
all
though.
focus is on Formal right now, so that does allow his teammates to potentially take advantage of the distractionary
Legend's
bait.
in the back right now.
No. Renegade goes down. And Gen G are once again advancing on the map. And this could be a big slay right here. Legend's just trying to stay alive. He does trade out, but 3 go down in total for Optic. Make it all 4. Staggered potentially as Renegade's the last player alive out on an island, waiting for Legend to spawn up and regroup.
King Nick 18 and 16, by the way. The rest of his team barely, not even in double digits except for Ryan. And I think this Gen G roster needs Breaking Shot to like be himself and pop off for them to like really have a chance in a series like this.
Yeah.
Breaking Shot not being in the mix is a bad sign to me.
From what I know about Breaking Shot, you know, is young, fiery. If he gets in his element, if he gets comfortable, he's one of the best players in the game.
He's insane.
But it's just getting to that point. Getting to that point is the
overshield.
That'll be it.
Yeah, it should be an arm. Yep.
2-0 lead in the map and the series for Optic as Legend puts another one on the board. Makes his way back to the middle of the map, and it looks like the 50-yard line already being controlled by Optic here. They're going to get a chance to run it right back.
So objective-minded is Legend.
Working the periphery of the map. And it makes sense with 2
It's
of
actually
his
so
teammates
smart.
down. He's going to
Wait.
fall off.
Oh, you just trolled, brother. He's just face palm.
I can almost face palms in French.
I just got done saying he's so
Face-palms in
smart.
French.
I thought he was like gonna burn the clock because like if you sit still with the bomb, the other team doesn't know where you are.
What it look like.
So like you can just kind of hide somewhere with it.
Yeah.
The lead.
You should have played it cool and just been like, yeah, totally meant to do that. It's the spring brain strategy I've been working on.
Imagine this converts into
Face
arm.
palms in French.
Why do you say it like that? I totally meant to do that.
If it's guaranteed to be a catchphrase point.
Yeah.
Seemingly every series by all the clowns that we have on the broadcast. Bound.
All right, let me see the other series now, bro.
2v2 on the map.
Oh man, same shit.
Pressure here
I think there's other series I could watch, but let me see where. I think that's on YouTube.
Narrowly avoids the no-scopes coming in from Breaking Shot, and off the back of it picks up a double kill and gets that sniper rifle back in his hands. 3 dead here for Gen G. Bomb down bottom middle, and wouldn't be surprised here to see Optic start moving it, especially now that they've grabbed out a next overshield as well.
Yeah, Bound now still has 3 shots left and a full overshield. He's gonna, oh my, back of the neck connects. And a second one as well.
Gonna turn around on the Breaking Shot as well. Breaking Shot's trying to survive, but he gets bodied. He gets cleaned up. It's a killing spree and 4 dead for Gen G as Bound shows just the insane amount of talent that is on this Optic Gaming team.
He says, my turn. By the way, I'm giving him a triple on the technicality. It felt like it was, felt like it was close
The
enough.
technicality.
30 kills, by the way, for Formal, and 31 for Bound in this game so far. We are now at the 2-minute warning. Optic Gaming will continue slaying as they still lead 2-0, what feels like a victory lap for them here in this series.
Certainly does indeed. King Nick will be a
LVT has a better, hold on. LVT has a better bracket.
One on the other team. The highest members.
Anyone in the game.
Not anyone in the game, because look at Renegade's assists.
He got it. Maths has never been my strong suit before.
Say,
really
really
showing
really
what his strong suit is here at 31 and 15.
1 minute remaining.
As we enter the last 60 seconds, and like you say, it's quite simply a victory lap now for Optic Gaming. As long as they can keep Gen G away from that bomb, keep slaying out, they will be taking this series 3-0 in a fashion that will, I think, certainly make everybody else in this tournament stand up and pay attention.
I'll tell you what else, other pro players in the building who are having their stats tracked are thinking, can this game end already? Because this is completely inflating the padding of the stats for the side of Optic Gaming. Everyone at Halo Data Hive, as well as Buffer Stats, are going to have a lot of new stats to track it. Bound, of course, gets the timing in the killing spree. 25 seconds left on this lap.
I think Gen G are probably the first team who will want to say, can we end this game right now? Because Optic are just spawn killing them over and over and over again. Only 10 more seconds for them to have to subdue themselves to this here, Gen G. And it will be Optic Gaming as another perfect comes in here for Bound. He's 38 and 19. And finally, Gen G will be put to bed and Optic Gaming will celebrate a 3-0
G freaking
series victory.
G.
The Green Wall debut on the main stage, and they made it a good one. A lot of fun to watch, and as we said, you don't really usually see stat lines of that nature on a main stage matchup. A lot of extra stat padding coming in. We almost got to 40 bombs for 2 players, as those handshakes will also be exchanged in a victory lap fashion. They'll just go, that's the first time I've seen someone go all the way around to the front of the booth. But
bus
when you have momentum, Mark, you have momentum, and you just hold forward and you just keep going. They were not going to turn around to go back to their booth. They were simply going to fly around and take a G-slide back to their side of the stage.
And good news for everybody who's an Optic fan out there in the crowd right now. Of course, Optic will be back on the main stage a little bit later against TSM. Another opportunity to watch Optic Gaming, and that might be a little bit more of a test. That TSM team has caused so many upsets throughout history. But these are the stats from the game that we just saw. What's your favorite one?
What just happened? Hey, the homie Tank coming through with a gifted. Okay, bro.
38-19 for Bound.
Yo, much appreciated, bro.
KDA of 1.0.
How you doing today, Tank?
But I tell you what, amazing numbers across the board.
The
from
Kick
all of Optic
gifted
Gaming.
sub.
Incredible
Thank you for
game
supporting the channel,
management.
bro.
And that second arm just let them get a little bit too comfortable.
Much appreciate, much
They
appreciate.
certainly did. I think just getting that first one was a little bit of work, extra work had to be done to get that one in, considering the insane snipes that were being hit by Renegade, but they finally did get it in as we take a look at the damage stats. Bound, wow, I mean, again, Formal Bound have their own little battle. 9.5k for Formal, 9.3k on the side of Bound.
And interestingly, Bound with more kills on the board, right? Formal wins the damage battle, as you said. A pleasure to
That
watch
emote's
those two
so
going
funny.
back and forth, who can outdo one another, because it essentially guarantees very, very good games. The Green Wall goes brick by brick, 3 in a row, 4-1 King of the Hill Solitude, 50-38 player recharge, and 2-0 on Fortress Bomb. A very, very comfortable win for them, and even more comfortable than their prior Gen G series in Arlington.
Two people who are looking very comfortable watching that, Lottie and Wes. Here on the sofa, that was quite the performance there from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, easy looks from Optic there on the main stage. They honestly just kind of picked up where they left off in Arlington. That's foot on the gas, has not left since. I think even in scrims as well, looking really, really good. But what a statement to make against Gen G there on the main stage, making sure things don't happen again like they did in Arlington pool play. Looking very, very strong. I will say something that is pretty scary this early on is not only is Renegade just doing Renegade things, Wes, right? You know, we expect that of the kid, right? He picks up a sniper, he can hit every single shot with every single bullet. But the likes of Formal going off this early on in the tournament, just studding on everybody, looking so good, as well as Bound.
Studding
I
on
think a lot
him.
of these guys are really finding their flow now. The comfort is coming across the screen, and that's a really scary thing to think about if you're competition.
Yeah, you saw the best player in the world, Renegade, in the tournament he had at the first major this year. Well, just think about how good this team can be when Bound finds his flow state, when Formal's on fire as well. I mean, it's hard to win a tournament without everybody being on fire, but it seems like this Optic team can play even better than what they did last event. And I mean, Bound's stats that last game were insane. The fact that he took 8,000 damage while also just dealing as much as someone like Formal did in that game. When you got 2 players on your team dealing 2,000 damage more than Renegade,
They're just going
you know
crazy,
good
bro.
things are happening, and there's no doubt in my mind that the Green Wall is here to play this weekend.
Yeah, I think we're seeing like little pieces of flow state getting put together early on in the tournament, which is just dangerous, I think, in terms of the competition, because if this team gets into a flow state super early on, even by tomorrow, heading into the beginning of the championship bracket, then I don't even know what to think. I don't even know what some of these series are going to look like and how difficult this is going to get for anybody else facing them. Obviously, they have their eyes on the prize, and that is that trophy, that first place position. And I'm sure in terms of the journey, it's going to be through the winner's side of things. And I think as well, Wes, you know, when you're looking at some of the stats, you may have noticed that Legend obviously didn't have quite that kind of outstanding superstar statistic line as the rest of his team have. But why is it so important that you have a player who is able to get the kill or pick up the pieces or do what needs to be done in terms of the route or playmaking style that really just puts things together objectively for the team?
I mean, he's probably the only player we didn't really see with the snipe in the last game, and I think that that goes according to the kills and the damage, right? Especially when everybody is having so much success with the snipe when they had it. So Legend just didn't find himself with the power weapons this series, but he'll have his time. He's due for a couple of highlight reels, and if I know anything about doing top 10s, which they have me doing religiously now,
We hear him too. We hear him too.
Legend finds his way into them every series.
Very true. There's only enough Spartans on the map for a few of the guys to be popping off. But speaking
Why
of,
don't you share some of the love?
I do have 2 of them on the sofa right now. It's pretty much a stacked setup here. Hello, fellas. What's up, Formal, Renegade? Nice to have you. GG's. Congratulations. Great start to the tournament so far. Formal, you're frying right now, bro. Like, my goodness me, early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a Ryan Noob series, you know. Gotta like
Gotta lock in.
into the Ryan Noob series, so always go hard against him, yeah.
Just don't know what's up his sleeve, you know what I mean? You just gotta make sure you're just getting him off the board just so he can't
Absolutely
work
not.
anything out.
Yeah, you never know with that guy, so gotta come off.
You never know. Formal, I haven't got a chance to speak to you after your Arlington win. And I think something that replays often in our heads, especially as broadcasters, is winning moments. But for you, yours was very special. The relief that came across your face on that stage is something that honestly I don't think you can really put into words. You could tell how much it meant to you. How has that now changed things for the team going forward? Because that pressure that you felt in that situation, it's off your shoulders now. You can have fun here.
Yeah, I mean, we made this team for like one reason, and I mean, I talked about it a little bit with when we won. I never really go and touch the trophy. I always let my teammates go, but like that event, I just went and grabbed it because I was just like, it was a year of just, you know, horrible losses. So it was very relieving, and yeah, it's hopefully the first of many.
One thing I've kind of been saying from an outside perspective on y'all's team, and I'd like to know more about the inside.
Lottie looks nice and comfy, just chilling on the couch, legs crossed, just vibing. Bro, this looks like a nice set. I like my favorite part is like the bamboo leaves in the background, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's a nice vibe. I really like it. It's just nice to look at. What up, Badger?
And then from there,
This guy said, surprise attack.
we saw an even better Optic game. Do you guys feel the same way?
Okay,
or
sounds good, bro. Getting those
prefer
drops
to have
in,
just
bro.
gone through winner's bracket and have it a little bit more lackadaisical than the storybook writing that you did the first event?
I feel like, especially having like us as like a new team, I think every new team has to go through like battles. You know, no matter like even if you win the first tournament, like you're gonna go through a battle eventually. So I'm glad we got it right away, out right away, and I feel like we're really confident in each other. We know what each other like bring, like to clutch the moments, and yeah, I'm ready to win this.
Renegade, I have a question for you as well. Obviously, knowing your playstyle so well now, watching so much of it, and seeing you transition to so many different teams and seeing different versions of yourself, What is it about this team now, especially at this point in time of the season, that's just unlocked you as a player? Because I feel like you look so much more comfortable on this roster, which you could have argued maybe you wouldn't heading into it, with how incredible these individuals are. Sharing the love in terms of the superstardom can be really difficult, but you're all piecing together, you're all looking so great. So how are you feeling about that dynamic and your transition onto this team?
I feel like I have like the 3 biggest damage dealers in the game. So honestly, all I really do is like, I see them doing damage, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fill in the spot here, I'm gonna fill in the spot here, and then, you know, obviously the score sheet looks good, but that's all I'm really trying to do.
I love that, dude. I love that for you, and honestly, it's been a pleasure to watch it.
One more question for me. You guys win the last tournament, obviously. The way you did it was phenomenal, but what was the one thing you guys focused on throughout this time period in between events that you said, we need to get better at this if we want to continue the dominance we have?
Really just the new game mode still. We've gotten better at like the Origins and the 2 assault maps, but we still could get better, and that's kind of what we've tried to hammer forward, just like every single time we practice, was make sure we're getting better at those game modes.
Yeah, I feel like Shopify is definitely, obviously, you view them as your top competition. That's a strong, they're typically strong at those map mode combinations for sure. So
yeah, they're really good at the new game mode, so we've been working on them.
Love that. Deep in the map pool, it's really important. You guys are looking formidable right now, and it's going to be difficult to stop you. Best of luck going forward for the rest of the weekend. I hope to see you guys on my sofa again very soon, because if you are, it means you're winning. So GG's, guys. Look forward to watching you play again. Folks, we're going to head to a
Winners get
break.
the couch,
when we
bro.
come back, though, we will see that Shopify Rebellion go head-to-head with Nemesis. We'll see how these two fare in just a moment, and we'll catch you right after the break.
Let's get it. Bum 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 bum. Dum 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 dum.
There, like a member of Cole can just grab it and throw it out.
Yeah, we need to see this one for show.
They're going for it, but it could be bait. Avsy goes down. Mental on the other side of the map.
He took somebody with him too.
There we go. This overshield could be the bomb capper here. Eco's going to try to play for some slays. He's going to call for his teammate to give him the bomb if it's there and available, but it's a huge reset there for Cherish. That just saved them 5 to 10 seconds, which nullifies the spawn timer.
He just bought so much time. Too. Wow, Eco's got to be frustrated here. Everything was lining up for them to arm it, and then Cherish just chucks it back out.
That's it. Zombie's gone. Like that was the moment that they needed to capitalize. That was a huge reset for Cherish.
Remember playing midship bomb and being 1 second from arming.
Oh, you just sent something in the Discord? Let me check it out, bro.
And that's one of those situations that's not going to show up on the scoreboard. You know what I mean?
That was just kind of as a death.
out, but I see a lot of people that just pay attention to the numbers.
Damn.
You can say
this guy was getting followed, eh?
But he literally just saved the game for Cole right there. And we could be seeing, a reset because of that.
Yeah, we need more people in the Discord, bro.
Still
more people chatting it up. Yeah. Tell your friends, tell your family. Oh, what the heck?
All dead. All dead.
Okay. 50 seconds.
So Space Station won that game too, man. Kind of wanted to see the O2. I'm not gonna lie. Would have been cool, but that's all good.
Cross shots are strong.
Everybody's weak. And Cherish is cleaning it up.
Popping off. They just need to finish everybody else on tower.
This could be it. 35 seconds left. This could be the damage. Oh, it gets stopped at the 80 percentile. Bomb gets reset, but the timer's still available.
He caught it.
So Cherish can have the opportunity to score within 2 seconds.
That's it.
The triple kill from Sparty. Perfect shots, perfect execution, and complexity should take game 3.
Wow.
There's still 30 seconds. I mean, this is technically not over, but
you're such an optimist.
I'm just being real, okay? I've seen some crazy things in this video game.
I don't know, Bretta.
This would be maybe too crazy, and it's a little bit too easy for them to play.
How much defense is too much defense? Let's find out.
And that's why it could be too easy, like, because now you're forced to overextend. It's going to allow Mental to earn some back smacks and the overshield. Once you go up 1-0 with 30 seconds left, the game plan is out there on the table for SSG.
A little bit of a pop-off.
Yeah, it's like almost impossible to win. Like literally, like unless they go 4 dead. But like even then, you just try not to die. And that, it's like, it's like.
I hope this is one of the strongest.
It's like unless they shoot themselves in the foot, like they win.
Yeah, well for
type shit. But sometimes they could shoot themselves in the foot. You never know.
I mean, this is
wow, man. This is live. This is real. This is
SSG happening. Playing like Mikowski. Are the casters getting just
saved the game?
catching strays, bro.
I hope everybody, when you're looking at the stat screen, I hope everybody remembers that one individual play that will not show up on the scoreboard.
The slays, I think, were overall about even between both teams there, but doesn't matter. Okay, down to the lower bracket, we've got number 3 EU team, BH3, against Unreal Nightmare, which is Envor, Super CC, Looney, and Ice Kid, if I'm not mistaken. Winners quarterfinals.
Filthy.
Yeah, that roster is insane.
Filthy.
I think Looney and Ice Kid, 2 of the biggest rising stars in the open bracket scene, and have a lot of upside.
As of 1 week ago, Ice Kid was a free agent with double the most points in the amateur scene, next to number 2 on that leaderboard. So not surprised to see Ice Kid get picked up by such a talented team, as he's got the snipe in his hands right now. Body shot lines up, can't clean up though, as he'll maintain his positioning in the middle of the map, working his way towards B, looking to flip it and restart the scoring, but he is not able to make much of that situation. Had the camo, had the snipe, has nothing to show for it.
Snipe was like a pixel off. Sunrise, absolute monster of a player himself. This team gets overlooked, I think, the 3rd best EU team.
Oh, yo, thank you very much, Badger. Really?
It's still a best of 3?
Thank you, homie. Thanks for the shout out, my dude.
I'm not sure.
Oh, there's Discord games too. That's kind of cool, man. I forgot about that. Me and my friends used to play a couple of those.
He was taking a sip of water and almost choked on it. He's like, no.
It's the best of 5s. I thought best of 5 should have started a bit sooner, but I mean, I'm glad we're seeing them now.
Not a major, we'll keep that in mind. Structure might be a tad different. Then
Best of 3s can be so rough too.
I do want to shout out HCS for adjusting the structure of this tournament after people voiced their issues with it. I mean, originally there was only going to be 8 teams in pool play. But
I did see the format. That was
and only 2 teams make it out of open. I think it was.
But shout out, they listened to the community. They changed it. We got ourselves a great tournament.
Wow, there he is, the man himself, Adam Apicella.
Hey, let's go.
Just clap.
He is the architect.
That is the pioneer of grassroots esports.
Yeah.
That is one giant crater of CRT. Adam Apicella. You see the size of his arms? You know how many CRTs he's lifted?
That guy stays in the gym.
I
think he single-handedly carried all the CRTs to every event.
Now he just
walked across the nation.
I have this like visual in my head of him in the garage with his son doing curls with the CRTs.
I was literally just about to say.
Instead of dumbbells on the side.
He has 2 Halo 2 CRTs.
1001, 1002.
That needs to be a skit, bro. We need to make that a skit.
Oh my god, please.
Where's Shockwave? I'm about to eat his lunch.
Oh, Septic on M&K. This guy is
just like a bunch of Halo Xboxes stacked on top of each other. He's just like squatting them.
And then he does box jumps with them after.
Don't break them. Those things go for a lot of money now.
We just came up with an entire workout routine for class.
Yeah, these guys are funny.
OG Xbox equipment. Love that.
Like,
I didn't realize this team, Super CC, Envor, these guys all formed, you know?
Imagine like a workout montage with like 80s music playing.
Yes.
Like, doing that and then doing
it's
the
just
step
all the
ups.
old MLG staff.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you've got DJ spotting him on bench.
Like Lennox is there, John Curran's there, Anakin. They're just like, come on, one more rep. rep.
Sundance is squirting water into his mouth while he
with his
gets ready for his
purple jumpsuit on.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh man.
You look like a boxing coach with that thing on, just like giving massages. Just you got this.
126 to 122 here.
Locking back in.
Unreal Nightmare secure control of the map once again. They'll build a 10-second lead on that as we switch gears, and it's a montage.
Perfect timing.
Right off the rip, perfect timing for Cherish to earn that double kill. And despite a 9-0 head start for Space Station, we expect Control to go back to complexity. But no, despite the slays.
Oh my god, he actually spawned dummies there.
BC still in favor of Space Station, but that might not last for long.
Burns all the ammo.
Did he spawn dummies there?
Yeah, because they had
C-plat.
They were drawing an L shape to back B and to nest. So
L shape.
That is the furthest spawn from all enemies. If you control that much of the perimeter, you really limit the option the game can choose. Spawn points.
I heard Talik say like a lot of top players, they'll sit there too. They'll sit like around that area and just cover that because of the influence on that dummy spawn.
Yep.
People just love to roam on that side of the map.
Especially if you have a sniper, you can easily spawn kills.
Complexity, get on the board. Enter eye and a
DJ
potential trip cap with 2 down for Space Station. All 4 up for Complexity. Got to win this one here. Stellar with a crucial win. But Cherish cleans it up, so Cherish and Complexity should be able to get C. But God, the pressure is too strong. SSG are eyeing C, and that's why that's the only cap they have.
Good multitasking from them as well. Snakebite understands C is taken, so he's going to go ahead and go for B. Has help here from Nest as well. B and C go really well together in this game mode, where hold that pivot position of Nest and guard both. Give a nice spread of your team.
3 dead for SSG.
It's pretty good.
Up, trying to fight out a Nest right now. Hopefully Eco has help here. It looks like he's going to. Good damage. Good damage from Cherish there. Traded out Spartan with a 1v1 battle for this camo right now.
Trying to finish the one-shot player.
He gets
like,
2.
Making the most out of that situation. That was amazing.
2 in what looked like could be a situation where he got none.
He's still going to lock down this camo, though.
Earn the +1. That was a hell of a play for Sparty. He's been having a hell of a day 1 here so far.
Sparty's just a gamer, bro. Like, God, he wants this so bad.
Trap, man.
And like I said, I just love watching him play. I say it all the time. He is the heart and soul of competitive Halo.
He's fun to watch.
He's so fun to watch. He's so fun to listen to. You have those players. Yeah, you have those players. He
kind of checks all the boxes for what I think an old school Halo player would
You really have those players that are just kind of the lifeblood of the scene at the high level. And even though he might not be winning, he's still somebody that you always expect to pop off,
be there,
be passionate, really show that they just truly love.
And I don't mean this disrespectfully by any means. He kind of is like the Sudeth twins of like pool play and champ bracket, right? Just like mega passionate, always ruffling feathers, finding a way.
You know he'll come back and watch. He'll come back and watch, and he'll be like, "What did he call me?"
Yeah, yeah, for real. Who did he compare me to?
Yeah, he said it. And he's speaking with his gameplay right now. So too are Complexity. 103 to 34, but that should change after a momentary 4 down for Complexity. It's Eco pushing out spawns, noticing that the A cap point is starting to turn blue, but he's actually going to turn his attention towards the cuts, and he backsmacks Cherish with it. Great communication. The only reason Eco turns there, Eli, is because he heard some form of comms. So it feels like SSG are rounding it out, right? As the day progresses on, they're building on that chemistry. That's what we've been waiting for.
They need to win the next 2, and they're down in this game. They do have control now. But Complexity, all it takes is one good break off spawn, and they get back in control of this game. Looks like a trip cap brewing, though, for Space Station. Complexity spawning on the C side. It's a great pickup from Eco. Obviously elected to get shut down here as well.
Did that stick? It stuck.
Wow.
Wow. He
Perfect timing.
Heard the audio cue and immediately looked for another target. Says, I don't even care about shooting anymore.
Oh, you just turn the cold shoulder. Almost looks disrespectful. Like, I don't need to. You are no matter to me anymore. Spot.
Just ignores him. That's funny.
Just a speck of dust in this expansive universe. As Mental earns the BXR kill onto Lucid. Avicii with the camo. He'll be the tip of the spear of this next push for Cole. As camo goes right. Cherish goes through the cuts. This might be the pinch they need. Avicii's going to take the high side positioning, top of snipe. They don't expect him. Stellar had no idea, and certainly too did his teammates.
Wow.
Snakebite had no idea either the way he approached the skill jump there, and that's a 3 dead scenario where looks like Complexity will be able to get back control of the lead. It looked like SSG was about to steal it, but now
Complexity went out a little too far there.
Plays are pretty even. The score is pretty even. It's really just going to come down to who ices up in the mid and end game.
Hey, this is Nemesis?
Like, we have switched over now to...
I thought Nemesis was the EU team.
Top is different, but the players still the same. We are still on SSG and Complexity for the moment.
Yeah. Got that switch for you. As 2 go down for Space Station. Might just be 3 if Avicii can secure it, and he does. Guarantees it.
He's getting loud over there. I can hear him, too.
Yep. QT there for
big trip cap here. See what they can do with it.
Plants it at the back of B. Now makes his way towards the nest. Spawns occurring on the C side of the map for SSG, so they'll take C for now. And the nest pushes there. Avicii with great game sense! Picked it out. I thought Eco had the jump on him, but Avicii had the perfect shot.
Not go for the melee?
Not playing for the trade. I
think
he
didn't even go for the melee. He knew he was going to 5 him. That was insane.
Oh, that's great.
Win
Great
from
pillar
Lucid.
placement there from Lucid to stay alive, but Sparty makes sure it doesn't last too much longer. Remote detonation attempts going through, but it's the snipe that's most deadly in his hands as Sparty reloads, repositions. Lucid not aware of where Sparty is roaming on the map. He's starting to cycle. He's reaching flow state, but Eco shuts him down with the nade.
Just seeing Sparty hit that headshot, I think if he hits that, he's able to have more of an impact on the rest of the play in A. Probably a little bit upset with himself missing that one.
Dude, this is going to be a tight finish. This could be a 240, 250 type of.
Oh no, we're all bottom center.
Good job keeping each other alive right there.
Every member of
I saw a couple
Complexity-
one-shots.
Yeah, same spot here. No one dies.
Nobody
find their
died,
spacing
and they find
again.
Lucid. Yeah,
Wow.
they have numbers now.
Great job recognizing that the spacing was a little too tight. Everybody's spread out, still helping each other and looking at the same.
Yeah. I was really
call-outs.
surprised that nobody died bottom middle there. When
But
they
you don't need to be together to play together.
Exactly.
Huge win there from Snakebite. Been able to get the camo as well. Should be able to get back control of one of these zones.
They want the split, and this would trap Complexity down at the B spawns.
They're gonna mix the spawns here. Be all over the place. Oh, Lucid
Oh, he
Another
gets spotted
interesting
immediately.
camo play from Lucid right there.
Oh,
big, huge win.
Three dead?
Oh my god. I thought.
Oh, imagine. Oh my god.
I really.
I would have
thought-
quit out.
I really.
I would have
thought-
turned off my Xbox.
I really saw it, dude.
Xbox.
Off.
Yeah.
Toddler had an
Xbox
insane
snapped to Twitter.
whine and
In the
couldn't
stream.
Xbox snapped to Twitter.
sleep unless he was cuddling me, which I absolutely love.
They
It's
do
like
get
having a
that AC
tiny
split that they were looking
furnace.
for, but now Complexity make sure it doesn't last too long as they have 75% on the board.
Yeah,
for
it
it.
is
They
cold,
will
huh?
secure it, but not before
It's cold
Snake
where I'm at too, you kid, but I'm doing good, bro. We're just watching
Big
some
scenario
Halo.
right now.
Good
Complexity
vibes
big
today,
game as
bro.
well.
Glad to
So
hear you're
they'll
doing
now
well.
get
You know,
themselves
great
the
morning, great
split
morning. If you want to check out the bracket, it's in the pinned
It's not really
message
the
on
rotation
Twitch.
timing, too.
And that's
Just
why no one's
watching
ever
some
done-
Yeah,
HCS.
this is not a thing. So why they immediately go back to fight for B? There's so much pressure on B because B is the most critical stronghold on this map.
It almost felt like they were forced to play for AC because SSG proactively went for it. What do you think about that?
I mean, you have to kind of predict what the other team's going to go for, and sometimes you want to headbutt them there, but if you don't have the numbers, then you just opt to go the path of least resistance, which is the other stronghold. That's why they did reroute over here to B. But I mean, all parts of the map being contested at this point. B really firmly in control of Space Station, but Mental getting a kill in the kill feed. We might see a quick push here from Complexity.
Space Station looking primed to become the first team to reach the 200s. Old school Beaver Creek style nuke combo. Add one more. Oh, it doesn't connect. Oh, did he repulse the plasma pistol there? It looked like it had him locked in.
Wow.
Avicii will lose the snipe. How many shots are in it? Snakebite's actually going to allow his teammate Stellar to pick it up instead, but that makes perfect sense. That's why he earned Season 2 MVP. It's because he's played with the snipe.
One of the best snipers to ever do it.
Started seeing quite a few individual pushes too from Cole there.
Yeah, there's.
I feel like about 3 of them, like in a row, just kind of got caught off guard, and nobody was really focusing Snakebite.
Oh!
Falling apart. Space Station just have to hold on a little bit longer.
Or dad. Trip cap.
This is the moment right here. Complexity need a perfect push off the spawn. They need 2 zones. So with a catching Mental off guard. Mental gets a death nade that does no damage.
Wow.
Still has full camo, full shields.
In tight quarters, no less.
Yeah.
Cole needs to kill Lucid.
The thing is, I feel like Complexity was playing the rotation game like pretty well throughout the entire game. Like they were just kind of getting really hard reads on SSG's like pushes towards C. They would immediately go B.
That's it.
That could be it. 245
the slaves
and
are really
rolling,
coming
and
out
with
in
3
SSG's
dead for
favor now.
Complexity, SSG have earned their fight in a game 5.
Here we go. Game 5.
And Complexity were in the lead the vast majority of that game. But Space Station just come to life. That's what they do.
Y'all trying to get me off this couch, but not with this game 5.
you're not going anywhere, brother.
Open bracket now. Winner quarterfinal between Unreal Nightmare and BH3. As Bastos his way underneath the Rockets. This is one of the premier open bracket teams for Europe, going up against an Unreal squad in Unreal Nightmare. As Bastos, great cross-map shots, great cross-map damage. He is pushing multiple members of Unreal Nightmare back, and the map control belongs to BH3 despite the game being tied.
I want to shout out this player, Septic. He's been a top player in Europe on both controller and mouse and keyboard. Now switching to mouse and keyboard full-time, I think, after watching the success of Utan falling in his
Wow.
footsteps. And Bastos, there's the map ends right there, brother.
A little too much dip on that chip. There, Bastos. But it's still close, 27-29, as the Euros have a 2-point advantage. As Sunrise makes his way to the top of Snipe, will ultimately trade out with that. Mo's now gonna clamber his way up top. He's gonna throw a chase nade out instead. Oh, they have him triangulated, quite literally 3 players staring him dead to rights. Icekid gets another one via the assist, and now it's Unreal Nightmare who have stolen the lead, heading to the 30s by 1.
1-all. And the BH3 kind of trapped in the base, but they get a great kill here from Sunrise. They'd be able to push out off of that. New rockets are up, so all eyes are going to shift to that side of the map here shortly.
Oh, the step jump! Oh.
A trade, but only one member, the Septic last player alive, and he's on rockets, but he's going to get triangulated here very quickly.
Triangulated, damn.
Oh yeah, they do. They do have somebody top snap right now. He's gonna get cleaned up though by Mo's.
Next set of rockets might change this game immensely. They do go to BH3. Him and K, and that rocket goes wide. Knew he was going to die, so he kind of had to shoot the rocket, but couldn't find the right piece of geometry for the flash.
Yeah, he was trying to hit the ceiling, it looked like. Wasn't able to.
That would have killed him, Halo 1.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely would.
Goes straight
through the floor.
Oh, stuck! Big sticky there as Super CC goes down because of that stick. Ice Kid finds the trade. Keeps his team up by 1. This is going to be a thriller of a finish. 3 go down for BH3, though. So Unreal Nightmare have a chance to gain the high ground positioning. That's why Envor's lifting up, and he gets a crucial slay. 4 up our Unreal Nightmare. It was just a 1-point game.
This is the swing right here.
Looney now.
Looney's position is so crucial right now. He has all the info, and they have to worry about him first.
Oh, coffin corner spawns there.
They try to extend out. He has the flank, and they'll have the pinch.
43-41. BH3 are coming back. They're only down 1. Now time!
Wow.
Now in the lead!
Oh, wow.
It's a clean team wipe. +4 for BH3, -4 for Unreal Nightmare. And BH3 regained the lead. It's been back and forth.
They also know where the next set of spawns are. They've got the snipe, but Septic kind of just
Oh my god.
walks out and dies.
45 ball. We're tied. Ice Kid.
I just want to know how they got all 4 dead right there. Like, that was insane defense.
Wild play. But how icy is Ice Kid with the snipe? He's got the game in his hands.
Crazy about this rotation. Kind of pinned themselves in the base.
Finish.
Probably stayed on the snipe side. Now pinned in the base is really hard to play out of. Ice Kid's not going to be able to find a comfortable snipe.
BH3 go back up on top.
They're trying to collapse.
Up by 1. Multiple
BH3's like collapse right now.
occurring in the feed. Ice Kid goes down, and that could spell trouble for Unreal Nightmare.
Comes the rotation. Septic once again being the first in line, but he gets shut down almost immediately.
God.
Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him, but they only need 1 kill.
Can't turtle up here if you're BH3. The game's too close, and Ice Kid is going to earn another one to make it a 1-kill game once again. I feel like I've said that multiple times just in the last 1 minute.
We're going to switch back over to Space Station Complexity after this nail
We got so much
biter
Halo
finish.
going on right now.
It's 49-all.
49-all in that game on the bottom
Ice
right.
Kid secures it! And BH3 might just have turtled. Oh, no, BH3 won it.
BH3 won.
Wait.
I thought Ice Kid got the slay.
I think someone else got a kill in the microsecond and he meleeed him.
No, man. Ice Kid might have even stood up thinking he won that because that was that close.
Could have tied low-key.
That could have been tied.
I thought so. I thought that based on the timing.
How do they do ties with Slayers?
50-50, reset.
Reset,
Go again.
Yeah.
I've been on
full rees
for 2 of those, actually.
Big game 5. Massive game 5 for SSG to answer back in this pool.
Huge, and it's big for Complexity as the lower-seeded team to take that lead early and start to build on that belief factor. Just 2 go down on each side. It's still a 3-kill lead for Complexity. Eco with top pink positioning, though, just trying to find the spawners.
It's gonna be intense, man.
It already is.
This is the true test for SSG, though, right? Like,
does he skill jump here? He
they
does.
Typically know how to
misses it.
Fabricate a win in situations like that. That's why they're all world champions.
Nasty cross map. Contested shots from Eco. Now he's going mid-range
Coming to life.
for the exemplary double kill. 3 go down for Complexity, and now it's SSG on top by 2.
Sparty with 6, leading the way for his team. His team needs him to keep up that pace, though. fight yet to be on the board. Eco.
I love how unafraid Avicii has been this entire series.
He's
It's
afraid
something
of
that
nothing.
I've really noticed. He's always first in line to just get right back into it. I just feel like he's just showing no fear. He's just confident in his shot, and he's just been really good at disrupting any type of setup that SSG's trying to put out.
Is Eco the unlikely main slayer of this game? I mean, he's been under the microscope.
I mean,
would
he's
say.
put up some big numbers in the past. We've seen him
Especially
drop
on
50
Aquarius.
bombs.
On
like,
Aquarius
yeah.
specifically, he's typically a great slayer. This map is just so fundamentally Halo that like it just clicks with his brain. I
Sometimes the
think.
captain has to pop off. I mean, you got 3 captain caliber players, you know.
Wow, this lead is really ballooned. 2 team wipe now. Is the edge. Space Station feeling comfortable heading into the midway mark. 3 go down once again. Staggered spawn scenario. And if there's any map where you can take advantage of that, it's Aquarius.
Okay. Complexity need to find a way out of this cycle. Looks like they're opting to push quickly through the base.
You cannot lose one of your Complexity here. Cannot take that trade. A 1v2 for Space Station, and they still find the 1-1 trade. Up by 10. That's a win condition if I've ever seen one for Space Station.
Still not bad for Complexity. The way you get out of this, though, is like you steadily chip away at it, right? You get 1 kill. Now your next spawner has a little bit more map space. Get another kill. You can kind of fight your way out, but the more fights that occur in the fridge while Space Station have top control is bad for Complexity. And that's going to be a successful collapse. And this is hard. This is a map that's hard to come back on because it's so easy to trade out kills.
Game 5 is just such an experience differential. And it looks like SSG has just had more time. Game 5's crucial moments. And they are flying.
2 unanswered. I mean, do that a couple more times, you're right back in it, but easier said than done.
29-20 here.
This is still doable. As crazy as it looks, you can very easily.
There we go. You got to get that first pick.
Those unanswered kills.
And then start to compound on your advantage state.
Good cleanup right there. I don't know where Spartan was, but that was an amazing angle working with Avicii there.
30.
They brought it back.
They're still getting unanswered kills. Look at the score right now.
This is fine. You're fine if you're Complexity here.
And they're trapped in the back of the base. This is scary. This is scary. Oh, mental going right instead of left. 3 dead.
The 4-kill game. And now Complexity can take the map control. You got to get someone up to top pink. Good job by Mental here to recognize
exactly
that.
where the next
now you
set
can
of
push out
spawns.
on these fridge spawns. He's got help. Cherish. G sliding his way through.
My God, he's
aggressively
going in.
attacking Lucid, but Lucid wins it. Did that stick? No, it did not.
Wow. They're doing such a good job to play out.
Here's the answer back.
Stellar goes down. Complexity trying to take advantage of their numbers there in the generator, but 2 still go down. So it's a +1 net outcome for Space Station. Lead has grown back to 7. The Complexity are still within striking distance, but they have to ice up. This is elimination status Halo here. You got to play like you got 1 life left to lose.
Complexity they were showing some real signs of life on that comeback right now. Finding themselves down by 9 again. Back to the drawing board of getting some unanswered kills.
Just tough here.
I feel like after that sore yellow fridge, that's when things started to kind of spiral
Lucid
downward.
with that. Yeah, that was a play of the game right there from Lucid, because now this deep into the match, you could play sloppily for trades
Absolutely.
if you're SSG, and you'd still come out on top and win the series.
They won out fridge. The other 2 players tried to go gen. There were no cleanups on Cole's side, and they were just able to get right back and make the gap that much wider.
Good Snakebite stat line, by the way. 3 kills, 12 assists, 7 deaths.
It's a great game.
Enemy team nearing
Being a part of so many important
Already having a
kills.
solid game, but
The only one to
good
double
assist by
figures.
Avicii too. He's definitely putting in the damage. It just comes down to having the follow-ups too. Trades are not what you're looking for if you're Complexity right now. I can't stress it enough. It is still doable.
It's looking pretty grim, I think.
Big defense right now.
12
Snake bite
kill,
with camo.
11 kill advantage.
Surely he doesn't mess this up. Nice follow-up by Lucid.
Traded out, still 11 kills. Make it 10.
Party last in the base.
Wow.
He's not going to see this coming.
Patient play there.
Wow.
Snakebite pays off with the shot
5 more
caller.
kills.
Gotta be 15 with only 5 deaths if you're Complexity against some of the best players to ever do it.
No. Eco called game right there with that perfect out.
Oh, man.
We'll see. Complexity still in the fight.
You got to think back on some of the other games too. This was such a close series.
Actually had the lead multiple
There it is, one more.
times.
Here comes the pop-off. There it is.
Okay.
SSG clutch it up, 50-39. It was looking close there during the mid-game, but
I got to give a lot of credit to Space Station. The consequences of losing that series would have been org shifting. Let's be real.
For sure, yeah.
So for them to win that, big ups, big props.
All right, everybody. Hello, everybody. We just got here. Space Station Gaming winning that last. They really needed that win, huh?
I think that was the understatement of the year. I mean, again, maybe people think we're kind of leaning into it too hard, but that really does change the course of SSG's trajectory throughout the rest of the season. Regardless of their placings, it's just that's too bad of a taste to have in the mouth to potentially lose all your full play matches. Ether's going to be tough. Ether, who we assume would make it up through the winter bracket with the 1 seed, there's no guarantee SSG even beats them. So for them to take this series against Complexity, big moment in the day, and it's a couple hours into the whole weekend.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to bring in Tony and Active joining us. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Have an awesome rest of your DreamHack.
I hope everybody has a good rest of the tournament. Thank you for having me. Big shout out to LVT for putting in so much work. You guys deserve all the flowers.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. It's me, Alec, with Tony and Active. We were just watching. We're covering pools, but we're taking a look at Unreal Nightmare versus BH3 here in the open bracket.
I mean, Unreal Nightmare, just seemingly coming out of nowhere as far as an organization, but the players, we're really starting to recognize these players a lot. Envoy, Super CC have been teaming together going back to the Halo 5 days, a bit on and off, but we talked about before, getting top 8 together, going distance together. You got Looney, who made it out of open bracket back at SOC last year, and Ice Kid, the young man out of Puerto Rico, coming in out of nowhere, and he really is icy. This kid is icy.
You love to see these young players come out through, and again, having a player like Ice Kid who's got that ice, essentially, right? He's a player that comes to play when he needs to. He's that high-pressure situation. He will be there to capitalize on it. Sunriz on the side of BH3 trying to do all he can to stop his flag from moving on forward. He'll put enough pressure in. There'll be a little bit of damage here, but beatdown won't be enough, and now Super CC's the one to back off.
2-0 lead here for Unreal Nightmare as we switch on board with Ice Kid down to 1 shot, but the movement just too smooth. He stays alive and now lives to see another engagement. This is about to turn into a flank. They have no idea where he's coming from here on the top car side. And forget the flank, he might just steal camouflage. The man is cracked out with the movement.
That was beautiful, right? 3 of his teammates down. He somehow still gets camo, and because of that, he's going to be in a position now to aggress. This is really good by Ice Kid, but unfortunately loses it pretty quickly here, and with that, it's going to be Moze on your screen now. Seen a little bit of Moze, seen a little bit of Bastos, 2 incredible players on this BH3 roster. Bastos, incredible at the free-for-all game.
Super CC somehow able to evade death right there as he stays alive up to the high ground. He goes, but the util side clearly out. Bastos now aggressive, finding the backside of 2 members of Unreal Nightmare, switching targets left and right. Can't seem to find the 1 shot. Finally, 1 falls, but he has to trade out his life in order to do it.
Yeah, trading out of life is not really good, especially when you're down 2 caps. They still have 5 minutes, a lot of time to work with, but, you know, getting that clean kill to give you that position would be so much better in that situation. Regardless, it's still BH3 fighting for that mid-map control, which is going to be very important. Not only defend their flag, but also push up for another flag on their own.
Looks like Sunrise getting into a bit of a battle here toward the back blue side. Chases away the Unreal Nightmare player toward the hands of his teammate. Bait and switch has been around for way too long to avoid that. Denial grenade should keep him alive just a bit, but he's forced back to his side. Unreal Nightmare still putting a bit of pressure down and back to the 1v1. They want to challenge, they want to piv.
Yeah, that 1v1 is important here inside the base, and Sunry's gonna wait for his teammate. Again, great positioning right there. Sitting back, waiting for your teammate, but it's not gonna be enough. Envoy is one of those players that just is so electrifying and so aggressive. He cleans up that kill.
That's the player that I'm looking out for is Envoy. I think when it comes to experience now, passion, a triple out of Super CC, his duo. That's his 17th kill. That's the car side cleared out. And now look how they immediately switch gears into pressuring BH3. They want to trap them. This is not just one round of slaves they're looking for. They're looking for more, but BH3 defend.
Yeah, it's a really good defense, right? Inside the base, you've got a lot of corners and crevices that you can use in order to stay alive and in order to play defense on that push. They do a really good job of that. Now, with that 1 kill on the Looney, a staggered kill, they're going to be able to push up on the map. And you see immediately they go towards that util side and clear it out. Really well done. They get another one as well, but it's 3 down BH3. So it's a big 1v1. He loses it, unfortunately.
Both of these teams have been fighting for so hard for the util control, whether it's offense towards your opponent's util or defending yours. They understand the strong side of the map. They're trying to fight for it here. Unreal Nightmare sees the opportunity to pull a flag early, but they need more than just one round of slay. Super CC doing a great job watching for the overextenders and delaying as much time with his life, enough time for Looney to get that flag all the way towards the stream stairs. But with Envoy the only player alive here, this should be a return.
My question is, what do they do off of this, right? They got to get that base side control. They force spawns on the fridge side. Do they get a flag out in time is my question. And as of right now, it looks like both flags are out for both teams. So it's important right now to get that top center control. The H3 have it for a moment, but Unreal Nightmare just keep going forward, Tony. They're very aggressive and forward players, and now it's 3 down BH3.
And with the constant resets that are happening right now, the trades that are going down, back and forth action, notice time is winding down. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, less than that for now BH3 to cap 2 flags just to tie it up. And hold on, well, they need a third because Envoy throws up the alley-oop. His teammate punches that one home.
That's so good by Envoy. Great job of staying alive as well. Now he's in a position where they've got pressure continuously on that flag side base. They've got that mid-map control, and Camo's coming up here very shortly. In fact, it's up right now. So everything in the hands of Unreal Nightmare at the moment.
We saw Super CC drop a triple kill earlier, and that was without the camouflage. Well, now he has the camo right now here on the low car side, but taking a lot more damage than he must feel comfortable with at the moment here. Just kind of spotting out the enemy team, feeding that information through the pings, and now the 1v1 that he wants to take is right here on the util side. A distraction for Envoy to push this flag forward. He's made it towards the util side, and this could be the 4th flag cap. There it is. Envoy putting in yet another flag cap, one away from ultimately taking the game, but less than a minute 30 seconds, they don't even need a cap.
Unreal Nightmare have made this impossible for BH3. Not only that, now it's 3 down again. So it's nearly impossible. Tony, we would need to go back there and unplug every wire, and then send a meteor from the sky into the arena, and then have everyone go home. That's the only way they win.
I don't know if it's gonna happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen either.
4-0 run here for Unreal Nightmare. Less than a minute on the clock, and at this point, it feels like just icing on the cake here for Unreal Nightmare. BH3, they needed this win to swing momentum into their favor here in this best of 5. It's winners bracket quarterfinal. It's do or die. We could be going to a game 5 if they play their cards right, but the way they looked here in game 4, it's not enough. Unreal Nightmare has simply had their number. It's 4-0, and this flag cap may just be going in for them.
I like that they're still kind of going here. BH3, again, you kind of keep that flow going, keep that momentum rolling, and I think it's really important in a game like this, right? You have to make sure that every moment that's in the game, you take that moment and you continue to move forward with it.
10 seconds left. Something tells me BH3 didn't travel all this way to go home, not here in the winners bracket quarterfinals. They not only want to make it into full play, but they want to make it on the winner's side. They want theoretically or on paper what could be a better seed or a better pool for them. They're going to have to fight if they really want that. Because right now, Unreal Nightmare up 2-1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to swap over. Tony, what are we watching now?
Shopify Rebellion Nemesis.
Okay.
This is the matchup that I wanted to see because we've seen Nemesis slay a giant in Optic Gaming in their own house at Arlington. Ain't no lights going out here.
And it's overtime, Tony. This is game 1 in overtime. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, so first cap is going to win. Now, someone I want to point out right off the bat, of course, I know, it's me, Bootsum, 32 and 27, having a really solid game in terms of the slays, but on the other end, SLG not having the best game here for Nemesis.
I don't know why you're pointing out Wutum. I feel like you've never pointed out Wutum before.
No, never.
I don't think you're a fan at all.
No.
3 down go team, Nemesis and SLG, the final player alive, somehow find the backside of Shopify Rebellion. So now, as Shopify Rebellion are pushing this forward, SLG wants to pull that flag up, but he really wants to get a kill first. Damage goes down, but doesn't get the kill he's looking for. In fact, Frosty in last shot answer with back-to-back kills. That's a full squad wipe. And now the teamwork makes the dream work. Return is in. The cap is stopped by a spawner. The cross-map shot to the VR was enough to slow them down. Not enough to stop them.
Hey, I mean, that's just a beautiful game 1. And Tony, I was scared of this. When I saw Shopify enter that game, guess what they were doing? Showing their teeth, smiling, not getting aggressive. They were smiling at each other. I think that vibe is so important on this roster, and it's a big part of why they're so successful.
Big win coming out of Shopify Rebellion, but I don't think anybody can deny the fact that they were pushed right there. I mean, in a game number 1, it took all the way into an overtime just to see one capture. So obviously that's going to be an exciting matchup to watch, but will it be more exciting here than the open bracket? Because this is where dreams are made. You know, Unreal Nightmare going up against BH3, and they both want to make it into pool play. It ain't going to happen for both of these squads.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare really impresses me. And I talk about Envor a lot when I'm on the broadcast, and it's not because I'm biased towards Envor. It's just because I've seen his journey. This guy has fought through the open bracket so often. And you know what has not changed about Envor? His passion. It has been the same since day 1, since year 1, continuously fighting for that spot. And he's been on teams that haven't been in the open bracket. Now he finds himself in the open bracket again. Still the same passion, still the same work ethic. That is so important in my eyes to have that mentality no matter what's going on.
I think there's a game that kind of translates time and even titles. I feel like it's not a crazy flashy game. Like you'll see him drop these multi-kills, but it doesn't come from like him just like outgunning somebody while one shot. It comes from good fundamentals. You know, just great simply hitting your shots, playing your environment well, playing off of your teammates, because you see if they're in a successful position, you try to complement them. I feel like not only when you see them making the crazy multi-kills does it come from just good fundamentals, but on top of that, I feel like it just comes from just just experience. And just it's so exciting to watch. I actually love watching this young man grow, and going into this recharge oddball, Unreal Nightmare have an opportunity to pull off a decisive 3-1 win here against a very good BH3 roster.
Yeah, and you look at it, right, it's 2 objectives that were successful on the side of Unreal Nightmare, but a very close Slayer game from BH3. So in my eyes, you know, not watching this entire series, because I was actually watching the SSG series, the first thing that I see is essentially a team that did really well in the Slayer, brought it to 50-49, but was not able to carry that momentum into the next game. Now you have another objective, one that is a very long duration, and that's Oddball and Recharge. How are you going to bring this back if you're BH3?
Yeah, Oddball Recharge definitely is a battle of attrition, and for that reason, a lot of times the best team simply wins. Like, I feel like in some game types, like, you could just get lucky on a string of kills and whatnot, capture the objective, and kind of steal a game away. In Oddball, it don't happen. Like, you're playing a good 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes of gameplay. You can't get lucky for that amount of time. It's impossible.
Yeah, 100%, Tony. It's a really well said. I think that competitive integrity is really showcased here in Recharge Oddball. So my question is, what is BH3 going to do? What are they going to really change in this game number 4? It's going to be tough at this point. When you're talking about this game number 4, something drastic has to happen, right? You have to have a fast toss pop off. You have to have, you know, a Moze really step up, a Septic step up. You know, we saw that game 1, Septic missing a couple of easy rockets. Can't have that stuff happen. You gotta lock in here. This is your chance to stay in that winner's side.
Oh, I mean, you said you want to see a player step up. Envor currently 4-1 right now. An assist to go along with it, and demanding control of the shock rifle ends up leading to BH3 going 3 down. Unreal Nightmare wasting no time they're on the ball.
I absolutely love this by On4. Straight up discipline, right? Understands those spawns are coming back Hydro. Sits back on the long haul side, makes sure to cover his angle or isolate the angles, and stays alive for a long period of time. Ends up going down at the end there, but the pressure he was able to apply is good.
21-0-1 here for Unreal Nightmare. Ice Kid with that green gun. Charged up over toward the back gold side, but won't have an opportunity to use that as he ends up going down. And BH3 claims control of the ball.
What's Septic gonna do here? There's a miscommunication, right? He wanted to throw that up to his teammate inside Pipes, but unfortunately his teammate does drop. He does get it into Pipes, but now without taking a ton of damage. And now one of his teammates are down, but they do get a couple of kills on the Unreal Nightmare side. So great play overall. They can get a bit of time here, but when does this break happen out of Unreal Nightmare?
Doing a great job of watching the cross map at the moment here. Meanwhile, multiple members of BH3 are on this gold side, so Looney, love the patience out of him, but eventually BH3 are going to force their way in. A double push is all that's needed to clear out Whirlpool for just a moment here. Advantage for BH3, but that's until a player comes in and sneaks away one kill, and now looking to do more. Both players one shot over towards long haul, courtesy of Envoy, and it ends up turning into a double kill, but also a 4 down for Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, it was 3 down for each side at one point as well, so now BH3 in a great position. I don't like this staggering, though. You're staggering around the Hydro side. One player needs to go towards that A side, solidify that side of the map, and maybe expand towards Pipes and Glass. And it looks like they've done that, but not a lot is happening with that camo, Tony.
As of right now, BH3 giving up some space to Unreal Nightmare to play with. Eventually, Sunrise does end up on that top A side like you want. A Shroud protects him, conceals it. I mean, I don't know, but it turns into a double kill immediately. The Sunrise and cold side. Only watching it. Patience is key, and not only to take down 2 by himself, but does enough damage to get the assist on the 3rd. That's quite the life for Sunrise.
I'm glad you say patience is key, because it's something that a lot of these amateur teams don't really have a lot of, right? You see someone one shot, you want to over-aggress, you want to take the aggressive angle, but sometimes it's okay to be patient. Let someone play into you. Let them make the mistake into where you're standing, where you're isolated. And that's not what happens there, unfortunately. It's going to be 2 down for Unreal Nightmare, and it will be BH3 still with that lead.
25-21 at the moment here. BH3 have enemy has the ball. Going to switch over towards Bastos, and I love this angle that Bastos started to create towards the low blue side, but now Unreal Nightmare aware of his positioning, calls for reinforcements, and the reinforcement puts down some max damage. He's awarded the kill. BH3 surviving on the strong blue side.
Something you're going to see out of Bastos is that really strong strafe, right? He jumps, does a quick drop off of that ledge, and strafes into that quick drop. It makes the strafe a lot faster, and a lot more momentum is in that strafe, makes it harder to hit.
Camouflage in the hands of Sunrise. Last time they were able to get a hold of it, they put a decent amount of points on the board. Looking to do the same here. Just notice, less than 2 minutes on the clock right now here, neutral time. So a lot of time going down. Not a lot of ball time going on the board.
And it's just subjective efficiency that you're not going to see here at this stage, and that's something that has to change for BH3 in my opinion. You have to have that objective efficiency. You have to take that space, and they're doing it. This is good. You've got space on the Hydro side. You've expanded towards that tower side as well. You see they've trapped them inside of Pipes and Long. This is good, but how can they defend them?
Goes the veteran playing to the Heaven side. BH3 favoring having somebody over either Heaven or the Hell, just kind of baiting out that gold door, but that time is not going to work for them. In fact, it pushes the play ball. Unreal Nightmare not only want that ball, but they want to secure this player towards A. They're able to get the kill. Super CC turns it into more. You love the double kill. If he gets the triple, I'm going to freak out.
We'll call it. He definitely got it right there. And honestly, with that triple, it's a bit more time now for them. They've got a nice little Hydro setup as well. So you saw BH3, they had control of the map. They had, Unreal Nightmare trapped. They weren't able to get a lot of time of it. Now, we're going to see BH3 on the push here. How are they going to break the setup of Unreal Nightmare?
Perfect shot to the Encore. Anticipated the back blue push as well. Almost takes down the second. However, it looks like the veteran Mose is going to survive here. Meanwhile, Unreal Nightmare, they've rotated that ball all the way towards A from the C side.
It's like they press rewind. You usually get that rotation from A to C, but instead they went towards A, which is beautiful, right? You just got to take the advantage you can with the space you have on the map. Now the play ball comes out again. There's a Shroud picked up there. That could, be implications for that camo that's coming up soon.
Great double kill by Mose to clear things out a bit here for BH3. And with Camouflage coming up, both teams slow the game down just a bit. It seems like the camo is being used as a bait right now. And Unreal Nightmare will be the first one to get the first kill on the board. Turned it into a 3 down immediately, and then a camouflage. And the ball movement is crazy because from the C to the A down to bottom mid, this ball has been all over the place.
Bastos died really late there too, Tony. So as that ball's going all over the world, it's Bastos that's going to be on a staggered spawn. Now they're pressuring with him down, and you're going to constantly see BH3 go 1 down, 1 down, 1 down. And that's all because Bastos died very late in that play.
They're about to take the lead now on Unreal Nightmare. Super CC still haven't holded his camouflage right now, but half the members of Unreal Nightmare go down. The third one falls. That's a full squad wipe.
A little bit more aggressive, seeing if he could capitalize on the damage that was done elsewhere. Still only a 5-kill game though, make it real chance for Rebellion to get back into this one. One camouflage going their way, they can really swing this in their favor.
One clean set of slays. They get a fresh 4 dead. And they're right back in this game. Who would bet against them? SLG is going to be the first pick. Psycho slides down towards bus stop. Frosty's there on B steps as well. They combine, and just like that, 4 fresh kills. SLG falls. It's a 1-kill game. Make it 2. As Snipe Drone answers back.
SLG did do well there, actually re-challenging to almost encourage the push from Frosty to guarantee the trade, rather than allowing Frosty to come back. I think as long as Nemesis can ensure that the trades are happening, they're going to be happy at the moment. It's still a 3-kill lead. Camouflage, though, as I said, can really swing things in your favor if you play it correctly.
Royal 2 exercising great trigger discipline here. Doesn't want to give away his position, wants his teammates to do damage elsewhere, so he can just ghost in. Mutum's backed into PD. See a rotation from Nemesis here. Snipe Drone does not know where Royal 2 is positioned. It's a free kill for him. Royal 2 gets traded out, and exactly what they needed to do. If you're going to lose that kill, make sure you trade it out. Frosty's isolated. Back Tram. He could be about to hit the respawn screen very soon. Glory puts him away. 4 kills required now for Nemesis to tie up the series.
Yeah, tie it up, maybe. Shopify Rebellion try as they might. They just haven't been able to stop these pushes from Nemesis. Nemesis, again, just trying something a little bit different, sending 2 players round pink, and they do catch Rebellion off guard. 47-44 now. They're so close, but Rebellion is still in it. Just 2 more kills required. Make it 1.
Last shot was the last man on the map. Only for the time being, though. They can flood forward now. They know they only need 1 more kill. And as long as they push together, they should be able to get it. Frosty's alone in red room, and they know he's there. SLG continues to ping. Royal 2 will fight him on driveway. He went a little bit too soon, a little bit overzealous. And will that come back to bite them now?
Well, Nemesis already trying to settle this one, and Wootum will with a melee, as Nemesis will take Street Slayer over Shopify Rebellion and send us 1-1. That does settle the debate of, you know, can Rebellion win on Street Slayer? The answer is still no. They are now 0-3 across the last 2 events. It means we've got a series on our hands here.
That now brings live fire oddball into the equation as our game number 4. We spoke about how important game 3 and 4 were going to be, Dan, and we're going to get...
Games 2 and 4 is where I thought if Nemesis were going to get a game, it would have happened on those. And they've at least done it on 1. The bad news for them is Recharge Stronghold's arguably one of Shopify Rebellion's best now, right? So it's whether you can keep up this thought process of, all right, we know what they're good at, we know what they're bad at. We'll give it a blooming good go here in map number 3, but certainly we know we have to get to map number 4, and they've done just that.
You would argue there's just not many holes in the Shopify Rebellion armor. So when you do find one like this Street Slayer, they made sure to get the win. Just push this series 1 extra game, bare minimum, and make this a difficult task. Make this more uncomfortable for Shopify Rebellion.
And I love the confidence that Nemesis played with. They were always pushing Shopify Rebellion. They were very rarely kind of sitting back and allowing Rebellion to come to them, because if you give Rebellion that initiative where they can decide how they want to play the game, how they want to push, give them a plan of attack, they will punish you. They'll find a way to pinch you. They'll find a way to surround you and smother you, but instead it was Nemesis doing the smothering. Every single time Rebellion were kind of pinned back a little bit, there was always Nemesis members ready to deal damage, and they'll find the victory off the back of it. So 50-47, the final confirmed result on Slayer Streets, and now we move over to Stronghold's Recharge, which, as I said, I think is one of Shopify Rebellion's best maps and modes. keep an eye on Royal 2. He averages 2 kills a minute on this map. And you look at the win percentage difference between these two teams as well, back in Arlington on Strongholds.
It's interesting, the contrast between the teams. Of course, Europe were pretty good at Strongholds once upon a time. That quadrant roster went, what was it, 15, 16, 17 and 0 at one point, and now they find themselves with a little bit more difficult. They're getting tested more than they would like. A 50% win rate versus a 75 of Shopify Rebellion. And do you see this game being the swing?
I think it will certainly be one that could be swinging in favor of Shopify Rebellion. If Nemesis win this game, I think they win the series. I think I can confidently say that. I mean, maybe I'm going to eat my words, but I would like to at least go out on a dime and try and follow statistics and how things are looking on paper, but we always know not necessarily the way it goes. But I think Nemesis are in good momentum right now. Shopify Rebellion almost with the expectation to win this next game with how good they are. But are we going to see one of those, another major upset here? Because we already know with SSG losing a little bit earlier as well, that's already going to possibly shake up how the bracket looks. It's never easy after pool play. There's always someone that just changes things, and I wonder whether Nemesis can do it again here in pool play.
Nemesis do love upsetting the pools, and we've already seen Envy do it to SSG, so bracket's going to look a little bit different. A lot of people's predictions before coming into this event looking shaky.
It's okay to look shaky though sometimes. I think you can look shaky and still get through the next game. You can have a one-off, right? It's not often Rebellion do look shaky. That would be my concern.
And they probably already factor in that the Slayer can go either way. They won't be losing any confidence after that game 2. Game 3 underway then. Snipedrone going for the camouflage, but gets cut down before he can even make it.
Absolutely obliterated. Instead, it's going to be Cycle who I think gets hold of it, maybe. 4 dead for Nemesis, and already a brilliant start from Rebellion.
I think Glory might have had the camouflage there, and that's why they were paying close attention. They managed to take it out of the equation. Captured C.
Enemy team scoring.
Now they have A and C. You know they'll be hunting for B. A couple of kills do go the way of Nemesis though, and that's the interesting thing about playing this map mode combination. Off the start, you can have the better starting strategy, but still find yourself losing A and B and losing points.
Strongholds on Recharge is all about taking advantage of when you do have control of A and B and how you work with it. If there's a fight at B, can you transition someone over towards C just to make them look the other way? Do you take the fight directly at B as well? And if the A is the target, then you have to transition very quickly to make sure you flip C, just as that's happened exactly by Nemesis.
Right heads up play, recognizing that they were going to lose A, happy to sacrifice it. Royal 2 was over towards Blue Tunnel. He wasn't taken care of just yet. A couple of kills do now go in favor of Shopify Rebellion. All 4 dead for Nemesis, and this could very well be a triple cap.
You can see B is not going to be contested at the moment. It's just difficult when you spawn over towards Long Haul. If C is the target, you have to be careful that you don't end up getting shock rifle to the face, but it looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a split here, but now Last Shot's noticed C has to be defended.
Last Shot combining with Royal 2, sending a lot of resources this way, and that might open up A as well for the spawns. They've left elevator spawns now. You can see Glory's going to be the first one to get to A. Convert B as well. Decisions that are made can hinge, can swing a game.
Enemy team scoring.
Royal 2 and Terror, that sticky grenade will find the foot. Great close control from Glory taking the sting out of that sticky grenade.
Yeah, that's going to swing things in favor of Shopify Rebellion quite heavily, and it's another sticky grenade as well from Royal 2. Getting sticky with it over on Recharge, but Nemesis did break well previously, so that's something they can take away from it. It's not going to be impossible to break the Shopify Rebellion roster when they do get set up, but the camouflage certainly isn't going to help.
Cycle closing in on C. We've got 2 members of Nemesis in front of him. Can he get a double kill? Yes, he can. So C is not going to be converted here. Nemesis are going to be forced to send resources that way. Cycle done such a great job there, and Last Shot gets the reset. Nemesis all the way over towards B, fighting from long haul now. Last Shot's alone and needs some help from his friends.
Although even if he is alone, he can do enough damage here just by being a threat. Just like that. Couple of shots here or there just to try and back up the Nemesis players who want to go for it. They have to commit a lot of resources if they want to take him down.
And you can see Nemesis actually postured like they were going to go C and done a bait and switch and went A instead. Great heads-up play. They recognized exactly where last shot was positioned and knew it was going to be so difficult to get him out of there. So prioritized just going A, leaving C, and letting him have it.
Enemy team scoring.
Can anyone finish off C though? That's the real question. Temporary 2 versus 2 on the map. C will be controlled by Nemesis, so they are finding a way to consistently break these setups, but they haven't been able to really set up themselves. If it does end up being a messy game going this way, then I think gradually it's just going to go in favor of Shopify Rebellion, unless Nemesis can find some control. But when Frosty's hitting shots like that, it's so difficult to actually control the game.
I think you're right as well. Every single time Nemesis do get 2 strongholds, they only get 2 points before one of the strongholds is contested. And that means that they get 2 points, but they lose 6 when they get flipped eventually. And Rebellion will just keep grinding out points. The machine is working right now.
I like that though from Nemesis. They had A and C and they said, look, let's just go for B. Let's make sure we push the trip cap, because then it forces Shopify Rebellion to back themselves into a corner a little bit. Oh, that's a sticky grenade right to the face. Big fight between Glory and Royal 2 here.
Royal 2 is in trouble. He has help though. Royal 2 gets the kill. Snipe drone's there to spare the blushes of the Irishman though. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion. Glory done enough work, done enough damage, but somehow, some way, last shot slides in, gets the kill, and will be able to convert an A now.
I mean, just that passage of play from Royal 2 and then last shot to get control of A. If either one of them had died, it was probably a different scenario here. Nemesis probably would be in the lead, probably would still have A as well. Again, it's those fine margins at the very top of HCS. Because you'd think pushing through the doorway, you're just going to get eaten by a nade, but it was the fact that he was quick enough to get there before the grenade even arrived, let alone explode.
A and C get traded once more. The Rebellion will be more than happy to keep making that trade. They just pull away now with a slight lead. Not much between the 2 teams. Glory's trying to get away. He looks to take the fight in the end, gets the trade. Beautiful work from him. And again, A will go, C will get captured. But this time, B is where Nemesis have control. And they will start to score once more.
I'm surprised how comfortably that Nemesis are getting B back time and time again. Rebellion are really committing their resources over towards A or C, but you could say the same thing here, but Nemesis now will take the fight, but that is great cover. Oh. Frosty just pulling out damage out of his pocket for fun.
Beautiful bait and switch there.
Enemy halfway.
Great teamwork. Camouflage captured as well. Elevator spawns now for Nemesis. The collapse can come. Prediction nades from Snipe Drone. Huge prediction nades from the team. They're going to lose C, but it could have been a lot worse had the camouflage player still been an influence on the map here. Wootum's going to try and push back C. Cycle in the 1v1. You can see Wootum's just trying to get information. Is his teammates, are they going to arrive? The answer is no. Cycle wins up big.
Yeah, huge win for Cycle. Gets a double kill as well. That's going to eat away at the time for Nemesis. All 4 dead. And Cycle's looking to push into A2. Means it's going to force those spawns over towards C. Now previously, Nemesis did pretty well. At one taken C, and then someone else went over towards Pipes, and they were able to get B as well. But I think there's going to be 4 players committing towards B this time from the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Neither team really been able to get comfortable and hold a setup. Still jostling for position this late in the game.
Oh.
Setups. Either the setups have been weak or the breaks have been strong for both teams. You mentioned how Nemesis just keep managing to be able to capture B. But the triple cap could get locked in here again. Frosty's going to go to A. Anchor those spawns. SLG towards glass. Snipe Drone gets his face ripped from his neck. 3 dead then. Glory last man alive over towards the sneak in. He will also fall. And all of a sudden, Rebellion have put real distance between them and Nemesis.
Yeah, this is probably the game right here with this trip cap just being such a heavy scoring period. And even if Nemesis do rescue this one back with a single cap, they still have to try and find A or C. The fact they've only been able to go for B here means it's been a real struggle for them to get any real control of this map.
A lot of pressure being applied now. What was a really close game has now started to spiral out of control here. You know when you're playing Stronghold, it's never over. There's always a chance. But Nemesis are running out of opportunities. Frosty's got another camouflage. C's being converted, another triple cap being threatened here.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Frost gonna close the distance quick. He's getting damage taken from top gold. This is good for Nemesis now. Glory's in the hill. But you feel Nemesis are gonna need a triple cap here, Dan, to really eat away at this lead.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to try and hold off Shopify Rebellion with just a 2-cap for this long. I mean, it's not impossible, but the sheer caliber of players that Rebellion has, you'd expect one player to win a 1v1 fight where they're not supposed to win it at some point in the next minute or so. Nemesis will try. They are not going to give up. We saw this in the capture the flag on Aquarius as well. They're going to fight to the very death. Give them their chances of getting back into this one, but there is at least the win from Sniper. I was going to say there is the fight that's being won that maybe shouldn't. But B is now going to be converted. A also being converted as well, and Rebellion have broke.
The question was, is it impossible? An answer was no, but it is improbable. Now 5 points required. Triple caps in tight, it's in deep. They have got men in B and C, but just as they say that, nope, players fall. And Rebellion retake the lead in the series. 2-1 now the score.
It's all starting to go by the plan of the stats. It's still an unbeaten map in mode for Shopify Rebellion. 4-0 now across the last 2 events. It just is one of those that really accommodates the playstyle of the entire team. Whether it's Royal 2 having the chance to just sit top glass and rain hell down upon the rest of the world, or if it's Frosty going wild with a shock rifle, or even just the sticky grenades.
The question that was posed at the start of the series, Dan, was stylistically, playstyles. Will Nemesis be able to match Rebellion's pace? And we've seen that they have. They've been competitive. In stark contrast to the FaZe series. Now, we can say that maybe they ran out of juice, maybe they were playing too much and too long. But we have seen that they can push Shopify the distance. They can make it rather uncomfortable, but in those big moments, they haven't been able to find the ice, and they haven't quite been able to find the strategy and the way to lock down, whether it's the strongholds, whether it's the slayers. There is a few holes in the game they need to try and shore up.
And I think it matters what map and mode you're playing as well, for the pace of which you are going for it. Like, it was very different on Street Slayer when Nemesis were able to constantly push through and take charge of really the map, just with the pace of which they were playing, whereas on Recharge Strongholds, you can play that way, but then you might not have any strongholds to go alongside it, and suddenly then the spawn's happening on the other side of the map. You've lost A or you've lost C, and I think it's about recognizing when you need to speed up and when you need to slow it down. And I'm not saying that Nemesis are incapable of doing it, because they've already displayed that, but I just think the Rebellion may be a little bit better at switching up the pace when they need to at the moment. Again, it is a better mapping mode for Shopify Rebellion, so kind of where I was expecting this series to go, to be 2-1 at this point, but Live Fire Oddball is going to be the true test now for Nemesis. Because, again, when Shopify Rebellion are in control, they look incredible, but what we did learn from that map 3 was the fact that they can break setups, Nemesis. And you need that ability when you're going into a ball game where we know Shopify Rebellion at some point are going to get the chance to have that ideal setup.
And it's not even out of the realms of possibility for us to be sitting here in Nemesis to have a 2-1 lead. Not because of the Strongholds game mode, but because of the Aqua flag, 4-3. But a number of occasions, a number of opportunities came their way and they fumbled them. You have to think they're kicking themselves, whether it's now, whether it's later. They know that game 1 was theirs. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
You can't afford to, though. You can't afford to cast your mind back and think of what ifs. Instead, just focus on what's ahead of you here, and that is Oddball Live Fire. Again, it's another map and mode that Shopify Rebellion have yet to win this season. You can see Oddball in general, they are 4-4, which isn't terrible, but maybe for a team that's in the top 2, you'd expect it to be a little bit better. For Nemesis, they are 4-1. It is definitely one of their better game types. Certainly keep an eye on Cycle in this one. He's usually the player who holds the ball for Shopify Rebellion, as well as dropping big numbers on the slaying side. On the side of Nemesis, I'm going to be looking out for Glory to be the difference maker. I've said a lot about Wootem, I've said a lot about Snipe Drone, even talked about SLG. But when it comes to Oddball, Glory is often the player who is up there statistically, whether it be getting kills on the board, whether it's the damage he's outputting, or just having that ball in his hands to rotate. So they're going to be my players to watch, Shirt.
You know these players love Live Fire as well. That chance to get the sniper rifle in your hands, take control of a game. dictate what way a series is going to swing. Glory is playing this game for moments like that. For legacy moments. You look back, you're talking about your kids, your grandkids. Here's the moment I won a series for my team. This is where I popped off. The starting strategy's already favoring Nemesis here. They've got hands on the ball. But the snipe right from the hand is a Frosty.
Enemy has the
He's
ball.
already finding faces.
Would you rather have your hands on the ball or have Frosty have his hands on the sniper rifle and maybe even a camouflage to go alongside it? I think the next 20 seconds will tell us really what you would prefer. Ball gets played off the map. Can Frosty win this engagement? He's just going to line up Snipe Drone. So even though it was a nice early start for Nemesis, it's only 15 points to show for it. But again, if you keep scrapping up 15 points time and time again, it can certainly put you in a good position.
Ball dropped.
You've seen games won by a lot less than 15 seconds, that much is for sure. Frosty taking his time with Snipe Drone, knew that kill was guaranteed. Slides towards Big Door now. Two members positioned over towards green, so he's looking to provide some cover fire here. Wootum will step across the bridge. Frosty will miss that shot. He doesn't often miss them ones. You have to make him pay when he does.
Ball doesn't go off the map. Ball actually stays there. Nemesis, I think Wootum's just got the call, saying actually, ball didn't get played. A little bit of a blunder from Shopify Rebellion, just not able to get it off the map, and Nemesis can now get some free time off the back of that. Can Nemesis take Oddball Live-Fire to send us to a game 5?
I'm gonna go put a microwave dinner in.
To
One
find
sec.
a little bit of something extra special on these Fridays.
Finding a little bit of extra oomph. It's required against Rebellion. Double kill for Snipe Drone. Got one ticket
like
damage
1
to the Royal 2 as well. Got the play ball this time as well. 40 seconds now. That's a significant advantage. If they can play these next few moments right, make this really uncomfortable for Rebellion. Don't give them an easy setup. As I say that, 2 go down. SLG and Glory in the respawn screen. Wootum's going to join them. They're going to be staggered spawns. Snipe Drone's in big trouble here. The call will be just don't die. And Cycle will get the kill.
Now, this is what I said. Now, at some point, Rebellion are going to get the ideal setup, and it's how Nemesis actually respond to that. How do they break? It's come at a time where the camouflage is also arriving. So depending on which way you look at it, it could be the perfect time to try and break, or the worst time. Because if you don't break it and you lose camouflage, you could suddenly find yourself down by quite a bit of points.
The break's going to come. Cycle's got the camouflage. Let's have a listen in with Nemesis and see how they navigate these final moments.
Enemy has the ball.
Hey, Tommy's behind me, Tommy's behind me.
He's on us, Okay, I spawned. I spawned elbow. Kill. He said it. I'm C.
Yeah, I'm gonna go dip. I have your dip.
I'm on C. I'm on tower.
No, mid-A, we're not. 2 mid-A.
Watch out, white wall. One top mid. No get sniped yet. On snipes. Cyclo sniping event. Cyclo snipe. One was top mid. Might have dropped, I don't know. One cuts.
Play this early.
One going cuts.
Yeah, 2 top middle guys. 2 top middle.
One on us now.
2 top middle.
One ball.
On ball, one.
middle.
One shot ball.
I spawned.
Yes, Keto sniping. 3 there.
Yeah, oh, it's actually.
2 on ball, 1 a snipe.
I'm going to
one. Let's go right.
Yeah,
Victor.
Keto sniping, but I'm in.
Back to dip.
Get big again.
He's 2 shot big.
Go mid-A.
I can look.
One shot A roll 2.
Deep sniping.
I needed it.
Yeah, one shot dip. Bring me dip.
One dip. I'm hitting ball.
Too big on me. Too big on me, I'm dead. Too big. Last two big into last two dip. Maybe Keto.
Yeah.
I ball.
They're out. They're out. The bottom middle.
Yeah, it's fine.
I spawn west.
Stay close.
Could be back in.
Dip. No damage.
We can
Two
dip.
Tommy's top turn.
2 dip on me, guys.
Which on the west?
I come up here.
One shot in A.
I got one.
I never got A pit.
Yeah, one shot A. I score one shot.
Tommy's after. Last guy.
He's one dead.
All dead.
Yeah.
Still 4.
I spawn big. I'm just picking.
So all 4 down on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Nemesis able to hold the ball at the moment. But let's jump into a quick listen on the side of Rebellion and see how they respond.
15 seconds.
Victor, just anybody. We gotta go.
Yeah, 12 seconds.
I'm going to go time with you.
Okay, fight. 2 fight.
5 seconds.
Walk out.
All good.
Yo,
keep my break out.
But no cigar. They almost managed to just get that ball off of them, but Nemesis are able to hold on to it and take the first round. And interesting listening on the side of Nemesis as well. Very passionate at the moment. Very much believe they can get back into this series, and for good reason. They are a team who certainly would have done their research and know this is a very winnable one.
Royal 2 falls. Sniper rifle is just picked up. It's a late grab. Ball getting rotated as well. 3 dead for a moment for Nemesis. You know, Last Shot wants to hand this ball or the sniper rifle over so he can have a larger impact on the map. Royal 2's going for the camouflage. He tosses the ball towards him. Not opting to play the camo this time. Instead, Royal 2 is going to pop it into his chest. SLG falls. Snipe drone just about looked like he was going to join him, but Last Shot instead decided to play it a bit more patient, perhaps. The Spidey senses were thinking there was a player over towards the big door. Like we spoke about though, Royal 2 does have that camouflage. He's done a full loop of the map so far.
Enemy has the ball.
Got the ball over towards this tower side. SLG gets a pick. Mutum does fall though. Glory taking a lot of damage trying to get the green. This is a great start here for Rebellion off the break.
I think if you look back at one of the major problems as to round 1, and it was the ball not being played that Nemesis really took advantage of and got maybe 20 to 33 points that perhaps they shouldn't have. And in the end, it was enough of a difference to allow Nemesis to get across the finish line. And Rebellion just need to make sure they do not allow that to happen. Said Glory is one of those players that can just provide a little bit of something extra when it comes to this mapping mode, and he's doing just that.
Glory almost lost. Player under him there for a second. Royal 2 puts an elbow in his spine and gets the kill. It's 2 dead apiece. Woodham patiently waiting on the ball, maybe baiting it just a touch here. Cycle managed to just survive on the scoreboard, but for how long is the question? The answer, not very long. Frosty will receive 1 tick of damage off Woodham in that fight as well, making this one difficult fight for Frosty as Snipe Drone gets the kill. But Last Shot picks up the ball, gets himself out of dodge. Doesn't decide to play it this time though. Cycle trying to stay alive in green, trying to prioritize living here. Not successful in his attempt. Royal 2 will drop off nest over towards green, then we go. Heads up play from Snipe Drone, recognizing the situation that he was in. Somehow spins it a dime and gets the kill.
Gets the kill after the play of the ball. I mean, in theory, he could have been gaining time right now, but you're not really to know. It was one of those things that I think it was the right decision, but he would have no idea that he was going to actually win that engagement in the end. But they are still getting time. He was able to give the team a heads up that the ball was going to be played. Now they have the ball, and 3 are dead, and they have a camouflage, and the sniper rifle's coming up. So
Enemy has the ball.
It's like an early Christmas here for Nemesis.
Things looking pretty rosy then.
Enemy has the ball.
As I say that, 2 go down. Snipe Drone and Glory hit the respawn screen. Woodham with the camouflage, trying to stay alive here. He's got 2 members trained on him though. Sniper rifle pops up. Frosty will dip away with it. Will he be able to survive? The answer is yes. This could be a huge moment in this game.
Yeah, you don't want to allow Frosty to get away with a snipe. We've already seen some big shots that he hit already in this game, and there's going to be another body shot. And just like that, that push comes to nothing. Nemesis need to wait, but sadly Glory's in a position where they're going to be able to delay this one. In the end, he gets the body shot, but now Nemesis is just going to be a 3 here.
We always want to see the flashy headshots, but sometimes body shots can be just enough to put pressure on your team, on the enemy team. Oh, Frosty finds the face of SLG there.
Ball dropped. Enemy half victory.
Frosty's popping off now, killing spree locked in. Hits another body shot on the Glory. Frosty's looking to win this round by himself right now.
Sometimes you can just be the difference maker with a sniper rifle. All it takes is a couple attacks, a couple of body shots, even a headshot here and there. Now Shopify Rebellion have about a 20-point lead here. Nemesis unable to stop them. Nemesis doing well to at least break and get some kills, but then every time you come across Frosty, sadly you're just falling victim to the sniper rifle. Good news for them is the sniper is out of ammo now, but SOG is going to fall as well to Royal 2. And still points going up for Shopify Rebellion.
Frost just extracted so much value from that sniper rifle. You worried when he was able to scarper away bottom middle and get through Rat Tunnel. Was that going to spell misery for Nemesis? The answer was yes. He was hitting the shots. He was doing damage. And such a almost insurmountable lead now. 85 to 35 with 2:30 on the clock. A lot of work to do for Nemesis in round 2.
You just saw the advantage of playing mouse and keyboard there for Woodham. He was running very much over towards tower, got the call that someone was weak sandbags and was able to help instantly. A controller player on a lower sensitivity probably would have just kept going because you're not going to be able to turn around fast enough as SLG wants to take the fight for a triple. Royal 2 repositions, but Royal 2 still gets found.
Good work from SLG. Now trying to contest the camouflage as well. 3 members of Shopify Rebellion leaning over towards camo now. SLG done a lot of damage. Glory was there to capitalize. He lost his shields in the process though. And after this skirmish, looks as though Frosty might have been able to get down onto the camouflage. Scoops it up, pops it into his chest. Rugen's going to be forced into a play ball very soon. Frost looking to have even more influence on this round. He's been huge. He's been massive. But there's still work to do. They've only got a 15-second lead now. Nemesis has done so good.
Enemy has the ball.
It helps when SLG's got the eyes of a hawk. He just tagged Frosty 3 different times as Frosty was trying to get behind, get down to dirt. Wootum still has the ball over towards green, and just like that, we're going to be tied up as Nemesis now right back into this one. But now Frosty can put that camouflage to his advantage and at least stop Wootum from getting too much time here as the ball will be played.
Nemesis now with a 5-second lead. This next round of Slay is going to be so important. Glory gets the opening pick here. Wootum did fall. Wootum's back off the respawn screen now. The ball's been scooped up by Nemesis. And they're forcing Shopify Rebellion to make plays that perhaps they don't want to. Cycle gets a pick though. It's been answered back by Snipe Drone with a trade. Numbers advantage just favoring Rebellion for now. This final round coming down to the wire here.
Good listen on that cleanup, bro. Very good listen.
They will win it here. Last shot got hands on ball though. And he's moving it towards tower. 2 members of Nemesis have fallen. This is the opportunity. This is the moment to tie up the round. Snipe shot connects with the body. Snipe shot connects with Glory's body as well. And he hunts down the kill. Double kill, making it triple for Last Shot taking over the round.
Absolute filth, dirty from Last Shot as he keeps the hopes alive of winning the series here. And now takes us to 1-1 here on Oddball Live Fire. Nemesis had the opportunity, but that is the difference maker. That is why Shopify Rebellion find themselves in finals, because someone can just step up with the sniper rifle when you need them to.
That last round was about moments. Frosty had his. Last Shot put an exclamation point on that round. Nemesis find themselves in a very familiar position. The nearly moments, the triple kill for Royal 2. Now he's deciding to have his moment in the early round 3.
Yeah, this is the problem when you're going up against a team like Shopify Rebellion. Every single player on that roster can have those big moments, can be the difference maker. And it comes down to such fine margins. If you have that one player who's just hitting headshot after headshot, it's almost impossible to do anything.
Ball dropped.
Penguin sat on the sofa and he said time and time again, they'll ask the question, what went wrong in that game? What went wrong in that series? And it was X-Player just hit no scopes. Frosty's done it, Last Shot too. Royal 2 looks to a following suit with his teammates.
Which means it's Cycle's turn next, right?
Ball dropped.
Or is it going to be someone from Nemesis? Wootum, the last remaining player. Camouflage again is going to be in the hands of Rebellion here.
Ball dropped.
Camouflage does just dissipate. There's the word I was looking for. Had to go deep into the folders. Snipe Drone in-house, putting down damage. Clambers it towards the window. Trying to play cat and mouse here. Gets the stick on the Snipe Drone. Stays alive somehow, some way. And gets his hands on the ball. Nemesis are in massive trouble here.
Another big double. And Nemesis just need to accept it. And Glory comes flying in. I was going to say, except that you've got a couple of players down. Can you just wait for that push? Maybe Glory got a call that it was okay to go for it because they had maybe saw Royal 2 was out of position, and they do essentially get a trade 1-for-1, so it's 3v3 on the map. QT is going to go in favor of Cycle, though. At least get the chance to back off. But this is a big push from Nemesis. 2 are down on the side of Rebellion.
Decent early lead here for Rebellion off that hot start. The big brawl happening in-house. Last Shot and Royal 2 are just not there just yet. It's a 2v3 in there, but somehow Rebellion managed to get the picks that they need. Cycle gets one. It's a 1v1 with Snipe Drone and Cycle then. Plasma Grenade goes down. Snipe Drone's forced to give it up. Re-engages, takes the fight, loses it to Cycle. And this could mean even more time now for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, great collapse as well. Last Shot's able to come down through bottom middle. Another camouflage, and sadly for Nemesis, this game is starting to run away from them because of the constant camouflages. And now, Sniper's coming up. Nemesis, though, have maybe timed this well. 3 are going to be dead on the side of Rebellion if Last Shot was to fall, but he doesn't because he has Sniper. Or camouflage, excuse me. But who did find that Sniper?
Enemy has the ball.
Not Drew. Dead. Last Shot has it now. I was right. I knew it was coming. It's a premonition.
Is it last shot's moment then? SLG will fall, and we're starting to see it now down where Rebellion members are staying alive, no shields, when they really shouldn't be able to, and Nemesis are desperate in the kills, they're desperate in the damage, and they're not being rewarded for it. Rebellion just playing patient, playing intelligent. It's great awareness now, bringing the ball back towards tower, doing damage, throwing down grenades, wooting down to no shields, and Royal 2 is in hot pursuit.
It's Last Shot who actually gets the clean up, but Royal 2 down bottom middle will get the trade. They all count, and they're all very important here because there's still time going in favor of Rebellion. Rebellion have been capitalizing on this time every single time they have a player advantage right now. SLG loses the sniper. Frosty, is he going to be able to find it? I think he's just going to opt to stay alive for now, but he's going to be able to shift his way back up, and of course he wasn't going to leave the sniper rifle behind.
Making himself such a difficult kill here, forcing Nemesis to pay so much attention, spend so many resources on him. He's still alive here. They chased him bottom middle, they chased him over towards tower, and he still lives, and his teammates are getting kills around it. Frosty's having a huge oddball game here.
Just shouldn't be able to stay alive at that point. You have to shut him down if you're Nemesis, but that's also why Frosty, throughout Friday and Saturday in Arlington, was the best player in the arena without a shadow of a doubt. However, Sunday maybe didn't quite match those performances. Could this tournament be a little bit different for Shopify Rebellion? Their first hurdle here, will they fall or can they just about leap over Nemesis? Because it's looking like it's heading that way.
Things were going so well for Nemesis. But did they find themselves in that familiar situation again, like they've seen in game 1? They gave themselves every chance to win. But they're coming up short here. 3 dead for Rebellion. This is finally an opportunity for Nemesis to eat away at that lead. They've done it in round 1. Can they do it again?
Very quick response from Glory to move that ball towards tower. Frosty's going to be the first player to push, though. Wootum had camouflage, but gets shut down. 3 are dead now for Nemesis. The ball's going to have to be played, so not really much damage done in terms of the clock. And all 4 go dead now. And someone was already waiting bottom middle. Is the writing on the wall for this one? Nemesis are going to have to start taking a couple of risks. And by doing so, Rebellion might just be able to lay some traps here.
Beautiful 5-shot from Frosty. Predicting the exact routes the Nemesis players were going to take, knew exactly where they were spawning and where they were likely to be. The ball hasn't gone off the map again. Frosty notices this, not making the same error they did in round 1. Gets it off the map, and it's played. The play ball is going to be delayed because of the repulse into the air.
Yeah, just a very minor thing, but a very important one as well, especially with only 1 minute on the clock. And it gives your team more time to get bottom middle to compete with it. So good heads up play from Frosty. Wootum's already down. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. And again, it's the sniper rifle in the hands of Rebellion, and again, there's a member of Nemesis dying to a no-scope. And I think that'll be the story for this map in mode, is the no-scopes have been everything.
Sniper rifle has just been so influential. Stone cold killers in the hands of all these players. Royal 2 finds yet another face.
Nah, someone in the chat said pub stomping? That's crazy, bro.
Nemesis is one last push for them.
The final knockings
Oh,
for Nemesis.
yeah, 30 kills
gets a
each
kill,
is
making
crazy.
a double kill. Last shot in towards the cuts area then. They only need 5 more seconds. They're going to fall though. Numbers favoring Nemesis. They still have life. They're still in this game.
Yeah, they've got the ball. Cycle last remaining player, but he's got a chance now to flank around, be a little bit sneaky, and try and just catch them off guard. But maybe Wootum smelt something because he head the other way and made sure that ball did not head towards tower. So instead, it's going to be a full-on 4v4 push here that Nemesis need to hold.
Wootum pulled the handbrake up and decided to drift his way out of there. Here comes Cycle though, here comes the pain. Beautiful grenades go down. They've managed to shut him down, but so much damage was done. Glory's gonna fall. Wootum's forced to play the ball once more. Double kill locked in for last shot. Ball is played, and is this the end for Nemesis series?
20 seconds, Snipe Drone's gonna head down bottom middle though, and will get a touch on the ball, but 2 have gone down, make it 3 if Glory falls as well, which he will. And maybe Nemesis have just got too much to do with too little time.
Rebellion seem happy enough just to keep all 4 guns up on the map. Nobody's going to hold this ball. Happy to play the clock then. The final knockings dwindle down, and Nemesis run out of time. They run out of opportunities. It's a 3-1 series victory for Shopify Rebellion.
Nemesis run out of steam. Boy, did they come close. But Shopify Rebellion demonstrate why they are one of the top 2 teams in this tournament, why they got to the grand finals, why they are one of the favorites to win this tournament. As even in a game type where they've typically struggled, they still dig deep And those clutch moments came through time and time again. The difference was the sniper rifle. Without a shadow of a doubt, it was the plays from almost every single member on Rebellion as soon as they had that sniper in their hands.
It's crazy as well, because you talk about who's going to be the most important player on the map, who's going to be the one that wins the game. And the issue is, all 4 members of Rebellion stepped up there, Dan. They had their moments. They hit the shot. Sometimes you have to let your teammate pop off. All 4 players did it in that oddball.
And how can you compete with that? I think that's what Nemesis will look back on and say, well, you know, Shopify just had one of those games where individually they outclassed us.
Separated by 2 seconds in the end, Dan. 240 to 238. So little to separate. The difference was just that sniper rifle. Frosty managing to get away and survive, hitting those shots. That's why they're the superstars in the league, because they do and they're capable of moments like that.
And I think you heard it during the listening. Wonderboy was calling out for prioritizing the snipe when it was spawning as well. And I think there was a few times where it was too easy to grab for Rebellion. I think you can very easily forget about sniper rifle and just say, yeah, it's fine if they grab it. You know, we're going to be able to grenade them when they're top middle. But if they get away with it, or if that, you know, they go down to bottom middle and then suddenly they repulse back up like Frosty did, suddenly you find yourself getting no-scope left, right, and center, and you're 3-1 down in the series.
Well, Lottie and Wes, you had an opportunity to watch that series as well. It was far more competitive than maybe Wes thought it was going to be.
Yeah, honestly.
I've seen the professionals there. It's exciting. It makes me legitimately want to learn mouse and keyboard.
If I'm being honest here, and I'm gonna have to be honest because Halo is my life and it's my job and it's my life. We need to see major mouse and keyboard support in the next game, in my opinion. I think that needs to be the forefront. Obviously, control players and mouse and keyboard, it needs to be balanced to the way that, you know, because we have a lot of console players that need to love the game as well. But I think there needs to be a heavy balance there and just the tools required for an M&K player to be happy, in my opinion, right at launch, right at the start.
I'll be honest, I think we get rid of mouse and keyboard.
All right, Tony.
I think.
Ali, come out of here. Sorry,
I think we just get rid of mouse and keyboard in general.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to decide if I want to side with you, Tony, or if I want to side with Active is looking at me with these puppy eyes right now.
You guys did take birthday pictures together.
That's true. Yeah. It's our birthday weekend, everybody.
Yeah, Tony's birthday's this weekend, and Alec's birthday's this weekend, guys. That awesome.
Happy birthday, or happy
birthday to you guys.
Happy the unstoppable birthday duo. What are you gonna do? It's the land buff and the birthday buff, I guess.
Wait, I hadn't thought about that.
No one wished me.
I get birthday buff.
It's your birthday?
It was yesterday.
No
Wait,
way.
what?
Was it really?
No.
How cool would that have been, though?
Why do I trust this
Cut
guy?
his mic, Louie.
Why do I always trust this man? I don't know why.
How old am I? You know?
29.
What?
29.
I'm already tired, bro. I'm
29?
29, no. Oh, that's just disrespectful.
I would be surprised if it's 26. I'm gonna say 25.
Oh, no.
What does chat think? I'm curious.
I'm curious.
Chat, what do you guys think?
Curious how old you are?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm 21, bro.
No, you're not.
All right. How are you, Ali?
Yeah, let's go to the truthful person here. Ali, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, it's my birthday weekend, so it's my birthday for the next 3 days. I'm excited to celebrate every single day, and I already got an upgrade too. I got to the hotel, and I think the maybe I mentioned that it was my birthday. At the conversation, and they upgraded my room to a suite.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I was like, wow, I didn't know that worked. It actually
That's cool.
I don't know if that's why it was, but I'm
Tony,
having a great
why
time.
the hell didn't you use that for the
I'm about to right now.
Oh, my
Putting us on game. Putting us on game. Well, she has to give him the ID when she checks in. So
that's true. I did. Maybe they were like, truthful.
Either way, you're looking like Zach and Cody right now, so I'm pretty jealous. Not gonna lie.
Well, it's been a great start of the birthday weekend for me, and it looks like we're having a great time today. I'm watching some Halo, and we almost saw Nemesis for a moment there. I was like, oh no, but oh yes, maybe no. I don't know if I want this to happen, but there's a lot of chaotic things happening in the venue. You know, with Space Station Gaming and Envy. Congrats to Envy for not just coming into the Halo scene, but the start of their day today was defeating Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, they got the hard job done right away, right?
Yeah.
So, like, theoretically, Complexity should be an easier match, but Complexity gave SSG some problems as well. And there's a real conversation about what happens if Complexity beats Envy, because then we could be seeing SSG going out at number 3.
Okay, but how would that change the bracket? That's what I'm curious about. Like, I gotta go see it now, because...
Can I ask a question real fast?
Okay.
Really quick. I'm curious what everyone thinks on if SSG doesn't do well this event. Like, what happens after that? Do we have a roster mania? I don't know. Like,
yeah, it's crazy. I guess that kind of.
How do I gas them up? Like, you know?
How does SSG do versus also how does FaZe do, right? Because like those are the two teams that you'd think like would make some swaps.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Who knows? I mean, there's a lot to come.
I don't even know what to say.
Oh, very cool. It's definitely a cooler player than me, so maybe I need to let him have my seat. What do you think? You're gonna let me go for him, aren't you? Wow.
Somebody, screenshot.
Oh, yeah.
Screenshot. Oh.
I just like Tim. I just like Tim.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Wait,
I'm
hold
a big
up.
fan. I'm a
Did
big
you guys
fan.
do this already?
Yeah, have you done
I
it?
did not. I did not. So what do we have to do?
So you click start.
Yep. Start.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta put my. Wait, whoa.
Okay.
You didn't tell me to put my age in.
No, don't worry about that.
Okay.
That's
So,
like, that's
so
too much.
is this good?
Yeah, you just
Okay.
squeeze away, bro. Squeeze away. All right, what do you think the grip strength is? Bets?
All right.
Bets?
Ooh, there you
I don't
go.
know, like 95.
135.2.
Oh, 130.
Dude, that's
I don't know.
Dude, I think the dad strength thing is true.
Why?
Is somebody?
Dude, that's so high.
Why? What is it
Dude,
normal?
you're so good.
Why?
That's the highest. You've beaten every pro player that's done this thing so far.
Okay.
Dude, he's so
That's
strong.
Okay.
Did you tell Chad
I
already?
have arthritis.
I'm saying.
Did you tell Chad already, like, why we're doing this?
So
No.
Did you
We just
calculate?
got
Oh, we lost it. I don't know what it was.
Okay.
135.2.
Okay, listen up, guys. So this is a grip strength tester thing. So it tells you what your grip strength is. So we've been asking pro players to come by and test what their grip strength is, and whoever gets the highest rating will be at top of the leaderboard. And a lucky Halo fan will roll by, and you guys can come by and on Sunday and see if you can beat the top grip strength.
Yeah, cool.
On the leaderboard, and if you do, then you win an Xbox 360 Mega Block Collector's Building Set.
I don't think they can see it. They get
Yeah, I'll bring it over.
I have this idea
It's
right
pretty
now,
cool.
right? It's like,
this is sick.
And it's so cool.
Yeah, right?
You can build the Xbox 360, the controller,
That's
and
so
also
cool.
the disc, the Halo 3 box and disc itself. That's pretty sweet. I didn't know this existed.
Are you not gonna try it, Tony? Now you're gonna see what it is.
I thought we were
Do we want-
showing it first.
Do they already have the grip strength? done? Have
Do
done
they?
it?
No, you wanna pull them over?
Yeah.
You gotta, like,
No, you can't use two hands. What the hell is that?
Can we ask them if they want to test their grip strength?
Oh, you didn't
Okay.
do it? Let go.
I'm not gonna mention who they are yet
Tony, let
until we
go.
get their yeses.
What are you doing? What am I gonna do with you?
yeah,
All right,
press
go
start.
ahead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait. I want to test mine.
You wanna test yours? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so yours was 130.
23.6.
Oh, come on. Oh wait, no, that's his less dominant hand.
Oh, use your right hand, Tony.
I'm right-handed.
Oh no.
Tools.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Start. Ooh, PB'd.
123.2.
123, 130.
135.
Okay, what about you?
Dude, you mogged me though still.
What was yours?
I had a
Can I try to beat it?
23.6.
Because I don't think I.
What?
I had a 23.6.
23.6. Try again.
They said no. Big rips.
103.2.
103.
Okay.
Hey,
103,
over
okay,
100.
that's
Over
the-
100. Let's go.
Okay. So is there a strategy to this, or do you just?
I mean, you squeeze really hard.
Okay.
This
Just
is the idea,
hard.
right?
Just one hand. Okay. This is.
You got it.
But I'm also laughing.
This is crazy.
Okay. Hey. Okay. More than I
Let me see.
expected.
What is it?
160?
That's wrong.
Yo.
Okay, I tried really hard for this number.
159.4.
Damn.
159.4.
Can I try to beat it? Is that okay?
So what I have to do is reset?
Oh, ooh, 106.4. That's pretty crazy.
All right.
So yours was 130, and mine was what?
All right, ready?
106.
159.
159. Yeah.
Stand up.
Okay, okay.
Wait,
Oh,
we're standing up now.
Oh,
Do you think
wow.
that helps?
Oh my God. Wow. You guys should get in there.
133. I
133.
did less.
Hey.
Yeah, I did less.
So I win.
Tools.
Wait. I mean, I already did it.
Okay, we're good. So
wait. Should we have Louis come over and do it?
Louis.
Dude, Louis is so fucking. He's so strong, dude. Look at him. He's so strong. Dude, he did this. He did
Louis
this. It was
strong.
Dude, it was scary. It was scary. I'm not gonna lie. He got 135.
135.2.
Yeah.
Oh, you got your.
Wait, who's got the highest number right now?
Yo, Tim actually has a strat
Tim.
with it. I just.
What is it?
136, right? You had to one up him. Huh?
All right, I can't let that happen. Hold on.
Yeah, he literally just had to one up him.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I can't beat you, bro.
Yeah, it's like after too many
134.
reps.
Yeah, 134 now.
Who's in the lead?
No, definitely Louis.
Yeah, Louis got 136.
I want to see if Louis can hit 140.
Wait, you said I had 159.
135.6.
Yeah.
I saw 159. 159.4.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
Alec wins.
I hit 128 or something. 123.
123.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
123.
What did Tony get when he actually tried?
97.
Okay, so what we need now is to know what the average grip strength is.
Is somebody writing this down somewhere? Anywhere?
We'll keep an eye on it.
How is
right?
Brandon so strong, man? That's crazy.
I
bro.
know, right? It's like, dude. I was like, dude, you're strong. I was like,
That's pretty
I was
impressive.
blown away.
That's awesome. That's fun.
129.4.
Yeah, 129. That's high.
Yeah, so my left hand is terrible.
Whoa,
I'm gonna get
dude,
so many
she's
jokes.
so strong.
I'm gonna get so many jokes. All right. Oh my gosh!
That's your offhand?
120 is my offhand.
On your
That's pretty good on the offhand.
Dude, my offhand, I doubt I get over 100. I feel like my left hand is so weak.
Chat, I want to know what number you think you might get.
I'm gonna try left hand.
96.
Beat
Yeah.
them.
See, my left hand is like so much weaker than my right hand for sure.
Yeah, my left hand is terrible. Not even over 100.
Damn.
All right. What if I do like this? I wonder.
Dude,
I know I'm cheating.
You're gonna hit 200.
I know you're right. I shouldn't do that.
You gotta relax with that.
Yeah. 157.
That's what I saw. I saw 157.
It's cheating.
7.
Wait, let me test my left on its own.
That's fun though. Who
It
came
is
up with
fun.
this idea? I love it.
It's so fun just to squeeze it.
I love it. Yeah.
All right, let's just
Anyway, guys, yeah, we're talking. All right, did anyone write these down? So we can have a leaderboard.
Brandon won 136.3 or something.
Ali got 159.4.
Yeah.
Oh,
159.
yeah. True.
What? I thought you'd be more upset at that. Not gonna lie.
No. You're the best.
Not gonna lie. Yeah.
I thought you would like challenge her to an
I know,
arm wrestle.
right?
I am a very competitive person, but
I thought you were gonna be like, let's arm wrestle right now. Let's
I know.
prove it. And then, no. You just know how the result's gonna be. That's kind of
yeah. I don't want
the mangler test.
the mangler
The
test.
Mangler test.
Mangler test.
I like that. The Mangler test.
One shot beat downs.
I really want to beat Brandon now. It's upsetting. It's really upsetting me.
All right, guys. Why are we doing this? Because on Sunday we're giving one of these. We're giving this away. It's an Xbox 360 Mega Collector's Building
OKG.
Set, and you guys got to beat whatever pro player gets the highest number.
Yeah, you're like trying to one up yourself, and it's like
Your arm is tired. You need to like.
Yeah, I can't
relax
do it
a little
anymore,
bit.
yeah, I was about to say like
Yeah.
I don't think it's
All
something
right,
that you can just
give
brute
me
strength.
the toy.
Like,
Give me the toy.
eventually.
Come back in an hour. You got this.
I'm curious as to like if any of the pros can hit.
What did the
over
pros
140.
get? Like the other ones that you did?
There hasn't been a pro that's gotten over 100.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No, 120 is decent. Who got 120?
120. Let's see. Common did pretty okay. I'm trying to remember what everyone's scored. The
Give it
problem is
to
I
them,
did
see
like
if they'll do
non-pros
it.
as
I don't
well,
know,
so I'm remembering Muggsy's and Hastings really well.
But what did Muggsy do?
They're
He
both
wasn't-
jacked.
They both got like 127.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Cool stuff. We're just talking about like
Yeah.
grip strength number. Yo, what's your grip strength number like?
Yeah, it's like
It's like, can you even like?
Oh, you don't
I
know?
put it on
Don't
my
worry.
dating
I got
profile,
this thing. You don't
You
know?
put it in your dating profile? Yeah, it's on my.
Just updated like this morning.
It's like I won't swipe right on someone unless I know what they're. Like, you know, what their
That's so funny. That's awesome.
Well, anyway, now we know what our grips are. That's great. Hey, did you all have a chance to watch the documentary? Yeah, there's an LVT documentary. You can follow the journey of 3 upstart players as they compete through HCS. And in this documentary, it's a film series actually. It's called The Next Up, and we what was it? A day ago it was posted. So
yeah,
you guys might have not seen it yet. So if you haven't, go check out the YouTube channel. It'll be the latest video.
I watched it. It was so good.
Did you cry?
Like I want to be honest. I got to give someone their flowers. Not only like everyone who worked on the videos. Period. They get their flowers. This man, you got.
I did not do
just
anything
listen. Just listen for a second. This man and everyone that's part of the crew. Go watch the videos on LVT. Like you just said. Like I'm not joking. They're like really good. Like the breakdown of the Shopify and Optic game grand finals. Like they are really good. Just go watch them after the show.
Shout out to James Clark. He's the director for the
really good job
for the documentary. He brought it up to us, said, "Hey, I want to do this. Like, can I shout out you guys and do it?" And he did a fantastic job. He's doing it here today, and I guess we'll see that when it's
another one. Another one on the way. Hey, also a reminder, in case you guys haven't talked about it, I don't know because I was looking for Pokemon cards. We have a huge announcement tonight, an LVT announcement. So stay tuned tonight. It's going to be huge. And nobody knows. I don't even know what it is yet.
I don't even know.
They have it. It's a super secret.
It actually might be the best kept secret.
Super duper secret.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. It might be the best kept secret.
The best kept secret.
It's your surprise birthday party.
Wait, it's not a surprise anymore.
Surprise! Oh no!
Wow. Thanks, guys, for thinking about throwing me a surprise birthday party. I appreciate it. All right, let's lock in. Luminon Gaming versus Mind Freak, and here to guide us through it, Tony and Tools.
King of the Hill on Solitude, and I don't know if you're a huge fan of Solitude the map, but I know you love King of the Hill on this map, and I think it's one of your favorites. Tell me why you're such an enjoyer of King of the Hill Solitude.
King of the Hill Solitude really lends itself to spawn control, right? It's so easy to manipulate and force what you want. So the great teams on this game type are going to be able to force out spawn traps, and they're going to be able to play clean Halo. It's just a map that facilitates clean play, and not very often do you see things get too chaotic on this map.
Luminon, creating a bit of chaos themselves, immediately putting Mind Freak down and taking control immediately, and now some good time coming in, but nice and Zero trying to find the exit route with this camouflage, tries to be sneaky for the back smack, but it's not going to connect.
So far down into that middle hill. Mind Freak, surprised that they're not in that qualifying match on the upper side. That's where they were last event in Arlington. Instead, find themselves on the brink of elimination. This team, the only team here from Australia for the best from overseas, and they have big expectations for themselves. Luminon standing in their way.
Explode action coming out of Diagram, trying to clear out the blue side, and finds a weakened player. No ways escaping that. Luminon gain control and even more cross map shots for the S push side as 3 down and maybe the 4th for Mind Freak.
But that Neuronical wins a massive spawn over on the right side. They're going to have nest control and blue at the same time, forcing everything out loop. This is the control that we're talking about, right? It's so easy to force everyone into a singular spawn, and then boom, just like that. Flanks can come in, double kills come left and right. Luminon have...
Yo, my bad, Chad. I was doing dishes and I like broke a bowl. It was a glass bowl, so I was just cleaning up the glass.
Great job
like 1 more
not
minute.
only getting the slaves, but keeping that top mid control and turning it to camouflage immediately. Now finds one opponent, make it 2, eventually gets overwhelmed, and now it's Mind Freak that take control.
Mind Freak doing their best just to get back into that hill. They have it for now, and Luminon's going to have a chance at this break. It's 3 players that go down into the middle. They're going to try to win over at the U-turn. Zero into the front lines. Zero getting tons of damage. Double kill from him. 3 go down. It's just Scoob, but Scoob's winning his fights, but not enough
Diagram, the last player standing, will be able to get the hill as Luminon take a 1-0 lead.
Crazy after all the action we just saw. That was just the first hill that went down for both of these squads, and Luminon gonna be the ones to take that lead here. Meanwhile, Rice and the rest of Mindfreak trying to force their way through Tramp. Great damage coming out of Rice, but will it be enough?
So far, Luminon finding team rotations, able to get in. It's Envy standing at that front gate, waiting for someone to push, but Mindfreak very slow on their approach, waiting for that first kill. There it is. They start to spring to action. It's a wave of blue coming through the map.
Sways forces his way forward. It looks like a two-pronged attack coming out of Mindfreak from the glass and the loop side to Sways pushing them out, and that's the coordination you want to see from Mindfreak.
Now they have complete control of this backside. Loop, hill, and a little bit of pressure into blue will keep Luminon towards that nest, having to figure out a quick route to at least try to get to this contest. They're gonna have to give up a lot of this hill to Mindfreak before they're even able to step foot in.
Able to get the kill necessary. Even the first leg goes to them as Luminon coming off the spawn, trying to cross the 50% portion of the map, but Mindfreak making it so difficult. Rice with the shock immediately turns, double, triple, now for Rice, and 3 down go Luminon, and that should be a hill for Mindfreak.
That's a jackhammer right there, just went around the corner, boom, boom, boom. Big blow. That's massive for Mindfreak. Now they have complete control, and they'll be able to hit their rotation to flip out the spawns at the ideal time. Mindfreak create a tough situation to Luminon into almost unwinnable on this next hill. I mean, there's nothing Diagram could do to stop it. He had to just hope that they lost track of him.
From a 4 down to immediate hill capture and to go rotating towards that next hill. Everything working perfectly here for Mindfreak, and already done with halfway the progression on their second hill at the moment. It's up to Luminon to try to find a way to get Mindfreak out. I'm just not sure it's gonna happen, because even though Diagram is able to get a kill, Luminon are 4 down.
So often we're seeing the 4 down, right? They're going all down at once, and with that, it allows Mindfreak to have a lot more freedom to move on the map, to get to their spots, and to basically facilitate the spawns that are best for them. Ideal world for Luminon is you have to push over towards that nest to break out the spawns, but because of how effective Mindfreak have been, they just never have the time. Instead, down 2-1 already in the series.
Second hill goes for Mindfreak, and they're already rotating towards that back tram side. The one-shot Plasma refuses to go down easy, tries to use that thrust to get the edge off on that one player. However, it is Luminon that finally weathered the storm. They get the kill necessary. They're putting time on this hill.
Big moments by Diagram. Comes back to the HCS after a prolonged break. A player that had such high aspirations, right? Was doing a great job getting that pool play, and then suddenly was just gone. And well, he's been making his appearance once again. Diagram, so much to prove to himself, to the world, about where he belongs in the HCS.
Multiple go down, and now it's going to be Envy, the final player alive here for Luminon, and Mindfreak activate on that immediately. Screwmeister ends up getting away with both camouflage and the shock, and you have a player right in front of you. Just body shots him a bit of a warning shot. The second one goes wide left, and because of that, Luminon make a pay.
Veronco's going to be able to work in with his teammate. That's a great bait switch, but they don't find one trade. Mindfreak, that is a tough spot. All 4 of them are going to go down. The nest spawns come through, and Luminon will have perfect knowledge about what's to come.
As dominant as Mindfreak was looking in that third hill, it's Luminon about to put their second one on the board. And it's that same level of domination that we are seeing. Plasma, the final player alive from Mindfreak, he ends up going down. Luminon successfully tied things up, but we're not done.
And Luminon got the kills at the perfect time. Once they were able to find that 4 down, they threw an outlet over towards Nest, forced out that blue spawn, and now Mindfreak has to hit a pretty complete rotation just to contest, but they're winning the gunfights. It's just Envy that's alive, and the ego chow from Plasma to take him down.
That man clearly is feeling himself, and so is Scoobmeister and the rest of this Mind Freak roster, as not only they have the hill, but have a complete setup. Every single angle on the map is being watched. In fact, you even have a flanking member from Mind Freak that's behind enemy lines, and because of that, multiple hitting the black screen for Luminon.
And look at this for Luminon. They're just struggling on trying to find an attack vector. There really hasn't been much for them to push through into Mind Freak. Instead, they gave up their loop to Mind Freak. They're going to basically punt away this hill and said, yeah, we're going to play for bottom instead. But just as things look to be getting out of hand, it's another 4 down. Luminon recover, and with Camouflage coming up, Diagram has this game in his hands.
There's one more hill needed here for Mind Freak, but plenty of time on the board for Luminon, and Luminon getting a lot of free time here. About 30% done with this hill before anybody from Mind Freak is even able to get a kill, but that first kill may just be the domino to fall. I see perfect shots on the feed here. Love that star medal, by the way. Diagram with that camouflage, making sure to conceal his presence, and just like that, Luminon are back on the hill.
Diagram never quite found that player that was lurking behind, and now he turns around and says, I checked everything. He caught by surprise, sways, completely got lost in the grass, stayed hidden. That technique works perfectly to allow Mind Freak to stop Luminon about halfway through this hill.
And that thrust fadeaway jumper back wasn't too bad either. And Mind Freak looking to catch up as far as progression here in this hill, but Sway's taking shots in the back, forcing him over towards driveway, right back in to try to put down some damage, but he's surrounded at the moment here. Weiss was able to get away with the shock rifle, and it feels like he may just be the most important player on the map as he lines up towards that pad, doing some electrifying, but he goes down. So do both members of Mind Freak. Luminon may be able to tie it up.
It's gonna be an all-out rush to the middle, and it's just Sways alive. Can he contest long enough for the spawners to come in? The stick misses, the second doesn't. They're able to stop it at 90%, and the rest of Luminon's too far away to step into that hill. Instead, they're gonna have to depend on the Slays. The Slays that just do not caught Plasma puts them down. It's 4 down, and Luminon, just moments away from getting that hill, are feeling it slip away.
I don't even know if there's enough time for them to get in the hill, but Jashiro's gonna try to make a play here, right into the hands of Mind Freak, exactly where they want him. He's able to
that was
take
actually
him
really
down,
close.
and
Holy
they
shit.
sneak it
GG though.
away. Mind Freak taking
Game 1.
It's CSM who aggressively pick up kills on the right side of the map. But
I'm more interested in the open bracket, I think, for now.
And the rest of Luminon had found a way to victory, but then Mind Freak gets the important kill. Really big shout out to Sways and Plasma. A couple big, massive efforts from them on that last hill. Sways, remember, hiding in that back loop, letting players pass him, was able to get a great timing kill on the Diagram, and then that turnaround. Absolute reversal from Plasma. I'll be thinking about that one tonight.
I mean, 16 kills out of him, only dying 13 times, but 15 assists to go along with it. Clearly, Plasma's presence was felt by Luminon. Just damage on top of damage, and it is so tough to try to create any kind of push when you're constantly one shot or you're constantly one down, staggered. Great job by Mind Freak.
Mind Freak, I think Mind Freak played that just extremely well when they got to their spots. Now, Luminon, the power's there, right? Think about this roster. Think about what's built. 3 of these players have plenty of professional experience. Think about Jazero in year 1 when he played with Fnatic. What we saw from Neuronical when he was signed by Complexity was getting opportunities, and he stopped his career a little bit short to focus on his future career in the medical field. And especially Diagram. I mean, that Diagram, one of the most promising players in year 2, decided to hang up the sticks for a while. Did not play in tournaments. So it's been a void that's been missing. Like, where did Diagram go?
It feels like a squad full of what ifs. Like, what if they continue their journey? Because a lot of them, it just felt like they ended just so short. It felt like they had so much in the tank. And that's one of the reasons why we're so happy to see Luminon here. Is this a one-off tournament for them? Maybe. But either way, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to have some fun. Mind Freak, 4-2 in that game number 1. But a Slayer game 2 that I believe Luminon are going to come in and give it their all. we could be looking at Game 3 tied up in the series.
Illuminon certainly has the Slayers to get the job done, right? But this Mind Freak team's just a team that has never quit. This is a roster that's probably one of the longest standing, if not the longest standing in the HCS now, as they established themselves as the international team for Australia just a couple years ago, and they stuck through it. Despite not being able to scrim, despite having problems with just playing matchmaking in the game, they've worked together to get to this point, and they are a team that has been massively improving year to year.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, like you said, I mean, obviously, it's tough to get those valuable scrims. You know, it's against North America, that connection ain't fun. I promise you that it isn't. But sticking together, doing film review, figuring out your teammates' tendencies, like chemistry is a real thing. Whether it's traditional sports or esports, chemistry, trust, experience, Mind Freak have that.
Rice right into the front lines, went down underneath the map, and he might have found himself too much to handle. It's just players flying forward. It's going to be Diagram that takes him down, and Diagram really establishing himself in the perimeter of the map, but I don't think Luminon, despite winning a couple of those opening kills, they're just too split on the map to handle the rest of Mind Freak.
4-3 lead here for Mind Freak. We're on board now with Sways, who continues to pick up the pieces. Once again, staggered spawns being created in Mind Freak. They seem they're so good at that.
Plasma caught him with the elbow out, and he immediately slides into action, but whew, nervous moments, able to stabilize. Luminon gets the kill on Plasma before he can do any more damage.
6-4 lead here for Mind Freak. Sways, I thought he was getting overwhelmed, but the Plasma grenade's too much. He might have to swap names with Plasma.
That's insane. He hit that just about frame perfect, and what's even better is the way he hit that insta-smoke, sent it to where that player was standing. It didn't just go straight forward. He put it at an angle.
Ironical and Luminon looking for some kind of lane to play through, looking for some kind of opportunity, but it isn't given. They're gonna have to create it. Just Zero goes in for a challenge, but one that Rice is ready for, and puts down another, says, who's next? Well, hold on, Rice, you're still one shot.
Diagram not able to find that kill. Instead, goes down. We've seen this game, a surprisingly slow game of Aquarius. The kills, they just start to trickle in one at a time, but we're not seeing the follow-up collapse that we're so used to on this map.
Big back smack out of Plasma. Does a little extra damage on top of that. I think what did Eli call it? Extra credit when you get that smooth kill. Little extra damage on top. Plasma continues from one side of the map to the other, not only staying alive, but great damage going down. Even the damage isn't capitalizing on himself. His teammates are the ones that are picking it up. Mind Freak holding on now to a 6-kill advantage.
Yeah, 3 players from Luminon now were standing right next to each other, but they weren't able to just gather space and to stop Mind Freak from continuing forward. Mind Freak just trying to hit a nasty rotation and Sways. He's going to lead the way, and you can see Luminon clearly were not expecting this left hook.
Not only are the team plays going in favor of Mind Freak, but even some of the individual ones as well. The players on Mind Freak are not afraid to engage Luminon. Every different corner, it's a 20 to 14 advantage Diagram. Hey, the melees haven't been that range like Halo 2, brother. Where we going with that one?
Neurotic had his help, though. Said, hey, you missed the punch, I'll clean up the kill. Gives him the assist, but the reality is the sandbox just has not been heading their way. Instead, it Sways that gets the camo. A couple more kills for Mind Freak. This has to go their way. They are able to get the kill on camo, but it comes at the cost of 4 of their lives.
Like you mentioned with that sandbox, I mean, when you're in a deficit, you want every tool, every resource, but right now, Luminon have not found it. That camouflage needs to find their hands. Meanwhile, double-digit lead here from Mind Freak, and Rice, who goes sky high to try to steal a kill from across the map. Maybe an opening, though, that Plasma and the rest of Mind Freak are looking for, because they take down a soaring Diagram, and they're able to swarm on Envy as well.
It's a 10-kill deficit. Mind Freak are just unleashing a fury of blows against Luminon, and they have not been able to find the trades. It's just one kill that gets tricked away. Mind Freak have been so effective at just not giving up lives. I mean, look at Scoob even here. He goes down to 1 shot. He's not eager to try to do more. He understands when he has to get out of these engagements.
Right now, the camouflage being used as bait, and just long enough for Luminon to not only get the kills, but secure the camouflage. We've been talking about it. They needed it to make a run, and look at them now, back within 6 kills. Things looking very much doable.
And this is the first time, right? This is the first step, this camouflage, to help them go for it. Envy waiting on
Look
this
at
front
me
line,
now.
waiting for the word
BRB
that he
chat.
can go for it. He's gonna head first in, and Mind Freak, they were just ready. 0. He's able to hide, he finds one, but not able to get the second. Mind Freak have been able to really hold off what was the first true push for Luminon this game.
Yeah, I like that play from Camo, like trying to use that cover. I thought he was about to turn that into more, but they ultimately needed more than 1 kill, and they weren't able to get it. So right now it's Mind Freak that not only have a 1-0 series lead, but a 34-26 advantage here in game number 2. Envy down to 1 shot. The same thing for J0. They're losing the numbers battle, but also the damage advantage as well. But J0 turning on that player, and they slowed down Mind Freak.
3 players going to try to work together. J0 comes through. He's able to work alongside Diagram to find a couple of those kills. But on the other side, Mind Freak were able to win their gunfight. So even when Luminon wins their break on 1, Mind Freak were able to counter on the other side. They keep the lead at a big distance.
12 kills for J0 at the moment here. Forced to put down a couple of shots and try to back his way out of that situation. With another camouflage coming up, Luminon need it right here, right now. 1 lost camouflage could ultimately cost them the game here. Schoolmeister with some mean shots to clear out the P side. The rest of Luminon nowhere in position over towards the high side. That should have been another camo now in the hands of Mind Freak. I'm not sure exactly where it went.
The Diagram has to just wait, but he gets caught. They knew exactly where Diagram was, and that'll put Luminon on a staggered spawn. They desperately needed the support of their main Slayer, and he won't be on the map for 8 seconds, and by the time he is, it's gonna be just a tightrope to walk for Luminon. They cannot give up these deaths, but bruised and bloody, their head is unbowed. They continue to fight back. They're not giving up against Mind Freak, but how much longer can you tread this water?
Teamwork leads to a couple of kills here and there, but only 6 more kills needed for Mind Freak. How long does this last? This bend but don't break strategy ain't gonna last forever here, as Neuronica is clearing every single corner on the map, but the pings are going down. They're now aware exactly where Mind Freak are moving. Diagram on the move right now. Mind Freak being a bit unpredictable with their movements here. Diagram finds a 1-shot player. It's not able to clean it up. And just like that, a couple of kills go Mind Freak's way, and they inch closer to that 50-kill mark.
Multiple times now we've seen Diagram be in this spot where Last Alive has to wait for the spawners to try to make something happen, and it's just too much to handle. It's too much responsibility for him to try to keep off the Aussies, and once they smell that blood in the water, they have had no hesitation on their collapses.
Looking for the final kill right now is Schoolmeister and the rest of Mind Freak. They're about to run into it. It's a 3v2 situation that clearly favors Mind Freak, and that's the 50th kill. 50-37, honestly, doesn't even tell the story of that map, in my opinion. I feel like Mind Freak dominated that. If you would have told me that that was a spectacular, I honestly would believe you. I think Mind Freak played fantastic, Halo.
Fortress Flag, the last opportunity for this Dark Horse team, Luminon, a team that came into this open bracket with little to no pro points, with no real play experience this season of the HCS, but have been a terror for teams in the open bracket. Mind Freak, the Australians, might be their match.
I mean, Mind Freak have been making deep runs in open bracket for quite some time. They have experience making it into pool play. Anybody who ran into this team in open bracket had to know you were in for a war. If you want to pull off any kind of upset against Mind Freak, you better bring your best. And sometimes even that's not enough. The Mind Freak are real. I mean, you got 2 mouse and keyboard players. You got 2 control players that are around you. A little bit of balance, and I know Tim always talking about he loves that. I'll be honest, I like it too, man. Balance is key, yin and yang.
The thing is, right, 2 mouse and keyboard players on this team. You got to think about the open bracket situation for that team as well. It's a big nerf for those mouse and keyboard players playing on the console. They talk about it all the time. In fact, last year when I was talking to Scoob, he said they
rally here in this game number 2. They've cut this lead down. It's now 13-9.
Wow, nice movement from Tolik. Does not take damage as he goes all the way to benches. That's really big as he's able to win the fight here on Neon's. Now just a 3-kill game as the camo's coming up again.
Shroud goes down as well. Manny's going to get that next camo. So it's 2 camos in a row here for TSM, and it's now a 2-kill difference between Optic Gaming and TSM. Manny's going to have to find an entry here and certainly try and find some information on where Optic Gaming are going to be. A trade elsewhere keeps this at 2. But Optic just trying to milk the time on this camo, but that's going to be an easy double here for Manny. He puts it to use this time, and they get some efficacy out of this camo this time around.
It was just a 6-kill lead for Optic now. Camo comes down, so instead they're going to have to look for a B rails push. Druck picks up another one, though.
Tie game momentarily. Optic do go back into a single kill advantage, but that's going to be a kill for Manny onto Bound with that side kick. And it's going to be Optic who still somehow come out of this situation with a 1-kill advantage. But now we are tied up once again. 9 minutes left on the game clock here. And TSM have done a great job of bringing this one back.
Really great. It was just 10-4. Just like that. TSM slowly fight back. I'm not getting Tolik staying alive from B stairs to benches on that drop slide and not taking any damage from Formal, paving the way for that camo grab. Huge part of the puzzle of them now tying the game.
Optic trying to make a really aggressive push onto the PD here, and Renegade is going to fly in and manage to get the cleanup onto Manny. That gives them a 1-kill advantage, Optic. Renegade going to slide in. It's a sticky coming in from Soul Snipe, followed up by the Repulse to make sure that he doesn't take any damage. And the second Repulse comes back at just the right time to keep him alive as that frag grenade was coming his way.
Man, this is beautiful to watch. As you said, that was a chess match there at Music, right? Just beautiful back and forth between 2 players. Soul Snipe with perfectly timed repulses on both of those grenades keeps him alive. And you're watching a lot of mechanical micro expertise from these players here.
Well, finally, Soul Snipe will be taken down, but the time that he bought for TSM to make a push on the other side of the map, down that pink street towards the tower, means that Optic find themselves 3 dead. Renegade's going to be taken down as the camo comes up as well. It's 3 camos going to be picked up in a row here for TSM.
Pressure continues from Manny. Love that. He's going to try to fly into back A, but he's got 3 players here, so he's going to play this slow.
Enemy halfway to victory.
They know he's somewhere. Trying to wait for support to come his way. Going to be spotted out. Not going to get a trade in that situation either. So even though the work done by TSM in the build-up to that gave them a momentary lead, we're now tied up once again at 26 apiece. And considering Optic Gaming have not had a camo out of the last 3, it's actually kind of impressive that they kept this close.
I agree. Optic now only trailing by 1 here. Like you said, just trades back and forth, and Optic has done well to make sure it didn't get more out of hand. Let's get into a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
Really big steps.
Sit back quick, sit back quick.
Arcade weak, soccer.
Sit back quick.
Arcade weak.
Watch arcade. Nice.
Nice. Another one, drive, I think, John?
Drive right now. Drop. He's bedroom. Back there. Bedroom.
In red, John, red.
Don's on them.
Back commando, John. Commando, Navi.
2 guys on John. Yeah, back.
Look now.
No, not really. One's Ivy. Down's in on him. Ivy, Venom, man. You can't wipe that. Don't wipe that. I don't see Venom.
Driver.
2 dead, guys. 2 dead.
Real weak.
We're hitting B. Don't get by yourself. We have help. Nice. Okay, more than 30, guys. Tires and PD.
He's Pigeon.
Plants.
You better step out.
Copy D.
One shot. Bottom mid. Agent. Behind you guys.
Up also,
Okay, watch out. 2 shots. 3.
Real.
We're split.
Watch out from T, up.
Game on 10, guys.
Nice,
man. Tie game.
Yeah, weak. Drugs weak.
Laundry.
Everyone's coming now, guys.
Watch on laundry. Nice. I'm shotty on.
Buddy, watch out, drug.
Watch your shot.
2 dead. Bureau.
Come on.
We have it.
Well, we're tied up at 37 apiece. We've heard from Optic Gaming. Let's jump into TSM's comms now and see what they're thinking as the game gets close.
One's a B though.
One's a kid.
Yo, we can actually kill this guy, okay?
Yeah, make the pushes, bro. Make the pushes. They know I'm here.
Okay, we're just baiting hard.
Alright, let's
Fight up, be fast.
Yeah.
In this.
I lived.
One's arcade. Okay. Dead end. Ice cream in top. Ice cream weak.
Watch out. Healing fast.
Watch ice cream.
Keep moving.
Watch upstairs. Live,
guys.
Yeah, peon.
Camo's laundry. Camo's tires.
Watch the laundry with Camo. Watch the laundry in your spawn cafe. Okay. Got one to go see, okay?
Try to get some space.
Got one, see.
Yeah. Don't see the beast.
Yo, watch out, B-stairs.
Two beasters.
Don't be stairs. Behind me, guys. Yo, charge. Yo, one shot mid. One shot mid.
Wait.
Yo, he's laundry, guys. Go on time right now. Watch out. I got him. They purple me.
Nice.
Yo, keep finishing. Shotty window. Yo, Becky, watch out. Becky, watch out.
Absolute.
Yo, one shot. Yo, agent kind of weak.
Nice.
Yo, slow down.
No, I'm pushing on me. Mickey, please.
Well, TSM are intense, and no surprise, they're 45-41 up, and they are 5 kills away from going up 2 in the series versus Optic.
Unbelievable. I think everyone got a little bit nervous when we weren't watching Formal's POV there, of course, starting to listen. But guess what? We had the right POVs on the screen. Somehow they out-rotate Camo, and they catch Formal off guard at B-stairs with the Camo. Now a 4-kill lead at 46-42.
And how influential has that Repulse been in some big moments in this game? And it's favored TSM heavily with the use of that equipment to keep players alive and keep them in the fight a little bit longer than Optic Gaming have been able to. 47-43, it's 3 to go here for TSM.
And now really game in their hands with a lead like this. You just need to make sure that you're at least trading out the damage, not letting yourself collapse here. This Camo might decide the game. Comes up in 5 seconds.
Oh, big push coming in from Optic Gaming. They all G-slide across the pink street. They want to send all their numbers towards pink. Manny will get one, but Optic do have an advantage on the map. But here comes Soul Snipe. He'll find one. He's going to challenge Renegade. Renegade won't go down, but it's only one to go now for TSM. It's Druck who gets that Camo. Can he stay alive? No, he can't. Optic, they're still in this somehow.
Burns the Camo, though. That really was the goal there on that push. But 49-48, not over yet. 1 kill to go here for TSM. Oh, my God.
Renegade has the gun, but Soul Snipe, you sneaky little devil. He hides in the cafe, and he peeks out for the backsmack at just the right time. And TSM, they are up by 2 in this series, and they are 1 away from beating Optic Gaming here in ball play.
Calling the barista. Hiding just below the counter. I've seen it time and time again. Beautifully pitched there. On the angle, somehow they get Optic right into the trap. Optic takes the bait, they push Cafe. They get an easy melee kill to close it out at 50-48. Taking a look at some of the stats, and it's Manny turning on the Jets, 17-12 to close out that game.
17-12. I mean, you look at the Optic side, Formal 5-9, but it's not a huge amount of deaths, really. There's no horror performance from anyone on Optic, and it felt like in those final moments that Optic were going to make the plays to maybe win that game. They win that team fight just beforehand, but the calmness, I think, in that final moment, it was Manny just sneaking around on the cafe, playing behind that pillar. He knew the push was going to come in. Optic didn't check their corners, didn't get that information. Maybe trying to look forward to that next spawn kill before anything happened, and only 1 kill, only 1 death difference between Optic maybe getting that win on the board, or TSM finding themselves 1 game away now from closing this out.
Yeah, time and time again, the collapses were really more impressive and in the favor of TSM, it felt like. As we said earlier, Optic Gaming keeping this game close, and at times throughout the home stretch, also leading in the game, but it was not enough. Tied 35 here. And these were the moments where you thought this one was going to be theirs.
Right here. Soul Snipe, excuse me. It's Soul Snipe who makes that play. Must be so frustrating on the Optic side of it. It's Soul Snipe, who they just didn't account for in that massive moment. And there you can see the reaction of TSM as well. They know how close they are here to beating Optic Gaming, the champions from the kickoff major in Arlington. As we head to Stronghold's recharge, and I think if you gave them a game type they want to play, it should be pretty close.
It absolutely would. I'm amazed, by the way. It really felt like Optic Gaming with the Camo at the 43 kill marker, so had the game in their hands. Somehow, TSM just fast out-rotates any Camo play. You heard through the comms of TSM that Formal was in laundry and tires with that Camo, and obviously he was unable to push. He probably got pre-nated. He had to then circle back to B-stairs, but by then, they already had trash and commando angles on B-stairs. It was a really good out-rotate that we got to see and hear from TSM. But Optic Gaming now finds themselves in familiar territory. Despite their seed and despite their momentum from Arlington,
down 2-0 in a pool play match.
Well, here's the Strongholds records so far this season. Reminder, TSM, this is a different looking team from what we saw in Arlington. But 1-1 for them, 5-3 for Optic. So Optic have shown that they can bleed on this game type. When you look at their overall map records, probably one of the weaker winning ones that they do have. So it's going to be an interesting one here in this game number 3. And Optic are going to have to pull something out of the bag if they want to see a game 4.
And oftentimes we see that moments like this have defined Optic's tournament run. We'll have to see what they can do here. It's been such a dominant games 1 and 2 from TSM. I mean, I think we were all ready for quite a series and quite a performance from TSM, but this is, once again, as we kind of said about Envy earlier, this is a different tier of even what I think certainly we were expecting, and you can bet that what Optic was expecting based on what we're seeing in this series so far.
I mean, Legend looks frustrated.
Yeah.
Understandably so. Like, the way they were playing a little bit earlier against Gen G, it looked like this is Optic on a different level, and then TSM just come out of the gate so hot in that game number 1, and Optic Gaming, I think they're just a little bit genuinely like shocked still from how game 1 went. Game number 2, it felt like they had moments, but I think you look back on that game number 2, and you look at the camo control that TSM had for the majority of that game, it's, again, you give the majority of the power-ups to any teams that are at the top end of Halo, they're going to make use of it.
Yep. Without a doubt. TSM, I mean, these guys have the years and the experience together, and it is showing. Reunited back on the stage as they retake the stage. And you know that they know just as well as we do that Optic Gaming can very quickly and easily find a way back into this series and turn this thing around completely. So TSM, you can bet that in their ears, Trey behind them is saying, hey, let's end this game right here, right now. Let's not get into games 4 and 5. Let's make it an early night, boys.
We'll take a look at Envy versus Complexity that's going on before we get this map number 3 underway. You can see the Envy are 2 to the good up against Complexity. As we head to a little bit of Origin flag. Abuchi on our screens right now. Complexity need to win this one, but tied up at 0-0. Looks like this game has just got underway. Having the sniper rifle is always a good way to feel on this map, though.
A little bit of ex-teammates going up against each other here in this series adds just a little bit of spice as well.
This is good. This is a bad blood match.
Yeah. Abuchi picks up the first one. Second one as well. He's not done yet. Connects with some nice shots from distance. That'll give them the 2-man lead.
4-0 the rip here. Avucci. Not a bad start. It's going to be 3 dead here for Envy. Spawning in and around the fountain of the cave, so got to be very, very careful where that flag is going to be running. But it looks like they've managed to cut down the players inside of the base who were trying to run it. But Cherished, he's got the rocket launcher as well. So Complexity have all the power-ups. All of the map control. Cherish finds another. Jackson's going to be last alive. Run this one window, get this round this corner. They've got a chance to cap, but they can't quite manage to round that corner, and the geometry doesn't keep them alive long enough.
Should mention, of course, just in case you didn't catch it, Envy taking down SSG earlier today with a dominant and impressive win. Complexity also facing off against SSG. They actually get taken down in a game number 5. SSG narrowly wins that one. So we've seen these teams battle up against that SSG roster with 2 very different storylines for sure.
Barton trying to run this one elbow at the moment. We'll be able to get it out down to the trenches, but taking a lot of damage on his way. And we'll keep you up to date with the results of this as we'll go back to our main stage matchup now between Optic Gaming and TSM, which is, if you're just joining us, by the way, 2-0 on the side of TSM, which you may not have expected to see. An Optic
Let's
Gaming
go.
Conjure up something special here and pull off the reverse sweep if they're going to want.
Honestly, I'm trying to see this.
On grab now.
It's just sometimes LBT channel like
against them. When C10 played them in pool play, they're implementing the same strategy, and it's working perfectly because of Scoopmeister's shot, triple kill, and that flag's coming home.
Who's stopping Scoop? Who's stopping Scoop with the sniper? I don't think anybody can. The triple kill not only goes down, but Mindfreak are able to put their second cap on the board. Weiss follows that up with perfect shots as he's controlling the elbow side of the opposition. A bit of missed shots, a missed opportunity, but Luminon still go 3 down.
Yeah, it's so tough for Luminon. I don't know how you battle out of this. The place is swarming with Mindfreak players. There is no escape from the pressure that they're laying down. Luminon, they can't move.
2-0 lead here for Mindfreak, but an opportunity for Luminon. gonna hop on that return almost immediately. I think I see Overshield coming up fairly soon, and right now Luminon has the ring control they want.
They're able to get the kills just in time, and it was a short window to get them, and they were able to stop that flag run in time, but are they running out of time? Just 4 minutes remain in this game, and they need 3 flag captures.
They would grab a hold of Overshield. A stray grenade is going to be amazing for Mindfreak, and as I thought they had the advantage, the Overshield and the presence in the base of Mindfreak, another 3 down goes the favor of Mindfreak. Already up.
Bryce immediately ready for his counterattack. He's going to get in to try to support Plaz, but Plaz with the nade just misses, but was that damage enough to help his team get through? Diagram having to maneuver it through his own base, understanding that there are players to his left and right, but Diagram dissected the players of Mindfreak, was able to split them, get the damage, and move on forward. They're not done yet.
It feels like we're starting to see clutch kills go to favor of Luminon, but they're all defensive. It's all like desperate attempts to get Mindfreak ultimately out of their base. When does that defense convert to offense?
The problem for Luminon is it feels as if they're trying desperately to tread water, but it is Mindfreak that are just crashing in. These waves continue to just bulldoze them.
Snipe in the hands of Diagram. Plenty of ammo to work with. We've seen what this man can do with it time and time again. But mind you, Scoobmeister's been quite the sniper himself here. Diagram over toward the elbow side. Body shot connects now over onto the tower. A power position almost gets his head peeled off, but Scoobmeister forced to back out of that engagement.
2 of the best snipers in the lobby basically both missed a couple inches to the left. That Diagram gonna try to get back up. He goes underneath that base, but a few times now, Luminon has just desperately tried to insert someone underneath the base of Mindfreak, and it just hasn't worked. They haven't been able to get those follow-up slays to facilitate anything, and time runs short. They're under 2 minutes.
At what point do you feel uncomfortable? I mean, less than 2 minutes on the clock for you to ultimately cap 2 flags, and you haven't been able to do that once in what, over 10 minutes of gameplay right now. Something has to change here for Luminon.
And I don't think anything can change with the way that Mindfreak have continually controlled the base, sways into the back, but with that, they completely leave him alone. Instead, they opt for the overextend. Envy's going to be able to pull out the flag, but it's a standoff, and I don't know how much time you have to look at each other on the map. Instead, Luminon have to play with a reckless abandon.
So far, that reckless abandonment is working. They're able to create kills out of the chaos right now, running a flag. They already passed the 50% portion of the map here. Neurotic gets the return ultimate they were looking for. That flag is not only in the front base, it's actually at home. Luminon have successfully capped at least 1 flag, and they have a minute to do it again.
Step 1's done. Step 1 done. Now, can you follow up? Can you find your path to victory? Can you change this series? There's just not enough time, it feels. 4 go down once again, and the clock continues to tick down. 40 seconds remain, and Luminon are desperate to gain any sort of map control.
With just over 30 seconds on the clock, it feels like the final push trying to be created here for Luminon. They need to get all 4 players up and push the base of Mindfreak. But mind you, Mindfreak say the best defense is an even better offense, because they're the ones pushing Luminon right now. They slayed him out, but Sways is able to keep this flag alive and repulse it over to their side of ring. Takes height with the repulse, puts down even more damage on top of that. How the heck is Sways alive?
But Envy had been able to get that flag all the way back to their side in the meantime, and it's a flag standoff. As long as there's time, as long as that flag is out, they're not out of this yet.
Snipe in the hands of Rice. He steals the Luminon snipe. Body shots both players. 2 taps 1. Takes down another. He's in the mind of the opposition. Return is in, and that's gonna be it. Mindfreak pulling off the sweep.
And that's the end of the road for a team that everyone was so excited to see. 4 players that have been just missing for so long. The road
now it's going to be Mindfreak versus Lies Infantry, I believe. Then we also have Ascending Baseline
taking another day.
on the other side of the bracket there. Yeah, you guys can check out the bracket in the chat.
Luminon, congrats to
Oh no, never mind.
to
It's sending
their
baseline
effort here
loss.
today after being gone for so long.
BH3 versus
you know,
Luminon
being here
White.
and giving it their all. Mind Freak have been
okay.
playing absolutely incredible.
My
Let's go with
mind is
that.
blown. Can we talk about
I think we're gonna watch Live
Steel
versus
and
Mind
Mind
Freak.
You,
That'd be a
there's
cool
two
matchup to
players
watch.
guarding
Is that
Luminon
for
Flag.
pool play? Nah,
They're
the next
sick.
match will be
They're
for pool
waiting.
play.
They're daring them. Rice steals their sniper. Body shots to
So
both.
there's 2 more
of
rounds
them.
until pool play. Interesting.
Body shots one. The second one says,
Getting
okay, I'll
close.
clean him up. No, you won't. Gets
Getting
tap,
close.
comes back in. Doesn't even use the bandit. That's the
One sec.
confidence. That play right there. I mean, mind you, I just noticed there was an overshow play right behind him. So I think no matter what, they get that return, but that was kind of dirty.
Who's this up here? 27, 19. I know you guys like memorize the.
That might have been Envy. I think I saw the name Eric next to me, so that might have been Envy. That was, but I might have missed that. I apologize.
Well, you know what? It's okay because we're hopping on over to the TSM versus Optic Gaming series, and TSM is up 2-0, and this is game 3.
Currently TSM scoring at the moment, but you're seeing Bravo changing hands here. It's all looking at Danny, trying to force him out, able to do that, and now they're looking to bring Bravo right back for TSM. Up 2-0 in the series right now, and on Strongholds, which is a very good team type for them.
Legend's getting some big impact here. He was the last player alive for Optic Gaming. He did not wait at all. Was not able only to find one, but got the second on the follow-up. Optic Gaming are just going to swarm at TSM because of it. That is no hesitation play by Legend that's making a massive difference in this game.
Down go TSM, and as much as I said TSM or a daggone good Strongholds roster, I mean, Optic have Legend, who was a part of one of the greatest Strongholds team that we have ever seen. Optic now with the trip cap, and TSM have not been able to convert C. And the moment they go for it, Formal rips the head off of his opponent, almost stays alive there, but the trip cap holds, and I think that's it, at least for this game.
Optic Gaming able to find their flow, and it looks pretty at the end. And really heads up play by Legend to stop that TSM momentum as well. Got through, and like you said, I mean, TSM's a good Strongholds team, but Legend was a part of the roster that built the blueprint on how to play Recharge Strongholds.
Saw the look on Formal's face. He still looked pissed. He still looked mad. There was no celebration after that win. I expected to see some energy, some life, until I realized you're still down 1-2 in the series.
I'm really curious to know what conversation they had because they did stand up after game 2. They did stand up. Players did go back and took a break.
Damn.
So I'm curious to see what words or to know what words were said because I mean going down 2-0 against TSM, who I mean have Manny and now and they've done great things in the past, but against Optic Gaming.
I mean, I can't speak for what Dave said, but I guess if I'm in their position, I'm gonna speak for what I say and what I would say. And you know who you are, know your identity, you know your win conditions, you know.
Magico's team made it through.
So what I'm telling my crew is simple.
And then
let's do what we do.
Ether versus Unreal. Bro, the Mexican teams are so strong, bro. I'm telling you. They're so good, bro.
Right now, in my mind, I'm treating it as 0-0.
Yeah, tapping buttons
and we're
team.
just taking
Yeah,
it one
bro.
step at a time, playing our game.
No reason to think that
These
you
Mexican
can't get the
teams are
job
so
done. Yeah,
strong,
Optic,
bro.
They can simply turn on the after Jets and beat any team badly, right? So to them, it's more just getting into form. TSM, hopefully they can find resilience, right? Because it has to take so much out of you to be up 2-0 and then to lose that first game, and you just can't help but to feel like the creepy feeling that there's a giant lurking waiting to pounce.
Well, I know Optic Gaming does not want what happened in Arlington to happen to them once again here in their
Where's the power breaker?
Where's the It's too late for that. It's game 3. They won. It's too late. Oh man, here's an overview of how the pool play stats have been looking. We have TSM who have won one game already. Their second series underway. Optic and TSM tied there, so it would be an insane win if TSM get to defeat Optic here.
Yeah, I mean, not including an open bracket team, but you know, essentially this could be playing for first place.
So both the Mexican teams made it through. Now we're seeing who's gonna. Wow, this is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, think about the ramifications of what could happen, right? Because right now, Space Station's in second in their pool. They're
all the
likely gonna be
European,
playing
like all the
phase,
international teams are showing up.
If everything goes to the same.
All right.
Teams come in, don't do anything
There's
crazy.
2 more series left in open bracket.
If
Wow.
TSM beats this, then we'd be seeing Optic versus Shopify in the first round.
Wow,
So
again.
it's huge ramifications. Like the difference between first and second really determines your championship bracket.
Well, I want to talk about, the next game, Oddball Live Fire. I want to know what a team like TSM could do going up against Optic Gaming, potentially one of the best teams on Live Fire.
Hey, it's funny, when you think of Oddball Live Fire, like throughout multiple iterations of Optic Gaming, it's been sneakingly their best map and game type combination for quite some time. But I think a lot of people are actually sleeping on TSM and the progress that they've made in Oddball as well. And obviously this year, this 2025, a very new roster that we're looking at as far as Optic Gaming. I think most people probably look at it and say, oh, this is going to Game 5 automatic. I'm saying, again, one step at a time, which I believe they're telling an Optic are saying as well.
Live Fire Oddball is it can be a long one, right? You gotta buckle in. The big thing, right, is keeping that sniper out of the hands of those that are proficient with it. Formal, Renegade, Legend, Bound, all of them can turn things absolutely upside down if they get that in their hands, especially Formal and Legend. I do not want to see these two anywhere near this weapon.
Too late, Tools. He has it, and he's flying with it. Legend turning the snipe immediately into a double kill and looking for some.
Like a fly.
I don't use the term peeled his face many times, but that was an absolute face peel. That was unreal. Legend makes use of every single one of them. A beautiful set of snipes to kick off this game.
Legend 4-0 at the start of this game. 14 points on the board here for Optic as well. Most importantly, when it comes to the objective time, when it comes to
Legend.
The game here. 1 bullet left. Not going to connect this time around, but re-challenges and evens up the shields. And that fight, Manny has to come and get involved and say, all right, Legend, that's enough.
I was going to say, by the way, Legend still has the opening cut spikes in his hand. That's how long that man was alive. He was still holding the same spikes from the opening rush. Finally, that slowed down and will be TSM scoring on the board here. They trail by an early 15-point deficit.
TSM do have that ball in their hands, though.
Enemy has the ball.
In and around the small window. Bound's going to find an opening, though. Manny's going to have to throw that ball out and try and get a trade himself. Won't be able to do so because the damage from TSM makes the beatdown from Legend. Not one that gets traded out. And Formal can grab that odd ball here for Optic Gaming, and they will be back into a scoring position with TSM on the back foot.
Trying to evaluate if and where to rotate. Renegade going to just jump up to bags, cut down any angles of players that might be pushing in, and just like that, Optic Gaming will extend their lead even further as Formal rotates cuts.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to move that one back to tower initially, but Bound lost the fight over at the tower. So instead, they're just holding it towards the garage side. Camo coming up in around 5 seconds time as well. Make that 1 second as the time elapses quicker than I can read it. Renegade finds one. Damage onto another player as well. It's 3 dead for TSM. And Formal is still holding that ball, by the way. Just weaving in and around bottom middle.
This is beautifully done. By the way, it's a walk in the park for Renegade. It's like he's just on a grocery run. He's like, I'll pick up a few kills here. On the way back, I'll pick up a few kills there. Then I'm going to grab camo, so give me just a second. Finally taken down, but not before picking up those 5 kills. Bound, by the way, 7 and 4 early on in the game as well.
3 dead for Optic. A chance for TSM to create a little bit of space and get near that odd ball. Because it felt like at the moment that they've just been chasing that objective. From the hands of Optic Gaming. Sniper rifles coming up top middle as well. That's going to be available for both teams. Soul Snipe getting that first kill should clear the path for Toilet to get his hands on this.
And he's going to just snag it and go right to bags. Early battle's going to happen. Oh, and that's tough. Legend's going to win that. Kills eventually traded out. Should be Toilet, last player alive, who's going to grab that. But we'll see what he can do. He might get collapsed on. Ooh. And before I can finish the sentence, Renegade comes in with a back whack to the back of the neck.
You don't want to give it to this man as well because he isn't missing. Somehow bodies.
Yeah. That is
a player at back green.
Threads that needle, like you said, just to keep Talik at back green. And by the way, look at the scoreboard here, 80 to 15. Optic Gaming so efficient here in this game, both in the slays and the points on the board as well.
Oh, Manny! Oh, he's going to need some reconstructive surgery after that bullet coming in from Renegade. That is a disgusting shot coming in from him. Bound to find another as well. Renegade grabs that ball. TSM 3 dead again.
That's a total loss. I think you go to a cosmetic surgeon with that and they say, no, it's chalked, man.
Yeah.
We're not putting this thing back together.
Yo, you already know, Yoshi.
Renegade now having to deal with the pressure coming in from Manny. Manages to body him but not connect with the head, but it's 7 points to go here for the round to go the way of Optic.
You knew that was going to happen already.
So casual about it as well. 3 dead for TSM. This should be
4 dead.
Optic Gaming grabbing this oddball. Renegade said, you know what? I'll do it. I know that everyone's dead. 5 points to go. This will be Optic getting this round on the board. And they're now one round away from sending us towards the game 5.
And how quickly things can change on a Friday evening.
I was disgusted in that round.
I think everyone here thought it might be an early one, maybe heading back.
Incoming.
Not too long from then, but however, everything since TSM's Game 2 win has been an Optic Gaming story, and now the series is completely different. And guess what? Here they come again.
Renegade gets the snipe. The Soul Snipe manages to make sure it's not too effective in that situation, but they've got to put it to similar use. Misses a couple. Bound will cut him down as well, and that's the difference maker. TSM find themselves 3 dead now, and Bound says, hey, it's my go with the S7.
Just going to hold them all. Rotate ball pillars. She's going to have a green spawner, so should be able to deal damage and play these angles.
It looks simple, but it's not. Trust me. Hit those kind of angles, hit those kind of no-scopes, and now Bound moves that ball away from the TSM push. It's Optic with an early lead, but Drug does get that first camo.
See what Drug's able to do here. Is 1 dead for Optic, so maybe an opportunity to get repulsed, bumped around, and what felt like he was in a washing machine. Finally, the kills do go to the side of TSM, and it was 3 dead from both sides momentarily. Formal, though, from distance will take down Soul Snipe.
Legend grabs that ball bottom middle, having seen the spawns coming in from TSM with 2 already in the death screen. Optic can move this one out towards the screens. Knowing that the TSM push will be coming in the big door and from the green area where they just respawned. Good kill coming in from Torlik though. But Optic do swarm onto these final players. Torlik last alive, and Bound is just going to try and hunt him down, but Formal already cuts him down. Manny off the respawn towards the dummies here is going to be able to keep the pressure on that elbow.
Yeah, Manny does well to get 2 there. He gets the first kill on scoreboard and then trades. Maybe going to provide an opening for the side of TSM, but 2 dead for both sides. Renegade going to try to wrap around if he can, but he gets cut off.
Optic playing this one like they have the lead, and they do indeed have that lead. 20 points almost on the board for them. We'll call it 20, but sat at 19. Don't have to prioritize time. It's all about keeping TSM off the map, keeping them away from where that oddball is until those kills start to stack up for them. Finally, they do decide that now is the time to get near that oddball, but a lot of one-shots, but no kills being picked up, and now Bound has to try and escape as the last alive here for Optic.
Trying to stay alive, do as much damage as he can. In the end, it's not enough. Let's take a look at where those Optic spawners are specifically. Manny's already going to run this ball back. Based on what we're seeing, it looks like should be greenish in house, so it looks like what it is indeed, and they will be able to get some time on the board here. They were trailing by 26, but just like that, getting right back in this game.
And TSM kept it scrappy, never let the lead get out of hand here for Optic. Kept trading in and around that ball, kept the pressure on. Which is why you're seeing Optic, even with elements of control and kills going their way, not with an established lead in this game. They have managed to get this next camo. It's going to be Formal. He grabs it, pushes past that sniper rifle spawn as well to try and create a little bit of space, and I think he's going to be baiting TSM to go for this. But I haven't seen the opportunity to strike now. Formal gets the connection this time. Should turn it into a double. Manny's there for the triple.
Damn.
The snipe, body struck,
Oh, I wish, bro. I wish. That would have been so sick.
Man, you hit all the pieces there. I think as soon as you saw that triple in the repulse, you were hoping.
Dead ass.
They're not too worried about
Dead
that.
ass, bro.
Continued dominance. Formal doing it flashy, and they also pick up more time on the ball as well.
Oh! Oh! Formal! Oh! Formal!
Yo, what the fuck?
The triple kill, the melee celebration! This man does horrible things from this tower on live fire.
Back-to-back triples for Formal, and he is lasered. No emotion on his face. And the green wall chant erupts in the building as they cross the 60-point mark.
Sometimes there's not much you can do. Torlik will be challenging. He gets bodied as well. Formal Takes to where the air is thinnest as he repulses up. He's gonna get the back smack on a soul snipe. It's a killing frenzy here for Formal. He is dragging Optic back into this series.
What an absolute rebound from Optic Gaming in this series. Bound picks up a double as well.
I think Bound has more kills
Just
than him.
like that,
what?
Optic Gaming not only back in this series, but now
that?
all of a sudden looking frightening.
Look at the confidence from Bound here. Tolic's gonna challenge, Tolic will win it, but still gets bodied on his way forward. In the meantime, Renegade has this ball in his hands. Optic 80 points and rising on the board. Find themselves closer and closer to sending us to that game 5.
Feels like we cut to elevator music with Renegade in the window. Meanwhile, Renegade racking up time. They are just 18 points away from closing out the oddball in only 2 rounds. See if they can do it here. Still is 2 dead though, so maybe an opportunity for TSM to put together some points on the board. And it's a staggered 2 dead yet again, so TSM will continue scoring. Optic Gaming only needs 1 break, but they need to put it together.
Optic just got to be careful not to get carried away with the moment here. Camo coming up in 4 seconds time, but looks like Formal hasn't been getting carried away with anything. He repulses, struck back, does not trade in that fight. Quite simply wins it. Manny's going to grab that camo. And Optic have to be careful here. Tolic's got repulse. Help's going to be coming in as well. Legend have one of his own. Manny with this camo has to hold off the push. He's thinking about this oddball time, but
maybe rotate, maybe rotate it. Nope, he's gonna keep it here.
Tough decisions to make here.
Yep.
But his teammates make him a little bit easier for him. Throws that ball off now to a teammate. Legend tries to push him. First shot here for Manny with that camo.
Yeah, as you say, great decision to not rotate. 3 were dead. His teammates pick up the kills. They maintain the spawns as well. And now you have all of Optic spawning at tower. And like we said, this one's not over yet.
What's on a frag? How many times have we seen that? Formal wins his fight top middle. This could be a very interesting moment to look back on where that frag grenade could have been a difference maker, could have been a damage dealer, but instead, speaking of damage dealers, it's Mr. Damage Dealer himself, Formal, who breaks through the TSM setup with that double kill.
It was 2v2 on the map. Here comes the push. They're going to come with dummies push. They do have the timing. TSM can break if they can push through.
Bound and Legend shut it down, though. Truck will find another one. It's a 1v2 on the map at the moment. Bound is looking for the oddball, looking for the kill as well. Renegade will find it. 4 dead here for TSM. Formal spawns towards the tower. And with no one close enough for TSM here, we are going to a Game 5.
Damn! Game 5 on the mainstream. What about
He's in between that triangle.
okay, they're watching this as well. Okay, they're a little behind the...
I tell you what, this has been a tale of 2 different series. I feel like I've been casting. I went through a portal after game number 2, and as we have a packed house here, in a surprise down to the wire series on a Friday night special at DreamHack, standing room only for this one as well, and it's not just because Optic Gaming's on the stage, it's because this one has been one hell of a series so far. I mean it when I say I feel like I had a mental lapse where I watched half of a series.
You're gonna say breakdown.
I might have hey, I don't know what happened. I could have had a mental breakdown as well. But speaking of breakdowns, it's TSM in games 3 and 4 who have a breakdown. It's 288, your final score elapsed in ball, 2 rounds to 0, and Optic Gaming has written a whole new story in these last 2 games.
We want to talk about Formal? I think we have to, right? The performance that we just saw in that round. Sometimes there's certain players who you just watch and you know that they're about to take over, and Legend, one of those players who output a huge amount of damage, but the multi-kills that Formal got with that sniper rifle, just absolutely tearing TSM apart and giving Optic the space and the comfort in that game where things could have been very, very dicey had he not hit those shots.
As you said, time and time again, hitting beautiful shots. How about a frenzy, by the way? We're going to look at highlights from that entire game, but it was an unreal performance in both rounds of ball from Optic Gaming. That shot, disgusting.
Just,
God damn.
The reaction time is just obscene. Absolutely obscene to hit that kind of shot.
The patience of Formal here, by the way, he's had camo at this point
get
for
a
20
snack.
seconds. He still takes the time to get the triple. By the way, the repulse, new snipe, the freshie. But not to worry, he's back with more.
This shot.
Moments later.
Oh, Tolik just gets absolutely ripped for that triple kill, and then from the heavens, falls down for the killing frenzy with the back smack. Beautiful, beautiful run coming in from Formal, and it is Optic Gaming who send us to the Game 5. But having got here, do TSM have something in the tank on Slayer Origin? And we know Slayer's where Optic wants a big series back in Arlington. 50-48. It was a very, very close back and forth Slayer in that game number 2 that TSM did manage to close out. But I think for TSM here, having seen and felt what happens when you don't have that snipe, they have to, quite simply, have to keep it out of the hands of Optic here.
And let's not forget, Optic will tell you, and they said this actually on the Optic podcast after Arlington, they will tell you they're bad at Origin Slayer. But if you go to Grand Finals number 2, they took down Shopify in this exact game type. So even though they might not think that it's one of their best Slayers, they seem to be winning it as of late against some of the best in the league. Everything to play for here. I think the big question is, can TSM mentally reset to catch Optic off guard again? In terms of timing, can they hold the silvers? Can they get the opening damage and then fly and then rush and then collapse? That's the question. But right now, as I said, Optic Gaming is just showing absolutely no weaknesses in games 3 and 4, and it's such a different series across the half of the games that we've seen so far.
It's a weird series, right?
It is.
You look at it, it's like 5-0.
There's a reason I'm having mental issues.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons.
Usually there's not a reason I'm having mental issues, but this time I have an excuse this time.
Or the authority to talk about here. And 50-48 in game number 2. Back and forth, but then Optic just take over. It's like TSM hadn't performed, like they didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know how that they were gonna take those games away from Optic, who looked like they hadn't missed a beat from that first series. But what it does do, set us up for a game 5. And I don't know about you, Andy, I do know you love a game 5.
We love a game 5. My mental state aside, I love a game 5, and can't wait.
Therapists in the building.
I've got it speed dial, don't worry. That'll be sorted on its own. Let's take a look at stats here from Formal. Going to be ranks and stats from today after the back-to-back triple and a frenzy in that game. A 1.48 KD for the man.
Just ridiculous stats today. I mean, the Gen G series had a 2.0 KD, I think it was, in total. Double positive across the 3 games. And you look at the stats, there's nothing bad. There's nothing bad. And it's not just the KD, it's not just the KDA, not the damage per minute, it's the big moments as well, the big clips that we're seeing come out of this man who just looks like feels like a different player with the weight off of his shoulders. I think even in Arlington, I don't think Formal played his best Halo.
Right.
I think he was still feeling that pressure, and you saw the release of that pressure, and it will be talked about for time to come because it was such a notable change in emotion, I think, that we saw from the man on your screen right now. But now you're just seeing it feels like he's playing with just confidence. Again, just belief, again, which I think has just all come back to him.
Yeah, and especially on this series. Also, I think you can get the feeling that after what they went through in Arlington, you have to imagine Lunchbox and the rest of the squad, they're telling themselves, hey, it's a 5-game series for a reason. Let's not let ourselves fall here in pool play yet again. Let's play this to the distance.
Yeah.
And it feels like this is now, especially after games 3 and 4, right? This is a new maturity from Optic Gaming to say, let's turn this series around in a complete 180. They've done that now, and now they're 1 game away from the reverse sweep.
For TSM, still the opportunity is there, right? Having gone 2 up in the series, they would have said, okay, we just need to win 1 of the next 3.
They knew they needed
one
to
of the
do
next
it.
3. It doesn't matter what one it is, as long as you win 1 of them. Now, they didn't win the previous 2. In fact, they never really looked close to winning the previous 2. But all will be forgotten about for TSM in those last 2 games. If they do get to this game 5 and come out on the right side of it, it will be a 3-2 win for them over Optic Gaming. And then that conversation about TSM is very, very different. Well, here we are then. Optic Gaming versus TSM. Game 5, Slayer on Origin. First of 50 will take the series.
And the other side of that coin, of course, is if Optic wins this, we forget all about TSM's run early on. And they'll just continue moving on in this tournament. Only 12 minutes on the clock, as you say. 50 kills to win is going to decide which of those 2 storylines play out here this Friday evening.
Key points on Origin here. Rocket launcher you can see at the top of the rocket ramps. And that sniper rifle on the opposite side of the map, on the snipe side. Who's going to get that first? That's going to be the question. Who's going to control those power weapons, and who is going to win this opening rush? We'll start off with some Formal.
Renegade does not waste any time. Beautifully done. He flies right into the elbow with help from Formal, as well as Bound. Kills being exchanged. 3 dead, maybe 4 in a second. It's a perfect collapse. 4-1 opening from Optic Gaming.
Just took a few extra seconds to get that final kill, which has allowed TSM to move up just towards the snipe side, but it means Renegade does get this sniper rifle, and this man has been nothing short of deadly when he's had this weapon in his hands. TSM elsewhere, though, putting some good pressure on, man. He's going to challenge. The pressure I was talking about from TSM means that they've kept this within 2.
Absolute. Look at this scrap bottom middle. There's 6 players in trench moments ago. We've seen a lot of battles down there as they're just going into absolute brawl mode. Only a 1-kill game. You just saw Rockets. The Homer Simpson gif comes flying through. And nope, gonna just right back with those.
Don't worry about me. I'm just gonna go over here.
I did. What Rockets? Didn't see those. Drunk now going to try to wrap the corner. It's still just a 1-kill game at 8-7.
And this is why sometimes I feel for the observers. The moment we turn away from Renegade, he hits the shot. And Drunk puts that rocket to use, so we'll have an opportunity now to watch Renegade. And the timing of the switch is perfect.
It's like a reverse
your
quickscope.
name is Manny.
Done. You don't have a lot of time there if someone's G-sliding from your snipe street into your cave. But of course, Renegade says, just give me a few frames and I will hit the shot. We're tied here at 9.
It's day number 1, and some of the shots we are seeing from multiple members of multiple teams are just absolutely disgusting. TSM find themselves 3 dead, and Optic have map control now. And they also have a pretty commanding lead. Legend will get that final kill, and now look at the spawns. This is not good news for TSM. Optic have them trapped inside of this base, and Renegade's going to open up that elbow spawn, but he wants to push forward and get some kills. Killing spree here for Renegade. It's 5 in a row. No deaths for him.
This is the opening that Optic Gaming wanted here as they lead by now just 2 at 14-12. Let's get to a listen in with Optic Gaming.
Red side tree now. Pushing top side, pound.
Under red, guys, under red.
Go on. Watch it. Take your time.
I'm hiding,
Hide kid, decide.
Rockets in 10.
Hide kid.
It could be our elbow.
Watch it.
Let's go in window.
Rockets in 5.
Go window if you can.
Yeah, what's 2 elbow? Two elbow.
Watch on the side, what's our base? Blue base.
Yeah, blue base.
Top markets, guys. Watch your top markets.
We got one.
Bottom blue weak, soul side.
We're looking. He'll die, Matt. He'll die. 2 dead.
Let's go.
3.
Markets up. Let's go.
Blue
flag, watch out, Telic, absolutely. Absolutely window, on the podium, watch out.
We're coming, Matt. We're coming. Finally, we have rockets.
Watch out, Manning.
Nice, 2 dead.
Watch out.
3 dead. That was 3. Sniper's coming now, guys.
Watch out, maze. He's big bottom maze. Blue maze.
Sniper's up.
So me. Once, I'm gonna die. Let me die.
They're gonna have snipe.
Blue cat. Two blue cat. With sniping, blue snipe tree. Blue cat,
watch out, grass. Your maze, blue maze, silver.
Hey, kill me. He's blue cows. Blue cows could be.
Yeah, what's on his head?
Blue window, Matt. Blue window. Watch out, blue barrel.
Okay, we're gonna die. Top side weak, Manny. He's on the pillar.
He saw me.
Alright, 2 blue snipe tree. One sniper.
Careful, they have a snipe.
Sniper blue snipe tree, Manny. He's looking at flag.
One's up here. Revenge on over here.
Yeah. Hey. Where?
Damning, we got one.
Hey, 1 snipe on.
Find the sniper.
He's blue sniper.
Blue window also.
Yeah, blue kid, one shot.
Blue window, Helen, one shot. 2 guys blue window. Blue drop weak.
Grass, bro.
Blue window.
One's blue snipe.
Blue window.
Careful, we're all snipe side here.
People are going up.
One's
Blue weak drops.
He's on you.
You guys go blue weak.
Nice, we got one.
You guys go blue weak, guys. One shot blue side.
2 dead.
Scamming. One shot blue window.
2 blue window on them.
Well, Optic Gaming have a lead here. It's a 4-kill advantage, but TSM keeping this scrappy, keeping this close. And considering they haven't really had much control of power weapons, if they can get one of those in their hands, with Manny picking up this double kill, then they could find a way back into this.
Yeah, a lot of intensity there in the Optic Gaming comms, and for good reason. They're formal just in the typical human UAV fashion, but Renegade, by the way, 9-2 in this game so far. Trade from Legend coming in will keep the game at 28-26.
Another trade comes in bottom middle. 2 kills still the difference between the 2 teams, but it's 2 dead for Optic Gaming and an opportunity for TSM to get a good amount of map control here. Manny gets his shields broken and can't get away as well. Beautiful thread of the needle with that frag grenade. Coming in from Renegade. There's a second truck in the 1v1 who will win it and stay alive for a few extra seconds. But at the end of the engagements that we do see, it's now an extension of that lead. 32-29. As I say that, Legend cannot survive.
And instead of jumping there, maybe like slide, I don't know.
Yeah, Soul Sniper with a really nice angle. Manny picks up a double. Might even get damage here. Green Wall Chant erupts in the room, but their lead is narrowing.
Everybody just playing so sneaky, so elusive Around the Silvers, double push comes in from Optic Gaming. Support is there. Torlik will clean up one. In fact, Soulsnipe will be there to get a second as well. But Renegade trades a kill. Back and forth again. It's still 2 kills the difference between the two teams, but it is still Optic Gaming who have that advantage.
And what do we say? Renegade in the big games last event, did he bring the team through or what? He's 13-5 in a game that's tied.
2 dead here for Optic, 3 dead here for Optic. And TSM go into a lead. Baum will get a kill here just to tie it up once more, but the Rockets are up. Legend trying to create an angle, trying to put pressure on. Man, he's got to be so careful here.
Got to be careful. Had the opportunity to, if he wanted to nade Rocks, he could have.
Renegade's grabbed him.
Did not use that plasma. Instead, it's Renegade. Wait, no, Rockets
still up there.
Rockets still up top here. 38-38, everything to play for. These Rockets are going to be huge.
A lot of focus on these Rockets at the moment. Tolik gets the kill onto Baum, which makes it 39. I was going to say to 38, but 4 more answers back almost immediately. 40-39, Soulsnipe makes a ballsy play!
Oh! Frame perfect.
Renegade flicks the rocket back over his head, stays alive somehow with 9 kills to go on either side. It's 41 apiece.
Renegade goes full Keanu and watches that rocket go over his left shoulder in slow motion. I think we all felt that one as we traveled back to 1999 for a second. 42-41. The rocket does not connect. Still a 1-kill game.
No rockets left. Soulsnipe gets the kill. Renegade cannot put that to use. A perfect in a huge moment. Comes in from Druk. Legend. He'll be taken out as well. It's 2 dead for Optic. It's 45-42. TSM had the sniper. Renegade made the play to try and take it out of their hands, but it's still down somewhere.
Oh,
and Manny's going to grab it.
Huge kill for Manny. He will stay alive with Snipe as well. 46-43. And he has a flank as well.
Legend trying to pressure him. He gets bodied though. Legend keeps going forward. But it's 2 dead here for Optic. 2 to go. For TSM to win this game. Legend stays alive thanks to Renegade.
Oh
and we are seeing another insane conclusion to a Slayer here in this series. But at 49, TSM are 1 away. 40 bound. He gets the kill though. Renegade trying to hunt, trying to keep his teammate alive. It's
No! He tried to save, dude. He tried to save his teammate.
Avoid the reverse sweep. And take down Optic Gaming. What an end to that series.
Wait, did he just roll up a fucking middle finger? That was kind of funny.
An unforgettable series with an unbelievable ending. Tolik even exchanging words with some Optic fans.
Scrapping with the crowd. Love
it. Gesturing, you could say. My God, a 50-49 in the end from TSM to clutch up and take down Optic Gaming in a game 5. You really can't make this up. And Optic Gaming will suffer a pool yet again.
Look at it. It's just a crazy series. A crazy series. Game 1, you're like, where's Optic? TSM clutch in the final moments when it felt like Optic had that game. Game 3 and Game 4, it felt like, oh, Optic are here now. Optic are woken up a little bit. They worked this out. It's going to be an easy, comfortable win for them. And then the most insane end to a game 5 you could possibly imagine. It's 50-49. It is framed pixels between the two teams. But it's TSM who come out on top. Wes, I mean,
dude,
I say what you make of it, but like, it's insane.
We're each of us just sniffing the monitors in front of us because we cannot believe what is happening on our screens here. And I had to get close and personal to it because this end was insane.
Wonder if I can post this.
There were margins inches away from, could have been either way. It just circumstances.
Probably not.
Happening.
I don't want to get banned.
If we didn't have 2 TSM players,
everyone go run up this clip, bro.
Corner, it could have been a completely different story. But just
everyone go run up that clip, bro.
Just flip-flopping between Optic and
Renegade
TSM.
trying to keep his teammate alive. It's 49-49.
Optic had this in their hands. Just in terms of the momentum, we got
Who will win the game? 50-49.
Have a game like this in a game 5 for such a really just elevate his team and TSM. Just, oh goodness me, why don't we just talk to Soul Sniper? Dude, what a series that was. Are you shook right now?
A little bit.
Everyone go check out that clip, bro.
Yeah, I had to watch it right there. I was like, what the hell?
That was absolutely crazy. I mean, you guys are just hot right out the gates in that series. Insane. I mean, you're feeling yourselves. You're looking really, really good. I think before we get into that series, I just want to ask you, what has elevated your team this time around? You know, bringing Manny back on board, the friendship is core. It's right there, and it seems to be working so beautifully, especially going up against the likes of Optic. How are you feeling about being back together?
I mean, last time this team of 4 played at a tournament, we got 3rd at the World Championship, the first one, and we haven't had a chance to run it back because of unfortunate things. So, I mean, we carrying that still from 3 years ago into today, and we're just trying to make a run, do what we couldn't do before, and that's our goal.
100%, and looks like it's going pretty well for you right now. I mean, that end game, it was just so much patience, so much kind of composure needed to come across the screen from all of you guys. What are the comms like in a moment like that when you're thinking everything could potentially go wrong here? We might lose control, just one person doing the wrong thing, making the wrong decision. What is it like to be on the kind of receiving end of that as a player?
Dude, that felt good. I mean, Manny's just screaming call-outs.
Yo, what's up, Leah?
They're
talking about you in this Discord server, discord.gg/kickbot. Oh shit, what are they saying, Leah?
It's actually not chaotic. Like, they actually have been in these situations so many times.
What are they saying in that server, Leah?
For the past 6 years. So when I saw that was Game 5, I was like, oh, so you're saying we got a ball game here, and y'all ended up making an absolute banger of a Game 5. Doesn't get much closer than 50-49.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than that.
You win
They
2
talking
Slayers,
about
got 3
me.
total kills, but really the most impressive feat was that Aqua CTF. The way you guys came out and handled some business on Aqua CTF. Not a weak game type for Optic, but when I saw that as Game 1, I was thinking, yo, no snipes on the map, let's guns out, and some teamwork can make the dream work.
Yeah, that's our bread and butter right there.
Yeah, you guys used to be nasty at that year 1, so I mean, when you got, I guess my question would be, when you saw that was map 1 to kick this series off, was that where you were mentally like, this is where we have to make a statement to stay in this series?
Yeah, we we had a plan to come out and just do our thing that map because we knew the momentum would carry us, and we were really happy that was map 1. So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. I'm not gonna lie, that 5-0 I think shocked everybody, including Optic Gaming. I think they were thinking, wow, I don't really know what to say after that one. The 5-0, you're expecting some kind of pushback, some comeback from a team like that, which is unreal. What was the game plan heading into the series? Against Optic Gaming, they just won Arlington in a crazy fashion. You guys didn't have the best run in Arlington, obviously making that change. But what were the talks about that heading into the series? Because this is a big one.
Just be us, honestly. Just be us. Be the same team we've been for 4 years. And
I love
just continue being us.
Did it click right away?
Yeah,
Having Manny back in?
It did. He's a good player.
I love that. I love that. So Snap, honestly, congratulations, GG's. What an end to day 1. Unreal stuff. I can't wait to see what you guys bring to tomorrow. Go prepare. We're gonna let you go because that was absolutely insane.
I think Optic play again today, no?
Some rest, for sure.
Stay hungry though.
Thank you guys.
There we go. No problem at all. Not too much. Exactly. We got some of the stats here across from that series here. Pool A. TSM's bread and butter right now because Optic Gaming,
wow, Renegade just carried so hard.
Matters the most yet again. Things are just seeming to be happening just on repeat for Optic Gaming. Yes, they're not on the lower bracket side of things yet, so we can't, we can't get way too heavy into it right now. But pool play hasn't been clean for them. This is disappointing for them, I think. I think they are going to be pretty upset about this, but the regain is on. Can they regain going into tomorrow? They're going to have to face an open bracket team. That should be okay for them. But then heading into the rest of things, how are they going to fare when they're coming up against teams who now know they are weakened? They have a weakness. They are able to be beaten once again. Bro, that's so many questions that are going through my mind.
Yeah, you have to wonder. You felt like Optic Gaming after Arlington, they were going to find a kind of a path and a flow state. But it feels like they just can't do it an easy way, right? I don't think anyone's doubting what they're capable of this weekend, but it feels like they just can't pave an easy road for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting conversation. Like we started the talks at the start of the day about chemistry in teams, right? You look at TSM, you look at the lineup of players, you wouldn't say that when you were putting a fantasy team together, you're not going to pick a lot of the names from TSM, right? And I mean that with all due respect to the players, but the chemistry they have together just creates something bigger than all of the players. And we talked a lot about SSG. A lot of talent, don't really feel the chemistry at the moment. And that's the flip side of it. TSM, what they can produce together is just phenomenal. I love watching those guys play.
TSM had a tweet during the middle of the series. It was like, teamwork beats the dream team. They were up 2-0, and that tweet wasn't doing too well. But I did want to point out, like, we saw the stats there for a second, and I was like, Yo, this is the
Yo, everyone go run up that
guys
clip
can drop
on the
0.8
Halo channel.
threes and 0.87s,
Let's make it the
and
number
you
one
can
clip
still
today
beat
on their
Optic.
channel.
Like,
I don't know if they have the
this is a
clip thing. That'd be
dangerous team.
cool as
They are
fuck,
scrappy. Yes,
but I
they
don't
won
think
the
they do.
Slayers, and technically you have to outslay to win the Slayers. But like, they find ways to stay in series longer than expected. This team has always done that. And as soon as you saw a game type that these guys have been playing for like 8 years now together, like that was the exact opportunity, the perfect storm for a team like TSM to beat a team like Optic. So map modes really played a lot into this, but I also think we have to start respecting, like, yo, the stats aren't going to tell the story as far as sometimes the scrappy, more efficient teams, the actual like cohesiveness of this team is going to be able to outperform some of these major Slayers that we have, the juggernaut teams full of them. Like, they're going to have tough times with teams like TSM.
100%, and honestly, where you get the kill on a map, it dictates everything, the control of the game, and where you are spawning your positions, it's huge, it is everything. You know, I think every single player that we have in the HCS can shoot straight. They're incredible gunnies. This undoubtedly, it's just incredible. But I think when you break it down, it's teams, like you said, who have chemistry, who are comfortable with one another, who end up getting those upsets, who end up taking it the entire series, or whether it be an entire tournament. So we are looking primarily at teamwork and who is really gelling, and TSM are looking awfully good right now. Speaking of gunnies though, we do have plenty of them in the HCS and on our KD leaderboard as well. Let's see who is right on the top of things here, because Falcated with a 1.57. He is always there.
He's always on that page.
Somewhere up there.
Lurking.
He is always there lurking, but right now he's right on the top of the charts here. Renegade joins him just underneath, shy of that 1.5. Royal 2, of course. I mean, he's always on there. He's always on there. We got
Renegade, he's always there.
We got 4, and honestly, Suppress as well. Number 5 right here. Great stuff from Suppress for day number 1. Yeah, bro, he's been stepping things up.
He really has. Also, let's not forget, coming into that series, Formal was 2.0 on the day, right? He gets knocked all the way down to a 1.34 after just a blender of a series for both teams. And the fact that that would end 50-49 game 5, you can't write it. And I feel like I blacked out at least twice during that series, because there was just like, it felt like there was no clear story there. It was a team with a monstrous advantage, followed by Optic Gaming with a monstrous advantage. And for that game to go down to the wire like it did, it sets us up for a pretty good weekend once again.
Yeah, incredible Halo all around. We say it every single time we come to a tournament, but day 1 has not disappointed at all. Full play ends here for us, but we do have the open bracket team still battling it out, so make sure you go check out LVT, because the coverage continues, and we'll find out who our open bracket
Damn, shout out to LVT, bro. They're just like, yeah, go check out LVT. That's lit.
Teams will fare against them.
That's lit.
Tomorrow, guys, 10:30 a.m. Be there or be square. Plenty more action coming your way this weekend at DreamHack, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the championship bracket. Good night.
Damage onto him, you know what I'm saying, make him like tweak a little bit, then like, it was easier for us to kind of just like make plays.
Oh, winner semifinals, nice.
On
Oh, wow. I thought Ether was going to win this, bro. Holy shit. Wow, so Ether's going to go down to the lower bracket, dog?
Alright, boys, I gotta say,
Holy shit. Isn't this Looney right here? I can't see the name, but I think this is Looney.
Like
Yeah, it is. Dude, wow. I mean, the series is not over, but yeah, I kind of interested in the series now, bro. That's crazy.
But I just want to hear your one, like, how does it feel, like, actually getting in and showing everyone what you guys are made of?
I mean, it just feels amazing. Like I've said like on stream multiple times that like if we kept if I didn't have to stop playing like year 2, like we would have won the event. Like multiple people told me that, and you know we still have to play like tomorrow on Sunday, but like it just feels good, you know, to like show what we're capable of and like really like
Beating Optic, who just won the event last fucking. They literally just won the last event. They beat them. Cool play. That's lit.
It hasn't feel bad to be back with the boys.
Nah, it feels amazing. It feels amazing. I mean, bro, like.
Probably just feels like they won the tournament.
Year 2 and 3, you know what I'm saying, it had to happen for and you know, like a lot of people on Reddit were like saying stuff. I don't even know why I go on there, but like people were just saying stuff about like how like the roster like broke up for a reason, and then, like our last placement was like terrible when our last placement was third at Worlds. You know, like the roster never played like after that. Like me and Mikey googled it yesterday. It's been like 962 days since that event. And like insane stuff.
Yeah. Good way to reintroduce yourselves. Bro, I want you guys back on the couch all weekend long. You know what I'm saying? Give me updates about what's happening. Tell me the juicy things. I want to see you guys on Sunday. I gotta say thank you guys so much. Hey, be tuned in. You know what I'm saying? We got some big news coming in. I think you guys already know what's going on. Don't leak it to anyone. You know what I'm saying? Keep it under lock for 30 minutes. But are you guys excited? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie.
No, you can't.
No,
don't even say anymore.
I was about to. I was like, wait.
No. We gotta keep it under lock. Just a few more minutes. Hey, guys, thank you so much for coming on. Really, congratulations. I am like you guys number one fan.
Yeah, no, we appreciate what you guys do. LBT's been supporting since the Hill 5 days, bro. Like, yeah, no, since pre-KCP. Like,
yeah, dude, the Funk 4, bro. Watch out for 84 and Mikey. That's all I gotta say, bro. Those two running their training. Yo, you remember, Drew? Back in DreamHack Atlanta, bro. I was running out my vocal cords, rooting for you and the Anaheim Pirates, bro. Back in the day.
Wait, really? The Anaheim Pirates?
The Anaheim Pirates, bro.
That's day one. That's actually day one shit, bro.
Day one shit. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Anaheim Pirates, I was like, yeah, that's actually a throwback. I'm like thinking about Anaheim 2022, but I'm like, wait, what the hell? Like,
nah, dude. That guy was a vibe.
Yeah, that guy was always popping off, bro.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get up. I wanna give you a hug, man. Cause like, bro, dude, get up with me, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Thank you so much for coming on, talking. You did. Congratulations. Job's not done, obviously.
Yes,
get yourselves ready. Get yourselves some good sleep. Thank you all for coming. And hey, shout out. Maybe you leave.
Oh shit! Wait, this is actually mixing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey.
You better close this out, bro. That's all I gotta say. Oh my god, wait, somebody just got ninja.
I think he just got ninja.
These guys are going to the SCG pool, bro. That pool is about to be crazy.
Yeah, that pool is actually wild. Hey, thank you guys so much, bro.
Appreciate you guys for letting us know.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime you guys want to come on,
thanks for the invite.
Yeah, do it again.
Yeah, let's come back.
Have more time.
Yeah, hell yeah. Have a good one.
962 days, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you're 900.
Yeah, they knew the exact number too. That's crazy.
Since they've been together and they come back and pull off a crazy upset. We do have an announcement coming out. Otherwise, we would have had them on here for much, much longer. We want to sit here and talk to Drunk, want to talk to Manny, we want to get them back on. But we got some important stuff to talk about, including Ether Gaming about to take their first game against Unreal Nightmare if they play their cards right.
One game away, but Ether refusing to go out slowly, right? These guys are staying in. Guys, stay tuned. A big announcement coming soon. I don't think anyone's gonna expect what's about to drop. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be a huge announcement.
You guys have no idea. Not even. Oh my gosh. Unreal Nightmare, Ether Gaming, just actually have gone down. Ether Gaming, one cap away from putting their first win on the board. It was looking like a chance that Unreal Nightmare can pull off a sweep, but tapping buttons with the triple kill, and Ether Gaming really started to heat up.
Here we go. Encore trying to do his best to secure these back anchor spawns, but Ether just one hill away from extending this series.
They're doing so. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Looney and Unreal Nightmare. This roster is dominating. This Ether roster, they did really well in Arlington. They placed 5th, 6th in Arlington. Am I correct? No. What was the placing for Ether in Arlington, guys?
I think
top 12. Well, yeah, it was not.
I had
But they were still the only open bracket team that made it into championship bracket.
All right, everybody, if you're coming in here from the raid, make sure to stick around because we have a huge announcement that involves LVT and your favorite Halo Bros right after this series.
Woo! I wonder what it is. I'm kind of excited to find out, Tony. Do you know what it is? Tony!
It's the best kept secret in Halo, let me tell you. Because you know, us Halo, we ain't good at keeping secrets. This one is nobody is expecting this, and I mean nobody.
It's honestly crazy, and I'm excited. I can't wait. I can't wait. You guys need to stick around for this, trust me. And as you see, it's Ether that actually puts a score on the board here. So exciting to see Ether now. We got a little bit of a matchup going on.
Absolutely.
I'm just so excited for the announcement. I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Well, welcome in, everybody. If you've been having an incredible day, we have also been having an incredible day.
Shout out to Halo for the raid on
today,
LVT.
and,
Showing love to the Halo community.
Having a good time, just like we have. Wait, is it announcement time or no? It's not. I'm just so excited. I just want to. Okay, there's more games, everybody. What a day! We've had so many surprises. I mean, we just saw one here from TSM, just defeating Optic Gaming. It's the second time that Optic Gaming loses a game in pools. Like, is this now their new trend? You know, like they got second place last year, and now they're just at least losing one game in pool play.
I have a warm spot in my heart. I say this all the time. I gotta say it again. I started my casting career 5 years ago, casting this exact roster. What was their name, Tony? You know their exact name.
Funk Four.
There's a whole bunch of names, right? A whole bunch of names. But it is so cool to see them up there with smiles on their face, knowing they just beat the team that won in Arlington. It's just, I can't wait to see the rest of this tournament. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Guys, I'm your host, Aliak. We've been hanging out here all day. I realized I didn't introduce everybody that came in. This is LVT. Welcome, everybody. I'm Aliak, your host. And then we have Tony. We're shooting guns at chat. Active.
Wow, Tony.
Is starting 1v1.
It wasn't threatening. I'm going to stop.
We got Talik threatening the Optic fans. We got you. Like,
I'm just going to shut up.
Man.
I'm sorry.
We have Active over here.
Hi, old man here.
He likes to play on keyboard.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
That's great.
There's probably people from the Halo stream that like to play keyboard
Type
too.
1 if you're on keyboard and mouse. Sorry, I probably ruined the chat. My bad.
And then we have Tools over here as well.
Hello. Hey, I'm excited. We have the open bracket still continuing on, so still a lot of Halo left to be played here on LVT. And big announcements to come. This is an exciting time.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare versus Ether. Ether, they are expected to qualify for pools, and it's Unreal Nightmare on their way. Are they causing the nightmare against Ether? This 2-1 series it's making it look like it is.
Yeah, it felt unreal to start things off, but I mean, 2-1 series, one game away from ultimately pulling off a major upset against Ether Gaming. Maybe some of the casual fans aren't familiar, but this is the #1 team out of Mexico. Tapping Buns is back in Mexico, and he's been absolutely fantastic.
Yo, thanks for the new follows on Twitch, guys. Bags and Big Bro Hybrid. Welcome to the Twitch channel, homie.
I'm really excited to see how this matchup turns out. I'm also really excited about that announcement, Tony. I hope it's your birthday that's being announced again. Oh, no, sorry. It's not your birthday. My bad. He just gave me the worst look ever, like he was gonna. Yeah. no. I'm very excited about that announcement, though, and excited for this matchup as well.
That I am. Ether Gaming going up against Unreal Nightmare and Acid. Gonna be the one to try to get away with this camouflage. Ends up doing so. Somehow dodges the first grenade, but Looney and the rest of Unreal Nightmare hunts them down.
That's 4 down for Ether and 3 down for Unreal Nightmare. So a great job by Unreal Nightmare to get that double cap here and to solidify a bit of time. And that shock rifle on that A side is going to make sure A is really defended here.
Alpha and Bravo currently belong to Unreal Nightmare. Ice Kid advancing forward with the shock, almost catches the
Get
head
your co-streamer
of
drops
Ether
here.
Gaming, but mind you, Alpha and Bravo still theirs. Ether have to make a play for a base.
Drift is going to do just that. Already towards that A side, I believe he senses some presence. He's got his teammates here as well. So not very expanded on the map, are they, Tony? So a situation where they're going to be stuck in that A side. They'll have C as well, so maybe there's the expansion from Tapping Buttons directly towards that glass side, trying to make sure to take space. But look at the spawns that happen.
Not just happy with Alpha and Charlie, they want more. They want that gold side control. Clearly, they have Bravo in their sights. Ether on it right now, and Unreal Nightmare can't stop it. So a momentary trip cap could give Ether Gaming the lead.
Now that trip cap's not going to go in. They do get C. That is Unreal Nightmare. So it's, of course, onboard that facilitates that on that tower side. You're going to see that pressure still on that A side. It's going to be very difficult to break through this. You can see fire coming in from the batteries and Batledge side as well. So onboard, really his job is just to sit inside a tower and do the most damage that he can. Oh, no.
It looks like a nightmare has begun on the screen.
That was unreal.
Hey,
Really.
you guys with your puns, man. You're
It
so
almost
funny.
made me feel like I was in the ether.
I think you are funny, Tony. I was just playing around, man. I think you're really
I got you a keychain.
He did. He got me a #1 dad keychain. Isn't that so sweet?
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Wait,
He got it from the airport.
It's my birthday this week. You didn't get me a keychain.
I got you more than a keychain.
Oh.
I just haven't given
Okay.
it to you yet.
Oh.
It's your birthday weekend. It's not
Huh.
the birthday.
I feel like you're just saying that because you don't have one, but you're gonna go get a gift.
That'd be a good way to do it.
But
Tony,
don't look at my Target photo.
Well, we got a gift for everybody in chat right after this series. The announcement.
Yeah, I keep pretending I don't know what it is, but I do know what it is, and it's really good. It's really good. I'm doing the evil thing with my fingers at the moment. You can't see, but it's really good.
Yeah,
So-
it's definitely pretty hype, guys. You're definitely gonna want to stick around for this announcement. It's huge. Like, I'm not just saying huge. Like, it is an incredibly huge announcement, and I'm so excited to share it with you guys after this series. Assuming we get to find out what happened.
I really hope so, because Ether is unreal today.
Okay, but do you think this is like a repeat of the power outage, but then open bracket level type?
Oh no!
Because it was Unreal Nightmare that was upsetting Ether here.
Some Ether Gaming fans pulled the plug.
Oh no!
Oh, I see. Okay. We're getting info that our observer side is unable to see the match, but the series is currently ongoing. So we'll keep you updated on the score and the stats of once we are able to get that in, guys. Well, I'm excited to find out what actually happened, and I'm really glad that it wasn't the actual game and that this series is still ongoing, because this would be huge for Unreal Nightmare.
It really is. I mean, it's a great opportunity for them to pull off a major upset against a real contender to not only make it out of open bracket, but to really create some chaos in pool play. We've seen Ether Gaming do it time and time again. And mind you, I mean, who else to do it but Envoy, Super CC, and the crew? They've been there, done that.
Yeah, I love this roster of Unreal again. I always talk about Onboard's energy. I think it's a big thing inside of that.
I'm
pack.
excited to hear this announcement. I'm going to
Making sure
BRB,
that
but I'm going to try to
when
be
it's
right back
late
for the
night,
announcement
like
here,
when
guys.
We're talking about 9 o'clock at night here. When it's late night like this, wake up your friends, which are your teammates. Let them hype.
Yeah,
go.
bro. Energy,
And,
energy. I forget
that
which guys.
energy
Oh,
is
yeah,
very
Peggy's team. He said he would just say, yo, energy, and then everyone would be like, all right, let's go, let's go.
8:40.
This is dad time.
Yeah.
I
Dad,
hate when my
dads
mom
go to
does
sleep time.
this.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is 8:40 with
Active
23
reminds me of your
seconds.
mom.
Wait,
There's
what?
still 20 minutes left. That's a lot of time. 20
It is.
minutes.
No, it is a lot of time. I apologize greatly. It is 8:41 now.
Yeah, what's crazy is that's the winner's side qualification. We still have lower side qualifications to happen as well. So lots of action. But going back and talking a little bit about Envoy, man, we're talking about players that have had impact on the HCS or have left their stay that aren't top level professionals. Envoy has been the heartbeat of the open bracket, has been the heartbeat of those that are trying to establish themselves as professionals. I mean, when you go and talk to a Halo fan and some of the stories that they have, oftentimes Envoy's in that, and talking about some crazy series. People can remember pop-offs that Envoy's had. I remember back distinctly the first year HCS Arlington in that open bracket, they came down, I think it was like over 12 kills in a Slayer when the other team was at 47. The pop-off was generational from Envoy and the crew. I mean, that's just the type of guy he's been. He's always been able to make his impact be known and to be aware of his stature and to make the most of his opportunities.
Just something I'm looking at through the bracket here. Lies Infantry, which is, I believe, is Gunplexion's roster, up against Mindfreak. Mindfreak are up 2-0. Mindfreak, a team that consistently, I would say consistently get that pool play spot. So, like, definitely a team that is going to be tough to beat, and it looks like Lies Infantry having a little bit of a rough time with it.
And then on the other side, look, Lumen White down 0-2 versus BH3. Darken side waiting over there. So Darken side went down on their qualification match on the upper side.
And I mean, being this deep in the lower bracket, like I mean, I've tried to compete in tournaments, never made it very far. But I can imagine you're here.
Yeah.
Lower bracket round 6. You know, you're a round or two away from making it into pool play. All the practice, you know, all the sweat, all the energy that you put have led to this moment where you can make it into pool play. You know, call yourself a pro.
Yeah.
Maybe take a spot in the championship bracket. you made it this far. It would hurt to not make it out here. Like, that's when you give it your all. That's when you empty the freaking tank.
And sometimes like that tank is already empty because of how much they've gone through, right? So it's like you're so right, Tony. I think this is the moment. Like, use all your reserves, but some players are just like, I got nothing left. Like I'm exhausted. I've been through my energy drinks. Like, and it's tough. Like I completely understand. That's when I feel like that's when you're. I don't want to say this because I'm sorry, I'm not a Dragon Ball fan, but I believe this is a Dragon Ball term. Your ultra instincts kick in, where it's like not even you. It's kind of like, what? Is that wrong, Tony?
No, it was great. It was great. when the body starts to move on its own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you get like, it's like that second nature stuff starts to kick in, and that's sometimes what you have to do. But I mean, Ether Gaming, we're seeing that, right? They were down 0-2 against Unreal Nightmare. They just put one on the board. I mean, this next one is happening right now. We'll keep you updated on that. But that's one of those situations where, okay, we were down 0-2, like you just said. Now is do or die. All of the work we put in, now is the moment to let it go.
I want you to only the gods and Goku can activate Ultra Instinct.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You don't just attain.
So you're saying like only
me and you can't just
right. So it's
Ultra
like
Instinct.
so you're saying like Renegade can, but like not. You know, not these guys. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that there's like 4 people that can hit Ultra. I think maybe like 8 to 10 max.
Okay, gotcha.
That can Ultra Instinct.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I like the reference.
Okay.
I like it.
I tried my best.
Keep an eye. Look at this on the winner's side. Darken side lost to Alpha X Lebanon, which is the second seeded team from Mexico. So we could have another two Mexican teams come out of the open bracket to qualify for pool play again. I mean, just showing the strength of international Halo once again.
They did make a statement. They said, you know, we don't have that pool play spot, and a lot of it was mostly like the people on Twitter, like, you don't deserve that spot, blah blah blah, and they come out and said, well, we prove it time and time again, and they do prove that they deserve that spot.
Your financial journey starts here. Investing 101.
They do prove that they deserve that spot every single time there is at least one Lat AM team that gets that pool play spot. At least one.
Hey, did you guys know that there's an announcement, a huge announcement?
Soon? There's an announcement
yeah,
soon? Oh
like so
Where?
like after the series. We just can't see
after the series?
After the series that we can't look at right now, yeah.
Okay. So coming up, is it on this channel or
yeah,
someplace?
right here on LVT, we have a huge announcement that involves everyone's favorite pro players and LVT.
Yeah, you're seriously not going to want to miss this one.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite pro player?
I don't think I have a favorite pro player.
Favorite?
No, I don't know if I can. I feel like each season or each LAN, I have like a favorite moment and then a player to watch, and then it changes each event or each season or each year. That there's somebody doing something cool, and I'm always also after like the underdog. Like I like the underdog story, like the up and coming, and that's where I actually pay attention to. Because I mean, everybody's gonna like love Formal and Frosty. Although I will say, thanks to Tools, I'm a new Frosty fan.
Oh,
yeah.
I like Frosty.
Because he's a Frosty
fan.
fan.
You like Frosty? Wait, really?
I'm a big fan of Frosty.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You were talking crazy about him before we got on camera. I don't know.
Wow.
Imagine. my goat. No, it's like I'm a big fan of like. I love that I gotta like experience all aspects. Like I gotta be a fan. I gotta play a little bit. And, like I'm casting. It's like Frosty was one of those players where I was like first getting really into competitive Halo. I was like, man, like the stuff that he was doing, the montages that he would release back in Halo 5. I still think he has the greatest montage of all time.
I want everybody in the chat to type in who their favorite players are. I wanna see.
Active.
Double E, guys. If you're gonna write after, there's 2 E's at the end.
If more than 3 people? Okay, guys, more than 3 people. Where's the proof?
Pull up chat.
I'll give
Wait,
you $10.
Wow, really?
If someone legitimately said Act is my favorite player.
Let's see. I'm gonna wait to see if we get some
I hope no one says me. I am horrible.
Who's your favorite pro player? Or one of your favorites?
He's gonna say Walsh.
No, I'm not. Saquon. 100%.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why?
Why?
He is.
Birthday duo. It's our birthday this weekend.
I think he is one of those players that kind of does it all, right?
Ooh.
There's a pop-off happening behind us at the moment.
I think Envoy's team won.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
That is good. That is really
We're
good.
waiting to see if that was indeed Envor's team.
Man,
If that's the case, then that means they
usually
Well, the series was 2-1, right? So that means it's 2-2 now.
No. They would have won 3-1.
Yeah. Oh, 3-1. Oh, wait. Which? Oh, that's Envor's team was.
Yeah,
what?
they're
Yeah.
up
Unreal Nightmare. What?
You hear the claps?
Series.
Oh,
We got confirmation.
Oh boy.
Series is over. Was it
Strapping.
Envor's team? Okay, so it was Unreal Nightmares who took that series against Ether. Incredible, guys. Oh man, I'm glad you guys stuck around for this. It's been an incredible day, and it's about to get even better because it is announcement time. Guys, I'm excited to announce. I'm excited to let you all know that there is more Halo competition coming your way. I'm excited to announce the LVT Halo Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion. Woohoo! Let's go! We heard some claps over there. I am so excited for this, guys. Look, LVT Halo has created a new Halo Pro League with the help of Shopify Rebellion, where North American teams will duke it out both online and on LAN at Shopify Rebellion's headquarters for a chance to win a $50,000 prize pool. With a new league coming into the mix, here's what fans should know before the league starts. The league will feature 8 North American teams who have to earn their way into a league spot. And there's multiple ways the teams can qualify, with one being placing top 4 at DreamHack to secure a spot in the league. Number 2, or other ways. The other ways that you can secure this spot are the next 2 teams get in based on HCS points, post-DreamHack, and lastly, an online qualifier with the top 2 teams getting the last spots in the league. The format of the league is also a little different from the HCS format. The league will feature 3 monthly splits that follow a round-robin format played on weekdays, meaning that every team plays every team once per split. To add to this, every match in the split is a best-of-7 series. With 3 splits and 8 teams in the league, every team will play 21 games before heading to the LAN finale at Shopify Rebellion headquarters on September 11th through the 14th. You heard it, guys. A LAN, September 11th through the 14th at Shopify Rebellion headquarters. Teams will also have to follow certain rules to keep their slots in the league. For starters, all teams will still have the traditional 4-player starting roster, but they can have 2 substitutes. Said substitutes can only represent one league team at a time, though. Another rule is that teams cannot make roster changes during splits and have to wait until after the split is over, meaning less roster shifts, less roster manias. Another key rule is that to keep their spot in the league, teams must retain 2 players from their initial roster, meaning roster moves have a lot more thought needed behind them. The league is slated to start on June 4th. What is that, like 1 week away? Just 1 week away. But it is subject to change. LVT's mission to create an entertaining experience in Halo continues with the Halo Pro League. This endeavor would not be possible without the support and partnership of Shopify Rebellion. Follow LVT Halo and check out lvthalo.com for more information and updates on the new Halo Pro League and anything LVT Halo. And to help us introduce the LVT Halo Pro League is LVT, the man himself right here.
Hey, along with tools?
Along with tools? I forgot about you.
That's fine. Listen. Obviously, this has been something that I think the community has been asking for years. I think it kind of got teased like in year 1, right, that there would be a pro league. Well, I'm happy to say that it's finally coming to fruition. And I really have to reiterate that last part. Like, this would not be possible without the partnership of Shopify Rebellion. So everybody at the Shopify Rebellion organization, thank you all so much for believing in us at LVT and of course, you know, stepping up, providing that prize pool, providing the travel coverage for these pro teams that qualify for that $50,000 LAN. So clearly not possible without Shopify Rebellion. I really just want to reiterate that. But yeah, super excited for LVT, obviously, as a brand and as a company. You know, this has been something that we have definitely felt that the scene needed, right? So thank you to
Hi, I'm John, and I'm the founder of Stan. And just like Monty over here, I used to struggle a ton running my business as a creator and online entrepreneur. But now with Stan, you can host your courses, community, and even build your email list all directly from your link in bio. Or take Alexa, for example. She just started making content she's super passionate about, but she's not exactly raking in the dough. But now with the Stan store, she can start making passive income with the content she's already creating.
Oh my gosh, my first sale!
Easy, right? So if you run an online business, I want you to be more like Daphne here. Through Stan, she sold out her workshop, booked 2 coaching calls, and generated 100 leads for her new course. Stan, the simplest way to start your online business.
I think that's one of the most exciting parts at the Shopify Rebellion headquarters.
Yeah, honestly, they have 2 headquarters, right? One in Toronto, one in LA. It just seemed easier, right? If we made it this for what it is right now, right? It just seemed easiest if we kept this North American region only for HCS, right? And put the LAN at the headquarter in LA, right? So in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, we definitely we really look forward to this. We want to capture something that I think that you know, has been, as LVT, you know, we've been really trying to capture online. Obviously, we've done plenty of online events, right? And we've done plenty of show match events, plenty of exhibitions, plenty of open series, pro series, whatever you want to call it, right? But we haven't had that chance to get these pros physically in our production in a LAN setting. And we are extremely excited, honestly, to try to capture that raw emotion that comes with this pro play when there's money on the line. I'm also super excited just to say that obviously the LAN finale is huge, right? But with this will come 3 splits, and with these splits, they'll be, you know, per month, right? So for the next 3 months, you can expect multiple events, right? So we want daily, we have 3 days at a time, right? Per week, I should say. We have 3 days per week where these teams are going to be competing. We're looking for either 3 to 4 matches a day, right? And we're shooting for prime time, and all these series, they're going to be best of 7s.
Wow, so much Halo content for everybody watching to have. It's just nonstop Halo. I want to know, I'm curious, what got this specific league or this program started? Like, what inspired it?
I think the big thing, right, we've always wanted to do a league here at LVT Halo. The big thing is finding the capital to raise to make it worth it, right? Because you can't just like say, hey, come play for nothing, right? It's like you need to have something there. And Shopify Rebellion, they were very eager because of the work that I think FaZe and Kason did to get their LAN. They're like, man, we want to do something cool like that and use our offices as well. And we just connected from that, and we said, hey, I think like the Pro League format's the best way. It's like we get to see matches all throughout the summer, and then we also get to showcase, you know, the great facilities that they have and being able to show what Shopify Rebellion's about. And this is the big thing, is Shopify Rebellion is investing, right? We've seen it from the top down. I mean, there's not a better organization to talk to than Shopify Rebellion, because they get it. They get the esports mission. And when you talk from their leadership structure, you can understand that they're looking way more further than just, you know, a couple months at a time. These guys are thinking long term about what it means to be inside the Halo ecosystem, and that's something that we at LVT really vibe with, because that's something that we started from the start when we started just as a very small grassroots organization back in Halo 5, is thinking what is it going to be like in 5 years when we're a part of this ecosystem. I think Shopify Rebellion shares that vision, and hopefully the Pro League, it's not just slated to be a one-off thing, right? We want to try to build this and continue on, and to build a structure that makes sense to replicate in the future.
What could this mean to a pro player? Do they know that this is already happening, and have we gotten any reactions from them?
Yeah, so we did our best to keep this under wraps because we didn't want the word to get out before we were ready. You know, we wanted to make sure that everything was like lined up, right? So we were able to tell the pros yesterday.
Yeah. So they just found out.
Yeah, we wanted them to at least know before competition here at DreamHack started that you know, that maybe there's a little more on the line, right? So we did share that with the coaches. The coaches then trickled down to the players, and so with that, right, top 4 from this LAN make it out, right? So I think you know, for the pros, right? You know, what we're looking to create at LVT and Shopify Rebellion is that the setting, right, where we get pro play week in, week out, right? There's scrims, right? I think that this is a chance for us to get pro play in a series kind of setting, best of 7 setting, right? So we're pretty much mimicking a grand finals, right? And I think for pros, I think that this will help them. We hope, right, that what we're getting from them is like the highest form of competition, right? They're playing for something, right? It's not just a scrim. It's not practice, right? This is something that, you know, everybody loves to compete for money, right? So, you know, you're competing for that seeding, for that rank, and you know, when we get to LAN, you know, I think for pros, endorphins, right? I think this is like something that they love doing, right? They keep coming back to LANs and sticking with Halo and competing, and I just feel like if I'm a pro player, this is exactly what I want. More opportunity to play for more cash.
Yeah, so there's a little bit more on the line here at DreamHack, because I mean it is an open, not a major. Maybe this, you know, the added cash incentive for the LAN makes this a major in a way. Is there anything that you all want to share with everybody watching right now?
I think that the biggest thing for here at LVT is we're excited to bring a new product where we can show off like what we can do as a production. The way that a league structure works over the open bracket or over you know, these open tournaments is we can really come in and create nuance, create storylines, create assets and media that help support the league and have a more felt and thought through production. You know, we're not having to jump from one game to the other. It can be very very built out, and we're excited to show that work and to bring those stories of many of the players to life, right? And to highlight what it means to become a professional Halo player and to show the ins and the outs. And I think that's the greatest thing that this league's going to provide is an opportunity for all of you at home to really get to know these pro players and to understand who's competing and why they compete in Halo.
I feel like once they wake up in the morning during the weekdays, hey guys, wake up. There's some Halo to watch on LVT Halo. Wow, what an incredible announcement. You all heard it here. LVT, the LVT Halo Pro League is happening and starting June 4th, TBD? TBD?
It should be June 4th. The only reason we said TBD is in case there was any scheduling conflicts.
Right, but June. June is when the competition will start. The top 4 from DreamHack will qualify. And we got a LAN, a Halo LAN, LVT Pro League LAN happening in the Shopify Rebellion LA headquarters in September 11th through the 14th. What an exciting time to be a part of the Halo community. I'm sure everybody is excited to not just take a part for the pro players, but also the audience to take a part and watch everything happen. Wow, thank you so much for all the hard work that you have all been putting behind the scenes to get this league going for everybody. The entire Halo community, I'm sure, is thankful. I saw a lot of hypes in the chat. I'm looking at them right now. Thank you so much for hanging out here with us. Day number 1 of the Halo DreamHack. What an exciting start to our day. Wow, guys. I can't wait for day number 2. There's already some exciting things going on. I think day number 2 is going to get even better, right, guys?
oh yeah, we still have to determine who's going to be in day 2. Like, we still got a whole open bracket still left to play. These guys are grinding out behind us.
Yeah, it is getting late, right? So I got word from the admin that they're likely going to have to start accelerating everything. So we only have access to watch one game at a time from one station. So unfortunately, right, we had an issue with the PC, right? So we weren't able to finish that last series. But nevertheless, right, you know, there are some hype matches going on right behind us. So I think what's best right now is like maybe we pop the graphic again, and I can get up and I can kind of get the show back on the road.
Yeah.
And I do want to hear from Mac and Eli, Eli specifically, right, a former pro. You know, you asked me what it means for the pros to play in a league like this.
Yeah.
I think why not hear from somebody that used
Let's
to be a
bring-
pro and is probably more eloquent on the mic than I am. So let's go.
While we get ready to bring them in, if you want more information on the LVT Halo Pro League, go to lvthalo.com and go check it out. Not just Halo LVT Pro League, but everything LVT Halo. And I want to quickly shout out some subs that we got here in the chat. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting everything that we do. We are here because of you, so thank you so much for supporting our community-funded production. Acclaim, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. And we are joined now by Mikowski and Eli. I think you all heard about the huge announcement. Finally, we got to hear about the LVT Halo Pro League. How are y'all feeling?
Oh, I thought it was the Amateur Mongoose Racing League.
Oh,
We're not
that's
doing-
that's happening?
That's
Can I sign up? Can I sign up for that one?
the next announcement. Wait,
Oh.
did I just spoil it?
Wait. Sorry.
Oh.
Well, anyway, LVT Halo Pro League. Huge.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be able to have, you know, well, the pro players. I want to know what the pro players must be thinking and feeling.
They're like me when I was 4 years old going to Disneyland. They're jumping from bed to bed, maybe throwing a backflip in, throwing the legs up on the wall, twerking a little bit, because they're excited.
Okay. Just dancing around.
Louis, turn this handsome man up a little bit.
Hello?
There we go. We hear you. What's
Okay.
going on, Eli?
I've been silenced for too long, okay? I'm excited. I can't wait to race Mongoose against the community every
No,
single...
wait, that was not. No, it's so it's this one. It's this one right here.
Oh,
So 18
got it.
splits,
This
$50,000
looks- I mean, this
in
looks cool,
partnership
I
with
guess,
Shopify
but, like,
Rebellion.
No, on the real though, this is I think a monumental moment for the Halo community in general. Like,
sick.
We're kind of on pace with Call of Duty, I guess. Like, and I'm not trying to say we're trying to be Call of Duty, but I do like their structure where they play several times a week. You get to see matchups between top teams on a consistent basis. Like, you're not waiting long periods of time between matches. Like, before this tournament, all we had was like 4.
So what's the play? This is it, Ethan. Your final reckoning. Godspeed, mister.
Mission Impossible.
Games or YouTube videos. You can watch Garrett's 49.49 breakdown, Optic Shopify
That's a
Rebellion.
great video.
It's a good one to bridge the gap. But now you got the Pro League, and you got another LAN on the schedule. I don't think anybody most people, Ali, didn't expect Year 4 to happen, much less another LAN event from a grassroots. This isn't HCS funded or sponsored. This is just members of the community throwing out and throwing down, and now we get more Halo. Love it.
Yeah, we got we have this also thanks to the partnership with Shopify Rebellion, who will be funding the prize pool and also covering the travel for the pro players to be able to make it to the LAN. So this is pretty huge, and
Crazy.
it is all thanks to you guys, and thank you to Shopify Rebellion also for helping all of us make this happen.
I mean, realistically, the viewers that are watching this also made this happen, because without the viewers, we wouldn't be here, which means LVT doesn't answer the phone when we call them, but you guys helped us grow to the point that we're at, and now that has led to you guys getting more Halo action. So if that's not the law of attraction at work, I don't know what is.
I bet everyone feels a little bit better about watching ads, because that's literally why
Press
we
the ads button right now.
W ads.
W ads.
But on a serious note, yeah, that ad revenue, the sub revenue, the gifted subs, the drops from Div. Shout out to Div at HCS, It's all cumulatively come together to allow us to host our own Pro League, which I feel like, Eli and Ali, ever since Halo Infinite HCS was announced, that's what people wanted. People wanted a Pro League to bridge the gap between events. Now you get a Pro League.
How long has it been since Halo has had a Pro League?
2016.
There was one in Halo 5, right?
Yeah, it was in Halo 5. I want to say 2016. So it's been 10 years.
Wow.
It's been 86 years. That's pretty much like the meme version of how long it's been since Halo had Pro League.
So how does this change things for the pro players? Like they're getting more practice in. How does this change LAN? Like,
I mean, it means that certain teams that have been gatekept from scrims are no longer gatekept. They're forced to play. If they want to have a piece of the pie, you've got to play against these different teams. So I think that it helps out teams like that, but also it just gives people more consistent games. It also makes the games they play matter more, right? Like there's an issue when you're a competitor that like sometimes it's hard to try in a scrim, especially if you've been there, done that, like you don't care. It's just like you're going through the motions, I guess. But now with something on the line, it's going to be easier for teams to actually try and like bring the best out of themselves when they play online. So, welcome back, by the way.
Welcome back.
I don't think that mic is on. No, he's distracted. You can just sit here and look pretty.
So this is, entirely built and backed by LVT, obviously in partnership with Shopify Rebellion. One of the things that I'm really excited about with the format we came up with is the substitute system, which will allow teams to have one member on the roster as a substitute that's not in the Pro League. So we have the open bracket, we have the free-for-all here, and now we have the Pro League, which might drum up an opportunity for those that are next up to step in and show out. And how many times have we seen someone substitute in and turn it into a career? Avicii comes to mind for me.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I'm curious to see like who the teams do pick up as subs,
Yeah.
That's going to be a hard decision, but I mean, it'll come down to like some friendship level, but also like who jives well with the team.
We're going to know. It's like, who are the 8 best amateurs? Whoever the substitutes are on the LVT
well, the thing
Pro
is,
League,
it's like,
right?
It's not even going to be amateurs, right? Because we've got 8 teams, so it'll be like
True.
the top 12 players, right?
Who are the best? The best next up.
Yeah, right?
I'm excited to hear what Tools has to say in just a moment.
I am just brimming with excitement over what this man has to say.
So you mentioned the substitutes, what you're most excited about, or one of the things. What about you, Eli? What are you most excited about?
I'm excited about the land in LA. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. I've got a close friend there that I'll probably be able to stay with. I know you live close by as well.
Yes.
So,
I mean,
it's going to be awesome.
The Halo community's been yearning for a West Coast
It's
event.
been a while since we had one.
HCS Season 1 was the last time we had
Anaheim.
Right? However, Anaheim was during the peak of COVID. So no fans were allowed in the venue at that time. And in my eyes, that didn't even count. It's like a bubble championship.
That's
Lakers. Did they even win it, right?
I'm trying to get Tools some help.
It's going to be incredible. Man, there's not anything that we heard here today that doesn't get me absolutely riled up.
Oh yeah?
Wow. Did I say it like that?
Hey.
I mean, I just gotta add some comedic relief there.
I didn't say I was bricked up.
I mean, now you did.
Well, anyway, Tools just joined us with him.
One thing I wanted to point out, because you talked about the substitute system, there's a lot of people that get their first chances in different ways in the HCS, right, and in Halo, period. And when you think about some of the biggest stars, right, Bound, his first ever opportunity on HCS stage was being a substitute fill-in for a team during the Halo 5 Pro League.
And what did he turn into?
Yeah, you see, it's like, so that's the big thing for these teams that are competing behind us in the open bracket is there's 2 spots available for each team, and they, once you have those 2 locked in, they can't play for other teams. So it's really going to be a mad dash to finding the best available talent to be your substitute.
For anyone that just tuned in, can you remind everyone and me, because I'm asking this for myself, I'm going to be honest, how are the 8 teams selected? I know it's top 4 from this event.
Yeah, top 4 from this event, then the next 2. So we're going to have a tournament that will determine the last 2 spots. The day before that tournament, there will be a roster lock where we'll take the top 2 and pro points after that. So there is a window for Roster Mania to happen after this event, and then it'll be the top 2 and pro points in North America after that. And then the last 2 spots will be an open tournament for anyone to compete in. Those final 2 spots will go to that.
Instead of a major qualifier, it's the LVT Halo Pro League qualifier.
6 of the spots are essentially decided by LAN. Those pro points are usually the bulk of them are going to come from LAN. And the last 2 because we just felt like, man, there's so many, like, there's basically like 4 to 6 good teams that could potentially find their way into that spot. They'll have a chance to compete and put it on the line for it.
And if anybody's been paying attention this weekend, I think our top 4 is going to be shaken up a bit.
Yeah.
So that's going to make things interesting, right? Like some of these current top 4 teams, in quotations, are going to have to maybe earn their way in if they don't, close the deal in this tournament.
We had Space Station Gaming lost a game in pools. Optic Gaming lost a game in pools.
We're going to have another Optic Shop round 1, by the way.
Oh, no. Oh.
Yep. Well, potentially open bracket can change.
Open could put. Yeah.
So we always got to keep in mind the open bracket.
This is our chance to say, hold your horses, Eli. Slow down, son.
You're right.
But what it's big is the fact that like if it stands the way it is now, not only do Optic and Shopify play, but FaZe and SSG play.
And it'll be like Envy Cloud9.
Yeah, so it's like.
Does this open up chances for maybe the top 5, top 6? Teams to push up if the top 4 eliminate each other?
It's legitimately the best chance they've ever had. And the other thing to keep in mind is if that happens, one of the teams that's in the top 4 cannot qualify. If that bracket works out that way, because if 2 teams go down to the lower side, there's no way for them to both get top 4. Like that 4th place spot is going to be reserved for the team that basically wins.
Yeah,
in that situation,
we're almost guaranteed to have a different top 4 this
unless an open bracket team just does something crazy.
Right.
Like we could see some. Like there is a very real possibility, and Pool D's the crazy one.
Did Ether make it out, or did they lost? Okay.
So well, I think they're on the lower bracket right now. They lost on the winner's side.
Do we have more matches tonight or no?
So, no. Okay. There's technical difficulties with the thing.
Oh no.
So,
okay.
Not going to be able to gain access to the networks that.
I got to pull up the bracket.
I mean, the LVT Halo Pro League in partnership with Shopify Rebellion, that's a good comp.
Yeah.
I would trade not having those lower matches for the announcement of the Pro League.
Now, Barcode is supposed to take over for us tonight. I just wanted to give a little shout out to him if he actually. I haven't heard from him on Twitter yet, but that's what happened last time.
Didn't this happen last time?
Yeah, but
somebody wake the Aussie up.
He said, "Oh wait, I'm doing that today."
Thank you. I don't have to pull it up on my phone.
Oh, I'm still doing that.
Wow, Dark Inside.
So Alpha Luminon, that saves Nitroxin in them, right? Or no, that's
that's
that's MX.
They had some crazy upsets too. That is MX up there.
That's MX.
Wait,
Luminon.
Ether lost to Unreal Nightmare in the lower
Super
bracket.
Super CC and Onboard.
No,
that's winners.
That's winners.
So Super CC, Onboard, Looney, Ice Kid, and winner's side.
Luminon White is the Kyoke.
Oh my God, it's Mindfreak versus Ether.
But it says
those are the 2 teams that made it out of.
Mindfreak's up one.
They made it out through winners. Mindfreak and Ether were your 2 teams that made it out unscathed through the open bracket in Arlington.
And have to play each other for one of the spots. And then Dark Inside versus EU number 3. BH3 having a good run. I think they probably fell a little earlier than they wanted to last event, but they're in a qualification match against Dark Inside.
Wow. There can only be 1, and in this case 2, to make it out through the lower brackets. Oh man, that is. My eyes are just lasered on Ether versus Mindfreak. That's insane.
So can we go back to the upper side real quick? Because who has more points? I'm assuming Alpha, right, of these 2 teams, Gary?
Who has more points?
Between Alpha and Unreal?
It'd be close, but I think Alpha would.
Because they made it out, right?
Yeah.
So
North American points are weighted heavier. That's the other thing. But I think it would, like, getting out of pools, I think would give you enough to secure it.
So I'm pretty sure that means Alpha goes into Pool D, and then Unreal Nightmare would go into Pool C, if I'm not mistaken. So that shakes things up, but I think Envy likely to beat that team. So Envy should win their pool.
Wow.
Crazy match.
Can you ever remember a pool play where half of the top seeds didn't retain that going into champ bracket? I mean, that's why we're going to have the top 4 teams playing each other in winners round 1. I've never seen that.
It's been a long time.
What's funny is, like, I feel like year 2, year 3, we'd see upsets, but then it would always, like, result in, like, a 3-way tie, and then, like, the team that was, like, made the upset happen would lose the 3-way tie. It's that has stopped.
Jimbo was a victim of that.
Jimbo and the Navi, the LVT team had it happen to them.
Yeah.
They beat. It was so funny is that they beat SSG to get in a worse position. It was like if they would have lost the game 5, they would have, like, technically had a better bracket.
What?
Yeah, it was like a whole situation. Dude, I saw a video from Gaskin showing the Pollock pop off. I posted in the Discord. I was wondering if we could watch it real fast.
So I got intel on that. You want to hear it?
No, yeah, go for it.
So I talked to Trey, the coach of TSM, after that thrilling Game 5 win over Optic Gaming. And I'm sure he's fine with me sharing this. It's good content. And he said that there was a specific Optic fan in the crowd that was really just riling up the TSM boys throughout the entire series. In fact, when TSM walked on the main stage, the Optic fan pointed at Talik and said,
I've been waiting for this. Come to me, Ifrit!
The squad.
specifically kind of known as a Game 5, I don't want to call it a choker, but a Game 5.
No, say it. Say it with your chest.
I don't think he's a choker.
No,
I've talked to
no.
Manny.
What did you say about
I've talked to
before?
Manny about this for the whole past year, and I got a chance to see him afterwards, and he just looked at me with those eyes like, Kowski, I finally got the monkey off my back. I'm finally a winner of Game 5, and I said, dude, this is huge, man. This is something that you can take not only throughout the weekend, but you can fall back on this the rest of the season. You know you can do it. You're that dude. So, big ups to Manny. Congrats, brother.
The end of that game was so insane. There was like 4 people one shot and just melee battle on the silver. Like
We were all standing.
I know. I was
We were
over
all-
there. You guys were casting, and then I turn over after it.
The crowd, you would have, if you just closed your eyes and listened, you would have thought it was Champ Sunday. It was electric.
A reminder that this is it's DreamHack, so there's people from other games here,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure everybody looked over to see why was everybody screaming, and I'm sure they looked at the Halo.
I sat
space
next to
here.
a guy that
It
said
was
he
loud.
played in the chess tournament, and he was over here to check out Halo. It's like, okay, cool.
New fans, we need more players. New fans.
Yeah, you like Halo? We'll take them.
I thought Legend clutched it
Yeah.
when he stayed alive over in the
I
elbow.
had Renegade saved him.
Yeah,
I
he
had-
talked himself so well there, though. I was
I
like,
had to
wow.
wait till it actually said who won to know who won. Like, I didn't know what happened.
And I saw it was actually like, it was a really good play by TSM to like basically like I felt like they ensured that they couldn't lose it at the end.
I think you're
the
right.
way that they played through, I was like,
They forced the trade, basically.
yeah, we had some
Because they had the
crazy,
1 kill lead, right?
Yeah, they had a 1 kill lead. I thought it was 49-49 at first. So I cast it like it was, and then I looked at the score. I was like, oh no. And then I saw the push happening through base. I was like, oh no. I was like, oh, this Renegade doesn't know. Renegade doesn't know. And then it's like a kill comes through. But I was really impressed with TSM staying in that game. We talked to him for a second, but the sniper control was there all game for Optic Gaming. Renegade was controlling it, and they were getting the kills. But TSM really shifted their gameplay. It was really like a mid-play adjustment, like going into the locker room at halftime and like figuring out. They're doing that mid-game, which I think is really impressive, is they're identifying what the weak points are, finding the solution, and then finding a way to, basically they took the lead for the first time at the 41-40, and then were able to clutch it out. It's just such a cool game. I was like, I want to go rewatch
There's
it.
probably
and see what
another
actually
YouTube video.
happens.
He's gonna make another YouTube video for
Well,
LVT,
you see, this
possibly.
is the problem. Halo for the next game, make it so we can watch theater file of lanes.
Right, yeah.
It's like it's so hard to like be like, let's make a video on something and then not be able to go in theater.
Okay.
So my question is,
Have you all seen the new documentary, Next Up?
Oh yeah, it should.
Yeah,
it's out now.
you should. It's out now.
It's incredible.
LVT
Shout out to James Clark.
documentary series, so go ahead and watch that. And Tools, you're working on a new video as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hopefully. It's like,
Is it not? Is it?
No, I am
Okay.
for sure working on new videos. I work alongside Callus. Like we sit down, we go through things, and we find stuff that we want to talk about and identify it. There's so much great Halo content and great lessons to like just put out there to the world that pro players usually exemplify. So I think there's plenty to come. I want to give a big shout out to All in One. He was a big part of the reason it's like that video looks as good as it does. He came in and basically took this video I had Frankenstein from all over, and he like made it into an actual video, which was great.
I do have a question about the video because first of all, it was incredible. I think that anybody watching, if you're trying to get better at Halo, you need to watch the video. There's so many
really
lessons in it. But how did you get the POVs of all the players? Like,
I was
is it
going
the
to theater.
quad screen?
I was going to theater.
But
and
it
just
was.
watch it.
Wasn't it a land? It was a
No,
Keyson.
it wasn't. It feels like it's a K-Song because we use K-Song footage to make it feel hype, but it's the first week of Pro. It was the first week of
That's
Open.
why my brain was so confused. I was like, I remember this, but I thought we casted it online. Okay.
Typical YouTube baiter over here.
It was the first grand finals of the first Open. And then
Okay.
I spent a week like making the script. The thing was like I had to rework the script a lot to be like I always want to find like a through line, like a main message, and I was trying to figure out what it was, and I was like, dude, they made so many like little risky plays, and I was like, such a great
The
thing to
risk rewards.
The risk reward and like
yeah.
And I really wanted to highlight because I talk about it at the end of the video where like Formal makes a play of throwing an 8, and it's not a bad play at all, but it's just like it's something to keep in mind in Halo. Like every little action you have has a risk associated with it, and like identifying those risks so then you can make the next following play be better is like such a valuable asset.
You know what Zyos used to call a grenade like that? Call it a signal flare.
Yeah.
Why are
It's
you
something
throwing-
that, dude, if you want to get better at Halo,
Yeah.
stop throwing grenades unless you like have purpose for grenades.
Unless your location's already been identified.
It's like
you're
even then.
giving up your
So
spot.
I shouldn't just throw a grenade because I'm one shot?
No, it's crazy.
Well, that's different.
Well, it's crazy the
denial.
amount of times when people come off spawn and they just like throw nade.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so like you've just let the entire map like have an idea where you're at, basically.
I feel like a lot of players come off spawn and just throw a grenade at the last call out they heard. Like someone's like top tower, they spawn by OS and they just chuck a grenade at the tower. But it's like now the tower guy knows where you are, and he's gonna just dodge the grenade and then kill you.
Yeah, you want to know why Last Shot actually has the best accuracy in the game? It's because he doesn't throw stupid nades. He actually only just like throws grenades when people are like actually on his screen.
Oh my gosh, the triple kill he got earlier
The
on
sniper
Live
one?
Fire,
The sniper
Oh
was
my
crazy.
god.
that was absolutely
My jaw
insane.
dropped. I was sitting in the very front over there when I was like,
Dude, I mean, but what's crazy is like we had those
What was
awesome, we had those awesome clips. With, like at the same time, like Formal almost had the greatest clip of like Halo history. If he would have hit the collab for the overkill,
oh yeah.
would have been just such an insane clip.
And he got another trip right after that.
Yeah,
right?
he gets like the killing frenzy from there. Like we had so many great clips, and it's just day one. I'm so
Day
excited.
one, bro.
Well, any favorite moments from today? Because a lot happened today.
Announcing the LVT Halo Pro League was probably my
Yeah?
favorite moment.
Agreed.
Yeah, I was looking forward to that for sure. I think the upsets are always hype. Not that I like to see teams lose. but,
LVT
I
Pro
always root
League.
for the underdog personally, and I'm biased towards Envy, biased caster. Just type it in chat already. Just get it over with. But Envy, I work with their coach now, and I'm just really excited about Precision Descendant being a duo again. I think they're going to do some really special things this weekend, and they already have.
But you, Mac?
I usually like to have combating talking points, but I agree. The LVT Pro League. And then Envy SSG is just a great way. I think that set the tone for the weekend. Like,
Yeah.
watch out. Upset alert. Everybody's on notice. There is no, there's a defined top 2, but 3 through 12 are a crapshoot. And the Envy SSG series really exemplified that.
I do have to give love to TSM because those are my boys. I know that they know that I'm their one of their biggest fans. When I first started casting, they were starting to play. And it's
Halo
like,
5 days.
really like gotta like build like something cool with them, and I just excited that they knew what they had in their head, and they wanted to run it back, and it took a big leap of faith to like make that commitment to run it back, and I mean I think they're showing people like there's a reason why they did it.
I feel like Manny's probably like, okay, guys, come on now. Can you
Manny played out
not
of
drop
his
me
mind, by the
anymore?
Like Manny was.
Can I stay now for sure?
He had the highest damage in the Optic series, by the
Yeah,
way.
he was going. It was crazy that Manny and Soul Snipe were both having like turns that popping off, and those were like the players with the worst stats from
Historically, yeah.
Yeah, like they stepped up, and it's big.
Well, it was an incredible day. Should we call it? Have there been enough upsets to call it Upset City today?
It might be I think it's the biggest upset
for
in,
pools.
Like,
I don't think I've ever
SSG.
seen the pools scrambled like today.
the biggest upset on the matches that don't matter.
Historically, there's usually like one at
Yo, we gotta watch some of these matches that are
the
the qualifying matches are going on, bro. It's Ether and Mind Freak, which is like really crazy.
Which is a potential that could happen.
Tapping buttons versus like Australians #1 team. And then you got Dark Inside versus BH3, so another EU team versus so only one NA team, bro, and it's Sylvanic's team again, bro. Kid Nasty. We need to watch that, bro. Let's watch that Dark Nasty.
What an incredible
Or
day.
Dark
I cannot
Nasty,
wait
Dark
for the
Inside
Gamer
series.
tomorrow. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
No
right
way we're
here
not
in
watching
Dallas,
that,
Texas
bro.
for
No
DreamHack
way
Day
we're
2.
not
See you
watching
guys after
that,
this.
bro. Why aren't we oh wait, are we? Maybe it's going on a different channel, bro. Does anyone know if that's going on like a B channel? Even if it's not being commentated, bro. Oh, no way. Digital Funk with a tier 1 sub. Oh, you got your first golden hype train in this chat? Let's go, bro. That's another sub today. 5 subs today. Thanks, homie. Great day today, man. Friday vibes. I really wish we can watch more of that open bracket. This is like the most intense part of the open bracket. Who makes it to pool play from the losers? I'm trying to see if there's any series going on that we could watch. No way, dude. No way. Bro, these series are so close. I can't find anything. Maybe YouTube. I thought they would have had like HCS blue and red and all that. Oh. No. Nope. Observer stream? Oh my gosh. Wow, I found an observer stream, but nothing's going on it. No way, bro. Man, I really wish we could watch those, maybe on the actual site. There's something I can click on and it's like a link to the Twitch. Bro, I would love to see, yo, why are we not seeing this? Am I the only one like tripping out? Am I like late or something? Bro, I would be there recording, bro. Yo, why is no one else thinking about the content, bro? Oh my gosh, bro.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming at the beautiful esports stadium, Arlington. It is a glorious day today in Texas, and a glorious day inside our wonderful venue.
It's the first event of the year, so it really is an opportunity for a lot of these teams to really set the tone.
Oh my gosh, this guy saved the day. No way! He has it, bro! No way, dude! This is sick!
Man, shout out to Siege. If y'all need that graphic design work, for real, hit up Siege. He's a stand-up guy.
He said, go, hope you're having a good time. Wow, LOL again. Yeah, I'm chilling with Shades right now, chat. He's doing God's work commentating.
Sure. Y'all hit up Siege, bro. For real, for real.
He says scamming Forsaken next. That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy. I was just about to glaze you and tell you how much of a big fan I am of you, but nope, fuck you.
Okay, so OS is now being ran
Yes,
by the Zeros.
bro. Risky got my ass, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This is the content we need, ladies and gentlemen.
Attacking sniper was spawning.
This is the qualifying match. This is the only NA team. Wait, who are they playing again?
Here we go. Morgan with the Morgan hits the miss, but it's still there. The fight.
So the only NA. Oh, they're playing the EU team, Moe's. Oh, you know they want to make pools, bro. You know they want to make pools, bro.
Halfway to the return, Morgan gets the kill. But we still control. That was almost sick as fuck. Morgan being real brave. He was one shot.
Yo, Todini, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the friend zone.
Here we go. Here we go. There you go. Morgan with the hit.
Yo, Eric. Good shit.
Fucking go. Oh, it's a tie.
Ooh.
Damn, Fori.
Fori.
First cap will win.
It should be first cap should win, yeah. It's just like an extended overtime or whatever.
This is the last match in open bracket, ladies and gentlemen, for just tuning in. Last match of open bracket.
Okay, let's see if we can.
Oh, if you look over here, Ether took a break. They down 2-1. They had to go talk about it.
Addy break.
They had to go talk about it. That's crazy. Calamari break. Fucking talk.
It's kind of tripping me out.
W4, no, fuck that. It's first cap, I think. But you just have up to 15 minutes to cap that shit, though. Oshman,
You're about
thank you for the follow.
You're about to get eliminated after flying all this way. Gotta go talk about that shit. We're not gonna lose here. Imagine 2 more games to fucking change your life, right?
No, man, this guy's lagging. What are we lagging for?
Fuck me, bro.
Damn, dude. Oh, I would be there soaking in the content, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. What? Yo, there's no way, bro.
My name's Angel. I go by Zuzi. Halo 4 was my first Halo. My first competitive event was Raleigh. That's really where it all began, and I never missed the major after
When you
that.
formally cut the power again,
Like
what the
Uzi
fuck?
or Uzi, however you guys want to say it. Yeah, we've been playing. We've been gaming since we were like 6, 7 years old. But we were always competing together, whether that been duos, trios, or even in squads. And in Halo, it's no different. We're always gonna play a duo tournament together. We're always gonna play a 4v4 tournament together, and it's always been a blast. I mean, I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else other than my brother. Angel, he's known for his like really aggressive behavior on the map and like being in people's faces, and I'm more known to like be very like more calm on the map. Like I still fly at people, you guys know that. I'm flying at you. We're gonna work in tandem regardless. I mean, sometimes I have to do the dirty work and then he has to do the dirty work. Yeah, so it all works in tandem. I definitely want to give a shout out to my older brother, Saint Nick. He's done way too much for me when it comes to this Halo shit.
Well, my name is Noel. Saint Nick 101 is my gamer tag.
I've been playing Halo since Halo 2. I've been competing since roughly 2014, going to events all the time. Genuinely, when they were growing up, they saw how much I cared about the game, how much I put into the game time-wise. And I feel like then when we passed them their controller, because they always wanted to play, and they started just grinding, and from there it just went to the moon. They just have a resilience, work ethic that I've never seen before. The Twins' mindsets are beyond their years, and they're hard on each other. You know what I'm saying? They push each other. When one of them is not slacking, but not going as hard as he knows him to go, they push each other. It's like they expect more from each other, you know?
Story of my life, but Soviet is not like me, and he is a professional, so he's gonna make up for it.
I'm Ethan Scoopmeister Page. I'm a mouse and keyboard Halo player from Australia. Pretty much have just been competing in Halo since pretty much the start of Infinite, really. Used to play like Halo Reach when I was like 7 years old, like play Infection till this game. Then I picked it up, started playing, and here I am now. Because I've always been a mouse and keyboard player since like day one. The first year was pretty rough. Back then, mouse and keyboard like didn't have the same sort of abilities as it does now. After the change happened, like at the end of the year one, year two, I was just shitting on everybody, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, well, it's definitely rough being an international player. It's very, very hard. I mean, especially being like an Australian international player. It's at least like Mexico, you know, they have, they can play against Americans on their server on like decent ping, like 50 to 60. Europeans, they've sort of got their own region, like they can play against each other to an extent. But like in Australia, there's just completely nothing. So it's like, it's really an uphill battle, not only like when we come here to play, but also just being at home and trying to do as much practice as we can with the resources available.
Wait, I should see if Freezy comes back online.
Players want to make a pickup team, like that's sort of the best practice we'll get. Other than that, it's up to us to like go VOD, analyze like North American games, European games, and sort of just take in as much as we can and hope that we're sort of looking at the right things, but sometimes it can work, sometimes it can't. So.
Opposite, we know. No, wait, was it actually on there? Oh, I did not mean to do that. Bro, I did not mean to do that. I was dead. I was trying to fix the gimbal. Chill out. God damn it. This is what I get for trying to put on a good production. Like we're live. Hello? Yeah, why would I do that? No, because they thought I was trying to fix the gimbal and then, never mind.
This guy just needs to lock in on tapping screen.
Dynamite Halo to give his ball up. Wait. Alright, back on Dark Inside again.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, chat.
This guy just needs to lock in on someone's
What do you guys want to watch? Dark Inside or Ether and Mind Freak? Or we can go back and forth.
Ether just got round one.
Back and forth is fine.
Ether just got round one of that oddball game. The series is what, 2-1?
2-1 Mind Freak.
Okay, got it. 2-1 Mind Freak, got it.
1-1
Both? Okay. I could do like a
2-1 Mind Freak. Yeah, so Mind Freak is looking good.
But then like you can't really. I don't know. Is this better?
That's mixy.
Is this better?
You really get both in there.
There we go. So we got Ether here, and Dark Inside here. Haley said no. Okay, we got Ether Mind Freak, we got Dark Inside, we got Mind Freak, we got Dark Inside.
Ranger's right there.
Oh yeah, hi.
We're all trying to get the same shot.
Yeah. Like someone said Eclipse.
Top shelf.
Stop.
Triple kill by Morgan.
That ain't got nothing to do with me. Let's go, Morgan.
10-6.
We want Morgan Nasty. Okay.
10-7 Slayer. 11-7.
I'm gonna get some chips, bro. Check.
Ooh.
14.
Dead Inside Need. Ether will finish first, but can watch Dark Inside. That's a good point.
Right now, Mind Freak is up 14-8, though. They're looking like they're trying to take it around 3.
Oh shit.
Tapping buttons is saving the world and PD by herself.
Okay, so they said just provide score updates on whichever you're not viewing. So just Lou, keep doing what you're doing, and I'll keep doing this. Yeah.
Tapping buttons is really fire. They can't get no ball time off it though. So 14-8.
Wait, 14-8. Round 3? Oh, round 2. Okay. 4 regions playing right now? Yeah, literally. We got America, we got Europe, and then the other side we got Aussie and Latin. Which is dope, actually. I refuse to call them Dark Inside. I'm sorry, Dead Inside only. I wish it could still be Dead Inside too.
If Mind Freak loses, this might be the first time in a while that Australia hasn't made pools.
Oh, word. That's true. If I were a betting man, money's on Mind Freak. I could be wrong though. Could be wrong.
They got it.
Could be wrong.
Don't worry. Rice's body language, I ain't even tripping.
Yeah.
That man's a goat.
We say that, and then we jinx it.
Yeah.
and then we say it's Callie's fault.
He gets fucking Callie jinxes. She's wearing the Nemesis fit.
Yeah.
Lies
Nah, but the trigger was hard as fuck though. Freeze, if Mind Freak loses, can you pay off my bounty? Wait, your bounty? Oh, fuck.
Goes from 18 to 22.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is Shades. You called my name.
That's it. I'm cameraman now. All right, take my camera then. All right, I'll show Mind Freak for a quick sec. Thank you. It's currently 20 to 32, but Ether has ball. Yeah, they're holding C right now. They're holding ball in C right now. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Huge kill right off spawn. Oh my god, topping bomb's gonna get 2! Oh shit!
Because we're here casting this match. I haven't seen Jarrell in a minute. Do you have Chubbs' number?
Okay, Ether still has the ball in C, up 40 to 32. They just played ball out to bottom mid.
Spam his phone, because literally...
Huge kill entirely what's happening. Yo, his shot is crazy. Yeah, no problem, Autism. Sorry that it's fucking up a little bit, but I hope you're enjoying the content though. Going back over to Dark Inside. Oh shit. Alright, currently 25 to 27, hopping on board with Morgan, who is taken down in Whirlpool. 2 1-shots on batteries though, neither one of them getting taken down. Doritos gets a lot of damage and finally gets taken down. Good shit. Currently 28 to 26, 29, only down by 3 here, Dark Inside.
Okay, it's freezing. Freezing.
Huh?
Slade they just pulled up to the pickup area just now.
What time is it?
It is now 9:45.
Oh shit. I might meet you guys there. I kind of want to stay to watch it. It's almost done.
So just got a call from him?
Well, how far away?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could just meet you there.
Yeah, because it's only a mile away, right?
You said it's only a mile away?
Or am I wrong? Like, I feel like I'm letting down like 70 people if I were to leave right now.
They're all screaming, no, don't leave!
Now, Haley would not let me live this down, bro.
Okay, they're at Yarborough now, and that's like close to here, right? Okay. You said the yard break spot was close to here?
Someone said it was a mile away. I don't know if they were lying or not, though.
Okay. All right.
There's nobody. No, can nobody look it up?
Okay.
You just keep saying it eventually.
I literally cannot. I do not have a device to look it up at the moment. Oh fuck me.
Okay.
Yo, Autism, thank you for the sub. Oddball update.
Oddball update is
Ether's
73. Ether's about to tie the series.
Ether is up 77 to 38. 1 minute left on the clock so far. If they win that oddball game, it'll be 2-2 going into a game 5 Slayer. I hate you, Risky. Subbing because of that? Thank you, Autism. I got you, bro. Who won game 1 of Dark Inside BH3? BH3 did in overtime.
About to win game 2.
It's 42-34.
They might win game 2, yeah.
But Morgan, they're trying. Morgan
Oh, shit.
I was on the phone with Slade Chat. My fault. We're trying to figure out food and shit.
It's all good. So wait, did you find out how far away it is?
No, I didn't.
What is it called again? Yard house?
Yardbird.
Yardbird. Yardbird?
Honestly, don't even know the name, fam. I'm just out here, bro.
Alright, Ether's about to win game 4, I think.
Ether's 5 seconds away from it.
Yep. 44 on the clock.
I think so. Fuck that.
Brother, guys, what's the series?
This one is 0-1. Might be 0-2 in a second if.
This one's 2-1, but it's about to be 2-2.
Who was getting loud?
They almost scammed in overtime, so then they started getting loud, but then they ended up winning anyway, and then the kid at the end got loud. I don't know who it is though.
So about the 0-2?
Huh? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
This is the qualifier, right?
Yeah.
The losers?
Yeah. Yes.
Africa's tied with Latin. We're going to game 5 over there.
Did the Lamental make it? She's coming here on Saturday.
I don't even know if you
Who
can
made
hear
it
me.
out?
My hands are so saucy. I hope you can hear me. Yo, do exclamation mark
Onboard's
bracket.
team, Luminon and Savage.
Watching the losers
And then the
bracket
last
to
two
qualify
are these
on
two.
either side.
They could still.
We got the one North American team, which is Morgan's team. I hope you can hear me, bro. I'm like yelling.
Alright.
45-50.
We're down 0-2.
Can you hear me, Chocolate? Let me know.
Didn't ask any worry though. Just taking the hand warmers. We good.
Who's Savage Luminon? Is that is it Latin team?
I think it is.
Yeah, but who's on? Roar. Oh, my B. These guys. There we go.
They chilling. They about to watch them double up. That's fucking tough. Yeah, if Dark Side goes, they knocked out, then the only NA team we'll have is onboarding them.
Damn. That's actually kind of.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. That's
Gotta
good
get some
though.
claim here.
It's good for like international,
good for international,
representation
like,
or
God
whatever.
damn it.
Yeah, maybe we're just lacking. Okay, I promise, chat, when that shit keeps happening, it's not my fault. That's just the gimbal fucking up. I'm sorry. It just wants.
I randomly turned upside down.
I-
My bad. I do that sometimes.
It's Origin Slayer level.
Decided to do a handstand. My bad.
Mind Freak is up 1-0. 3-0.
Yo, Rorish. Yo, Dolan says that I'm giving him venom.
So he's idiot for me.
He called you an idiot. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's happening. It's lost his there we go. This is tapping the spear over here. There we go.
There we go, yeah.
7-9 for yourself. Big dogs tapping waves here. There's big damage. I can't kill him. They can't find him. He's much on the silver. 14, 11. Popping out 15, 11.
The score is 2-2.
2-2 in the series, 15 to 12.
Yo, Eric is killing it, honestly. Oh my god.
Massive win by Topping. Sponsor the team here. The top level, we got big map control. Everyone, Blue Jays, Rockets, Red Window, Rocket Window. Tied up, 16-16. 17-69 for 9, up 1. Buttons with the gigantic clip.
Ooh. Double kill.
18. Another monster kill.
What a triple by Tavin.
20 to 19. This is
Holy.
fucking crazy. So you see him big plays after big plays. 21-20. 22-20, ladder in the corner, tapping with another.
Oh!
23-21.
Oh shit, up 3 now. Them boys getting loud now. Oh shit. I might have jinxed the Aussies, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Yep, more damage bottom in. Oh, and gets picked up too.
26-21.
Oh, fuck. Oh no, they're gonna roast me.
28-22, ladder's taking off. Ether's taking off. 28-23. Chat, you're seeing all of it. He's literally just going up here and having his way up. 29-23. Look at it. They're not even looking at him and they find him. Big damage. 30-24. Ladder, 30-24 Ether.
Ooh. If they keep up this 5-kill lead by the time the 40s hit, I don't know, man. Yeah. 5 isn't a bad deficit to come back off of from, though. Starting from 1, there we go. Only down 3. Oh shit. Yeah. Trying to say a lot. Takes no damage from those nades. Holy shit. He has plot armor. Oh, more damage. Oh!
31-29.
Close game again. Oh, 31-30. Ooh, maintains the lead though.
Getting shot off spawn there. 32 additions close. 32-31. 32-32.
Oh.
34-32. Back and forth.
Huge double.
About 5 different times. 34-33.
Yo, BS Glaucoma, thinking with the follow. That's a funny ass name. I'm gonna keep the camera here, but just so you guys know, map 3 has started. 4? 3? 4? I don't know. Has started for Dark Inside. Starting one. Yup. Only 2 minutes. First 2 minutes though, so we'll go back right after this later. 34-33.
Is coaching his ass off.
Do you mind scooting over a bit? I'm so sorry.
No.
Chat told me to tell you. I didn't want to say anything.
Behind the line, sir.
Fuck you.
37-35.
Oh, doesn't get a trade there though.
38-37. 39-37.
Game of margins, bro.
The Spanish is fine. This shit. They are speaking to each other.
Órale, wey. Oh, venga.
Dos muertos. Going to the corner.
Oh! Yeah, if they win, we gotta go like, no. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
42-39. Push. 42.
Oh, 44-41.
Ether has Rockets 44-41 tapping spawns. Bottom vent here with the flank here, bottom red. Mind Freaks goes up sniper. They're gonna get the sniper. Is that Rice with the sniper? Rice might have it. That's a big,
I wish we had observer mode on.
Crazy POV.
Oh, he's top mid. He's a free kill. Oh, that's a little bit free.
44-43 and Mind Freak has the sniper and was spawning outside. You know what they do with that.
Don't bottle it. Oh, 44-44. This is gonna be huge. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. There's plenty of time, but they can't. They're not gonna put on the game. Oh shit! Oh! Oh! 40.
44-47.
Oh shit!
Wait. Zoom in. Oh, no way. They're like, oi! Yo, what in the chant was that, bro? That was sick. Something. Oi. Damn, they got the supporters behind them.
Yo, look at yeah, I don't want to say that shit out loud. We're too close. We're too close. Going back over
was being done to him too. It's a game of back and forth.
Oi, oi,
I'm glad we
oi.
got into that one though for a little bit. Cinema. Welcome to the Passion Pit, ladies and gentlemen.
Rise.
My name is
Rise,
Freezy.
anything you want to say to the chat, bro? Let's go. We got
Yeah.
Shout out Forsaken, motherfucker.
Let's fuck
Forsaken bitch.
Big time. God damn. Chat, y'all gotta pull up.
Oh shit, yo, who is this? Yo, I don't know who just gave the 5 stars, but thank you so much. The chat's not telling me, but thank you so much. And all the follows and shit, thank you. Yo, that shit was crazy.
This is why you pull up, chat. This is why you pull up. If it wasn't
That's the Aussie chant. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Of course.
Yo, they hit that, bro. Nah, they hit that, bro. Yo, they hit that. Hold on, hold on. Hold on now.
Snipe in the late 40s, you don't want that 2K being players.
Hey, yo, look at I don't want to say that shit out loud. We're too close.
No way, no way it's not here.
Going back over. Going back over.
Was being done to him too.
No way. Oh, I just missed it. No, I just missed it, bro. That sucks, bro. That actually sucks.
222, 260 right now.
Yep.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
And we're going for the other trick cap right here. Morgan's on it. Yep. Morgan's pulling it out.
That's lit, bro.
Guaranteed it. Yeah. Look at Morgan. Doing everything he can.
The score is 224 to 93 right now. Matt, 1-1?
Oi, oi, oi is crazy, bro.
Got it. Yo, what up, Chronos? Oh shit.
Chronos in his bitch.
Sin, thank you. Hey, Sin, what's up? With all the Sin tracks. Yeah, we're at DreamHack right now. My fault, I didn't mean to crash out. All good.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
That's gonna be like a music video, bro.
Alright, so what do we got this series here? We got Dark Inside down 0-2 to BH3. Oof, this is game 3 and they're down 0-2. And they're winning. They're winning. Can they win this game to force a game 4?
I mean, that does make you look a little bit more official, so just pretend that it's right.
Yeah, I'm just get my fucking media pass. My fault, like, shit. Oh, damn.
Yeah, this is what we need, like a lock-in on the screen.
Oh, what did she call me?
Bro, lock-in on the screen, bro.
Wait, do you have Jay's number? Okay, never mind. Do you do? Can you? Cause she called me. Tell everybody to not call.
Oh my gosh, this guy's not locked in.
Because they have a giant reservation for everybody, but I don't want to leave until this is over.
Dark Inside at 238 to 96 right now. They're about to close out. Series is 2-0 BH3, but Dark Inside's about to, they're about to close out. Big fade, max fade.
Yeah. You're gonna jinx it. Watch. They're gonna come back. Off a trip cap. Just kidding, Haley.
Chad, I tried to believe in Ether, bro, and I think I jinxed him, bro.
I almost believed, Loki. I thought I jinxed them. I was like, nah, I got the money on the
We were on
Aussie.
tapping screen the whole time, and that looked like the best 8 and 17 I ever saw. That wasn't 8 and 17 how we looked at it. When the game ended, I was like, damn. It looked amazing, though. Chad.
Yeah, up until the very end.
17.
Professional 8
That
and
was a
17.
professional 8 and 17. That shit was
Type
amazing.
shit. Oh, big sniper. Oh. Morgan should have had that. All good though. 2-4.
Some LBT coming in here too. Let's go.
Yep.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi,
Oh, we
oi.
might have jinxed them.
Yeah, we might have really scammed. We're not going for the bullshit.
Haley said, "Don't make me cry."
Yeah, fuck this shit. My bad. Morgan's got the pick kill on pillars, but he got pinched by Ness in the holding B. holding them off the screens. Yeah, another 3 down for Darkenside. Oh well.
Caster's curse, literally.
Yeah, I fucked it. My fault. Oh, damn. He's in the trip cap right now.
Certainly, these guys don't take a 200-point lead. Well, our team. Oh shit. Oh, they have.
Yo, no way, bro.
Yeah, 2 dead though.
2 dead. Darkenside. A. Morgan's the second. ASC. Final time to block.
Got finished.
Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy.
Keeping an eye out. Okay, now see doesn't want to go here. The sniper's going to something bad.
Bro, they gotta get out of this dub cap, trip cap. And they just died again. Oh my gosh, bro, they have 247. And the... Oh no!
Oh, huge cap on B though.
They gotta guarantee that. Yo, they got it. Oh my gosh. We're hitting the 200s now.
Yeah. I think he was thinking about doing that flank through bottom mid too. Oh yeah, he's big. Big POV.
Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi.
You know, is it be bottom mid or outside? Oh, there he is, bottom mid.
Oh no! Nah, GG's.
247 to 220. Back D. Alright, we got one more spawn. We got a couple more spawns. We're capping A. We're capping 227. Alright, we have a Morgan.
Oh, huge. Oh, he knows.
Series saving piv.
Oh, huge win. Oh.
We're capping B though. We're capping B. We're capping B.
Nice.
247 to 230.
Oh, they're on A. They're on.
Oh my gosh, no way, no way, no way.
He's weak. Big stop.
He gets the kill. Gigantic.
Oh,
they got the 248 to 237.
Oh my god.
Here we go. We got Drew. They're 2 on B.
No way, bro. Coordinate a push, bro. Coordinate a push, boys. What are we doing?
Oh no, it's over.
48 with the trip. It'll slow it down. It'll go one at a time from here.
You got one push, bro. You got it. Okay, they gotta slay. They gotta go B. They're one dead though. They're rushing B. No, Morgan died like 10 times in a row. Oh, they're in A. Oh, GG.
Sacre bleu.
Allez le bleu. Damn. Je m'appelle Philip, bro. NT. What a fucking game, man.
Tank and handle business, bro. Nike tank is so fucking.